Hey guys, how are you? Like this video, for more and more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Awakening Profession, Knight. A-level talent, blood boiling. Looking at the big characters that radiated light on the job transfer stone tablet, Qin Feng smiled slightly, with excitement in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and a strong surge of strength brought a burst of unspeakable comfort. Class 301, Qin Feng, Combat Class, Knight. Talent Level, A-level. Beside the career change stele, the priest in charge of the job change took a look at Qin Feng's job change information. With a hint of appreciation in his tone, he said it. As soon as the changed priest's words came out, there was a commotion in the playground. This Qin Feng really deserves to be a schoolgirl. He has awakened a combat professional knight and is still an A-level talent. Hey, you can rely on your appearance, but you still have strength. My requirements are not high, as long as I can awaken a profession. Qin Feng big brother has become more handsome, I like it very much. Admiration and surprise came from among the students, falling on Qin Feng's ears. He raised his head, with a sunny smile on his handsome face. Although he is 18 years old, he has a mature and strange charm on his body. In the eyes of others, there is an indescribable attraction. Qin Feng turned around calmly and returned to the class team. The homeroom teacher Yun Hengji smiled and said, I knew you could do it, Knight, my dream job. That's right, this is a very expensive profession. Qin Feng responded with a smile, when I go to university, I can find a guild or a mercenary group to solve the problem. Maybe I can join the National Knights, so I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Yun Hengji nodded and said, yes, this is indeed a long-term choice. The head teacher of a class next to him said enviously, Mr. Yun, congratulations, you have another good student. You have only awakened 10 people in your class, and there are 2 combat professions. I am afraid that your title this year will have to be promoted again. Lift it up. Yun Hengji smiled and said, it's all about the hard work of the students. As teachers, there are not many of us who can help the students. Seeing the teacher walk away, Qin Feng felt a poke in the back. Zhou Shan said excitedly, Brother Feng, knight profession, yes. In the future, it will be majestic, and coupled with a cool mount, it will be easy for my sister to catch. Wearing armor, riding a horse, charging into battle. If you are lucky, you can change your job and become a dragon knight, and you will reach the pinnacle of your life from then on. He said with a look of longing. Coupled with that strong body of fat, Zhu Beiji looks a little bit admiring Chang Yi's sister. Seeing the good brother like this, Qin Feng laughed and cursed, hurry up and get ready, it's your turn. FK, I'm going up first. As he said that, he rushed up in a hurry. Qin Feng shook his head, ignored the fiery gazes around him, and fell into deep thought. He is a time traveler, and he already has a clear understanding of this world. In this world, the consciousness of the way of heaven is manifested, and the game is combined with reality. The area is vast, with a large number of secret realms and dungeons appearing. Everyone can become a professional through awakening. Hunting monsters and alien races can gain experience points, equipment, and materials to improve yourself. This is the best era. Everyone has the opportunity to become a professional and can master powerful combat power. This is also the worst of times. There are monsters all over the wild, and they will actively attack humans. And there are also demons who are ready to move, which are the old enemies of human beings. Some powerful fairy beasts and divine beasts are even more terrifying. There are also many forbidden places and secret realms, full of infinite mystery. I changed my job to a combat job, and I finally have the capital to settle down. Qin Feng was just about to open the attribute panel when a mechanical sound rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host awakening profession, the contract return system has been successfully activated. Reward Novice Gift Package, SSS level talent skill, Eye of Reality. Eye of Reality, SSS level talent. Skill effect, you can detect the attributes and status of the selected target within the line of sight, you can gain insight into the cracking methods of effects such as traps, formations, invisibility, and seals, and you can view detailed information about the environment, buildings, ruins, and secret realms. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, a look of shock flashed in his bright eyes. System? It also rewarded SSS level talent skills. The effect of this skill is really powerful. He tried to communicate, System, what function do you have? This system can help the host contract the target, and the improvement obtained by the contract target will be returned to the host in a certain multiple. The return multiple increases with the overall strength of the host, up to 10,000 times the return. Qin Feng figured out how to use the system, and couldn't help but shine. As long as he contracts with others, he can get the return. However, it is not an unlimited contract. The contract has conditions. 1. The difference in the strength of the contract object should not be too large. 2. The number of contracts is currently 1, and every time the occupation level is upgraded, 1 contract slot will be added. 3. For the object of the contract, the higher the initial lucky value, the better. If it is greater than 10 points, it has the potential to become a child of luck. It seems that when choosing a contract partner, you must be cautious. Qin Feng looked up and found that he could already see the potential information of all his classmates. Name, Li Hongchuan. Information, in the evening, you will be transferred to an archer. Contracts are not recommended. Hidden attributes, Luck 1, Charm 1. Good guy, this talent rewarded by the system is really good. Qin Feng's eyes lit up immediately, this is really caring. Name, Ji Ling Wen. Information, I will be transferred to a collector in the evening, and the contract is not recommended. Hidden attributes, Lucky 0, Charm 2. It was too troublesome to look at each one, so Qin Feng directly and automatically blocked the targets whose luck value was less than 10 points. In the entire awakening square, there were only 2 targets with golden light on their bodies left. Chapter 2. In the judgment of the system. Lucky value is a hidden attribute, which represents a person's luck. If it is too low, it will be difficult to improve, and it will not be possible to get opportunities. Even if it is a contract, it will not bring much benefit to oneself. Only those with an initial lucky value above 10 have the potential to become a child of luck. At a glance, Qin Feng saw that the first target was the job-changing priest on the job-changing platform. I'm convinced, this is definitely not a contract, the gap is too big. Having said that, Qin Feng checked the other party's information curiously. Usually, when the level gap is too large, it is impossible to obtain the opponent's attribute information. But this is for Qin Feng, who has the Eye of Truth. Is a breeze. With the blessing of the Eye of Reality, he easily checked the priest's attribute panel. Name, Han Ren. Level 51. Occupation, Sea God Priest. Professional level, Tier 4 Green-Robed Priest. Information, the level gap is too large, the contract cannot be made. Hidden attribute, initial luck value is 10 points, charm value is 3 points. Good guy, the priest of the 4th rank is still a hidden profession. After reading the opponent's attributes, Qin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Occupation level is an important standard to measure a person's strength, and it is divided into levels 1 to 9. Taking the knight profession as an example, it is divided into the 1st rank trainee knight, the 2nd rank bronze knight, the 3rd rank silver knight, the 4th rank golden knight, the 5th rank platinum knight, the 6th rank diamond knight, the 7th rank shining knight, the 8th rank title knight, and the 9th rank god-forged knight. After awakening, you will be a 1st order trainee knight. After reaching level 20, you can go to the temple to accept the test, not mandatory. After passing the test, you can be promoted to the second order Bronze Knight. Every time a professional level is raised, the attributes will be greatly improved. The teachers of their Tianyuan No. 3 middle school are generally around the 3rd level. Even a stronger one like the principal is only at the 4th level. The God-forged knight, a dream that was once out of reach, now seems within reach. Thinking of the vastness of this world, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. There is definitely no way for this priest to make a contract. The level gap was too big, and it didn't meet his expectations. Qin Feng looked at the second location of the lucky value mark. I wipe? It's him. Xiao Yu, is this nerd so powerful? Seeing his goal, Qin Feng was a little surprised. Name, Xiao Yu. Important information, a hidden professional dragon master is about to be awakened, S-level talent, guardian of the dragon, the damage received will be reduced by 70% within 1 minute. Hidden information, the initial luck value is 15 points, and the charm value is 10 points. System prompt, the target is the child of luck, and the luck is extremely high. It is recommended to contract with the host. Hidden professional dragon master, S-level talent. This lucky value is really ridiculously high. After seeing Xiao Yu's attributes, Qin Feng couldn't help but his pupils quake. You should know that the initial attribute value determines the attribute points obtained by upgrading, and the full value that can be achieved is 20 points. Even if it is a hidden profession, it is basically impossible to reach the full value of all attributes, at most there is only one full value. Those whose initial attributes are full, all of them are at the top of the world. As a hidden attribute, the lucky value represents the depth of this person's luck. The degree of influence can be said to cover all aspects, such as the explosion rate of killing monsters, the success rate of strengthening equipment, the comprehension of skills, the success rate of making items, and so on. Under normal circumstances, others do not know how many hidden attributes are, and they will not be displayed in the attribute panel. He is also the eye of reality rewarded by the system in order to view it. And Xiao Yu's initial lucky value is actually as high as 15 points. Isn't this a proper child of luck? Besides, he still has 10 charm points. Qin Feng couldn't help muttering, this guy's charm is not due to his academic performance. It can be said that Xiao Yu's reputation in the school is no less than his. He belongs to the kind of guy who relies on his looks to make a living. He is a school grass, and he is very popular among girls. He plays basketball well, is handsome, and has a little capital, so he is still very popular. Of course, among boys, it may not be very popular. And Xiao Yu is the kind of super academic bully type. Although people seem to be weak, their family background is relatively poor. But his academic performance is very good, and his test scores have always been the first in his grade. Compared with him, it is two different directions. The relationship between two people is also of the kind where the tip of a needle meets a wheat awn, and they are often compared together. This guy is actually the son of luck. It doesn't matter, let's talk about the contract first. System, contract Xiao Yu. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Yu, did not hesitate too much, directly chose the contract. Fine. The target of the contract, as long as it can be seen within the scope of the true eye, does not need to be close or have physical contact. Otherwise, in the current situation, he really can't move around. You can't just run around in this situation, I'm afraid the head teacher will be the first to refuse. Contract completed. Current contract bit 1/1. Contract target, Xiao Yu. After waiting for the contract target to awaken, the return effect can be triggered. This return will involve career return and talent return. Note, the lucky value is a hidden attribute, which will be increased or decreased by external influences, and is not fixed. If the lucky value of the contract target is lower than 10 points, or the contract target dies, the contract will be automatically terminated. Regarding the system's prompt, Qin Feng pondered for a while, and the luck value is not fixed. The charm value is estimated to be the same. If Xiao Yu is disfigured, I don't know if the charm value will decrease. Chapter 3. There are teachers to maintain order. The awakening of the students is proceeding in an orderly manner. After all, there are only a small number of people who can become combat professionals. Most of them are cooks, collectors, miners, and other lifestyle occupations. A small part of them are enhanced occupations such as enchanters, alchemists, and blacksmiths. Others are more miserable, and they can't even achieve the awakening profession. Before leaving the campus, I have already realized the cruelty of this world. After a long time, it was finally Xiao Yu's turn. Xiao Yu, try to awaken a fighting profession and set an example for our class. As the top student with the best academic performance in the school, Xiao Yu's head teacher also placed high hopes on him. Teacher, I will. In Xiao Yu's heart, he was extremely eager to awaken and become a fighting profession. Only by becoming a combat profession can my aunt live a good life. Walking to the steel of job change, Xiao Yu closed his eyes and touched the steel. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire school instantly. The students who were whispering were instantly shocked by this scene. Roar! A thunderous dragon's cry resounded through the sky, and golden light and shadow shot up into the sky. Amidst the whistling wind, a huge aurora-like dragon hovered in the sky. Dazzling light crashed down, and the dragon shadow rushed into Xiao Yu's body in an instant. This kind of vision is too vast, it must be a hidden profession. Dragon, can this Xiao Yu be changed to a dragon knight? It's so against the sky, does Swiba still have a bonus for awakening professions? My brother's brother-in-law's eldest cousin works in the Red Maple Knights. It is said that the head of the Red Maple Knights is the 7th Order Hui Yao Dragon Knight, the top expert of our Tianlong Kingdom. I'm so envious, it would be great if I could awaken and become a hidden profession. Brother, don't just drink alcohol, eat more cephalosporins. If you can become a combat professional, you are already burning incense. Hidden occupation, I'm afraid your ancestral grave will not be able to suppress this blessing. At this moment, all the students and teachers were shocked. The envious and jealous eyes of the students condensed on Xiao Yu. At the leadership table, the atmosphere was enthusiastic. Principal Zhang, congratulations! Your school actually has a hidden profession in the dragon department. The teaching level of number 3 middle school should be called the first class in our Tianyuan city. Yes, if there is an opportunity, our mercenary group is looking forward to letting this student join. The same goes for our guild. If this student is willing to apply for Lanyu University, we are willing to let him enter without examination. The mercenary groups and guilds who came to the school to recruit all congratulated. There are also many university admissions teachers who want to draw this genius into their schools. Dragon hidden occupations are extremely rare. All organizations are unwilling to miss this opportunity to absorb new blood. What's more, looking at the posture of this vision, it must be a hidden combat class. Students have the right to choose, and everyone has the qualification to compete. Our school will not force students on this point. Principal Zhang Heng was very excited. His own school had such a powerful hidden profession. After that, the school's reputation will definitely be even greater, and his position may be able to rise a level. He also understands these guilds and mercenary groups. Those who can come to participate in the school recruitment, the qualifications are naturally screened. Naturally, he will not be contaminated by it, and let the students choose freely. As for whether it can be recruited, it depends on the ability of each family. Looking at the noisy crowd, Qin Feng smiled, looked in Xiao Yu's direction, and sighed secretly, although the job is very good, it's a pity. Then I heard the voice of the priest. Class 315, Xiao Yu, Hidden Combat Class, Dragon Master. Talent Level, S Rank. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Then, without Qin Feng's surprise, there was a burst of ridicule. Dragon Master? Hehe, it turns out to be this hidden profession. Hey, although the job is good, it's a pity that it's not suitable for Xiao Yu. That's true. If I change jobs to this profession, I will definitely be able to wake up laughing from my dreams. Swiba? Hey, what's the use of being a Swiba? If you want to stand up, it's hard. It would be great if I awakened to be a Dragon Master. My father will have to train me even if he loses everything. For Xiao Yu's family, it would be more suitable to awaken an ordinary summoner. After all, summoner contract pets have no race restrictions, but Dragon Masters can only use pets with dragon blood. But now on the market, there are no orthodox giant dragons, only sub-dragons and dragon beasts. Even so, the price of anything related to dragons is beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, Xiao Yu's family situation is really hard to describe. Xiao Yu was expressionless, his hands were clenched tightly, and his nails seemed to be piercing into his palms. The sounds of ridicule and regret from around fell on his ears. It was as if a sharp sword had been pierced into his chest, making him a little out of breath. Silently returning to the team, the lonely figure seemed out of place. The head teacher didn't expect things to turn out like this, so he could only comfort him in a low voice. The profession of Dragon Master is indeed a very powerful profession. But that is based on the premise of having a dragon. Without a dragon, it is worse than a life profession. Those mercenary groups and guilds recruited by the school lost most of their interest. As far as Xiao Yu's poor family conditions are concerned, this career is not a timely help, but a worse one. Qin Feng heard the ridicule from all directions, and sighed in his heart. It feels so familiar, is this the child of luck? Comes with a full-level mocking aura. Pity. If it is an ordinary person, there may be no way, but Xiao Yu is the son of luck. Suddenly, the system sounded, and Qin Feng was shocked. Contract object Xiao Yu awakens the hidden professional Dragon Master, triggers 100 times the professional return, and the host gets the hidden professional 5-element Sacred Dragon Knight. Contract object Xiao Yu awakens S-level talent, triggers 80 times the talent return, and the host obtains SSS level talent for absolute defense. Chapter 4. It is detected that the host's current occupation is a knight, and the rewards will be automatically matched. Received rewards: Hidden profession 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. Does the host accept the job change? After the job change, the existing job skills will disappear. Does that even matter? That must be accepted. Qin Feng had 100 wishes in his heart. Hidden combat professions are definitely better than ordinary combat professions. System, won't there be any abnormalities when I change jobs? He just wants to develop quietly now, and has no plans to expose it. Anyway, with the son of luck in front, he just needs to eat and get back. Look at Baba's little ridicule, how uncomfortable it is. The child of luck is not so easy to be. No, please rest assured the host. Congratulations to the host for becoming a hidden professional 5-element Sacred Dragon Knight. The basic attributes have changed, please check it yourself. Obtain the exclusive skills of the 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight, 5 elements Dragon Claw, 5 elements Dragon Body, 5 elements Dragon Scale, 5 elements Splitting the Sky, 5 elements Rapid Blade Slash. Exclusive magical skill, Wrath of the Holy Dragon has been activated. Quietly, Qin Feng has become a hidden profession. A thick and majestic force surged through his body. Qin Feng took a deep breath, feeling as if his whole body had transformed. Can't wait to see my professional imprint. Occupational imprint is the life imprint bestowed by heaven upon awakening. You can check your occupation, skills, attributes, pets and other information. Name, Qin Feng. Level, Level 1. Occupation, 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. Professional level, First Order Trainee Knight. Basic attributes: Strength, 20, Physical Strength, 20, Spirit, 20, Agility, 20. Hidden attribute, luck, 6, charm, 18. Gift of resurrection, 3/3. Backpack space, 50. Talent skills. Blood boiling level A, as the level and combat power increase, attacks are more likely to trigger critical strikes. Eye of Reality SSS level, it can detect the attributes and status of the selected target within the line of sight, gain insight into the cracking methods of effects such as traps, arrays, invisibility, and seals, and view detailed information on environments, buildings, ruins, and secret realms. Absolute Defense SSS level, after use, it will be in an absolute defense state, immune to all damage and negative states, and lasts for 60 seconds. The skill effect increases with the level, and each level increases by 1 second. Professional skills. 5 Elements Dragon Claw, Level 1, 0/2000, Passive skill, when holding a weapon, the attribute of the weapon is increased by 10%. 5 Elements Dragon Scale, Level 1, 0/2000, Passive skill, when wearing defensive equipment, the armor attribute increases by 10%. 5 Elements Dragon Body, Level 1, 0/2000, Passive skill, 5 Elements Resistance plus 20%, Light Resistance plus 20%, 5 Elements Damage attached to the attack. 5 Elements Burst Slash, Level 1, 0/2000, Active skill, a weapon with the power of the 5 elements to hit the target in front of you hard, with a 200% increase in damage and a knock-up effect. 5 Elements Swift Blade Slash, Level 1, 0/2000, Active skill, a weapon with the power of 5 elements strikes all targets within 3 meters in front of him, and the damage increases by 40%. Exclusive Divine skill, Wrath of the Holy Dragon, Level 1, 0/10,000, Active skill, a burst of destructive power, a 1000% increase in all attributes, and a duration of 30 seconds. This skill can only be used when riding a dragon. Use it after falling into a state of weakness, all attributes will drop by 90%, and the time of weakness depends on the strength of the body. Hiss. After reading his own attributes, Qin Feng felt a little flustered for a while. Is this the top hidden profession? The basic 4-dimensional attributes are full. Sure enough, strong enough, perverted enough. Coupled with the innate skills returned by the system, Qin Feng was completely shocked. I can't wait to roar, I want to fight the beast. Low profile. Qin Feng took a few deep breaths, suppressing the prehistoric power in his body. The degree of danger in this world is far beyond his imagination. Although he has great potential, he still doesn't have enough strength. Now that Xiao Yu has contracted with him, he will use the wind of the Sun of Luck to improve his strength and rise quietly. You don't need to be ridiculed, Shu Tan. The 4-dimensional attribute is full, so happy. Unfortunately, this lucky value is a bit low, even less than half of Xiao Yu's. Qin Feng murmured in his heart, he still has an opinion about this perverted attribute. For ordinary professionals, a 4-dimensional attribute above 5 points is already considered excellent. If someone knew what he was thinking, I'm afraid they would want to gang up on him. Speaking of Xiao Yu, Qin Feng took a look and got new news. Name, Xiao Yu. Important information, the target of the contract will get a mysterious treasure map after 3 days. Hidden information, the initial luck value is 15 points, and the charm value is 10 points. FKME. As expected of the Son of Luck, this opportunity came so quickly. Qin Feng also had to sigh, Xiao Yu really deserves to be the Son of Luck. However, the more powerful Xiao Yu is, the happier he is. According to Xiao Yu's current occupational situation, this treasure map will definitely allow Xiao Yu to get the dragon. And, it should be more powerful. Giant dragon, thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but get excited. This can't give him back an orthodox dragon, and I'm sorry for Xiao Yu's hard work. In this world, dragons belong to the race that stands at the top of the world. distinguished by bloodlines. Those with thin bloodlines include flying dragons, dragon beasts, and dinosaurs, which are collectively called sub-dragons. The real orthodox dragons are all existences that can be met but not sought after. In this world, dragons are a symbol of disaster, and there are many cities destroyed by dragons. But the powerful strength of the giant dragon is also the goal that all professionals aspire to. Everyone longs to be protected by the orthodox dragon clan. But unfortunately, the strength of the giant dragon is often daunting. Chapter 5. Soon, the career awakening ceremony was over. The sorrows and joys of people are not the same. Some people cry, some people are happy. There are a total of 4 people who have become hidden professions. His good brother Zhou Shan has an awakened lifelike hidden occupation and is a gourmet chef. Xiao Yu's huge unpopular fighting class hidden occupation, Dragon Master. Schoolgirl Lin Kexan awakened to become a hidden auxiliary profession, Wood Spirit Priest. There is also Su Shan from the elite class, a hidden occupation in life, and a gold miner. Of the rest of the students, less than 20% had awakened combat professions. 40% of the people are living occupations, and 30% are strengthening occupations. The rest, which are more cruel, have failed to awaken, and they can't even become professionals. Unless there is some great opportunity in the future, otherwise, this life can only lead the life of ordinary people. Of course, no one knows. Qin Feng is the biggest beneficiary of this. If his profession and talent are exposed, I'm afraid it will cause huge waves. In fact, it would be fine if he woke up on the spot. It doesn't matter if he is exposed, he can use the opportunity to join the official forces, and he can also be sheltered and cultivated. But not now, his ostensible occupation is just an ordinary knight. If it was known, it would suddenly become a hidden profession, and such a huge talent would be awakened. No one remains indifferent, not even officials can remain calm. Qin Feng didn't want to become a guinea pig for research. Never give the right to choose to others, and never gamble on human nature. This is very good now, as long as Xiao Yu is promoted, he can grow up quickly. Hiding behind the sun of luck, wait until the strength is strong. A strong person who has not grown up will never be considered a strong person. The professional awakening is over, and the major guilds and mercenary groups have also started school recruitment. Student Zhou Shan, are you interested in joining our Blue Mountain mercenary group? We are a sea-level mercenary group with a lot of benefits. Student Zhou Shan, the mercenary group is too hard for you. Our guild is the way out and can provide you with specialized resources. Student, I am the admissions teacher of New Oriental University. Your situation is very suitable for you to come to our school. You don't need to take the college entrance examination, you can come and study directly. After a while, several people gathered around Zhou Shan. From guilds, mercenary groups, and university admissions teachers. When Qin Feng saw it, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, hiding his profession is really popular. Even if it's about life, you don't have to worry about being wanted. Zhou Shan said directly, I have no plans to join the mercenary group or the guild yet. If he is a combat occupation, then he can still consider it. In the current situation, let's add a fart, just go home and inherit his father's career and it's over. Rich second generation, not short of money. Seeing Zhou Shan's resolute attitude, everyone didn't say much, left some business cards and left. Qin Feng also received some inquiries, all of which were rejected by him. Zhou Shan, let's go watch the fun. Qin Feng looked in the direction of Xiao Yu, knowing that there must be a follow-up. Xiao Yu's Dragon Master career potential is not small, the only shortcoming is that there is no dragon. The combat power of a Dragon Master depends on the strength of the dragon. The stronger the dragon, the harder it is to obtain. This is also doomed that there are not many forces willing to solicit. Those who are recruited have strict requirements. Xiao Yu, right? Your profession is pretty good. You can also cultivate it with Yelong. Depending on your family's situation, I would also like to give you a chance to join our Black Rock Guild. Let's sign the contract. Xiao Yu could not help but frown when he heard the arrogant voice and the tone of alms. After taking over the contract and looking at it, the terms in the contract are even stricter, no different from a contract of sale. As long as he signs it, it can be said that his life is over, without any freedom to speak of. Xiao Yu said with an ugly face, "I'm sorry, I won't sign this contract, and I don't intend to join your guild." Hearing this, Li Yuan of the Black Rock Guild sneered and said, "Xiao Yu, I also know about your family's situation. Dragon Master is a good job, but do you have money? Even if it is a sub-dragon, the weakest one has the strength above the 3rd level. You can't catch it, and no one will help you. Dragon eggs, domesticated dragon beasts, the value is at least 1 billion, do you have money? Without a Dragon Master, the combat power is not even as good as a life profession. You can't even improve yourself. I really can't think of a reason for you to refuse." Every time the middle-aged man said something, Xiao Yu's face became ugly. Now there is no difference between the black one and the bottom of the pot. I have to say that what the other party said is completely correct. After all, the Dragon Master is a hidden profession. If there is a dragon, its strength is quite impressive. If a rich and powerful person gets this job, he can support it. However, his family is maintained by his aunt selling breakfast, and he can't spend much money at all. This world has always been so real, and others have given resources to cultivate him, so naturally there are strict restrictions. But the more this happened, the more he resisted in his heart. This kind of contract clause was completely unacceptable to him. Xiao Yu said directly, "Sorry, even so, I am not going to join your guild." "Good, very good. I want to see, if you don't join our guild, who else wants you?" After being repeatedly rejected, Li Yuan's face darkened. With a sneer, Li Yuan didn't say much, and ignored Xiao Yu. Originally, the guild who still had some thoughts about Xiao Yu, saw this scene, and gave up decisively. Their contracts are similar, and no one's money comes from the wind. Besides, Li Yuan is the son of the president of the Black Rock Guild, and he is notoriously stingy. There is no need to offend this one because of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's face was ugly, and he fell into the confusion of a young man. He just felt that after so many years of hard work, he was not reconciled to such a result. The only way for the son of luck. Qin Feng shook his head. After watching the excitement, he took a set of common whiteboard equipment for knights and left the school. For combat occupations, the school is still very generous. A set of equipment will be provided. Although it is a whiteboard, it is better than nothing. After the awakening ceremony, they are equivalent to graduating, and 10 days later, major colleges and universities will start recruiting students. These 10 days are used to improve the level, get familiar with professional skills, and plan the direction of the college entrance examination. Chapter 6. On the streets of Tianyuan City. Everywhere is full of different styles, including flickering teleportation arrays, modern glass buildings, and magical fountains. At this moment, outside the city, about 2,000 meters above the ground, a huge sulfur-red dragon is flying towards Tianyuan City at high speed. The dragon's body is close to 200 meters, and it flaps its huge wings, covering the sky and the sun. The whole body exudes crimson flames, and there is also sulfur-smelling beacon smoke. The sharp and huge dragon claws, like crimson rocks, are extremely sharp. Those yellow eyes looked at Tianyuan City with frenzied killing intent and a touch of anxiety. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky, and the terrifying sound spread rapidly towards the city like a shock wave. Qin Feng is preparing to go to the temple binding resurrection point. Sudden! The roar of the dragon exploded in his ears like thunder. It was deafening. Qin Feng couldn't help covering his ears, and frowned. How is it possible? Is this the roar of a dragon? Could it be that a giant dragon is coming to attack the city? Qin Feng was shocked. The continuous roar of the dragon spread in Tianyuan city, causing a huge commotion. The vibration caused the huge pieces of glass on the tall building to make caw-caw sounds. Qin Feng looked towards the sky above long roar, although the distance was very far, but with the blessing of the eye of reality, he could vaguely see a huge dragon shadow. Captured the opponent's information. Sulfur Red Dragon. Level 65, 6th tier Dark Gold Boss. Attributes: Strength, 11,530, Physical Strength, 12,560, Spirit, 9,524, Agility, 9,882. The giant dragon that lives in the sulfur volcano all year round has extremely strong vitality and powerful strength. It can easily control the flames and has a huge attack range. Talent: Sulfur Dragon Body, combined with the dragon scales grown from sulfur volcanic stones, it has powerful defensive capabilities. Fire Barrier: it has a powerful ability to manipulate flames and is immune to 50% fire damage. Skills: Fire Dragon Chant, Sulfur Breath, Fire Dragon Eats the Sky, Lava Falls, Flame Dragon Arrow. Trick: Million Level Dragon Flame. Weakness: Fear of water attacks, water resistance -50%. Hint: the current target is in a rage, because the dragon egg was stolen, looking for the breath of the dragon egg, came to attack the human city. This is the 6th Order Dark Gold Dragon Boss. Seeing the relevant information, Qin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, showing a shocked expression. In the blurred vision, I saw that the sulfur red dragon became more and more impatient. He also wants to launch Longian to attack the city. A giant dragon figure soared into the sky from the city, interrupting the sulfur red dragon's attack. With an incomparably huge impact force, the sulfur red dragon was knocked away from the position of Tianyuan city. And on the dragon's back, there was a figure. They also joined the battle together. The battle was beyond what Qin Feng could see, and he could only sigh helplessly. In order to protect the safety of the city, the battlefield of this kind of battle must be far away from the city. Tianyuan city did not know what kind of master it was to make the move this time. Judging by this posture, it is at least above the 6th level, and it is still the one with a dragon. I don't know who has the guts to steal the dragon's eggs and lure the female dragon over. Qin Feng looked at the somewhat chaotic street, and was suddenly attracted by a picture. In front of a breakfast cart that fell on the ground, the girl picked up things on the ground nervously and anxiously. Among the panicked and scattered crowd, it was inexplicably distressing. "Let me help you." Qin Feng walked over without saying a word, and picked up the scattered utensils on the ground. He straightened the dining trolley that fell on the ground, and then he carefully looked at the girl in front of him. Probably in his 20s, dressed in chef's clothes of a good size, and wearing a lavender apron. Tall and slim, with a smart and elegant temperament, with an indescribable quietness. On the delicate face, there is a slight red halo in the paleness, which makes people want to take care of her. Even though Qin Feng was used to beauties, he couldn't help admiring in his heart, what a lovable girl. "My name is Ji Yunyan, thank you, thank you." As if affected by Long Ming just now, Ji Yunyan's face was still a little pale. "Thank you, big brother." Ji Yunyan opened her mouth full of gratitude, looked up, and took back what she wanted to say. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, she didn't seem to know how to speak. Qin Feng saw her embarrassment, and said with a smile, "My name is Qin Feng, if you don't know how to call her, just call me by my first name. You are not in a good state now, do you need to find a place to rest?" Hearing this, Ji Yunyan shook her head and said, "No need, I'm still in a hurry to go home." Crack click. Before Ji Yunyan finished speaking, Qin Feng heard a completely different voice. "This is not good." Qin Feng looked up, his pupils constricted suddenly. Above the head, dozens of pieces of glass on the 30-story building suddenly shattered. Before he had time to think about it, he burst out with all his strength, picked up Ji Yunyan and ran outside. You put me down quickly, you. Ji Yunyan didn't know what happened yet. Seeing Qin Feng's move, his voice became extremely anxious. Crack crack bang bang bang. A sound of glass shattering, mixed with a loud crash, reached her ears. Ji Yunyan's delicate body trembled slightly, and she looked in the direction of the voice, which was exactly where she was just now. The trolley had been smashed to pieces by the huge glass, and it was obviously in disrepair. Seeing this scene, a chill and fear rose in her heart. If it weren't for Qin Feng, her fate would have been worse than that of the dining car. Her gaze fell on Qin Feng's face, and she just stared at him blankly. For a moment, there was an absence of Setsuna. I was the one who wronged him just now. Thinking of the bad thoughts that occurred just now, Ji Yunyan felt a little embarrassed. The curled hands were also a little uncomfortable, pinching the corner of the clothes tightly. Chapter 7. So, your family lives in Yunyi district. Qin Feng looked at the low-rent housing complexes around him, as if he had returned to his previous life. Tianyuan City has a vast area. It is a huge city that can accommodate 100 million people. In this professional world, everyone dreams of becoming a noble mage. Glory to be a mighty knight. However, there are only a handful of people who can become combat professionals. In the city, there are still a large number of non-combat professionals, even ordinary people who are not even professionals. Ji Yunyan is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people living at the bottom of society. Silver Leaf District is an older district in Tianyuan City. Each building is very tightly spaced, standing downstairs, even the sunlight is hard to come in. Ji Yunyan smiled, and seemed to have gotten used to the environment here. He brought Qin Feng to the house. Qin Feng is her savior. Although the family's situation is not good, he should repay her no matter what. Even if it's just to treat someone to a meal. The house is simple, please sit down for a while, I will cook. Ji Yunyan said with some embarrassment. Qin Feng didn't mind the environment at home, nodded and said, good. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't feel disgusted, the warm smile on Ji Yunyan's face also became brighter. Turn around and go to the kitchen to get busy. It just so happens that today is the day for Xiao Yu to awaken her profession, so she can be more generous. Qin Feng sat on the old sofa in the living room, staring at the white steam coming out of the water glass. The entire room can be seen with a glance. The structure of 2 rooms and 1 living room is not very large, but it is tidy. Suddenly, he felt a little sour in his eyes. This scene reminded him of his previous life. This time, I also want to see the most beautiful scenery in the world. Leaning on the sofa, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the awards on the wall. Hey! This is... So she is. Sure enough, how can it be so easy to find a dragon? After Xiao Yu left school, he became a little groggy. Because he rejected the Black Rock Guild, none of the other guilds or mercenary groups were willing to accept him. When he heard Long Ming, he excitedly rushed out to look for it, but he was only disappointed in the end. He came to the door of the house in a daze, but dared not open the door. He didn't know how to face his aunt. Awakened to become a dragon master, without dragons, his combat power is no different from a life profession. There is no such exclusive skill as a life profession. Xiao Yu felt a little reconciled in his heart, feeling that he had let down his aunt's expectations of him. He worked so hard to get him to school, and now all hope is lost. Standing at the door, smelling the fragrance coming from the room, he knew that his aunt must have prepared the meals. Maybe, just waiting for him to come back. Xiao Yu rubbed his face fiercely and forced himself to lift his spirits. Auntie, I'm back. It's you? Why are you here? In the living room, the imaginary scene where my aunt was waiting did not happen. The moment he entered the room, what Xiao Yu saw directly made him dizzy. For a moment, he was dumbfounded and his brain was buzzing. Sitting on the sofa was Qin Feng, their school's grassroots, a jerk. Now he is sitting side by side with his aunt, talking and laughing with each other, as if they are a couple, warm and sweet. His gentle and beautiful aunt is actually so close to Qin Feng. Xiao Yu rubbed his eyes, watching this scene in disbelief. This sense of subversion is even more terrifying than his awakening as a dragon master. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and said, "Isn't this Xiao Yu? He's back so soon? Don't stand still, sit down and eat." To be honest, he didn't expect that this was actually Xiao Yu's home. And Ji Yunyan is actually Xiao Yu's aunt. If he hadn't seen the wall full of awards, he wouldn't have known it at all. Wanting to know more about Xiao Yu's situation, he raised the topic with Ji Yunyan. Just chatting and chatting, the direction is a little bit off. Ji Yunyan didn't expect Xiao Yu to come back suddenly, a blush appeared on his face, and he felt inexplicably guilty. "Get up quickly and go to the kitchen to serve food." Qin Feng was so enthusiastic, as if he was the one in the family. Another seat was given up, and water was poured again. Qin Feng. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was short of breath, his expression was in a trance, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. Now he can't wait to smash Qin Feng's pretty face with a punch. Resisting the urge to hit someone, he sat heavily opposite Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, what are you doing at my house? I warn you, it's best not to have any unreasonable thoughts about my aunt, otherwise I will never let you go. A person like you is not worthy." Xiao Yu stared at Qin Feng fiercely, and said in a low voice. Qin Feng replied lazily, "You think I want to come, but if your aunt hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have been able to get to this place for 800 years. My aunt, please? You are dreaming. I tell you clearly that you are not welcome in my family. You." Seeing Ji Yunyan coming out, Xiao Yu hurriedly stopped talking. However, the look in Qin Feng's eyes was still vicious. The blush on Ji Yunyan's face had faded, and she said softly, "Xiao Yu, eat quickly." Putting the served rice in front of Xiao Yu, Ji Yunyan sat beside Qin Feng again. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt even more uncomfortable. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, eating them is like eating bitter melon. Chapter 8. Ji Yunyan asked with concern, "Xiao Yu, what profession did you awaken today?" Xiao Yu's movements were suddenly stiff, and he almost couldn't help crying. "Pain. It hurts so much." Xiao Yu only felt that this question from my aunt seemed to be stuck in his heart. He even stopped eating. Become frustrated and disappointed. Xiao Yu almost cried, lost, and said, "Auntie, I have failed your expectations." Thinking that Qin Feng is still here, I feel even more uncomfortable. He felt that this hidden profession was not as good as other people's ordinary combat professions. Ji Yunyan didn't feel disappointed when she heard this, but hurriedly comforted her, "Xiao Yu, it doesn't matter if it's not a combat profession, don't be discouraged. Xiao Yu, you are so smart, you can live a good life and career as well." "Auntie." Xiao Yu was moved in his heart, and said bitterly, "I would rather become a career by myself. However, I am not only a fighting profession, but also a hidden fighting profession." Feeling dejected to say the least. He is only an 18-year-old child, and this is too much to bear. Ji Yunyan was taken aback when he heard the words, "Isn't it a good job as a hidden combat class?" Some of her do not understand why Xiao Yu is still so dissatisfied. Seeing Xiao Yu's silence, Qin Feng also knew that he was embarrassed, so he explained, "Xiao Yu's awakened hidden professional dragon master. However, without dragons, the practicality of this profession is not as good as that of a life profession. Even Yelong, your family's conditions cannot afford it." Ji Yunyan was also silent. She naturally knows how precious the dragon is. The conditions at home, let alone dragons. Even a dragon scale can't afford it. Xiao Yu sighed and didn't refute anything. It was really hard for him to say such words. With regret and guilt in Ji Yunyan's eyes, he comforted, Xiao Yu, you are already very good at awakening the hidden profession, but you are just unlucky. It's all useless for my aunt, there's no way I can afford a dragon for you. When Xiao Yu heard this, his tears couldn't hold back all of a sudden. That's not the case. Without you, auntie, I would have starved to death. I'm useless, I can't let you live a good life, auntie. Thinking that Qin Feng was still there, Xiao Yu hurriedly wiped away his tears and said, Auntie, I will sell breakfast with you from now on, and I don't want to think about it anymore. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng thought to himself, it's not that he's unlucky, it's because of his good luck. He thought about it, the prompt from the system. Xiao Yu will get a mysterious treasure map in 3 days. How will that appear? According to Qin Feng's consideration, maybe it can speed up the progress so that Xiao Yu can get the treasure map earlier. However, he scanned with his real eyes and found nothing. And Xiao Yu who? There is no such thing as a ring. This eliminates the possibility of accompanying the grandfather. Qin Feng thought for a while, and asked tentatively, Xiao Yu, where are your parents? Or other relatives, you have to find a way to try it. Xiao Yu's eyes were red, and he said bitterly, I haven't seen them since I was a child. It is said that they died on the battlefield after running out of resurrection times. They were burned to death by Long Yan, and there was no body left. As for other relatives, Xiao Yu raised his head, looked at Ji Yunyan firmly and said, I only have my aunt. Is that so? Qin Feng feels that this is very problematic. According to the routine of the Son of Luck, he seriously suspects that Xiao Yu's parents probably have a lot of background. Maybe he didn't die at all. Even if he died, he would probably leave something to his son. Qin Feng looked at Ji Yunyan again, and said, did Xiao Yu's parents really leave nothing behind? Ordinary looking, or mysterious kind of? If they stay, Ji Yunyan is older than Xiao Yu, so he is the most likely to know. Xiao Yu was a little dazed when he heard the words, and didn't understand why Qin Feng would ask such a question. Does his parents have anything, can he not know? Ji Yunyan, on the other hand, fell into deep thought, and ran to the bedroom as if thinking of something. Hear the sound of rummaging for something. Xiao Yu was stunned, did Qin Feng hit the mark? Really something? He couldn't help but glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng almost laughed out loud, thinking to himself, I'm really a genius. This is the right plot. Under the same expectant eyes of the two, Ji Yunyan came out holding a sealed box. She was a little surprised and said, Xiao Yu's father gave it to me. I was only 7 years old at the time, and I forgot about it later. If it wasn't for Qin Feng, I wouldn't even remember it. Xiao Yu, take a look, is it useful to you? Well. With excitement and apprehension, Xiao Yu took the ordinary-looking box. With infinite reverie in my heart, is there a dragon egg in this box, or some priceless treasure? However, after fumbling for a long time, I couldn't open it. The box has no lock at all, and there is no opening, it is a hole. Seeing this, Ji Yunyan was also a little anxious, and she didn't know how to open it. Qin Feng said tentatively, don't mess around, use your blood to get it up and try. Xiao Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, and looked at Qin Feng in surprise, always feeling that he knew everything. After thinking about it, I cut my finger pulp with a fruit knife. The moment the blood touched the box, a clear sound of click echoed in the room. This, how is it possible, it was really opened with blood. Qin Feng, how could you even know this? Qin Feng instantly felt that 2 eyes fell on him. Don't look at me, I'm just guessing. Now, it's more important to pay attention to what's in the box. His interest was also aroused, Xiao Yu's family background is not simple. Chapter 9. Hiss, what is this? Xiao Yu also disregarded many, with excitement want to take out the things in the box. But as soon as he touched it, his expression changed. His hand felt a piercing sharpness and was cut instantly. The box was knocked over, and the skin of something fell out, and blood dripped on it. "Little Yu, are you all right?" Ji Yunyan hurriedly expressed concern, appearing distressed and anxious. "Black dragon skin." Qin Feng swept his gaze, sat up straight suddenly, and exclaimed. "It's not that he made a fuss, but that this is actually a real dragon skin. Black dragon scale skin. White item." Introduction to the item. It is derived from the peeling off of the dead divine beast dark demon dragon. After special treatment, the original effect of the dragon scale skin has been lost. Hidden information. It seems that there is something recorded on it, which requires special blood to open. Pity. After reading the introduction of this thing, Qin Feng's surprised eyes narrowed a little. This black dragon skin is useless. Otherwise, a skin of the divine beast dark demon dragon must also be a god-level material. This piece of dragon scale skin is about 35 cm long and 30 cm wide. The black dragon scales on it looked shiny. As far as he knows, the lowest price for a piece of god-level dragon scale material starts at 100 million. If this dragon scale skin is good, if it is auctioned, it will definitely fetch sky-high prices. Qin Feng, you said this is black dragon skin." Xiao Yu instantly ignored the pain, and hurriedly picked it up carefully. Those wide eyes were like copper bells, staring intently, for fear of disappearing from sight. It is self-evident what such a large piece of black dragon skin means to him. Even Ji Yunyan covered her mouth, looking very shocked and pleasantly surprised. It seems to have seen Xiao Yu's future hope. Qin Feng nodded and said, "It's black dragon scale skin, that's right. However, it has lost its effect and is just a white item." "What? White items?" Xiao Yu suddenly looked at Qin Feng, a thought arose in his heart, and he doubted, "Qin Feng, you can't be a treasure who wants to lie to me, right?" He had suspected before that Qin Feng's purpose was not pure. It was obviously something left by his father. Qin Feng seemed to know better than himself. Looking at it now, it really is not a good person. "No, you can also see the item information, take a look yourself first. I wonder now, how did you come to be a top student?" Xiao Yu's guarded face, as if guarding against a thief, made Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. He just wants treasures, and he doesn't want Xiao Yu's treasures. Instead, I want to send treasures to Xiao Yu. But, this kind of operation is not allowed by the system, and there is no loophole at all. He can only within the rules allow, try to speed up the speed of Xiao Yu's access to resources. Hearing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly looked towards Heilongpi, and his heart fell to the bottom instantly. After all, he is also a professional, although he cannot obtain item information at a glance like Qin Feng. But it can also be seen that this is indeed a white item. Although it has some value, it is a world of difference compared to god-level materials. Haha! Life is such ups and downs. Xiao Yu felt that the climax of his life had not yet begun, and he realized that he was not good enough. He slumped down on the sofa again. "Stupid Yu, get some more blood on it." Qin Feng has not received the return of the system, indicating that Xiao Yu has not been completely successful. Again. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and pressed his hands directly. In an instant, the blood stained the dragon's skin red, and as the blood was absorbed, a map appeared indistinctly. "This is..." Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu immediately put away the dragon skin, for fear of being seen by Qin Feng. But he didn't know, Qin Feng didn't care what this was. Because the system has already prompted to return. Contract object. Xiao Yu obtained a mysterious map, triggering 30 times the return of items, and the host obtained a roadmap of the Tower of Death. Tower of Death route map. Item introduction. It can lead you to the legendary Tower of Death in the Secret Realm. Information reminder, the Tower of Death is extremely dangerous, please proceed with caution. Tower of Death. It's a name I haven't heard of at all, but I can find a chance to check it out first. Qin Feng couldn't help but think that if it was a brand new secret realm, wouldn't it be nice for him to paint the pictures by himself? Qin Feng, I warn you, don't mess around. If you rob, you will break the law. Perhaps Qin Feng's smile was too greedy, which made Xiao Yu a little scared. He has every reason to believe that Qin Feng's appearance is because his father left this map. There's no way, Qin Feng knows too much. But any normal person would think so. We are classmates, how can you doubt me so much? Forget it, for your aunt's sake, I won't argue with you. Xiao Yu, come on and grow up, don't let your aunt down. For today's matter, don't thank me, let's go. Qin Feng completed the goal ahead of schedule and was in a good mood. Next, he waited for Xiao Yu to dig treasures. Don't even have to wait for 3 days, give yourself a thumbs up for your wit. Glancing at Xiao Yu's information, there are dragon eggs, equipment, potions, all right. After greeting Ji Union, Qin Feng left under Xiao Yu's dumbfounded gaze. Chapter 10. Auntie, don't associate with that guy Qin Feng in the future. He's in our school, but he's famous for being a playboy. I suspect he's plotting against you. Seeing Qin Feng leave, Xiao Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Ji Union would be cheated, he hurriedly talked about the gossip he had heard at school. In his mouth, Qin Feng is a big carrot. An irresponsible scumbag who specializes in deceiving little girls' feelings. Well. Ji Union blinked her eyes, a little confused, is this really the case? Because of her personality, she is often more sensitive than ordinary people. She felt that Qin Feng did not seem to be as bad as Xiao Yu described. It was he who saved me today. In order to thank him, I invited him to have a meal at home. He probably won't come here again in the future. Xiao Yu, you'd better take a quick look, what is on it, and whether it can help you. Ji Union didn't express much, but explained the reason. She has an opinion, but doesn't have to express it. Xiao Yu's words, the starting point is also concerned about her. Besides, she is just an ordinary person who is not even a professional, who would have any plans for her. How could someone as attractive as Qin Feng fall in love with her? Ji Union now only wants to raise Xiao Yu, his only family member, well. Okay, I'll take a look. Xiao Yu spread out the dragon skin carefully, looking at the road map above, his heart was filled with excitement. This is a map recorded in dragon skin. Maybe there will really be something related to dragons. While he was excited about this sudden happiness, he also had a trace of suspicion and vigilance. I suspect that the appearance of Qin Feng is not only for my aunt, but also for this map. This location is the Yudemon's forest outside Tianyuan City. As Xiao Yu is a top student, it is needless to say that he is at the level of the map. When he saw the final goal of the map, his heart was ecstatic. Tianyuan City is a huge city with abundant resources around it. And this map points to the Yudemon's forest outside the east city of Tianyuan City, a good place for professionals to level up. The map points to the central part of the Yudemon's forest, a monster area above level 20. For him now, monsters above level 5 were already very dangerous. Level 10 and above are even more difficult. However, Xiao Yu did not have the slightest hesitation, this is his last hope, he must go. Ji Union is just an ordinary person, and has hardly been out of Tianyuan City. Not sure where the map points to. But she understood that no matter where, Xiao Yu would not give up. Auntie, don't worry, I will succeed. Let you live in a big house and have a soft and comfortable big bed. Let you live the best life without having to work hard to make money. Ji Union was very relieved when she heard this, she knew that Xiao Yu had always been a good boy. Interlude: a piece of news, today's dragon siege incident was an emergency, and it has been successfully repelled. The follow-up resettlement work will be properly handled by the City Security Bureau. If there is property loss in this incident, you can go to the City Guard Bureau to receive the corresponding subsidies. Next, let us take a look at the many heroic professionals who appeared in this incident. The first frame played on the TV. Qin Feng. Clearly, the figure of Qin Feng appeared, which attracted Ji Yunyan's attention. Brave and good knight, he was a very charming man indeed. Ji Yunyan thought silently in her heart. That is, Qin Feng. When Xiao Yu saw that picture, he was stunned for a while. He could see how dangerous my aunt was at that time. If Qin Feng hadn't appeared, he couldn't imagine what would happen to his aunt. At this moment, his inner thoughts were shaken. Maybe Qin Feng is not as bad as he imagined? Qin Feng naturally didn't know this. Already went to the temple to bind the resurrection point. The resurrection point is successfully bound. The current resurrection point is the resurrection square in Tianyuan City. Gift of Resurrection, 3/3. The gift of resurrection is a blessing bestowed by heaven on mankind. Every professional has 3 chances to be resurrected. If killed, it will be resurrected at the bound resurrection point. However, the resurrection also has a huge price to pay. Every time you die, your level and attributes will be greatly reduced, and a large number of belongings will be lost. After 3 resurrections are used up, it will die completely. In some dangerous and terrifying forbidden places, even the gift of resurrection cannot take effect. Ji Yunyan's favorability for the contract object Xiao Yu +3, triggering 20 times favorability return. The host gains 60 favorability points for Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyan's favorability towards you is +60, and the current favorability is 80 points. Is this the situation now? When Qin Feng heard the system sound, he wondered if he heard it wrong. No, does the system even return favorability points? This is so sweet, he didn't know what to say for a while. Qin Feng communicated with the system, what's the matter with returning the favorability? Host, within the scope of the contract rules, everything obtained by the contract object can be returned. Levels, equipment, attributes, skills, items, pets, favorability, etc. are all included in the return rules. Hiss. Qin Feng was a little numb. He thought that only the important information seen by the eye of truth would be returned. Unexpectedly, the system has this hand. He suddenly thought, Xiao Yu is the son of luck, so how can the luck of the son of luck be so bad? At that time, no matter who Xiao Yu raises his favorability, it will be returned to him in multiples. Thinking about it, this shit is a little irritating, it's numb. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing, hey, how can the child of luck be troubled by beauty? Let me, a glorious and noble knight, bear all this. AQ. Xiao Yu, who was packing up his things, couldn't help but sneezed. He was already planning to leave town at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 11. If there is no accident now, Xiao Yu has already left the city, right? Qin Feng changed into the whiteboard equipment he received from school. A longsword, a shield, a piece of armor, a pair of leggings and a pair of shoes. They are all the assembly line equipment that the school uniformly gives to combat professions. As far as our temperament is concerned, in the past, it was as high as a nobleman. Although it was simple standard equipment, it looked extraordinarily different when worn on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng himself was also very satisfied, our appearance looks good in everything we wear. Turned on the professional imprint and used the backpack space. Backpack space, there are 50 storage spaces, the same items, one space can store a group. A group is 999 pieces. There are also equipment that can expand the space of the backpack, but those are all expensive, and most people cannot afford them. Store the previously prepared medicines, food, and some daily necessities in the backpack. Life pill, it can slowly restore health, and the speed of life recovery will be accelerated after taking it. Spiritual pill, it can slowly restore mental strength, and the speed of energy recovery is accelerated after taking it. Excellent bread, carefully baked bread can reduce hunger after eating. The real world is different from the game. Eat, drink, sleep, nothing less. If you really don't eat, get hungry, and have no strength to fight at all, no matter how good your attributes are, it's useless. This is not alarmist talk, but a real case in the textbooks Qin Feng studied. There are cases where high-level professionals are starved to death. Although the things prepared are not good, they are enough for the time being. Let's upgrade. With a soft murmur, Qin Feng left the house and came to the teleportation array in Dongcheng. At a glance, there are quite a few people leaving the city. Small groups of 3 or 5, or a large team of more than 10 people. Hey? Qin Feng. Hearing someone call his name, Qin Feng turned around and saw a team of 8 walking behind him. The leading girl, wearing a light golden priest robe, looked very agile and charming. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "I said the voice sounds so familiar, so it's University Lin's bell." Lin Kexin was a little surprised and said, "I almost didn't dare to recognize it just now. You didn't expect that you changed into night equipment and changed so much." Looking at Qin Feng's handsome face, the resolute knightly feeling rushed over his face. The man in front of him seemed born to be a knight. Qin Feng glanced at the team behind her, and said, "Why, are you all planning to go out and upgrade?" "Yes." Lin Kexin smiled and said, "I think you are alone, why don't you form a team with us?" "That's it." Qin Feng thought for a while and looked at the team in front of him. 2 fighters, 2 mages, 1 knight, 1 assassin, and 1 daily occupation collector, plus Lin Kexin, a wood spirit priest with a hidden occupation. There is a front row, output, reply, scouting, and collection, which is considered a very standard team configuration. The important thing is that one of the fighters and one of the mages are both at level 20. It's obviously here to bring people to upgrade. Your team has already been configured, why don't I bother you? Lin Kexin didn't care and said, "What's the matter? Everyone is a classmate, and the team is full of acquaintances. Besides, you go to the wild alone, how do you upgrade?" Then I'll be rude. There are still a few classmates from number 3 middle school in the team, although they are not familiar with them. Qin Feng thought about it and agreed. He is not too afraid to go to the wild alone now, after all, his attributes are there. But it's better to form a team. Anyway, someone will lead it, and the free thighs are not for nothing. At worst, he just paddled, and he didn't need to reveal his strength. The professional attributes and so on are hidden by the system anyway, and they are not afraid of others' detection. There was a boy in the team who wanted to say something, hesitated for a while, but still didn't speak. A group of people came to the outskirts of Dongcheng, Tianyuan city. In front of them was a garden, which was also the entrance of the Yudemon's forest. In the garden by the roadside, there are some docile monsters. Dirt squirrels, spotted rabbits, and multicolored butterflies are all around level 1 to 3. Because they don't take the initiative to attack humans and give them very little experience, few people find trouble with them. Of course, it's not that no one came to patronize. This is where some timid newcomer professionals and non-combat professionals like to come. Many people are not born to adapt to fighting, so they can accumulate experience through these little guys. Moreover, docile monsters are easier to capture. Whether it is cultivated as a pet or sold in the pet market, it is a good choice. Like a blacksmith, he likes to keep a fire squirrel as a pet. You can do chores for yourself, and you can also increase the temperature of the flame. This resin beast is really not afraid of people. Resin beast. Level 3. Attributes, Strength, 2, Physical Strength, 3, Spirit, 2, Agility, 1. Introduction, Docile personality, lazy nature, likes to bask in the sun, eats when hungry, sleeps when full. The resin beast lying on the side of the road is a creature similar to a sloth. The whole body is furry, and when it is not moving, it is no different from a plush toy. Lin Kexin went up and rubbed it hard twice, and she got addicted to it. Be careful after entering the Eudemon's forest. The monsters inside will actively attack humans, and there may be danger at any time. Just as he was talking, a monster sprang out in front of him. Timber Wolves. Level 5. Attributes: Strength, 15, Physical Strength, 18, Spirit, 9, Agility, 21. Skill: Wolf Pounce. The huge impact bites the enemy, which may cause dizziness. Introduction: The wolves living in the forest are monsters living in packs. They are very aggressive and will attack crazily when they see humans. Weakness: Fear of flames. Attacking the waist is easy to trigger a critical strike. Wow! The timber wolf who saw the man let out a howl and rushed towards the crowd ferociously. However, everyone present was prepared, and there were level 20 professionals leading them, so naturally they would not be afraid. Knight, Top Monster. Chapter 12. Qin Feng didn't step forward, but the original knights in the team charged forward. He is also a newly awakened knight, but he is equipped with fine iron equipment, and the attributes are not bad. Kankan withstood the attack of the timber wolves. No need to shout, the soldier Chenhua has already rushed up, participating in the field for the first time, looking extraordinarily excited. Using skills: there is no skill, just hacking at the timber wolves. A burst of blood splashed. The little assassin was also a novice, his face turned pale when he saw this bloody scene. Qin Feng doubted whether the other party would be able to persist in the future. On the contrary, Lin Kexin didn't show any signs of timidity. It is relatively skilled, blesses everyone's status and restores their health. Seeing that the knight was struggling, Qin Feng also joined the fight, and aimed his long sword at the wolf's waist. Specially pick the weak point, it is easy to get a crit. In this world, although equipment, skills, and attributes are very important, but combat skills and abilities are also a part that cannot be ignored. Some skills and attacks can be completely avoided by relying on body movements, or relying on skills to reduce damage. Take the simple technique of unloading force as an example. A person who masters unloading skills fights a person who has not mastered unloading skills. Those who master the technique of unloading force will suffer a lot less damage. Unlike games, the real world cannot shield blood. You will be hurt, tired, and afraid, and your senses will respond in the most authentic and effective way. It's just that all of this is displayed in a digital form, making it easier for people to adapt. Soon, Timberwolves fell to the ground and died with the cooperation of several people. Qin Feng opened the professional imprint and saw that his own experience value has also changed a little. He sighed in his heart. Hidden occupations also have the disadvantage of hiding occupations, that is, they have more experience in leveling up than others. And he is a god-level hidden profession, so he needs more experience. Of course, everyone in this world is 100% willing to bear such disadvantages. Assassins collect drops, collectors collect materials, move faster. Lin Yat, a level 20 fighter, said in a deep voice, "This forest wolf has always been a herd of monsters, and there must be more than one of them. Let's go to the direction of the big tree first." Not far behind, the howling of wolves has already sounded. It sounds like a lot. However, for their current team, the threat is not great. A level 20 mage has learned the skill of range attack. Dealing with a group of monsters that are less than 10th level is completely a small problem. The most important thing is to cultivate the combat ability of newcomers. After a round of fighting, this group of forest wolves was dealt with, and a large piece of wolf carcasses lay on the ground. Collectors are constantly collecting materials. Others are in a temporary state of repair and recovery. Lin Kexin drank the spirit rejuvenating potion, looked at Qin Feng with beautiful eyes, and said, "Qin Feng, your combat level is good. After a battle, you don't blush or breathe, and your basic attributes are not low, right? No way, Qin Feng's performance was too good. They were all ordinary fighting professions, and the others were already exhausted, but Qin Feng was fine. This kind of behavior doesn't look like a person who spawned monsters in the wild for the first time. It's okay, it's okay. Qin Feng smiled and didn't explain anything. He was already suppressing his strength so much that he didn't dare to use his skills. Lin Kexin asked tentatively, "You haven't joined any faction yet, have you? Why don't you join my family's guild?" "Joining the guild, I have no plans yet, let's wait until the university." Qin Feng didn't even think about it, and directly refused. He knew about Lin Kexin's situation. She was the only daughter of the Lin family in Tianyuan City and the daughter of the president of the Blood Fang Guild. The guild level is divided into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The Blood Fang Guild is a B-level guild, already a high-level guild. Like the Black Rock Guild that recruited Xiao Yu before, it is powerful and has a large number of people. Otherwise, it is impossible for Lin Kexin to have a level 20 professional with an upgrade. The reason why it is level 20 does not mean that there are only level 20 professionals in the guild. But if the level gap is too large, neither side will be able to gain experience. This is not a secret, it has already been written in the book. Professionals at level 20 can get very little experience by brushing low-level monsters. It's like being a strong man. The essence of life obtained by hunting and killing creatures can no longer keep up with his realm. It must be the same level, or higher level, to meet his needs. The same goes for upgrading. Experience is also a kind of energy. After the game is integrated with reality, it will be absorbed by people in the form of experience. Become faster and more direct. Well, if you want to join the guild, you can contact me at any time. Seeing Qin Feng's refusal, Lin Kexin didn't force it. Great guild, that's pride. In the battle just now, Lin Kexin had already upgraded, and took out 2 more pieces of equipment. Qin Feng saw it, good guy, it was all low-level gold equipment. In this world, the regular equipment grades are divided into whiteboard equipment, refined iron equipment, bronze equipment, silver equipment, gold equipment, and dark gold equipment. More than dark gold equipment, there are also ghost weapons, magic weapons, fairy weapons, and artifacts. These 4 categories have powerful attributes, and ordinary people are not qualified to possess them at all. For ordinary professionals, bronze equipment is considered pretty good. If you have a piece of gold equipment, your strength can be improved by more than 1 level. Gold equipment is extremely precious to ordinary people, but it is not an exaggeration at all for Lin Kexin's family background to produce a few low-level gold equipment. Several other team members showed envious eyes. Different from other people's envy, Qin Feng didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. "Xiao Yu, don't die halfway. Whether we can change into better equipment depends on you." He is only worried about Xiao Yu now, whether he can find things out. "Father, your spirit in the sky must protect me." Xiao Yu had a bumpy journey, and finally reached the place recorded on the dragon skin. Now his clothes have become tattered, and he looks like a savage. Chapter 13. Father, don't cheat your son. Xiao Yu finally came to the location indicated on the dragon skin. Turned around, but found nothing. I couldn't help but become anxious. He felt that it was a waste of all his luck to get here. Every time there is danger, there are always some unexpected situations that allow him to escape successfully. However, there is nothing now. Xiao Yu was in despair for a while, and this time I am afraid that he is really going to die here. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 operations prompted by Qin Feng before. He put down the dragon skin in his hand, and with a cruel heart, he pressed his hands on it again. A burst of blood burst out suddenly, and in Xiao Yu's shocking eyes, an ancient cave appeared in front of him. This is this a secret place? When Xiao Yu saw this scene, he was instantly ecstatic. Taking a cautious look around, he hurriedly ran into the cave. Entering the cave, the hard stone wall is icy cold. How long does it take for Xiao Yu to come to the end of the cave? There is a stone platform, and there seems to be something in full bloom on it. There was a faint white light. This is a dragon egg. Xiao Yu stepped forward quickly, a basketball-sized pet egg, emitting white light on the stone platform. Dragon eggs. There really are dragon eggs. Although Xiao Yu was expecting in his heart, when a dragon egg really appeared in front of him, he was really beyond excited. Hastily checked the information of the dragon egg. Dragon egg of the snowstorm dragon. Introduction: 100 years ago, the dragon eggs bred by the fairy beast Snowflake Storm Dragon with their lives were placed in the Ganlu cave. After 100 years of absorbing energy, as long as there is blood containing the blood of the dragon eggs can be hatched immediately. FK. Fairy beast. Xiao Yu's eyes widened and he rubbed his eyes fiercely, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. He originally thought that it would be good to have an ordinary dragon egg. Suddenly a fairy beast came, and his heart almost stopped suddenly. The blood that needs the blood of the dragon, does it mean my blood? But, I'm a human, how can I have the blood of the dragon? Although Xiao Yu was puzzled, but now that the dragon egg is in front, he doesn't care so much. Try it first. Blood was smeared on the dragon egg. After absorbing the blood, a burst of white light burst out from the dragon egg. There was a click sound, cracks appeared on the dragon egg, and a young dragon with white color broke out of the shell. In a blink of an eye, the dragon eggs were eaten clean. Stretched the snow-white wings, came to Xiao Yu's side. I have a dragon pet, and it's still a fairy beast. Xiao Yu was short of breath, and his body couldn't help shaking. Because of his career as a dragon master, he has already endured too many things. Now that he also has a dragon, everything will change completely. Xiao Yu can't wait to open the professional imprint and check the pet's information. Snowstorm Dragon, Infant Stage. Level 1. Attributes: Strength, 350, Physical Strength, 320, Spirit, 280, Agility, 300. Talent: Water Dragon Body, Water Resistance plus 20%, Ice Resistance plus 20%, All Attack Immunity 10%. Skills: Fearful Bite, Ice Wind Dragon Roar, Torrential Rain Twin Pillars. Trick: Snowstorm. Introduction: Low-level fairy beasts, orthodox dragons, have strong vitality, are good at water attribute attacks, and are more keen on melee combat. When they grow up, they can reach a size of about 80 meters. They could have become high-level fairy beasts because the incubators lack blood energy, growth is limited. Isn't it? Insufficient blood energy. Xiao Yu was originally excited and uplifted, but at the end, half of it collapsed directly. Can't wait to give myself a slap. If I had known earlier that he would have cut his wrists, he would have had to get some blood out. Fairy beast, a fairy beast was buried in his hands like this. The low-level beasts were already so powerful, he couldn't even imagine how strong the high-level beasts would be. Looking at the intimate young dragon, Xiao Yu didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. The orthodox beast-level dragon is already very good. Xiao Yu can only comfort himself like this, it is better than nothing before. Looking at his own attributes, after having a dragon, all skills have been fully activated. He even got 1/10 of the attribute blessing of the dragon, and his strength skyrocketed. This is the real dragon master, the real hidden profession. There is a huge difference between a dragon master with a dragon and a dragon master without a dragon. Xiao Yu looked down at Shitai again. On the stone platform, besides the dragon egg, there are 2 pieces of dark gold equipment and a bottle of potion. These things. Father. After reading the properties of the equipment and potions, Xiao Yu fell into deep thought. Being able to leave these things behind shows that his father is definitely a powerful professional. Are his parents really dead? What's the matter with the hot blood energy of his dragon blood? Forget it, it's useless to think about it now, let's ask my aunt when I go back. Can't think of a reason, Xiao Yu doesn't intend to get entangled, the most important thing now is to improve his strength. Now he is a dragon master who owns a dragon. It won't be long before it's time to apply for the university, and now you have to raise your grade. After Xiao Yu walked out of the cave, the space changed for a while, and the cave disappeared in a blink of an eye. Upgrade. Xiao Yu took a deep look, and began to upgrade the level with Snowstorm Rain Dragon. Chapter 14. The elite of brown-haired lion cubs, Qin Feng, I leave it to you. No problem. Qin Feng was carrying a refined iron shield and a mace sword in his hand, and pushed it up. By the way, I took a look at the monster's attributes. Brown fur little lion. Level 12, First Order Blue Elite. Attributes, Strength, 38, Physical Strength, 45, Spirit, 29, Agility, 37. Skill, Rock Burst Roar, make a huge roar, and the attack contains Earth attribute damage. Weaknesses, Earth attribute monsters, water magic attacks can cause extra damage. It's a piece of cake. Although Qin Feng is still only level 1, he has been assigned several pieces of equipment, and their attributes have increased a lot. With the blessing of skills, the attributes are not bad at all. For an elite of this level, it is not a problem at all to resist. But now, he must have hidden it well, so he acted like he was under a lot of pressure. What he was thinking now was something else. What's the situation with Xiao Yu now? Why haven't you found it yet? Qin Feng glanced at the time, it was already past 2 o'clock in the noon, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Could it be that there was an accident on the road? He felt that according to Xiao Yu's luck, it shouldn't be. Just when Qin Feng was worried, a system notification sounded in his ear. Contract object Xiao Yu obtained the Snowstorm Dragon Egg, triggering 71 times the pet return, and the host obtained the 5-element Little White Dragon Egg. Contract object Xiao Yu obtains the Dark Gold Equipment Dragon Control Staff, which triggers 15 times the return of equipment, and the host obtains the Ghost Weapon TNG Evil Dragon Sword. Contract object Xiao Yu obtains the Dark Gold Equipment Magic Mask, which triggers 41 times the return of equipment, and the host obtains the magic weapon Dark Phantom. Contract object Xiao Yu obtained the Dragon Blood Alchemy Potion, Advanced, triggering 55 times the return of items, the host obtained the Blood of the Holy Dragon. It's finally here. Xiao Yu finally did not disappoint. Qin Feng was overjoyed in his heart, but kept his expressions on the surface. Cooperating with the team, after several rounds of attacks, the Blue Elite was easily dealt with. Lin Kexan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Pack up your things, and find a place to rest first. A group of people have been brushing monsters for a long morning. I'm hungry now too." Qin Feng was more concerned about the return of rewards now, so he found an excuse to leave. He turned his head and ran deeper into the Eudemon's forest. He was at the periphery of the Eudemon's forest before. Now, Qin Feng came directly to the edge of the central part of the Eudemon's forest. If it goes deeper, the dangerous situation is not something he can handle. He is fast, but also very cautious, avoiding danger as much as possible. Come to a small waterfall. The sound of rushing water can effectively cover up some sounds. Hopefully it won't have too much of an impact. Qin Feng checked the surrounding area and began to check the rewards. Dragon Egg of the 5 Elements Little White Dragon. Introduction: the 5 Elements Little White Dragon is a descendant of the 5-color dragon god. It has powerful strength and can control the elements of the 5 elements. It is a legendary beast. The dragon egg can directly hatch the 5-element Little White Dragon. It's really a beast. Qin Feng laughed happily. Although he is very eager for the system to return the beast, but the question of this multiple is not sure at all. If the multiple is low, it may also be a fairy beast. Now that my wish has come true, I am really happy from the bottom of my heart. There is no rush to hatch, and there are other things returned by the system. Blood of the Holy Dragon. God-level medicine. Introduction: use the blood of the dragon as the main material, and mix it with the water of the holy spring in the world of the elves, the water of the dream river in the abyss of the dream river, and the water of the 9-day rootless water in the stream of cloud water. Effect: after taking it, the attributes are greatly improved, the 4 basic attributes are increased by 200, the water resistance is increased by 20%, and there is a 90% probability of comprehending the exclusive dragon skills. I rely on it. What kind of fairy medicine is this? Qin Feng's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropped from shock. He has never heard of those materials, at least they are god-level materials. The 4-dimensional attribute increases by 200 at the same time, for a total of 800 attributes. Not to mention the 20% water resistance bonus, and the chance to comprehend exclusive dragon skills. Unexpectedly, the system gave him such a big surprise. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that Xiao Yu's harvest this time is really good. Qin Feng couldn't help giving Xiao Yu a thumbs up. There are 2 more pieces of equipment, let's look at the attributes first. Sky Spine Evil Dragon Sword. Equipment grade, Ghost Tool. Introduction: after a god-forged knight slays a celestial ridge evil dragon, it is made of the evil dragon keel and a piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron jade ability. Requirements for use: 300 strength, 200 spirit, dragon type combat hidden profession. Attributes: strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 100, physical strength plus 100. Additional attributes: 1000 wind damage is attached to the attack, 800 poison damage is attached to the attack, critical strike damage is increased by 20%, and soil resistance is increased by 5%. Skill: Bloodlust, passive skill, thirsty to drink the blood of the enemy, transforming it into life energy to restore itself, the conversion rate is 10%. Evil Dragon Possession, active skill, can summon the evil dragon soul possessed by the Sky Spine, increase all attributes by 10%, the evil dragon has a huge resentment, those who are not strong enough will be backlashed, please use it with caution. As expected of a ghost weapon, this attribute is too strong. Not only is the attribute high, but the skill is extremely practical. 10% blood-sucking recovery effect to ensure the battle life. And the evil dragon possession can increase all attributes by 10%, which is absolutely powerful. The attributes of low-level professionals are not high, and the increase does not seem to be large. But if a high-level professional has a higher attribute, this 10% increase is very impressive. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, the white sword had patterns like dragon scales. It exudes a gloomy light, which seems to convey a bloodthirsty desire. It's really a good thing. If it is put up for auction, those high-level professionals will also be excited. Chapter 15. Powerful equipment naturally has high usage requirements. Requires 300 strength and 200 spirit. This kind of attribute, an attribute that ordinary first-tier professionals can only achieve at level 30. Take a combat profession with an initial strength of 10 points as an example. Every time a level is upgraded, the attribute increases according to the initial attribute point, which is also 10 points. Upgrading to level 10 is 100 points. 300 strength requirements, ordinary professionals need to reach level 30. Of course, if someone has improved their occupational level, their attributes will increase significantly. Coupled with a slightly better equipment, it can still be equipped at around level 20. And the dragon fighting class hides occupations. This is destined to be a dragon-type hidden profession in order to use this weapon. Qin Feng thought to himself, every time my attributes are raised by 1 level, the 4-dimensional attributes will increase by 20 points. This also requires more than 10 levels. Normally, this is the case. But he has the blood of the Holy Dragon, which increases the 4-dimensional attribute by 200 points, In this way, he only needs to upgrade to level 5 to equip this ghost weapon. It's just beautiful. I just don't know whether the equipment requirements for this magic weapon are high. Qin Feng looked at another magic weapon rewarded by the system. Dark Phantom. Equipment grade, magic weapon. Introduction: the Dark Phantom is a dark strange rock in the depths of the demons, which constantly absorbs the dark demon energy and evil souls of the demons, and breeds a magic weapon formed over thousands of years. Requirements for use: the 4 basic attributes are greater than 200, and the wearer will be shrouded in bad luck. Attributes: Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200, Spirit plus 200, Physical Strength plus 200. Additional attribute: 1000 damage of dark magic energy is attached to the attack, the resistance of the dark system is increased by 30%, and the resistance of the death system is increased by 30%. When attacking the enemy, it is easy to cause dizziness, blindness, weakness, fear, and other adverse effects. Skill: Darkness Falls, passive skill, all enemies within 20 meters will be engulfed by magic energy, their attributes will drop by 10%, and there is a 20% chance of being imprisoned by dark magic energy. Dark Devil Cloud, passive skill, the wearer is protected by devil energy, and his own attribute information cannot be detected. If others want to detect it, they will be counterattacked by the devil soul. Face of Illusion, active skill, which can be used to disguise identity information with the help of magic energy. Mirage, active skill, with the help of magic energy, you can enter the invisible state in any state, but you will break out of the invisible state when you attack or receive an attack. The ultimate magic weapon. Only this idea popped up in Qin Feng's mind. This attribute is even stronger than the ghost weapon Tian Evil Dragon Sword. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the Dark Phantom, the demonic soul and demonic energy on it bared their teeth and claws. Qin Feng fell in love with him immediately. However, this will be shrouded in bad luck, what does it mean? Qin Feng was a little puzzled, and had a vague guess in his heart. Now want to wear this mask, attribute is not enough. My lucky value is not bad, I shouldn't encounter that 10% chance. Qin Feng muttered, and directly took out the blood of the holy dragon. I swallowed it in one gulp. You took the blood of the holy dragon, the 4 basic attributes increased by 200, the water resistance increased by 20%, and you successfully comprehended the exclusive dragon skill, Dragon Emperor Domineering. Sure enough, I understand the skills. He said that there is a 90% chance, as long as you are not unlucky, you should be able to comprehend the skills. Excited, Qin Feng hurriedly checked the new skills he had learned. Dragon Emperor's Domineering, special skills, derived from the top domineering of the Dragon Clan, with extremely strong aggressiveness and aggression, the target caught in the domineering will be endlessly oppressed and become an immobile puppet. Active effect: under the domineering Dragon Emperor, the enemy target's total attributes will drop by 10%, and its own total attributes will increase by 20%, and it will be in a dominant state, immune to all negative states. Reminder: because the human body cannot be as powerful as the Dragon Clan, it will consume a lot of physical strength when using it, and the body will be under tremendous pressure. Prolonged use will cause the physical body to collapse. Powerful. Looking at this exclusive skill, Qin Feng only had one thought in his mind. The passive skill of Dark Phantom can reduce the enemy's attributes by 10%. Dragon Emperor's Domineering can also reduce the enemy's attributes by 10%, and increase himself by 20%. Once back and forth, he directly earns 40% blood. Cool. It's so cool. Qin Feng immediately put on the magic weapon Dark Phantom, surrounded by dark magic energy, instantly became fierce. Reveals infinite terror. After taking the blood of the holy dragon, plus the attribute blessing of the Dark Phantom, his total attributes have exceeded 400. The Tian Evil Dragon Sword can already be used. Immediately, he was equipped with the ghost weapon Sky Ridge Evil Dragon Sword, and his attributes instantly soared by a quarter. Surrounded by dark demon energy and death ghost energy, a terrifying aura is overwhelming. Hey, we are obviously the Holy Dragon Knight, why are we doing the same thing as the Dark Dragon Knight? Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Take out the dragon egg in the backpack, hold it in your hand, and hatch the dragon egg with blood as a medium. Incubation. The dragon egg of the 5 elements little white dragon burst out with colorful light instantly. Actively floating in the air, bright like a colorful sun. In an instant, centering on the place where Qin Feng was, a huge pillar of colorful light more than 30 meters high soared into the sky. The multicolored light shines brightly, as if it wants to illuminate the entire Eudemon's forest. The movement of the beast hatching was too loud, but fortunately, we chose a remote place. Qin Feng's face changed slightly, and a dragon chant resounded through the entire Eudemon's forest. In this scene, is there any peerless treasure born? Go and have a look. This is the voice of a giant dragon. How could there be dragons in the Eudemon's forest? What a terrifying long way, is it a divine beast? The hatching of the little white dragon of the 5 elements instantly caused a sensation in the entire forest of fantasy beasts. The multicolored light soaring into the sky was clearly seen by everyone in the Eudemon's forest. This scene caused an uproar. Countless people have already rushed towards Qin Feng's location. The colorful beam of light lasted for more than 30 seconds, and finally disappeared slowly. Chapter 16. Mid-air. The little white dragon of the 5 elements flies towards Qin Feng. Feng Su rides the wind, stepping on colorful auspicious clouds. It's like flying through the clouds. It is the orthodox dragon form. Take it back. The 5 elements little white dragon had just approached and wanted to get close to Qin Feng, but he immediately took back his professional mark. There is an independent pet storage space in the professional imprint. The knight profession has 2 pet storage spaces, allowing 1 mount and 1 pet. For other non-summoning occupations, there is only 1 pet space. The summoner profession has 3 or more spaces. For example, Xiao Yu's hidden profession, Dragon Master, is also a summoning profession, with at least 3 spaces. As for whether there are more Dragon Masters, Qin Feng is not quite sure. The advantage of the pet storage space is that pets can be stored at any time, which is extremely convenient. After taking back the dragon, Qin Feng ran away. There was too much commotion just now, I'm afraid someone will come to this place soon. Another direction. Xiao Yu is enjoying the pleasure of rapidly rising experience. With a Dragon Master, leveling should not be too fast. This is. Xiao Yu suddenly looked at the place where the colorful beam of light rose, his eyes widened. Amidst the shock, a thunderous dragon chant sounded. His snowflake rain dragon instantly became terrified, prostrate on the ground, trembling. And the monsters around began to run away frantically. It seems to feel a kind of fear at the origin of life. Dragon chant, this is the dragon chant. Xiao Yu almost roared out, and in this dragon chant, his breathing became short of breath. He also has dragons, so he is naturally no stranger to this voice. Among them, Long Wei can't go wrong. Seeing the snowflake storm dragon crawling on the ground, he could feel the panic of his own dragon. I was even more horrified. Xiaoxiu is a fairy beast, she actually became so frightened under this dragon chant. Could it be that there is a giant dragon at the level of a beast? In Xiao Yu's voice, there was an uncontrollable trembling sound. Gritting his teeth, he put the dragon away and ran in that direction. A giant dragon at the level of a beast, he had to go and see it no matter what. That direction happened to be not far from where he was. If you can get the beast. A fiery thought rose in Xiao Yu's heart, this is the divine beast that everyone dreams of. Headed in that direction, not just Xiao Yu. Lin Kexin and others who had been leveling before were also advancing at the fastest speed. The monsters in the Eudemon's forest are already in panic. There were no obstacles along the way. Miss, judging from the current situation, the vision just now is very likely to be the appearance of a giant dragon. Also, at least a high-level giant dragon. Warrior Lin Yi's face was solemn. The dragon chant just now even surpassed the giant dragon that attacked the city yesterday. Lin Kexin had a look of shock on her pretty face, and said, "Lin Yat, you are the fastest, go and see what's going on first. If you find anything, immediately notify father to send someone over." Lin Ye knew the importance of the matter, and responded, "Feng Ji, protect miss, I will go there immediately." Clear. Feng Ji is a level 20 mage, so naturally he can't keep up with Lin Ye, a warrior. Seeing Lin Ye leaving quickly, Chen Hua said longingly, "Brother Lin Ye is really powerful, I don't know when I will be as strong as him." He is a student of Tianyuan No. 3 Middle School, and he joined the Blood Fang Guild when he was recruited at school. Awakened is also a warrior profession. Feng Ji smiled when he heard this, and said, "Lin Ye has completed the professional promotion assessment, from a first-level trainee warrior to a second-level bronze warrior. If you want to be as powerful as him, you have to work hard. When you get to university, you still have a lot to learn. You should be careful when choosing a school. If you can enter Tianyuan College, you can also get the key training from the guild." Chen Hua and other newcomers nodded their heads when they heard this. There are a total of 187 university schools and colleges of different levels in Tianyuan City. Among them, Tianyuan College is the number one existence. It is very difficult to get into it. "Hey, are you still here?" Lin Kexin heard a familiar voice and looked back. Qin Feng did not know when he appeared behind the line. "Qin Feng? Didn't you go back?" Qin Feng kept up with the team and said, "I was planning to go back, but seeing this movement, I couldn't help but want to go and have a look. I didn't expect that I could catch up with you here." Lin Kexin showed a dazed look upon hearing this. Others were not surprised either. As for the scene just now, I am afraid that individuals would choose to go and see it. Qi Ying said a little sourly, "Qin Feng, your speed is really fast, you can catch up with me." He is also a knight like Qin Feng, but he feels that he is completely inferior to Qin Feng. "Hee, so. We're almost there, let's go there." Qin Feng had already put away all the equipment, showing a sunny smile. If they were wearing equipment, they would probably scare these people to death. He was going to leave, but now that everyone is running in this direction, he runs outside instead, which would be too conspicuous. Simply, do the opposite, find a direction and hide. Seeing Lin Kexin's team appear, they pretended to follow from behind. After the group arrived at the location, some people had already arrived earlier. "Hey? Isn't that Xiao Yu?" Qin Feng took a quick look and saw Xiao Yu in a downcast form, surrounded by several people. Chapter 17. It's really Xiao Yu, how did he become like this? Seeing this, Lin Kexin was also slightly surprised. She and Xiao Yu are classmates, so they are naturally familiar with him. When Xiao Yu awakened to become a dragon master before, he also wanted to invite him. Unfortunately, her father was not interested in a dragon master who had to invest a huge amount of money in training. Chen Hua chuckled and said, "He's a hidden professional dragon master, maybe he came to the Eudemon's forest to find dragons. He has been looking at Xiao Yu not pleasing to the eye. Xiao Yu's performance in school has always been overwhelmed by Xiao Yu. Seeing that Xiao Yu was so down and out, he was not as good as his ordinary combat profession, and he secretly felt happy." Miao Menzua said with some regret, "Xiao Yu's family background is not good, but he has awakened to such a profession. What a pity for Xiao Yu, a top student." Seeing Lin Kexin and others coming, Lin Ye hurried forward. Seeing Qin Feng next to him, he was slightly surprised. "Miss, when I rushed here, there was only Xiao Yu present, and there was still a huge coercion around, which should be related to the dragon." Lin Kexin fell into deep thought after hearing this. Xiao Yu is a hidden professional dragon master, he is only level 1, and he has no combat power at all. But it happened to appear here, and it happened to be suspected that there was a vision of a giant dragon appearing. Among them, will there be any relationship? Forget it, boy, just wait and see what happens. Anyway, Xiao Yu is the son of luck. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a little dizzy, thinking in his heart that the previous vision had brought Xiao Yu over. To be honest, he did not expect that Xiao Yu was in the Eudemon's forest. I don't know the route on the dragon skin map either. Glancing at Xiao Yu's information, a copy will be triggered later. He can't interfere with this right now. Who knows where that copy will appear? More and more people gathered over. Xiao Yu naturally saw Lin Kexin walking over. Emerald green priest robes with a touch of golden lace. It also fully embodies her temperament and figure. She is like that noble white swan, and his current attire can be described as abject. Lin Kexin. Xiao Yu's heartbeat accelerated slightly, and he was a little at a loss when he stood there. He has always been in love with Lin Kexin secretly, and no one knows this secret. There is no teenager who does not cherish spring. However, secret love is very bitter. He has no courage and no time. His family conditions are not good, and his aunt is too burdened, so he can only live in low-rent housing, so he has to work hard. If he wants to change his destiny, he can only work hard. That's why he became a top student that no one in the school could surpass. Hey, isn't this our university bully Xiao Yu? You are a level 1, how did you come to this place? Oh, I see, you are here to find the dragon. Let me tell you, this Xiao Yu is a hidden professional dragon master. Hey, the former genius of our school is now in such a mess. Hey, this guy really disgraced our school. There are also some students from number 3 middle school who have joined the mercenary group or the guild. Xiao Yu's news spread instantly. Those people around Xiao Yu just now also understood, showing disdainful expressions. I thought Xiao Yu might have something to do with that vision. It turned out to be a dragon master, wishing to find the dragon. As a child of luck, in the current situation, it is inevitable to be ridiculed. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing in his heart. Faced with this ridicule, he estimated that Xiao Yu might not be able to bear it anymore. If Xiao Yu really had no choice before, the problem is, he already has a dragon now. But now, there are still people mocking. Chen Hua said exaggeratedly, Xiao Yu, you great dragon master, have you already found the dragon? Summon it, let everyone open their eyes. Chen Hua, enough is enough. Lin Kexin heard the words, regretfully persuaded, Xiao Yu, your current strength is no different from a life profession. This place is too dangerous, you should go back first. In the future, live a good life, maybe there will be other opportunities. Although she felt sorry for Xiao Yu's experience, she couldn't do anything. After all, they are all classmates, so there is no need to rub salt in other people's wounds. A good life. Xiao Yu heard the words and laughed. Looking around, he dismissed all the indifferent crowd and mocking expressions. Just a group of ordinary professionals, like ants showing off their might in front of a giant dragon. However, facing the Lin Kexin he likes, he can't be as calm as water. He is a dragon master with dragons, and he, Xiao Yu, is not a waste. Head held high, showing a completely different momentum. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Kexin and said, do you want to take a look too? Look? What? Lin Kexin was taken aback for a moment, feeling that Xiao Yu suddenly changed into a different person. Dragon! Don't you all want to see it? As the words fell, the snow-white light array overlapped one after another, and a dragon chant resounded. The huge scene, the extreme light, and the dragon's roar of the snowstorm dragon shocked the whole world. Xiao Yu's eyes swept across, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, since you all want to see it, let you see it. Lin Kexin looked at the magic circle in horror, and there was a trembling dragon chant from inside. Dragon! It's a dragon, it's a dragon. The surrounding crowd heard the voice and looked at Xiao Yu in horror. His face changed again and again, becoming shocked and panicked. How is it possible? How could Xiao Yu have a dragon? Come out! With Xiao Yu's deep drink, Snowflake Storm Dragon completely flew out of the summoning array and rushed into the sky. Chapter 18. Quiet. Everything is quiet. Seeing the dragon soaring in the sky, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Even if it's just a young dragon, it doesn't prevent everyone from being terrified. How is this possible? Xiao Yu actually has a dragon. This kind of coercion, what a strong dragon. What kind of dragon is this? Don't come here, ah! Seeing the dragon flying towards him, Chen Hua stepped back in horror, his legs trembling constantly. At this moment, he felt like an ant. The turquoise dragon scales are in the shape of raindrops, and the unfolded dragon wings are in the shape of white snowflakes. There was unimaginable power in those sharp eyes. It flashed past Chen Hua's side, and landed on Xiao Yu's side obediently. It was a sunny day, but the temperature seemed to drop a lot suddenly. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The same goes for Lin Kexin. Her voice became trembling, and she said, Xiao Yu, you. At this time, she was also speechless. In any case, she never thought that Xiao Yu actually got the dragon. Combined with the vision just now, could it be said that this was caused by Xiao Yu at all? Haha! Seeing horror, jealousy, fear, and envy all around him, Xiao Yu smiled from the bottom of his heart. All the negative emotions before are vented accordingly. Originally, he still had a little regret for exposing that he had a dragon. It's gone now too. Scanning around, Long Wei blessed him, no one dared to look at him. Qin Feng. However, after Xiao Yu saw Qin Feng, he was obviously stunned. There was no surprise in Qin Feng's eyes at all. With a calm look on his face, he folded his hands and looked at him with interest. An inexplicable thought rose in Xiao Yu's heart, is he watching my next performance? Just as he thought. Qin Feng is still waiting to see a good show, this is a classic shocking face-slapping plot. Go on, pretend, why are you standing still, slap them in the face. Seeing Xiao Yu stunned, he couldn't help muttering in his heart. As everyone knows, it was he who interrupted Xiao Yu's casting rhythm. At this moment, Lin Ye whispered, Miss, I have special detection skills, and I can see the attributes of this dragon. This is a beast-level dragon, and it's only level 1, but its attributes have completely surpassed mine. The president ordered, let us fight for Xiao Yu with all our strength. Ah good. Only then did Lin Kexin recover from the shock just now, the way she looked at Xiao Yu had changed. She is the eldest lady of the Lin family, the young master of the Blood-Tooth Guild, so she can naturally see the value of Xiao Yu now. A dragon master with a giant dragon at the level of a fairy beast. As long as he can grow up, he will definitely be on top of the world. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kexin smiled and said, Xiao Yu, I would like to invite you to join our Blood Fang Guild, the conditions are up to you. I hope you can join too. At this moment, Lin Kexin couldn't help feeling rejoicing that she didn't turn against Xiao Yu. On the contrary, the relationship between the two has always been good. Join the Blood Fang Guild, let me open the conditions. Hearing this, Xiao Yu saw Lin Kexin who was close at hand, and his heartbeat accelerated suddenly. He seemed to be able to smell the fragrance coming from Yiren in front of him. She wants me to join too. After being said so, everyone present reacted. Those passionate eyes were like flames, and they all spoke one after another. Brother Xiao Yu, our Fenglai mercenary group invites you to join with the greatest sincerity. As long as you come, you will be the deputy head. Xiao Yu, 100 of our Wild Wolf Guild welcomes you to join, as long as you come, I will make you the president directly. Wild Wolf Guild, it's a third-rate guild when you hear its name. Xiao Yu comes to our Iron Blood Fort, a sea-level guild, and he's the vice president when he comes. Conditions and treatment are up to you. Xiao Yu, our Black Rock Guild also sincerely invites you to join. Xiao Yu. The noisy crowd all around, the warm and flattering tone. Compared with the sarcastic disdain before, it turned out to be so ironic and ridiculous. Xiao Yu's dark eyes glanced at the people around him, and a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. These people are so realistic. How could he fail to see that what these people valued was not him at all, but his dragon? Looking at the people who used to laugh at him, now they show such a humble smile. Xiao Yu felt funny. Just now, only Lin Kexin was willing to speak for him. Thinking of this, his love for Lin Kexin grew deeper in his heart. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You insult me and laugh at me, but have you ever thought about today? What if I don't have a dragon? How can you be like this?" He could see clearly that if there was no dragon, he would still be that trash that everyone laughed at. These people, fancy, are just his dragons. In a word, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly cooled down. Lin Kexin also fell into silence. Xiao Yu also left a retreat for himself, saying, "Before I am admitted to university, I will not join any forces for the time being." Now, he already has the right to choose, which is completely up for grabs. When the time comes, it will depend on who offers the conditions, which will make his heart move even more. When other people heard this, they looked at Xiao Yu with a little more seriousness in their eyes. It's a good move to retreat to advance, but this time, it should be a headache for the major forces. "Kexin, thank you just now." Xiao Yu spoke with a smile. He finally had the confidence to stand beside her. Lin Kexin changed her mind when she heard the words, and said with a smile, "Dragon Master Xiao, can you take me to level up together?" Chapter 19. Lin Kexin smiled at Yanyan, her long hair fluttering in the wind. A curved spring eyebrows with a friendly smile, so Xiao Yu cannot help but thump. "Upgrade together." "Okay, let's upgrade together." Xiao Yu almost did not hesitate, agreed to come down. A trace of sweetness could not help but emerge in my heart. The smile on Lin Kexin's face became brighter, like a lily in full bloom. She is also an extremely intelligent person. From Xiao Yu's reaction just now, she roughly understands something. Xiao Yu's last thank you is to illustrate the problem. So she put forward, by the way, the request to upgrade together, to test Xiao Yu. Lin Kexin said softly, "Then it's settled, you are not allowed to go back on your word. Before entering university, do not join the guild. However, you can book in advance." She can build a good relationship with Xiao Yu, and she will get the moon first if she is close to the water. Looking at Xiao Yu under the sun, Lin Kexin nodded secretly. Xiao Yu looks good, although now some embarrassment. But coupled with the dragon next to it, the stern aura exuding from its body has an indescribable charm. In her heart, she couldn't help feeling a little more fond of Xiao Yu. Qin Feng was watching a play when suddenly the sound of the system came. Lin Kexin's favorability towards the contract objects Xiao Yu plus 10, triggering 3 times favor return. The host gets Lin Kexin 30 favorability points. Lin Kexin's favorability for you is plus 30, and the current favorability is 40 points. This came too suddenly, didn't it? Qin Feng's eyelids couldn't help jumping up, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. He can completely understand that Lin Kexin's affection for Xiao Yu has increased. The son of luck came here, and now he has released the dragon. As long as Lin Kexin is not stupid, she must take this opportunity to win Xiao Yu by her side. And looking at Xiao Yu's posture, it is estimated that he has secretly fallen in love with Lin Kexin. Well now, hey! As if thinking of something, Lin Kexin looked at Qin Feng behind him again. Qin Feng's unflappable appearance and cynical attitude seemed to fascinate her even more. The heavy feeling of the night is full of the masculine breath of a man. The handsome face is not something that Xiao Yu can match. Lin Kexin couldn't help but said, Qin Feng, you also stay and upgrade with us. Qin Feng. As soon as Xiao Yu saw Qin Feng, a complicated feeling rose in his heart. The relationship between the two parties is not good at all. But Qin Feng not only saved his aunt. Even the dragon he obtained now has the shadow of Qin Feng. No, that's not the case. Xiao Yu's mind suddenly shook, expelling the thoughts in his heart. Even without Qin Feng, he will discover what his father left behind sooner or later. Qin Feng was no more than a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, just by chance. Xiao Yu walked to Qin Feng's side and said in a low voice, Qin Feng, you saved my aunt, I will repay you in the future. But you'd better not say anything about what my father left behind. Also, you'd better not have any unreasonable thoughts about my aunt. You are just an ordinary fighting class. In Xiao Yu's words, he no longer considered Qin Feng as an opponent. On the contrary, it is more of a sense of loss. After all, he is already a dragon master with a fairy beast dragon. Qin Feng is just an ordinary knight, and he is no longer from the same world. In the future, he is destined to become a strong man, and his aunt is not something someone like Qin Feng can be worthy of. As for Qin Feng's kindness, he can repay it at will in the future. Thinking of this, the mood that I wanted to say something faded away. Xiao Yu patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, let's go, I will take you to upgrade. After all, he had a dragon, and his upgrade speed went up all of a sudden. Bringing Qin Feng along is not an important matter. After today, he is destined to lead everyone, Qin Feng is not in his eyes at all. As for Lin Kexin's invitation to Qin Feng, in his opinion, it was just a friendship between classmates. What is Lin Kexin's family background? How could he like Qin Feng, an ordinary knight? Only a top hidden professional dragon master like him can be worthy of it. No, thank you, come on. Qin Feng smiled slightly, and refused directly and righteously. Taking him to level up, what a joke, this is simply slowing down his leveling up. He has attributes now, plus Shenlong, what level does he need to upgrade himself? Moreover, Xiao Yu's upgrade experience will also be returned to him, it is simply like a crow flying a plane and taking off directly. Qin Feng is now ready to find a secret place to upgrade. For example, the Tower of Death rewarded by the system is good, you can go and have a look. Really? We are all classmates, so you don't have to be embarrassed. In Xiao Yu's eyes, the reason why Qin Feng refused was because of his pride. The gap in my heart is too great to accept the adventure he has obtained. Standing by his side, I am afraid that I will feel uncomfortable. Qin Feng shook his head, and said firmly, it's really not necessary, you upgrade well, work hard and improve yourself, that's the best reward for me. Patting Xiao Yu's shoulder, Qin Feng turned and left without looking back. Lin Kexin still wanted to stay for a while, but unfortunately he had already gone far. Seeing this, Xiao Yu lost his mind and said, hey, why bother? Give up your self-improvement for the sake of self-esteem. He believes that Qin Feng will definitely regret today's choice in the future. Forget it, he and Qin Feng are destined to be people from two worlds. I'm afraid it will be difficult to have any intersection in the future. An ordinary professional is no longer in his heart. His current goal is those true arrogance. At this moment, Xiao Yu only felt that he had grown up, which was the sublimation of his thinking pattern. Kexin, let's go upgrade. Looking at the beautiful and elegant Lin Kexin beside him, Xiao Yu just felt so happy. Chapter 20. Xiao Yu's acquisition of the dragon soon caused an uproar. It caused the major guilds and mercenary groups to vibrate. One after another sent people, trying to pull Xiao Yu into their forces. But before, the power in the school recruitment, the intestines of regret are green. Now, want to let Xiao Yu join, even more difficult to achieve. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Qin Feng. He has now returned home and summoned the 5 elements little white dragon. Qin Feng was full of anticipation. Let me see how powerful the attributes of the beast are. The 5-color light flickered. Converging into a 5-pointed star array, dozens of halos overlap, and a powerful aura emanates from it. The crystal dragon horns appeared first, and a white young dragon flew out from the summoning formation. It is the divine beast, the little white dragon of the 5 elements. The 5-color light burst out, and the young dragon's body contained huge energy. The dragon body is more than 2 meters long, and the 2 dragon horns are crystal clear and white. The noble and elegant shape looks natural and unrestrained. The dragon scales all over his body are white, and there are 5-color rays of light spreading around his back. Against the backdrop of the snow-white dragon body, it looks even more fantastic and elegant. This way, it is exactly the ancient dragon in Qin Feng's memory. So handsome, so cool. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel, it was indeed a divine beast. How majestic and free and easy it would be to ride up. The little white dragon of the 5 elements swayed slightly, stepped on colorful auspicious clouds with 4 claws, flew in the air, and came to Qin Feng's side. There was a trace of grievance in a pair of bright eyes. Going around Qin Feng's side. It seems to be asking the master, why not let it make a sound? Qin Feng didn't dare either, but now he was in the city, if there was a sound, he wouldn't even be able to run away. I'll call you Xiaobai from now on. After reassuring Xiaobai, Qin Feng checked Xiaobai's attributes with anticipation. Divine beast, let him look forward to it. 5 elements little white dragon, childhood. Grade, divine beast. Level 1. Attributes, strength 1000, physical strength 1000, spirit 1000, agility 1000. Talent, body of the 5 elements, a special dragon body that combines the power of the 5 elements, immune to the damage of the 5 elements, and can absorb any form of damage from the 5 elements and transform it into its own life. Body of light, the 5-element little white dragon has a powerful light attribute, the light damage received is reduced by 50%, and the dark damage received is reduced by 50%. The power of the dragon, the powerful body can be immune to 25% of all types of damage, and the exclusive dragon coercion has absolute suppression power against dragons below the gods and beasts. Manipulate the 5 elements. As you grow up, you can automatically comprehend all kinds of 5-element magic and dragon magic, and all 5-element magic below the forbidden spell instantly. Skill, Holy Dragon Flame, basic attack method, release the dragon flame with the power of the 5 sacred elements, burning all targets within 50 meters in front of you. Dragon's Wrath, the power of the dragon explodes, with the power of the 5 elements attached to the attack, causing huge damage to the target, and the power generated will affect all targets within 50 meters around. 5 elements Dragon Roaring Slash, the speed is doubled, with the rider bursting out 4 times the attack, the critical strike damage is increased by 50%, and the knock-up effect is caused by 100%. It can only be used when the Dragon Knight is riding. Trick, Longji Break, burn the fully fused root power of the 5 elements, causing the most terrifying extreme damage. The attack locks on the target, cannot be dodged, is in its infancy, and cannot be used for a long time. Exclusive Knight Skill, Dragon Horse Transformation, the incubator's occupation is the 5-element Sacred Dragon Knight, which complies with the master's occupation to comprehend this skill, and can change between dragon and horse forms at will. When the master is riding, all attributes increase by 15%, and gain 50% resistance to the 5 elements. Introduction: the 5-element little white dragon is a descendant of the 5-color dragon god. It has powerful strength and can manipulate the elements of the 5 elements. It has a strong light attribute. It is a legendary beast. The dragon only recognizes one master in its life. Will die. Hiss. Qin Feng lost his mind for a while, and murmured, "Is this the attribute of a divine beast? You know, Xiaobai is only level 1, it can be described as terrifying. That powerful basic attribute is not mentioned for the time being. Just those few innate skills are all divine skills, and they are simply invincible. And that powerful attack skill can make people scream. Qin Feng could already predict that killing monsters would be as easy as eating and drinking in the future. There is also the exclusive night skill, which can be switched between dragon and horse, which is really cool. Wouldn't it be that you want to become a white dragon horse? The person riding the white horse may not necessarily be Tang Seng, but may also be Qin Feng. This is only a level 1 childhood attribute. Qin Feng has already begun to look forward to Xiaobai's growth. Xiaobai, you're so strong, it's up to you to level up in the future. Xiaobai sensed the master's happy mood and became happy too. Elegant and noble, he rubbed against Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng said happily, "We are happy today, we must have a meal and reward ourselves." Now there is such a powerful helper as Xiaobai, and his own attributes have also been greatly improved. He is already prepared to find the Tower of Death tomorrow. "Hey, I'll go, Brother Feng, I can barely recognize you when you put on your equipment." When he came to a restaurant, he unexpectedly met Zhou Shan in the restaurant. Qin Feng was a little surprised. "You won't tell me that this restaurant is opened by your family?" Zhou Shan chuckled and said, "That's right, this restaurant was rewarded to me by my father for me to experience it." "Good guy, if you don't kill me, who will I kill?" Ever since, Qin Feng slaughtered Zhou Shan mercilessly, and the one who slaughtered was his good brother. At the dinner table, Zhou Shan couldn't help but said, "Brother Feng, do you know? That guy Xiao Yu actually got a giant dragon, and it's all the hot searches. Good guy, now our school group is bombed, and everyone is dumbfounded. I really don't know what kind of shit luck Xiao Yu has had, but now he is really going to be famous." Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "What's the matter, I was still there. FK? Is it so exciting? Brother Feng, tell me." When Zhou Shan heard this, he was excited. Qin Feng roughly described the scene at that time, which caused Zhou Shan to scream. "Can't wait to replace Xiao Yu immediately." Chapter 21. Hey, this guy Xiao Yu has risen completely. A giant dragon at the level of a fairy beast. If you want me to say, the dragon should be given to you, Brother Feng, maybe you can change your job to become a dragon knight. Think about it, that's a thrill. Zhou Shan couldn't help sighing, lamenting the wonder of life. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, Qin Feng nearly choked to death, and raised his head in disbelief. "Damn, a prophet, hey! Be careful, I'll kill you." Ignoring Zhou Shan's exclamation, Qin Feng turned on the phone and took a look. Needless to say, Xiao Yu's heat is really hot. Hot topic, all things related to Xiao Yu. Who moved my dragon? Who is the person who obtained the beast-level dragon? Shocked, a university in Tianyuan City apologized to students for being ridiculed and questioned. Dragon Master is the weakest hidden profession by everyone. The giant dragon attribute that everyone is looking forward to, the giant dragon actually wiped out hundreds of monsters in one attack. Dragon Master's major exposure of the dragon, detailing the process of obtaining the dragon, and the stories that the dragon has to tell. Pain. It hurts so much. It's a pity to pass by the giant dragon. If God gives me a chance, I will definitely go to the Eudemon's forest. Compared with orthodox dragons, what is the gap between sub-dragons and dragon beasts? In the actual measurement of the Encyclopedia of Warcraft, it was found that those who get the dragon, please come in, I am willing to pay 10 billion to buy, contact 138XXXXXXXX. Qin Feng looked through it, good guy, it's all headlines. It's almost as good as the shock department of UC. Click on the last one, go in and take a look, and there is a lot of scolding. The landlord is dreaming, the appraisal is complete. Any fairy beast is far more than 10 billion, let alone a dragon of fairy beast level. Have you returned all the knowledge you have learned to the teacher? A dragon will only follow one master in its life. When the master dies, the dragon with a deep relationship with the master will die with him, and those dragons that return to nature will also die. I will never agree with anyone again, with a hyperlink to the Diary of the Blind Leaf and the Dragon. I agree. Scholars who study dragons believe that the luckiest thing in the world is to be recognized and protected by dragons. Brother, please use your brain to think about it. If you can buy it, those big guilds will have already taken it, and you can wait until you buy it. After a general look, Qin Feng shook his head and stopped paying attention. He can already predict how much attention Xiao Yu will receive next. In such a situation, he was not prepared to intervene. The most important thing now is to improve the strength first. With Xiao Yu, the son of luck, standing in front, he only needs to develop quietly. Just in time, let's go and find out what kind of place this Tower of Death is. After eating and drinking enough, Qin Feng said, "Fatty, today's meal is not cheap, is it?" Zhou Shan immediately said seriously, "Brother Feng, in our relationship, talking about money is out of the question. If you say I'm treating guests, that's my treat. Anyway, my father's family has a big business, so you'll be fine even if you come every day." Spreading his hands, he looked indifferent. "Have to. The rich second generation is awesome." Qin Feng smiled and nodded, and said, "Come on, with your words, I will keep and find some high-end ingredients for you in the future, so I can't waste your hidden profession. Hey, you can have this. If there are a bunch of high-grade ingredients, even if it surpasses my father's cooking skills, then I have confidence." Zhou Shan chuckled, although he was looking forward to it in his heart, he didn't care. High-grade ingredients are extremely rare materials. If the chef's culinary skill level is sufficient, he can make dishes that can increase attributes. His restaurant just purchased 30 caddies of mid-level ingredients goldfish 2 days ago. They all cost 300,000 yuan, and they must be sold for at least 1 million yuan in profit. As for high-end ingredients, the purchases start at least $1 million, which is difficult to obtain. Be a brother, in your heart. For him, it is enough for Qin Feng, a good brother, to have this kind of heart. "Brother Feng, come and drink this cup." It's been a long time since he had a drink with Qin Feng, so naturally he wanted to have a drink. However, Qin Feng didn't have the slightest influence on him because he was drunk. "Come on, let's drink again next time." Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head, his current physique, unless it was high-end wine. Otherwise it would be difficult to get him drunk. Walking out of the restaurant, the wind blowing in front of him couldn't blow away the strong smell of alcohol on his body. Obviously not drunk, but Qin Feng seemed to be drunk. This is probably, wine is not drunk, people are drunk. Walking on the bustling streets, there is a magical atmosphere everywhere. The buildings with modern atmosphere, the ancient carved beams and jade buildings, the eternity of sword and magic. Different styles blend together to build this magical world of professionals. The sky has gradually dimmed. The metropolis in the dark night is lit up by colorful lights. The colorful street lights on the side of the road illuminate the still busy crowd. Qin Feng was standing on the sidewalk, feeling the difference in this world more than once. "Hello, can you let me go?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Okay, hey." Ji Union. Looking at Ji Union, who appeared out of nowhere, Qin Feng looked a little surprised. Because this is Lixiang district, there is a district separated from Yunyi district where Ji Union lives. "Hey? Qin Feng, it's you. After you put on the night equipment, you have changed so much that I can't even recognize it." Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, Ji Union was overjoyed. That heroic and resolute knight posture made her heart beat even faster. It was the first time she saw Qin Feng like this. He seemed shy and nervous all of a sudden. It's just that his eyes fell on Qin Feng, and he couldn't move away. Qin Feng smiled, and asked with some doubts, why are you here, and this dining car? Chapter 22. Today I went to the City Guard Bureau to receive the subsidy, bought another dining car, and some ingredients. In this case, we can open again tomorrow morning. Ji Yunyan didn't shy away from anything, and said frankly. Working hard for life, what is there to be ashamed of? Hey? You still want to sell breakfast? Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression became a little strange, and he said, by the way, you don't know about Xiao Yu's news, do you? Ah? What's wrong with Xiao Yu? Ji Yunyan thought that something happened to Xiao Yu and became a little anxious. She knew that Xiao Yu went out to hunt for treasure. But now hearing Qin Feng's words, I am also a little worried. It's not a small thing, you can take a look on your phone. Hey? Cell phone? Oh. Ji Yunyan was stunned for a moment before he realized it. From the lower box of the dining car, take out a somewhat old mobile phone. Today I went to the City Guard Bureau to receive subsidies, plus I bought things, but I haven't looked at them yet. As soon as I turned on the phone, there were many missed calls on it. There are Xiao Yu's, and some strange news. Auntie, I found the dragon, we will have a better life in the future. Auntie, you don't have to sell breakfast in the future. Auntie, I'll upgrade outside first, don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. After hearing Xiao Yu's message, Ji Yunyan was indescribably excited. Xiao Yu Dao, did you really find the dragon? Surprised, excited, happy, and with a hint of disbelief. Various complicated expressions appeared on her soft and quiet face. Ji Yunyan looked up at Qin Feng and blinked, as if confirming. Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, yes, he found the dragon, and he will definitely become a powerful professional in the future, so you don't have to do these at all. Just find it, just find it. While murmuring, the sockets of her eyes were wet for a while, and the tears would burst at any moment. In the blurred tears, she let go of her former strength all at once. Knowing that Xiao Yu became a dragon master yesterday, she has been under such huge pressure in her heart. But, in front of Xiao Yu, never show it. Now, the hard work and painstaking efforts have finally paid off, and I really want to cry a lot. The tenderness and fragility intertwined, the appearance of wanting to stop the tears made people feel even more distressed, and made Qin Feng feel an impulse of pity. Qin Feng couldn't help it, and gently pulled Ji Yunyan into his arms, and said softly. Your efforts are not in vain, and life will be better in the future. Go ahead and cry, I will lend you my shoulder. Qin Feng. With Qin Feng's comfort, Ji Yunyan couldn't bear it anymore, and the turbulent tears finally burst. It seemed that he wanted to vent all the grievances and pressure he had suffered over the years. Warm, safe and comfortable. Leaning in the arms of this man, it seems that the fatigue and pressure of these years have disappeared. Qin Feng didn't speak, just gently wiped the teardrops on that soft face. Slowly, with the venting of emotions, Ji Yunyan's tears gradually disappeared. Qin Feng, thank you. She raised her head and glanced, and called out softly. Although I was very greedy for this warm and broad embrace, I had to leave. How nice it would be to be in his arms all the time. A thought popped up in Ji Yunyan's mind, and a blush could not help appearing on her soft and beautiful face. Qin Feng, thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to remember that thing, and Xiao Yu wouldn't have such a good chance. What a nice view! On Ji Yunyan's slightly sleepy jade face, there was a crimson cloud, and the remaining tear stains made people feel affectionate. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel the thought of wanting to hold her in his arms again. That thing was originally left by Xiao Yu's father, I just happened to do it. Besides, Xiao Yu can grow up, you can rest assured that you don't have to have such a big pressure in the future. Qin Feng thought to himself, of course, I can rest assured. Well, anyway, I still have to thank you, not to mention you saved me. Hearing Qin Feng's concerned words, Ji Yunyan's face flushed slightly, and there was a sweetness in her heart. Qin Feng smiled and said, Xiao Yu has achieved something, what plans do you have in the future? I haven't thought about it, I'll think about it later. Maybe we will continue to sell breakfast. Ji Union responded playfully. Xiao Yu is now a hidden professional dragon master, and there is a dragon again, so she doesn't have to worry about it. Relieving the pressure in her heart, Ji Union became much more relaxed. Later, who knows? Maybe she can pursue some life of her own, maybe. Looking at the man in front of him, Ji Union thought of that warm embrace again. The moment their eyes intertwined, they fell silent. Qin Feng, can you take me home? Ji Union broke the silence, mustered up the courage to look up and said. She has never liked anyone, nor does she think that there is love at first sight in this world. However, Qin Feng's existence was so warm and comfortable that she couldn't help but want to rely on it. Knight Qin Feng, happy to serve you. Seeing Qin Feng's serious knight etiquette, Ji Union smiled cutely. The two talked and laughed, looked at the scenery along the way, and passed through 2 blocks. Came to Yunyi district, downstairs of the community where Ji Union lived. I have arrived. Ji Union never felt that the way home was so short. She even couldn't help thinking in her heart, what a wonderful thing it would be if she could go on with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Before Ji Union could finish his words, he fell into Qin Feng's broad embrace. Facing that charming shallow smile, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Union, remember to miss me. Chapter 23. Downstairs in the community. Qin Feng's figure has disappeared. Touching the lips that were still warm, Ji Union felt an unprecedented sweetness in her heart. However, when thinking of his own situation, such an excellent Qin Feng inevitably felt an indescribable loss in his heart. In this kind of sweetness, the feeling of worrying about gains and losses made her extremely entangled. Auntie, Qin Feng is just a scumbag, a playful BD. Think of what Xiao Yu said before. Ji Union couldn't help but murmured in her heart, Qin Feng, what a big villain. She really wanted to know what was going on in Qin Feng's mind. He wanted to see if she also had a place in Qin Feng's heart. Ji Union's favorability for you increases by 10 points, and the current favorability is 90 points. When Qin Feng heard the system's voice, an idea came to his mind. Xiao Yu, I'm really sorry. From now on, we will not be of the same generation. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart was filled with arrogance. He is no longer the ordinary him. His life and future are full of great changes. No matter in any world, people long to be admired by others, and they like power, money, and beauties. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, this is even more so in this world of professionals. Strength is the source of everything. Therefore, he must become the strongest in this world. Depart early tomorrow morning to find the Tower of Death to upgrade. Qin Feng took a look at his own level, and found that he was still very close to reaching level 2. One can imagine the difficulty of upgrading hidden professions. Moreover, now there is a dragon, which is a super big family who eats experience. A dragon at the level of a beast needs more experience to upgrade than his hidden profession. Ordinary promotions can no longer meet his needs. And it's not convenient to level up outside. Going out this time, I will definitely not come back until the college entrance examination is approaching. At least a few days. Qin Feng purchased some potions and supplies, and even specially bought 10 city return scrolls. City return scroll, a scroll with space power, which can return to the city bound to the resurrection point. In the non-combat state, it takes 10 seconds to guide. The city portal scroll is an exclusive item of Tianlong Kingdom, and private sales are not allowed. It is extremely convenient for professionals like them who are often away. When he hatched the little white dragon of the 5 elements, if he had brought a scroll back to the city, he would have returned to the city directly. Where is the need to run away? Of course, the scroll back to the city is not a panacea, and it will be invalid in some secret areas or forbidden areas. Pack everything up and get a good night's sleep. The next day, Qin Feng took out the road map of the Tower of Death. Route map of the Tower of Death. A hunter once found the legendary Tower of Death by chance, but unfortunately he lacked ability and was eroded by the terrifying breath of death. Before he died, he left this map to guide him. You, go to the legendary secret place, the Tower of Death. The Tower of Death, so it's at this location. Magic Moon Mountain Range. Qin Feng looked at it in detail, although the geographical location on the map has changed a bit. But it still overlaps with the current map. The Moyiyo Mountains, located in the west of Tianyuan City, do not belong to the territory of Tianlong Kingdom. It is a very scary place. The mountain range contains turbulent death air and ghostly devil air, there are many ghosts and hordes of monsters, and it is unknown how many professional lives have been swallowed. And therein lies other danger. There are strong alien races such as demons, ghosts, and monsters. It's not a tourist attraction, full of danger and death. Ordinary professionals would never go to that place without it. However, for Qin Feng, a perverted knight, it was a different matter. What's more, he still has the mythical beast 5 elements little white dragon, so he can definitely go for it. The Tower of Death, the more dangerous it is, the more exciting it is. Thinking of this legendary secret place, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Teleport to the west gate of Tianyuan City. Qin Feng directly summoned Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai now has turned into a white horse, not a dragon. This is probably the white dragon horse. The white horse transformed by the 5-element little white dragon has a white body from top to bottom, but its figure is like a vigorous and mighty dragon, containing terrifying energy. The majestic momentum is seen in the eyes and loved in the heart. As pure and white as jade, with the divine light, Xiao Bai neighed happily. It seems very happy to see this vast world without having to stay in the pet space. What a BMW, it's extraordinary. Brother, are you selling this white horse? I'll pay a high price. Brother, I'm a student, give me this horse. The appearance of Xiao Bai immediately caused a huge response and surprised many professionals. If it wasn't for the absence of a unicorn, they might have thought it was a unicorn. Some people still want to check Xiao Bai's information, but only see a series of question marks. Xiao Bai, let's go. Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to it, and directly rode Xiao Bai away. In a piece of white light, they headed towards the west at a fast speed. It's so fast, this horse must be a high-level mount. What a handsome knight, what a mighty BMW, what a perfect match. Envy, if this horse is auctioned, it will start at 100 million at least. Tang 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 tang. Qin Feng rode Xiao Bai, and there were voices of envy along the way. Amidst the voices of admiration, envy, and jealousy all the way, Xiao Bai's speed became faster and faster. After running for more than half an hour, he has already left the range of Tianyuan City. His instinct was released, Xiao Bai neighed, and colorful auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he flew directly into the air, carrying Qin Feng towards the sky. Chapter 24. Cool. So cool. Walking gracefully through the air, galloping recklessly in the vast blue sky. A sense of heroism as high as the sky rose in Qin Feng's heart. Can't help but think that one day, he will gallop on the dragon. It's a pity that he is not strong enough now to be exposed, it's a pity. Walking in the air, the speed is fast, and it is as stable as ever. It gave Qin Feng a feeling of walking on the ground. Now you can change the equipment. Qin Feng took out 2 pieces of equipment, the Sky Ridge Evil Dragon Sword and the Dark Shadow Phantom. After wearing it, the aura of the whole person changes instantly. Shrouded in ghostly and devilish aura, paired with the knight equipment on his body, he looks even more mighty and domineering. It doesn't look like a holy knight at all, just like a dark knight. After wearing the illusory face of darkness, as he expected, the luck value was reduced by half. The face of illusion. Qin Feng used the active skill of Dark Phantom, and instantly transformed into another face. Disguise your identity. Now, he can guarantee that no matter how familiar people see him, they will definitely not recognize him. Xiao Bai is very sensitive to the dark devil energy, so he naturally noticed the change in Qin Feng. Shaking his head, it seemed that he was not very interested in the magic energy. Riding on little Bai Ping's steady and broad back, Qin Feng was excited. It's a completely different feeling than flying an airplane. The sound of the wind is whistling in my ears, and the wide sky is in front of my eyes, and the clouds can be caught by reaching out. This was his long-awaited soaring, but he never expected it to come true so soon. Whenever, if you can fly freely with your own strength, that would be great. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing in his heart. Xiao Bai's speed was extremely fast, and after running for half a day, he arrived outside the Moyeo mountain range. The endless mountains are covered with black mist. People can't see the edge at a glance, and they can't even see through the black mist. In the mountains, ghostly ghost singing was constantly heard, and a gloomy cold wind blew out. People can't help breathing faster, and the heart is jumping. Over the mountains, there are also a large number of ghosts and monsters, which are extremely dangerous. Magic Moon Mountains. This is the extremely dangerous Magic Moon Mountain range. Xiao Bai, let's go down. Qin Feng gave the order, and couldn't help feeling that Xiao Bai's speed was worthy of being a divine beast. There is no teleportation array in this ghost place. If you want to come here, you can only come here, and it will take at least 10 days to arrive with an ordinary horse. And in more than 10 days, Qin Feng has already started the college entrance examination. I have to sigh, the beast is so good. Xiao Bai also stopped at this moment, looking at the Moyeo mountain range. It seems to feel the danger. Deep in the mountains, there is nothing it can't resist. If it is fully grown, it is naturally fearless. Unfortunately, it is still just a dragon in its infancy. Qin Feng took out the map and looked at it. Without further delay, he directed Xiao Bai to walk towards the interior of the Moyeo mountain range. The route on the map was very safe and clear. In less than an hour, Qin Feng arrived at the northern part of the Demon Moon mountain range. Ahead is a huge basin. At a glance, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This basin is too scary, right? What's inside are not monsters, but groups of skeleton monsters, and skeleton monsters of various monsters. It is densely packed, as if it is a paradise for the dead. But it's like hell for the living. Qin Feng used the Eye of Reality to check and obtain the geographical information here. Undead Basin, this is the paradise of the dead and the hell of the living. There are countless ghosts, resentful spirits, skeletons, ghosts, and monsters. It was the main battlefield of the natural disaster of the undead 1,000 years ago. Under the accumulation, a terrifying area without the sun is formed. Qin Feng's face changed slightly, and he was shocked. This is actually an ancient battlefield. The more he read the following information, the more shocked he was. 1,000 years ago, a long time ago. There are many things in this world that I don't know. These things are not recorded in the history he has learned. Qin Feng longed for it, and only felt that a magnificent world appeared in front of him. And what he knew was still too little after all. Pulling himself together, Qin Feng led Xiao Bai into the death basin. Undead Skeleton Warrior. Level 30, Level 1. Attributes: Strength, 309, Physical Strength, 360, Spirit, 220, Agility, 258. Skills: Bone Cracking Slash, Battle Chi Armor Breaking, Impact Fist, Broken Step. Weaknesses: Skeleton warriors formed from corpses of the dead are afraid of light and flames. Light and fire attacks can cause extra damage. The human beings who died in the undead natural disaster were eroded by the dark demonic energy and death energy into skeleton warriors and vicious monsters, but they still retained their previous skills. Is it a level 30 skeleton from the beginning? Qin Feng frowned slightly. In this vast basin, there were more than one kind of monsters. Skeleton warrior, skeleton mage, skeleton knight, skeleton assassin. They should all be victims of the undead disaster. It seems that it is extremely dangerous to find this tower of death. Xiao Bai, let's get ready to start. Looking at the skeletons all around, Qin Feng obviously couldn't avoid it. Fortunately, his current attributes are no worse than these level 30 monsters. In addition, there is Xiao Bai, the dragon, so there is no panic at all. These monsters are just for him to upgrade. Roar! Xiao Bai has transformed back into a dragon body, casting all kinds of 5-element magic at will. Dragon flames spread all over the place, even the hidden assassins and wandering souls were burned out. Chapter 25. Tsitsaizi. Before Qin Feng could make a move, he saw a splendor in front of him. Xiao Bai released all kinds of magic gracefully, and it was easy to do it at his fingertips. Under the blessing of that powerful attribute, a terrifying force erupted. The flames of the dragon continued to burn, bringing all the monsters more than 10 meters away into the strike range. All kinds of 5-element magic are intertwined together, with the sacred aura, causing damage to the skeletons. Is this the end? Qin Feng was dumbfounded, looking at the space more than 10 meters in front of him, which was empty. All the skeletons were turned into bones, scattered on the ground, and dropped some items. Xiao Bai was not satisfied yet, so he rushed forward directly, another magical blow. That's the level 30 monster. Although Qin Feng already knew that the beasts were powerful, he couldn't help but marvel. Really worthy of being a dragon, one of the strongest creatures in this world. Without Qin Feng doing it himself, the obstacles in front of him were swept away. Moreover, with him as the center, within a range of 20 meters, it will also trigger the passive skill of the Dark Phantom. The attributes of monsters will drop by 10%. For Xiao Bai, there is no pressure at all. Hey, we perverted knights don't even have a chance to make a move. Qin Feng was slightly depressed, but he was more happy. All the way behind, picking up items that fell on the ground. Refined white bones, low-level materials, white bones containing magic energy, added when forging equipment, can increase some attributes. Bone war knife, silver equipment, requirement, level 30 warrior profession, unidentified, unusable. Bone spur dagger, bronze equipment, requirement, level 30 assassin profession, unidentified, unusable. Not to mention, the explosion rate of these undead skeletons is not bad. It's just a hassle to pick things up. Qin Feng took another look, the ashes on the ground actually had properties. Ash, a low-level material, the ashes contain the breath of death, which can be used to refine medicines and poisons. Haha! Qin Feng looked at the ashes all over the floor, then at his hands, and wisely chose to give up. If you are a lifestyle collector, you only need to use the collection skill and it will be automatically collected in your backpack. The only requirement is the skill level of the collection technique. Combat occupations are different, although items can also be collected. But it needs to be collected by hand. For example, the ashes now need to be collected by himself. Therefore, every profession has its own value. That's why, many teams will be equipped with a collector for field leveling. Just for convenience. High-level collectors are also very popular. Similarly, occupations such as pharmacists, miners, lumberjacks, and anglers will also be in demand. Among the life professions, the profession of appraiser is quite popular. Unless it is made by oneself, all equipment obtained in the wild needs to be identified. Without authentication, properties cannot be used and seen. Appraisers with high skill levels are sought after by everyone. Of course, if there is no one to train, there is no equipment that can be identified, and the skill proficiency cannot be improved. It is also difficult for the appraiser to survive. Generally speaking, in this world, every profession has its own role, and there are no useless professions. If you can have the opportunity, life and career, you can also have your own success. This kind of speed is called an upgrade. Qin Feng watched the rapid increase in experience, and walked all the way for more than an hour. His level has reached level 5. Compared with the speed at which he couldn't rise to level 1 for most of the day, it was a world of difference. The experience returned by Xiao Yu is not even as much as what he has obtained now. It's a pity that with this monster spawning speed, Xiao Bai has only increased by 1 level. The upgrade of the beast requires too much experience. But the attribute improvement brought about by the upgrade is also huge. Xiao Bai is promoted by 1 level, and the 4-dimensional attribute has increased by 500 points uniformly, which is still just infancy. When it grows up, the attributes increase even more. The 4-dimensional attribute of 1,500 points can only be described as horror. Ordinary professionals, reaching the 4th level of level 40, and wearing good equipment, are only at this level. As a result, the speed of advancement has become faster. It's very annoying, the space in the backpack is almost out of room. Qin Feng never thought that one day he would have such distress. The backpack space of 50 was really not enough, so he threw away some poor quality equipment and items. At this time, he began to miss Xiao Yu again. Xiao Yu, can you be more energetic? Hurry up and get some equipment that increases storage space. Looking at those equipments, Qin Feng felt so extravagant for the first time. A piece of level 30 bronze equipment would cost less than 10,000 yuan no matter what. Pity. Hey? This guy wasn't taken away by a wave. A figure struggling in the dragon flames attracted Qin Feng's attention. The pitch-black arms exuded rotten corpse aura and black demonic aura. There are incomplete carrion on the body, and the exposed bones are white with black and blue. Devil Ghoul. Level 36, Tier 2 Silver Boss. Attributes, Strength, 525, Stamina, 488, Spirit, 305, Agility, 364. Skills, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Lightning Strike, Poisonous Heart Attack, Cursed Spear. Weaknesses, Fear of light and flames. Light and fire attacks can cause additional damage. The evil monsters formed by demon soldiers infected with undead magic, due to their strong strength in life, the corpses are not completely corrupted, and the attacks are accompanied by magic damage. It turned out to be a Tier 2 silver boss, no wonder it's so strong. The strength of Warcraft monsters is also divided into ranks 1 to 10. The grades are divided into from low to high, normal, blue elite, silver boss, gold boss, dark gold boss. Every time a grade and rank is increased, the strength of the monster will be greatly improved. Immortal beasts and divine beasts are no longer in this sequence, and have independent growth systems. Chapter 26. Cursed Spear. The demon ghoul was struggling, but did not die like other skeleton monsters. Instead, he released his powerful skills. The bone spear in his hand suddenly threw it towards Xiao Bai. Unfortunately, the huge impact fell on Xiao Bai's dragon body, causing no damage at all. A white spot appeared on the dragon scale, and then disappeared quickly. However, this move angered Xiao Bai. Ugly monsters, things like ants, dare to fight back? Dragon's Wrath. A powerful divine dragon force erupted from Xiao Bai's body, covering a range of 50 meters around him. Only 5 rays of light were seen, converging into a 5-pointed star light array. The 5-color light began to spin crazily, like a meat grinder. All monsters, skeletons, and ghosts within a range of 50 meters were strangled to death. And the demon ghoul in the center, except for the thrown bone spear, has turned into ashes on the ground. Google. With such a brutal scene in front of him, Qin Feng swallowed. Powerful. Too strong. A skill directly swept the audience. Buzz. Just as Qin Feng picked up the bone spear on the ground, he heard a buzzing sound. It seems that Xiao Bai's long way just now caused something bad. Just for a moment, all the undead ghosts in the entire undead basin rioted. In the dark demon energy and death energy, corpse demons and monsters constantly emerged, and the sound of crunching bones collided. The roar sounded like a ghost singing, which was different from the strange screams of ordinary monsters. In the reddened land, black blood began to flow out continuously. The current situation is not good. Misty Phantom. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Qin Feng made a decisive decision and took Xiao Bai back. Casting the invisibility skill of the Dark Phantom, the surrounding demonic energy drifted, and his whole body instantly merged into this world. Tearing. Stabbing. What's that sound? Qin Feng had doubts in his heart, and looked towards the innermost sea of undead corpses, the source of that voice. The strange sound fell on the ears, making people feel uncomfortable and nauseated. The surrounding skeletons and ghosts and monsters became restless and fled towards the surroundings one after another. It seems that something terrible is about to appear. Less than 2 minutes. In the Black Basin, an extremely powerful force emerged. It's like a black storm full of death breath, with a violent death breath inside. Qin Feng was in an invisible state, feeling a little horrified in his heart. He felt that this thing that was about to appear was extremely unusual, and he didn't dare to speak out. This is the breath of death. On the black ground, black blood spewed out, and something was moving, making a gurgling sound, which made people feel disgusted. Slowly, Qin Feng finally saw the source of this sound. It turned out to be a huge pile of flesh and blood, just like meat pulp, black water with flesh and blood in the pink. The height reached more than 10 meters. It was a strange monster, its whole body was like soft and rotten flesh without bones. Moving on the ground, the layers of meat overlapped, stained with black plasma, and filled with the breath of death. In the meat ball, the pink part is vaguely a pair of eyes, which are not opened. Some skeleton ghosts who were too late to leave were all involved in the body by this monster. On the face was a tumor-like meatball, and on the festered body, sprout-like tentacles protruded. Soggy. The huge tail is entirely made of bone, with bone faces of various shapes growing out. What the hell is this? While Qin Feng was horrified, a huge question arose, and he used the eyes of truth to look at it. Fortunately, this skill will not break out of stealth. Corpse of the Undead. Level 80. Attributes: Strength, 34,205, Physical Strength, 359,520, Spirit, 142,509, Agility, 10,258. Talent: Curse of Ghouls, Burial of Corpse Souls, Sigh of Soul Breath, Evolution of Corpse Evolution. Skills: Path of the Dead, Soul Forbidden Realm, Corpse Demon Purgatory, Parasitic Magic, Death Curse, Death Parasite. Trick: Rebirth Death Boundary. Weaknesses: I have a great aversion to life magic, life resistance -300%. Introduction: 1,000 years ago, the battle of undead natural disasters formed a great melee of many races such as humans, demons, ghosts, elves, etc. The Demon Moon Mountain Range was the final main battlefield, and many immortal and divine beasts came one after another. The mountain range became a death basin during the Great War. Countless corpses of many races piled up flesh and blood, combined with undead magic, death aura, dark devil aura, and ghost aura to form a special existence, wandering in the undead basin. How much? 350,000 physical strength. Qin Feng's pupils constricted, and after the shock in his heart, he felt only a moment of fear. The undead of the corpse is a very special existence, neither a living being nor a dead person. Internal life and external death are completely composed of endless flesh and blood and various strange breaths. The strong vitality determines that it can hardly be killed. It's even weirder than a beast. If he hadn't been cautious, he might be dead now. If he was killed by this kind of thing, he didn't even dare to think whether the gift of resurrection would still take effect. The undead corpse came to the location where Xiao Bai erupted just now, and sensed it with its wet tentacles. He even took a look at where Qin Feng was. After a long time, nothing was found, and he slowly left in another direction. The undead ghosts on the road were all involved in their bodies by it. Hey, finally left. It seems that Xiao Bai's long way is too strong, and it is easy to attract some things. Fortunately, the invisibility of the Dark Phantom has the blessing of magic energy. If it is replaced with other invisibility skills, it will be over. It's unrealistic to kill in, you can only lurk in. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief until he was completely out of sight. Leaning against the tree, his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Chapter 27. Xiao Bai was not called again. Qin Feng took a break and added his status. Retaining your stealth, begin your journey toward the depths of the undead basin. Following the route map of the Tower of Death, we advanced for more than 3 hours. Throughout the undead basin, black and red are intertwined to create a weird sky. It is a sea of corpses and bones, and death is like a tide, spreading to every part of this world. The decaying breath filled the sky and penetrated the earth. Ashes permeated the air, countless corpses rose from the ground, and countless corpses fell down. Fortunately, I chose to come in stealthily. If I get in here, I guess it will be difficult even to the edge. Along the way, Qin Feng was an eye-opener. There are so many gold and dark gold bosses of various levels. I even saw a few undead at the level of fairy beasts. The phoenix-feathered lava crocodile with green flames all over its body, the ice-thorned ape with only its skeleton left, and the ghostly soul of Yalan, each one is extremely powerful. They are all high-level fairy beasts, which can be said to be extremely dangerous. At least an 8th level professional with good equipment is required to take the challenge. Moreover, this is only in the central area of the undead basin, the central area further inside. He seriously suspected that there must be a divine beast inside. Fortunately, this map does not point to the center of the undead basin. If it's inside, it's not certain whether the invisibility of the Dark Phantom can be concealed. It's just ahead. Seeing that he was about to reach his destination, Qin Feng became more cautious. Turning the corner of a cliff, he saw a shocking scene. This is boss in a meeting. In front of you is the place marked on the road map of the Tower of Death, with 5 huge trees. It forms a strange shape of a pentagram array, evenly spaced, each occupying 5 corners. In this barren and strange place of death, it is particularly conspicuous. However, Qin Feng stopped now. Because after turning the corner, the first thing you see at first sight is a bone dragon. Scaleless bone-faced dragon. Level 60, Divine Beast. Attributes: Strength, 65,842, Physical Strength, 72,540, Spirit, 62,541, Agility, 65,814. Talent: Bone Dragon Body, Doom. Skills: Hell Dragon Flame, Death Dragon Claw, Dragon Surge, Death Impact, Explosive Bone Spur. Trick: Bone Dragon Explosion. Weaknesses: Bone dragons transformed by undead magic are extremely sensitive and disgusted with life magic. Life resistance -100%, light resistance -100%. Introduction: It was originally a beast with emerald scales, but died in the undead natural disaster war, and was awakened by the death magic of the undead monarch. All the dragon scales and flesh disappeared, and became a scaleless and bone-faced dragon. Ability: Attracted by the breath of death to come here, after a big battle, the strength has declined. Looking through the bone dragon in the front row, Qin Feng can see the back, which is an even more terrifying scene. Under the huge 5 trees in front, there are a lot of monsters wandering. Either the body is covered with carrion, with black juice flowing from the corner of the mouth, or the whole body is covered with demonic energy, and the dense white bones on the body look extremely terrifying. Green Storm Dinosaur, Level 60 Immortal Beast. Bonehorn Protruding Beast, Level 50 Divine Beast. Killing the Lion Face Ghost, 90 Level 8th Level Dark Gold Boss. Withered Bones Black Widow, Level 80 Dark Gold Boss. Winged Corpse, Level 70 Fairy Beast. There are more than a dozen strange undead creatures wandering around. They don't invade each other, and they seem to be here just because of some summons. This terrifying and shocking scene made Qin Feng gasp. So many undead monsters are here, what exactly do you want to do? Recently, I was attracted by the breath of death to come here. Could it be the dead air of the Tower of Death? And the bodies of many monsters seem to be broken. Was it broken by someone? Qin Feng was keenly aware of the key points. The brain began to work rapidly. The worst ones here are all level 70 and 7th level dark gold bosses. Not to mention there are some fairy beasts, and a few divine beasts. It can be said that professionals do not have the strength of the 8th level, so it may be difficult to get by. Those who can fight against such a group of monsters are at least 8th order powerful existences. If you can kill this group of monsters, a lot of materials and equipment, just think about it. Qin Feng shook his head, suppressing the crazy thoughts in his heart. If you want to kill these undead monsters, you must be a 9th level professional to have that ability. 9th order. The existence that really stands at the pinnacle of this world is enough to rival the beasts. Although the strength of human beings is low at the beginning, they are not as good as the gods and beasts. But the potential is huge. Every time a professional level is raised, one's own attributes will be greatly improved. If it really grows up, it can also fight against fairy beasts and divine beasts. The distance of 9 steps is still too far away for him now. The death aura of the Tower of Death may be related to the weirdness of this place. These 5 trees are really weird. Qin Feng kept using the eye of reality to look around, and really got some information. Undead Sacrifice Reborn Realm, Array. Introduction: the powerful undead magic array has the ability to exchange life for death. The 5-spirit tree king absorbs all the life essence in the undead basin, and the powerful corpse obtains the power of death. The life force of the tree spirit king will fuse with death. Qi became the origin of the resurrection of the dead. 100 years ago, the formation was damaged. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the skill rewarded by the system is really powerful. Otherwise, he would not have discovered these things at all. Information is equally critical in combat. Rebirth? Resurrection of the dead? Destroyed. Qin Feng became more and more puzzled in his heart, what exactly is hidden in this Tower of Death? According to the information obtained, it may be inferred that someone may have entered the Tower of Death. He also fought against the undead monsters outside, causing some damage to the world of the afterlife. Chapter 28. Let's go and have a look. The entrance to the Tower of Death is in the center of the world of the dead. According to the map, this central area is the entrance to the Tower of Death. Qin Feng remained invisible and moved slowly. Coming to the central area of the world of the dead, there is a dark crack. The Eye of Truth. Using the Eye of Reality again, he easily obtained some information. Entrance to the Tower of Death. 1,000 years ago, the undead monarch established a terrifying dark regime, which was encircled and suppressed by the 48 nations of the human race, involving dozens of races such as humans, demons, ghosts, and elves, and finally formed in the Demon Moon Mountain range. After the death of the undead monarch, his remaining army of undead also disappeared mysteriously, hiding in the Tower of Death, a super ghost tool secretly built by the undead monarch. Super ghost tool, Tower of Death. What a terrifying undead monarch, to be besieged by 48 countries. Qin Feng was shocked. Is this the power of the necromancer? No wonder now, all undead magic has been banned. The world is vast, divided into several continents, and endless oceans. There are many races and hundreds of countries, which constitute the complex situation in this world. After the beginning of the era of professionals, countries around the world seem to be well prepared. Start actively responding to the crisis of foreign invasions such as demons, ghosts, and monsters. The Tianlong Kingdom where Qin Feng is located is one of them, a superpower located in the eastern continent. Has a long history, profound heritage, and strong strength. This undead monarch is equivalent to instigating a world war by himself. What a fierce man! This kind of feat is really not something that ordinary people can achieve. Looking at the entrance of the Tower of Death, Qin Feng also sighed in his heart. This is actually a super ghost weapon. If you can have this Tower of Death, wouldn't you be able to get the army of the undead? Is the so-called rebirth formation intended to revive the undead monarch? Qin Feng couldn't help thinking about it. Yes, maybe it is the backhand left by the undead monarch. But, the entrance is here, what about the tower? Qin Feng was a little puzzled, could it be that he was hiding in a secret realm? Or... He directly touched the crack in front of his eyes with his hands, and his eyes suddenly became dim. A grey and black light appeared, evil and terrifying. On the ground, black plasma surged, and the dead branches and leaves were all corroded. Roar! The undead monsters around were startled by this scene, and instantly became agitated. Qin Feng opened his eyes again, and he was already in a very wide bone hall. On the smooth white bones in the hall, there are some gems that exude a quiet green light. 50 meters straight ahead. A staircase is particularly conspicuous in this empty hall of bones. This staircase is different from ordinary staircases. It turned out to be extended downwards. Sure enough, the Tower of Death is not a normal tower. It's actually in the form of an inverted pyramid, buried deep in the ground. In the gloomy light before Qin Feng's eyes, there was a grey mist. The rotten breath in the air reminded him all the time that the air of death here is extremely dense. Qin Feng went straight down the stairs without any hesitation. The scene in front of him changed, and the sound of creaking bones colliding came to his ears. Came to the next layer. It is still extremely wide, but it is full of various skeleton monsters. There are warriors, archers, knights, mages, and skeletons of various professions. With a bony long sword, staff, bow, and arrow in hand, wander in this wide tower. Qin Feng was still in the invisible state, and obtained the information here by using the Eye of Reality. Tower of Death. The undead monarch slaughtered 12 cities and 6 countries, killed more than 50 million people, slayed 15 dragons, killed 8 8th level titled knights, 3 8th level titled dragon knights, and 24 8th level big demons as a guide. More than hundreds of millions of living beings are affected, and the Tower of Death, a super ghost weapon, was forged with endless grievances and bones. The first floor of the Tower of Death, 1,000 years ago, the undead monarch had a premonition that he was about to fail, so he hid the Tower of Death in the Moyo Mountains, designed to launch a natural disaster of the undead, resulting in the death of countless strong people here, forming a terrifying place of death. The Tower of Death gradually absorbs these death energies and evolves in a more terrifying direction, with a total of 18 floors. The first floor of the Tower of Death. The body of the tower extends underground upside down, and the first floor can only be regarded as the weakest floor of the Tower of Death. In this case, the 18th floor at the bottom should be the scariest place. If you can't deal with the ones below, you can't even deal with the first floor, right? They've already come in. If you don't get something, it's simply not in line with his character. Hey? These monsters are actually level 20. After seeing the levels of these skeletons, Qin Feng was a little surprised. He originally thought that the monsters inside the Tower of Death should be more powerful than those from outside. But the actual situation is much worse than outside. Undead Skeleton Mage. Level 20, Level 1. Attributes: Strength, 167, Stamina, 140, Spirit, 280, Agility, 138. Skills: Summon Undead, Burning Phosphorus, Water Bomb, Rain Snake Whip. Weaknesses: mages specially transformed by undead magic are afraid of life force, life-type attacks can cause extra damage, and priests' healing spells can cause powerful blows. Introduction: the human mage who was transformed by the undead magic of the undead monarch inherited some of the magical strength in his lifetime, accepted the order of the undead monarch, and guarded the Tower of Death, can also be resurrected with the help of the Death Heir, but 100 years ago, the death energy of the Tower of Death began to lose continuously, and the loss of the Death Heir made the strength of the undead in the tower also decline. The breath of death began to drain, and it was another 100 years ago. Qin Feng was curious, what happened 100 years ago? Why would it cause the energy loss of the Tower of Death? Really can't wait to kill the bottom to see. Without hesitation, Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai directly. After instructing Xiao Bai not to make too much noise, one person and one dragon began to sweep the first floor. He has not forgotten that the main purpose of coming out this time is to upgrade. For professionals, strength is the foundation of everything. Chapter 29. As soon as Qin Feng showed his figure, the surrounding skeletons were keenly aware of it. This breath of the living. In the Tower of Death, it is particularly abrupt. Skeleton soldiers and skeleton mage surged wildly and charged towards Qin Feng. Xiao Bai, let's go. This group of spicy chicken skeletons dare to stop us. Qin Feng had already summoned Xiao Bai, and rushed into the sea of skeletons with him. A group of weak chicken and skeleton soldiers, even if there is a boss, it doesn't matter, let alone these little soldiers. Needless to say, Xiao Bai's attack, all kinds of 5 elements magic bombarded him in turn. The dragon flames burned, the dragon's breath impacted, and the skeleton instantly turned into ashes. 5 elements swift blade slash. Qin Feng also went up, releasing his area attack skills, coupled with his powerful attributes, the damage he caused was also very considerable. An attack with damage from the 5 elements, howling hit the skeleton. Crackling. As if harvesting wheat, the skeleton soldiers fell apart in groups. Cool. He was incomparably fascinated by the hearty battle and the feeling of blood boiling. It's like killing a ghost when meeting a wandering soul, and killing an undead when meeting an undead. Qin Feng and Xiao Bai mercilessly swept away the undead monsters on the first floor. With the death resistance and darkness resistance added by the Dark Phantom, he is immune to most of the damage. Although Qin Feng's luck itself can only be considered average, only 6 points. In addition, after wearing the Dark Phantom, he was shrouded in bad luck, and his luck value dropped by half. Now there is only 3 points of luck, and the burst rate is not very high. I can't stand the monsters on the first floor, there are indeed a lot of them, even 100 of them can produce 1 piece of equipment. The amount of equipment is also extremely impressive. Qin Feng swept around and found that there were not as many skeleton soldiers as he imagined. After killing him, he was promoted to level 7, and Xiao Bai was promoted to level 3. If it was an ordinary professional, or another hidden profession, I am afraid that it would be at least 10 levels up. However, think of the attributes added by the upgrade. Qin Feng felt relieved. This is a god-level hidden profession, which is different from others. The more experience you need, the key is the potential. Now that Xiao Bai is still around, upgrading is not a simple matter. Speaking of it, Xiao Bai is the most perverted one, and the divine beast is simply a scripture-swallowing beast, a big eater of experience. After a while, we came to the entrance of the next floor. Under the intertwined black and grey atmosphere, a skeleton warrior with a silver halo appeared in front of his eyes. It's the silver boss again, it should be the guardian of the entrance to the second floor. Qin Feng likes this kind of boss the most. As long as you can deal with it, and you have a lot of experience, the equipment given is fine. The skeleton boss in front of him is obviously much stronger than the others. There are 2 on the left and right, 1 warrior and 1 mage. The ferocious posture, combined with the creaking sound of the upper bones, seemed calm and majestic. Corpse Bone Swordsman. Level 25, second tier silver boss. Attributes: Strength, 480, Physical Strength, 418, Spirit, 205, Agility, 324. Skills: Consolidated Battle Chi, Angry Shadow Slash, Big Critical Strike, Cross Strand. Weaknesses: Fear of Life-type damage and Light-type damage. Priest skills can cause additional damage. Introduction: It was originally a level 74th tier gold boss, but was killed 100 years ago. Later, it was revived with the help of the Tower of Death, and its strength declined seriously. With the continuous loss of death energy, it became a second-tier silver boss. Has he been killed once? After Qin Feng saw the attributes, he was a little surprised. It turns out that this thing has already been revived once, and the decline in strength is really serious. I'm really sorry. He likes the cheapness of beating a dog in the water. The corpse spirit bone mage next to him also has similar attributes. He was also killed once, and his strength has dropped significantly. It is the spiritual attribute, which is much higher than that of a swordsman. Each profession has a different focus, such as strength fighters, the upgrade increases more strength attributes. The mage has more spiritual attributes. For guardian knights, the stamina attribute increases more. When awakening a profession, it is to awaken the profession according to the degree of fit of each person. The growth of attributes is naturally biased. Of course, Qin Feng's profession is a god-level hidden profession with full basic attributes. When upgrading, it increases according to the basic attributes, and the four-dimensional attributes increase by 20 points at the same time. A quadrilateral knight with absolutely no weaknesses. Xiao, come on! Facing these two bosses, Qin Feng was not timid at all. Without hesitation, he took Xiao and killed him. Xiao's dragon flame and 5-element magic instantly enveloped the two bosses, forming an indiscriminate blow. Before Qin Feng could make a move, a series of attacks had already killed a quarter of the life of the two bosses, which could be described as terrifying. Come on, you don't have to do it at all. Qin Feng happened to pick out the equipment on the ground. If there was silver equipment, he put it in his backpack. As for the messy ashes, he didn't want to touch them. Bang bang bang! All kinds of magic and dragon flames are intertwined, like setting off fireworks. By the time Qin Feng finished picking up the equipment, the two bosses had already died. The corpse turned into dry bones, and several pieces of equipment dropped out. Explosive bone knife, gold equipment, requirements, level 25 second tier warrior profession, unidentified, unusable. Withered bones staff, silver equipment, requirements, level 25 second level mage profession, unidentified, unusable. There are gold equipment, not bad. Qin Feng cheerfully picked it up. Equipment above silver is very rare to come by. Just this piece of equipment, take out any piece of equipment, at least replace it with a whole set of silver warrior equipment of the same level. Dark gold equipment is more valuable. Chapter 30. The second floor of the Tower of Death, here I come. After Qin Feng and Xiao Bai raided, the first floor has been completely emptied. The next time these monsters want to be resurrected, they don't know how long they will have to wait. Entering the second floor, the air of death is obviously stronger. And here, the skeleton soldiers are a little taller, and there are some other monsters. Ghosts, demons, wraiths. All are undead monsters of the death department. The monsters on the second floor are of a higher level than those on the first floor. Qin Feng scanned with his real eyes, but didn't find any powerful characters. Almost all monsters are more than 30 levels, but some are second-level monsters. It is stronger than the first layer, but it is also limited. Xiao, come on! Qin Feng looked at the piles of fallen skeletons and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder everyone yearns for the mythical beast. This kind of strength basically swept everything in the early stage. Now Xiao Bai is level 3, with 2000 points of 4-dimensional attributes. Level 50 4th tier professionals can only achieve this attribute by wearing decent equipment, and only on the attributes of expertise. In terms of overall strength, the current Xiao Bai is comparable to a 5th tier professional at level 50. Of course, after a professional exceeds the 5th level, each time the professional level is raised, the attribute will increase greatly. A powerful professional can fight against fairy beasts and beasts. Sweep all the way to the entrance of the 3rd floor. This time the Guardian has become a level 30 tier 3 silver boss. The attributes are higher than those two just now. However, this did not cause much hindrance to Xiao Bai. It's just that it takes a little more time. Rumble. There is no difficulty. Qin Feng shook his head, and continued to look around, trying to see if he could get some hidden information. Xiao Bai attacked violently, crackling. Just get the gatekeeper boss on this floor. Another piece of gold equipment dropped, and Qin Feng happily put it away. Although I can't use it myself, it's pretty good to take it out and sell it for money. Although he inherited some inheritance from his parents, but not much. Just over 1 million, and a house in Tianyuan City. For ordinary people, this money seems to be quite a lot. But for professionals, a piece of better gold equipment also costs this price. Not to mention the better gear. Immortal artifacts, magic artifacts, and divine artifacts above dark gold are all priceless things in the market. It's hard to put the value of these gears in monetary terms. The 3rd floor. The 4th floor. With each lower floor, the space of the Tower of Death will become smaller. And the number of monsters will decrease accordingly, but the strength of the monsters will increase accordingly. After wiping out some monsters on the 4th floor, Qin Feng successfully rose to level 10. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to level 10. As a god-level hidden professional 5-element sacred dragon knight, you will automatically comprehend professional skills, 5-way star array. Finally reached level 10. Excited. Also comprehend professional skills. Qin Feng couldn't help being excited, he only reached level 10 after gaining experience like this. If it were an ordinary professional, I'm afraid they could be promoted to level 30 or 40. He didn't even dare to think, if he leveled up outside and brushed more than 10 or 20 levels of monsters, wouldn't he be forever? God level hidden occupation, it is not easy to upgrade. Qin Feng sighed, and excitedly checked the skills he had just learned. 5-party star array, level 1, 0/3000, active skill, with the power of the 5 elements combined with the power of the dragon, instantly build a destructive star array 25 meters around itself, and the power of the 5 elements will fight against the target a devastating blow, with a 500% increase in damage and a 100% silence effect. The target in the formation cannot use the 5 elements of magic. This skill is awesome. It's really not in vain for him to upgrade so hard, he is really strong enough. Name, Qin Feng. Level 10. Occupation, 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. Professional level, First Order Trainee Knight. Basic attributes, Strength, 730, Physical Strength, 730, Spirit, 730, Agility, 730. Upgrade attribute 200 plus Holy Dragon Blood 200 plus Dark Phantom 220, passive skill increase by 10%, plus TNG Evil Dragon Sword 110. Hidden attribute, Luck, 3, Charm, 18. Gift of Resurrection, 3/3. Backpack Space, 50. Talent Skills, Blood Boiling, A level, True Eye, SSS level, Absolute Defense, SSS level. Professional Skills, 5 Elements Dragon Claw, 5 Elements Dragon Scale, 5 Elements Dragon Body, 5 Elements Burst Slash, 5 Elements Quick Blade Slash, 5-star Array. Exclusive Divine Skills, Holy Dragon's Wrath, Dragon Emperor's arrogance. Equipment, TNG Evil Dragon Sword, Dark Phantom Face. Pet, 5 elements Little White Dragon, Little White. Resistance, 20% resistance to 5 elements, including 40% resistance to water, 20% resistance to light, 5% resistance to soil, 30% resistance to darkness, 30% resistance to death. Qin Feng took a look at his current attributes, and it exploded. Powerful. Too strong. For ordinary professionals, even if they are level 30, it will be difficult for them to reach the attributes like him if their professional level is raised to the 3rd level. However, he glanced at Xiao Bai who had reached level 4. Qin Feng's restless heart calmed down. Xiao Bai's level 1 attributes are stronger than his current level. People are bigger than dragons, so mad. At this time, Xiao Bai, who was killing monsters in front, suddenly stopped. Chapter 31. The 4th floor of the Tower of Death. The area is a little smaller than the previous layers. But the air of death and the dark energy are thicker than before. The strength of the undead monsters has also become stronger. This boss actually took the initiative to kill him. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. The guarding bosses of the previous floors were all guarding the entrance of the next floor. This time, it seems to be a little more agile. The Eye of Truth. It is safer to check the information. Carrion Horned Demon. Level 40, Tier 3 Gold Boss. Attributes, Strength, 512, Physical Strength, 354, Spirit, 810, Agility, 384. Skills, Dark Cloud Bullet, Dark Cloud Breaker, Curse of Weakness, Dark Magic, Cursed Spear. Weaknesses, demons transformed by undead magic have no resistance to life damage, light damage, and fire attacks can cause additional damage, life resistance -100%, light resistance -50%, fire damage line resistance -50%. Introduction. It was originally a level 75 4th tier gold boss, but was killed 100 years ago. Later, it was revived with the help of the Tower of Death, and its strength declined. With the loss of death energy, although it became a 3rd tier gold boss, but still retains some spirituality. Hiss! What the hell, can this also be called spirituality? Qin Feng looked at the big guy in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head. The ferocious face, like a tauren, has been rotten and can't be seen clearly. In the black eye sockets, there are bulging eyeballs, red ones, with yellowish juice flowing. The skin on the body is loose, just condensed in some places. It was like the tortoise's shell, which was hung on his body by him, making it look a bit thick. It is clearly a mage monster, but it can't see the elegance and nobility of a mage at all. He couldn't see that this thing still had some spirituality. Every spiritual monster should burst out with good equipment. Xiao Bai, kill him. The appearance of this carrion horned demon made Qin Feng feel a little queasy. He could even imagine how the dark red and smelly juice would dance around when he cut it with a sword. The mental stress caused by this kind of scene is more serious than the damage of this monster. Roar! Xiao Bai also seemed to hate the rotting corpse and long-horned demon, so he came to kill him when he saw him. Immediately use the unearth magic rock wall. 4 broad walls of rock appeared, trapping the carrion horned demon within. Along the center of the wall, many steel rock spurs also appeared. Directly completely restricting the carrion horned demon, it is difficult to even move. Below the rock wall, the flame dragon pillar rose suddenly, as if it would not stop until it burned the opponent to ashes. Xiao Bai just looked gracefully in the air, and still had time to circle around Qin Feng. It seems to be asking for credit. It's so strong, Xiao Bai, I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back. Touching the faucet that came closer, Qin Feng praised without hesitation. The cold and moist dragon horns are white and crystal clear, like a peerless treasure. In terms of spirituality, Xiao Bai is called spiritual. Looking at the carrion-horned demon that had been reduced to ashes, Qin Feng shook his head. There was no comparison at all. Although the spirit of the mage monster is strong, but in terms of physical strength, he was too weak, and couldn't bear Xiao Bai's injury at all. Its powerful magic attack has not yet been exerted, and it has already died. It's another piece of gold equipment, so beautiful. Long-horned wand, gold equipment, requirement, level 43rd tier mage profession, unidentified, unusable. Qin Feng cheerfully picked up the objects that fell on the ground. After returning to the city, I plan to find an auction house to sell it. He will not be able to use these equipment for the time being. By the time he can use it, there must be better ones. With a sweep, Xiao Bai easily killed the monsters on the 4th floor. Kill the 5th floor. The gatekeeper is a ghost assassin of the Ghost Clan, who has become a level 45 3rd tier gold boss. Still not Xiao Bai's opponent, but experience and equipment. On the first 5 floors, I didn't get any information. I only know that these monsters were killed once 100 years ago. But, who killed it? The monsters here, before they die, are all high-level gold bosses with powerful strength. And not to mention the bunch of fairy beasts and mythical beasts outside the Tower of Death. If you want to break in with strength, you must have at least 8th level strength. Fortunately, he has the invisibility skill of Dark Phantom. Otherwise, definitely don't even think about coming in. Qin Feng kept using the Eye of Reality to observe the surroundings, and came to the 6th floor of the Tower of Death. In this floor, it was unexpectedly quiet. At a glance, there were no skeleton monsters. How could there be no monsters? Could it be that he hasn't been resurrected after being killed? Qin Feng murmured in the air, a little puzzled, but found that Xiao Bai had already launched an offensive. The flame of the angry dragon. Xiao Bai's magic this time is more terrifying and powerful than before. The flame of the dragon covered the surrounding 100 meters. Crackling. Amidst a burst of crackling, a group of previously invisible butterflies emerged in the air. It's like a ghost with a glance, perfectly integrated in the dark magic energy and the death energy. It was burned out by Xiao Bai's flame magic. Densely packed, the grey dead air and black devil air on the wings are intertwined, which looks extremely strange. It is about the size of an adult's palm, with dark red patterns on its belly, like a smiling grimace. Thousands of butterflies are floating in the air, struggling in the sea of fire. This gorgeous and beautiful scene hides extremely terrifying dangers. Tsitsaizi. Numerous butterflies produced strange rhythms at the same time, and Qin Feng felt his mind go blank for an instant. Chapter 32. Tsitsaizi. Invisible and shapeless sound wave resonance instantly spread throughout the 6th floor of the Tower of Death. Crackling. With Qin Feng at the center, the butterflies within 100 meters were struggling. With a crackling sound, they were all burned to ashes by the fire magic. But at this moment, all the butterflies in the entire 6th floor were attracted. There are almost thousands of them. They found Qin Feng, the intruder, and all flew towards him. In the lightness, it is extremely gorgeous, but it also contains a terrifying crisis. Accompanied by the sound of zizzing, invisible mental shocks converged towards Qin Feng from all directions. A strong sense of dizziness and shock impacted his mind. In just an instant, his mind went blank. It was as if thousands of suanas were playing frantically in my ears, and my mind became more and more chaotic. The eardrum couldn't even bear it, and blood began to overflow. Qin Feng only held on for a few seconds before his mental defense completely collapsed. Falling into chaos, his body was out of control, as if he couldn't help but want to go berserk. Roar! Seeing Qin Feng's crisis, Xiao Bai immediately let out a dragon cry. The sound of the dragon's roar carrying the coercion of the beast instantly broke the invisible spiritual shock. Many butterflies seemed unable to withstand the force. Like a bird with a broken wing, it fell from the sky. With Xiao Bai's protection, Qin Feng finally got rid of this mental shock. What the hell is this? It's so scary. Qin Feng's face was pale, and he quickly took 2 steps back. His spirit was greatly impacted, and a nauseating dizziness still remained in his mind. Looking at these seemingly harmless beautiful butterflies, my heart was shocked. The eye of truth. Enduring nausea and dizziness, Qin Feng immediately checked the attributes of these butterflies. Undead butterfly. Level 50, Tier 3. Attributes: Strength, 252, Physical Strength, 281, Spirit, 666, Agility, 368. Talent: Spiritual Breakthrough. Special creatures combine death energy and dark magic energy to absorb countless souls, and can cause huge spiritual damage when attacking. Skill: Spiritual Evil Current. Unleash the power of necromancers, directly attacking the mind, causing people's spirits to be out of self-control, falling into a state of chaos, and can form skill resonance with the surrounding necromantic butterflies. Weaknesses: Strong Spirit, Weak Body, Fire Resistance -40%, Light Resistance -80%. Introduction: It was originally a ghost-faced butterfly that grew up in the legendary Forbidden Forest of Ghosts. It has a strange spiritual power that can make people lose their minds. It was valued by the undead monarch, and it was collected in the Tower of Death, absorbing countless grievances and soul energy. Afterwards, it became a necromancer butterfly, which originally had the strength of the 5th level, but was wiped out 100 years ago, and its strength declined after being resurrected. Undead butterfly, what a terrifying thing! After Qin Feng saw the attributes, he was also genuinely shocked. The wave of offensive just now made him still have lingering fears. It is true that the individual attributes of the necromancer butterfly are not high, and the skills are also very simple. Qin Feng's spiritual attribute is not bad. If it's just a few, dozens, it won't do him much harm. But the skills of this ghost thing can actually resonate, which is equivalent to the superposition of thousands of undead butterflies. This attack almost killed him directly. The chaotic effect caused, regardless of enemy and friend, has a wide range. The terrifying mental evil, like a sea tide, swept across his mind in an instant. Just once, he completely accepted the horror of these undead butterflies. If it wasn't for Xiao Bai, he would have really fallen this time. Xiao Bai, let's go. Seeing that the butterflies were about to attack again, Qin Feng quickly rode on Xiao Bai's body. Attributes instantly increased by 15%. The spiritual attribute has increased, and the skill resistance to the undead butterfly has also become stronger. Xiao Bai also thoughtfully cast a few protective spells on Qin Feng's body. 5-party star array. Qin Feng acted decisively and made a decisive move. Exhibits the skills learned at level 10 before. With the power of the 5 elements combined with the power of the dragon, a destructive star array is instantly constructed 25 meters around itself. The surrounding butterflies were all killed before they even approached him. However, the undead butterflies behind rushed up one after another. Not afraid of death at all. Dragon language magic, prison flame sea of fire. Xiao Bai also knew that the situation was critical, so he cast a fire-type dragon language magic. The sea of flames rose, and the butterflies rushed forward one after another. Qin Feng didn't make another move, but looked at the group of butterflies that were flaming with a blank expression. The scorched wings turned into black fragments and fell little by little. Black ashes piled up in front of him, like a pile of dirt on the ground. Undead butterfly. Qin Feng's expression changed a little, and he fell into deep thought. The clearance of the first 5 floors was so smooth that he took it lightly. Moreover, the huge increase in attributes also made his heart swell a little. Now it seems that he still has a long way to go. And the crisis in the Tower of Death is more dangerous than he imagined. This time, if Xiao Bai hadn't been there, he might really have died. Qin Feng glanced at the experience, and began to rise rapidly again. Originally, after reaching level 10, the rate of increase in experience began to slow down. To be promoted to level 11, more than all previous experiences combined. However, with the help of these undead butterflies, Qin Feng rose to level 1 in almost an hour. After killing all the undead butterflies on the 6th floor, he went straight to level 14. And Xiao Bai finally reached level 7. It is really not easy to upgrade the beast. It's just that, after sweeping up everything, there was no boss in sight. Chapter 33. 2 days later. The 9th floor of the Tower of Death. Qin Feng cooperated with Xiao Bai, and killed the gatekeeper boss on the 9th floor. It was a corpse king beetle of level 50 and level 4, which fell under his TNG evil dragon sword. 1 piece of gold equipment and 1 piece of silver equipment are dropped. Necromancer armor shield, gold equipment, requirements, level 50 4th tier knight profession, unidentified, unusable. Bone spirit battle sword, silver equipment, requirement, level 50 4th tier warrior profession, unidentified, unusable. After throwing away some hot chicken equipment, Qin Feng picked up the equipment dropped by the corpse king beetle. The Tower of Death, the higher you go, the more difficult it is. Below the 6th floor, the degree of danger is low. But above the 6th floor, the degree of danger increases sharply. After Qin Feng passed the 6th floor, he rested for a long time. After recovering his spirit and replenishing his condition, he took Xiao Bai back and entered the 7th floor invisibly. Learned the lesson of the 6th floor. He became a lot more cautious, and first went in stealth to see the situation. If you can fight, call Xiao Bai to continue fighting. If you can't fight, then think of other ways. Really. Fortunately, he was more cautious. On the back floors, the monsters had all sorts of strange skills. There is a terrifying hypnotic bone snake on the 7th floor, which can hypnotize people. On the 8th floor, there are terrifying bloodthirsty corpse insects with extremely tenacious vitality and powerful blood-sucking effect. The 9th floor is a group of self-exploding bone demons, who explode themselves at every turn, which is even more troublesome. Every time a level is cleared, Qin Feng needs to rest for a while. Fortunately, I brought a lot of food. Otherwise, now, he would really be so hungry that he would have no energy to fight. Little by, it's really not easy to reach level 10. With the corpse king beetle falling to the ground, Qin Feng's level has reached level 19. And Xiao Bai finally reached level 10 with difficulty. Your pet 5 elements little white dragon has reached level 10, and has comprehended skills, 5 elements fusion, sacred protection, dragon sacrifice. Fusion of the 5 elements, the unique talent of the little white dragon of the 5 elements, which can fuse the magic of the 5 elements it has comprehended to form a multi-element super composite magic. Sacred protection, arouse your own sacred attributes for the master, and cast a sacred shield on the master, which can immunize most of the indirect damage and enhance the resistance to negative states. Dragon sacrifice, ignite the root power of the 5 elements in the body, and improve its attributes within a certain period of time. After casting, all attributes will increase by 300%. After using it, it will fall into a deep sleep for 2 days. I rely on it. Xiao Bai, you are so considerate. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing when he saw the skills that Xiao Bai had comprehended. Actually comprehended specifically for him to comprehend the guardian skill. Very nice. However, the other 2 skills opened his eyes even more. Abnormal. It's too perverted. The multi-system fusion of super compound magic, ordinary professionals can only start to touch it after the 5th level. Xiao Bai is different. You can master it now, and you can also integrate multiple systems. As Xiao Bai grows up, it is possible to integrate 3, 4, or even 5 lines. The super composite magic that merges the 5 elements is probably at the level of forbidden spells. Xiao Bai's current 4-dimensional attribute has reached 5,500 points. Plus the current skills, a little invincible. For Xiao Bai at level 10, the dragon's body is already close to 20 meters. If it weren't for being in the Tower of Death, he really wanted to try the feeling of riding a dragon soaring 9 days. A dragon's head leaned in front of him, already taller than his own. However, according to the Dragon Clan's calculations, Xiao Bai can only be regarded as a child who can only walk. Qin Feng played with Xiao Bai for a while, then took it back into the pet space. Misty Phantom. Casting the invisibility skill of the Dark Phantom, Qin Feng moved towards the 10th floor alone. If nothing else, the monsters on the 10th floor of the Tower of Death should be even more powerful. Hey? Nothing. Arriving at the 10th floor, Qin Feng's face changed slightly. The Tower of Death, it is impossible to have nothing. This situation can only show that the danger on the 10th floor is beyond his imagination. Qin Feng focused his attention on vigilance, and walked forward in the permeating black mist. Under the exploration of the Eye of Reality, I began to look for the entrance to the 11th floor. After searching for a while, Qin Feng found the entrance to the 11th floor at an extremely marginal location. On both sides of the entrance, there are actually 2 stone statues. This is Dragon. Qin Feng stopped abruptly, looking at the stone statue in front of him, his pupils shrank slightly. 2 stone statues at the entrance of the 11th floor. The whole body is a corrupt grey, not petrified cold. Standing quietly, without a trace of life. Like a corpse, motionless. On the grey and white body, there are dragon scales with clear texture, and the shape of the head is different from that of ordinary dragons. With 3 horns, one is in the middle of the forehead, which looks a bit hideous. If it is spread out together with the wings, it should have a length of more than 50 meters. Judging by this size, Terror is no longer a juvenile dragon. After the Dragon Clan reaches level 20, it will be out of infancy, and its attributes will increase significantly. The growing dragon is not so easy to deal with. Qin Feng didn't dare to act rashly. The 2 dragons didn't look like kind people at first sight. Fortunately, he cautiously used his stealth skills to come in. If he brought Xiao Bai in directly, it would probably cause the attacks of these 2 guys in an instant. Looking at it like this, it should be at least at the level of a fairy beast, right? This is only the 10th floor, the probability of encountering a divine beast should not be high. If the 10th floor is a divine beast, then the danger of the Tower of Death will have to be reassessed. Qin Feng was cautious and didn't talk nonsense, and directly checked the other party's attributes. Chapter 34. The Eye of Truth. Qin Feng was not disappointed, and immediately obtained the attributes of these 2 dragons. Giant Dragon of Corpse Flame. Level 30, Armor Beast. Attributes: Strength, 2215, Physical Strength, 2585, Spirit, 2416, Agility, 2325. Talent: Undead Corpse, Dragon Body. Skills: Pale Dragon Flame, Death Dragon Claw, Wraith Arrow, Blast Flame. Trick: Death Dragon Flame. Weaknesses: Undead beings transformed into undead bodies are most afraid of life, fire, and light damage. Life resistance is -100%, fire resistance is -50%, and light resistance is -50%. Introduction: It was originally a dragon of flames that lived in the forest of monsters. After being captured by the undead monarch, it was refined with undead magic to become an undead corpse dragon. In the Tower of Death, after death, it can be reborn with the help of death energy. 100 years ago, an 8th level titled Dragon Knight broke into the Tower of Death, and the Dragon of Corpse Flames was beheaded. It was originally a level 50 fairy beast, but after its resurrection, its strength declined, and the death energy was seriously lost, and it became a level 30 sub-immortal beast. Hint: if the Dragon of Corpse Flame dies, it will attract the attention of the undead monarch. A level 30 sub-celestial beast. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. If it's a level 30 fairy beast, it's a bit difficult to deal with. But these two are not even fairy beasts. With such attributes, he can completely let Xiao Bai push them across. Even if there are two giant dragons of corpse flame, they should not be able to stop Xiao Bai. However, he saw many things from the attributes of the corpse flame dragon. It turned out to be a level 50 fairy beast. He was killed by the 8th rank title dragon knight who broke in. He was resurrected later, but his strength dropped sharply. When I came to the 10th floor, I finally got some information about the intruder. Qin Feng's expression changed a little, and he muttered, the 8th rank titled dragon knight. He was not surprised to be able to forcibly break into the Tower of Death with 8th level strength. And the opponent is actually a dragon knight, which is even stronger. Qin Feng became a little curious about this knight he had never met before. Being able to rely on strength to sweep all the way into the Tower of Death is really fierce. To some extent, he can be regarded as dipped in the light. Otherwise, according to the original strength of the Tower of Death, he would not be able to deal with the monsters on the first floor alone. However, these are not the most critical. If it wasn't for the last reminder, Qin Feng had already released Xiao Bai to start the war. It was the last reminder to let him choose to stand still. The death of the corpse flame dragon will attract the attention of the undead monarch. Could it be that the undead monarch has been resurrected? Combining the known information, Qin Feng had to make this judgment. If it attracts the attention of the undead monarch, it is not what he wants. Although his current strength is not bad, he still can't handle a boss of the level of the undead monarch. After clarifying your thoughts, two questions arose in Qin Feng's heart. Why did the death chi in the Tower of Death lose? Was it extracted by the undead monarch? Who is the titled knight who broke in 100 years ago? Is he still in the Tower of Death? After all, it's still too weak. Qin Feng had a lot of thoughts, but in the end, he could only sigh. Without strength, you feel at a loss when doing anything. It doesn't take much, even if he has the strength of the 7th level now. Xiao Bai has grown up. It can be killed directly like that titled knight. Unfortunately, he is only a first-order knight. Xiao Bai is just a dragon who is still in its infancy. Go back, you can't go any further. After thinking about it, Qin Feng came to this conclusion. Although it is said that opportunities need to be fought for, he doesn't need them. So what if the risks he has to face are directly proportional to the opportunities? Qin Feng has self-knowledge, he is not a child of luck. Without complete preparation, you cannot gamble on such ethereal risks. Riptides are great, of course. But retreating bravely in the torrent may not be beautiful. Now that he doesn't have enough life-saving skills, he can't guarantee that the situation is completely under his control. Facing a superpower like the undead monarch, he still doesn't have enough strength to protect himself. Even after entering, what if you can get the artifact? He has a system, and he can wait for the Sun of Luck. But Qin Feng has not forgotten that there is also Xiao Yu, the Sun of Luck. Actually, maybe you can let Xiao Yu come. Xiao Yu is the Sun of Luck, wait until his strength is almost the same. Just enough to guide him to explore the Tower of Death. At that time, according to the way of the Sun of Luck, it must be to face the risk and give it a go. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Qin Feng couldn't help but think, if Xiao Yu can obtain the super ghost weapon Death Tower, what level of equipment will he be returned to him? Thinking of this, his heart became even more greedy. Let Xiao Yu take the risk, he will eat and return it later. It is simply flattering. It's over. The knight's good qualities of humility and honesty have become mean and greedy in him. Amitabha, sin, sin. Qin Feng quickly read the Tao Te Ching twice to cleanse his heart. It is Xiao Yu who is not up to date, and now there is not much improvement. I haven't gotten any opportunities these days. In addition to experience, some low-level equipment and materials were also returned. Hey, when will his secret realm be triggered? Go back and find a way to spur him. Qin Feng estimated that it was almost the college entrance examination. Xiao Yu should also soon go back and wait and see. I don't know if I can return something better. Chapter 35. Waiter, bring me another glass of dark beer. Waiter, here's another plate of crow beef. I want 2 crystal fish here, please hurry up. In the underground bar of a hotel, there were lively and cheerful voices. It was noon now, and the spacious bar was almost full. Qin Feng also occupied a table and ordered some dishes. This is already the second day after he returned to Tianyuan City. After returning from the Tower of Death, he took a good night's sleep and recovered well. In the morning, go to Tianyuan College to sign up for the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination in this world is different. The college entrance examination in this world is relatively simple in a relatively sense. After awakening to a career, it is equivalent to graduating from high school. After that, there will be 10 days for the students to adapt to the battle, improve their level, and prepare for the college entrance examination. The first step in university schools is school recruitment. Excellent awakeners, those hidden professions, are usually selected by various universities at this stage. These people basically do not need to take the college entrance examination. Direct admission without examination. In the second step, each school will recruit students within the specified time and count the number of students who have registered. After determining the number of candidates, the school will issue questions for assessment. If you pass the examination, you will enter the school to study. It doesn't matter if you fail the assessment, this is the world of professionals after all. Join the guild, join the mercenary group, become a monster hunter, the choices are more diverse. What Qin Feng chose was Tianyuan College. There are a total of 187 universities, schools, and colleges of different levels in Tianyuan City. Among them, Tianyuan College is the number 1 college. The most comprehensive, world-renowned reputation. Tianyuan College covers a very vast area, comparable to a small-scale city. It is very inclusive and accepts students from all over the country. It can accommodate up to 1 million students. Tianyuan College is not only the pride of Tianyuan City, but also the pride of Tianlong Kingdom. If it is said that Tianlong Imperial Capital Academy is the representative of the rich and noble, Tianyuan Academy is a holy place that ordinary students yearn for. Even professionals from many other countries will come to study. Qin Feng's application for Tianyuan College was naturally considered. According to the situation of Tianyuan Academy, there must be many elites. It shouldn't be very difficult to find a few lucky people in this kind of place. As long as he is promoted to the second level, he can contract another person. Now level 19, only level 1 to level 20. After level 20, after passing the professional level test, one can be promoted to the second level Bronze Knight. Attributes are bound to usher in a wave of growth. Moreover, according to Xiao Yu's current situation, he will definitely choose Tianyuan College. When Qin Feng was thinking, a voice sounded beside him. "Hi sir, your meal is ready. Wine sauce pancakes, green bead snails, wood antelope griddle, green-edged giant crab, mushroom and chicken stew. And a cup of dessert, ice and snow whirled." The waitress who is responsible for serving the dishes shows a decent smile. While serving the food, he secretly looked at Qin Feng. Meeting Qin Feng's eyes on Setsuna, he hastily looked away. All that was left was a reddened face and a racing heartbeat. "Thanks." Qin Feng responded with a gentle smile. However, this made the girl in front of her even more upset. "You're welcome, I wish you a pleasant meal, and you can call me if you need anything." After speaking, he walked away quickly. From the corner of his eye, he also saw that there seemed to be a little sister next to him joking about something. Qin Feng smiled, and began to pay attention to the food in front of him. There is a faint fragrance on the hot pancakes with wine juice, and there is a smell of wine in the mouth. It is said that the flour, milk, and fruit wine used here are all good ingredients. It tastes really good. The green bead snail is a common edible snail in the world. When eating, in order to avoid getting your hands dirty, you need to use tweezers and a knife to operate. Of course, you can also use your hands directly. Braving the white heat, with the scent of garlic, the juice inside the snail shell is also very delicious. The wood antelope is a first-order beast that appears in the Eudemon's forest. It is a popular primary ingredient due to its tasty meat. People who are leveling in the wild usually make perfect use of the wood antelope. Sheepskin, tendons, horns, and wool are all materials for making equipment. As for the mutton, they will be collected and eaten by themselves, or sold to restaurants and restaurants. The green-edged giant crab is a kind of crab that lives on land. Because they like to live under the soil attached by mountain springs, the meat is very sweet and delicious. It is also relatively large, the one in front of him weighs more than 4 catties. The steamed red shell looks very appetizing. This mushroom chicken soup is really good. Qin Feng took another sip of the chicken soup, only to feel his body warm. The little mill chicken is also a kind of magical beast, but it is not harmful. After being domesticated, it is specially sold to restaurants. Usually the level is only around 1 to 2. Qin Feng eats a lot now, so he orders more dishes. However, before he finished eating, the sound of the system came. Lin Kexin's favorability towards the contract objects Xiao Yu +5, triggering 6 times favor return. The host gets Lin Kexin 30 favorability points. Lin Kexin's favorability for you is +30, and the current favorability is 70 points. Ah! What is Xiao Yu doing again? Qin Feng's movements paused a little, and then he heard his phone ring. Pick it up and have a look, good guy, Lin Kexin. Qin Feng, where are you now? I found a secret place here, and I want to invite you to come with me. Do you have time now? Chapter 36. No. What are you doing? Qin Feng didn't expect that Lin Kexin's call was a bit sudden. As soon as the favorability increases, it will come immediately. Does this take effect so quickly? What, Kexin, where are you? I happen to be free now, and I can go there right away. Qin Feng thought about it for a while, and decided to go over and have a look. It is estimated that it is also the secret realm discovered by Xiao Yu, so Lin Kexin's favorability towards Xiao Yu can be increased. Thus return to him. Just in time to see Xiao Yu's situation in the past. Okay, Qin Feng, come here quickly, I'll send you the address in secret. Shiraishi Gobi. Shiraishi Gobi. It is located in a rocky desert in the south of Tianyuan City. After ordering some dishes again, Qin Feng came out of the city through the teleportation array. After changing Xiaobai into a white horse, he summoned it. Still not as he expected, it caused a commotion. However, before the people next to him came up to talk to him, he had already rode Xiaobai away. He rushed towards Lin Kexin's position. Xiaobai walked leisurely in the courtyard, but his speed was not slow at all. Not too Zhongyang, neither slow nor slow. Even on the Gobi, it is like walking on flat ground. Gradually towards the inside of the Gobi, there is a bare rocky mountain in front of you. The landform is very unique, it is a piece of white rock, scattered on the ground of youth. In addition, there are many large stones lying horizontally, standing upright, or scattered. Comes with a variety of shapes, fox, rabbit, boar, leopard, and more. It's like a fossil. This is also the source of quarrying for Tianyuan City. Not far outside the city, there is a wide quarry. Many miners work here, and some earth mages cooperate. The level of monsters here is higher than that of the Eudemon's forest. It is suitable for those professionals leveling around 10th level. In the outer area, there are more than 10 levels of monsters and stone people. As it gradually deepened, and reached the middle area, the level of the monster had risen to about 30. Shiraishi Monster. Level 28, Level 1. Attributes, Strength, 252, Stamina, 261, Spirit, 150, Agility, 214. Skills, Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, Stone Strike. Weaknesses, Stone monsters with Earth attributes are afraid of water attribute attacks, water resistance -50%. Introduction, it was originally a piece of Shiraishi, and gradually evolved into a Shiraishi monster, with simple intelligence, but not much. Several tall stone monsters, about 2 meters tall, appeared in front of Qin Feng. Some waved stone pillars, and some simply threw stones from their hands. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied that Qin Feng broke into their territory. It's a pity that Xiao Bai's speed is too fast, these stone men can't attack at all. He could only watch Qin Feng go away helplessly. Soon, Qin Feng had arrived at the location Lin Kexin had posted. It is a relatively secluded and remote stone valley. There are no teams around, currently there are only Lin Kexin and Xiao Yu, and a dragon. I didn't see it, Xiao Yu is quite good at picking places. Qin Feng didn't hide it either, and rode Xiao Bai directly over. Qin Feng. Lin Kexin looked at the person coming from afar, and was a little wary at first. I thought someone had discovered the secret of this place. Even Xiao Yu was on alert, making his Zioxu ready to attack at any time. Only, after seeing the person in front of her clearly, Lin Kexin was a little dazzled. An incomparably white horse, without any variegation, looks like a legendary unicorn. Elegant, chic and light. On this white horse was a dashing and handsome knight, wearing a sky blue refined iron armor. In this empty world, it looks so mighty and extraordinary. There was only one thought in Lin Kexin's mind. Is he a knight from a fairy tale? Especially, after seeing the knight's face clearly, her heartbeat accelerated even more. Qin Feng, where did you get the white horse, so handsome? Seeing Qin Feng walking towards her, Lin Kexin couldn't help asking. The sense of knighthood rushing towards her face, with a special temperament, made her gaze stop completely. Qin Feng smiled and said, "We are knights, if we don't have a good horse, can we still be called knights? You guys are lucky, you can actually discover the secret realm." Lin Kexin couldn't help feeling flustered when he heard the words, and said, "It wasn't me, it was Xiao Yu who discovered it." This answer naturally did not meet Qin Feng's expectation. His eyes turned to Xiao Yu, and he raised his eyebrows. "Qin Feng, you." Being looked down by Qin Feng, Xiao Yu felt a sense of fear. The mighty and domineering aura on Qin Feng's body made him even more timid. Obviously he has good equipment and good pets, but he can't compare to Qin Feng who is wearing spicy chicken equipment and a white horse. However, Lin Kexin's attitude towards Qin Feng made him feel jealous. After discovering the secret realm, the first reaction was to call Qin Feng to come. That kind of shyness and attention has never appeared on him. There was a strong sense of gap in Xiao Yu's heart, it shouldn't be like this, he is the hidden profession. Qin Feng is just an ordinary knight, what qualifications does he have to compare with him? Humph, I really want to see what kind of qualifications you have, Qin Feng. Xiao Yu thought viciously in his heart, using his comprehension skills to check Qin Feng's attributes. Hey! Qin Feng, why are you only at level 6? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Feng's level. It was as if he had finally found a place to fight Qin Feng. Chapter 37. Hey, Qin Feng, why have you only reached level 6 now? If I had known earlier, I might as well have stayed. I'll take you to upgrade. Xiao Yu said proudly, now, Kexin and I are both at the 14th level. We are all hidden professions, and the experience required to upgrade is much higher. If it were an ordinary job like yours, I guess you would be able to reach level 20. Originally, he no longer took Qin Feng seriously. But Lin Kexin's attitude just now really made Xiao Yu feel a little urgent. He also became somewhat disgusted with Qin Feng. There was a hint of arrogance in Xiao Yu's words, after all, he was a hidden professional dragon master. There are also fairy-level dragons. It is not comparable to ordinary knights like Qin Feng. Humph, so what about being handsome? You can't be a prince with a white horse. Xiao Yu thought fiercely in his heart that he is Lin Kexin's prince. And Qin Feng, at best, can only be regarded as a little boy, with an ordinary job, and it won't be long. Not even qualified to stand in front of him. He can only be reduced to a passerby, and become a memory in his later life. Level 14, yes. You guys are upgrading so fast, it's great to have a dragon, you can leapfrog to kill monsters. Qin Feng smiled and exclaimed, pretending to be shocked. I was speechless for a while. Xiao Yu was too unmotivated. He has only reached the 14th level, so it seems that the pressure is still too low. Probably they all wanted to increase their relationship with Lin Kexin. Hey, I'm only at level 6 now, won't going to the secret realm drag you too much? This is a level 30 secret realm. Or I'd better go back first. Qin Feng took the initiative to release the information disguised by the Dark Phantom. It can be detected by others with skills. As a magic weapon, the Dark Phantom can also be transformed into a magic weapon, and it fits perfectly on his face. Don't worry about being discovered by others. So what Xiao Yu saw was only information after disguising. Lin Kexin felt a little anxious and lost when she heard this. She didn't want Qin Feng to leave. Xiao Yu proudly said, forget it, you are here, this time I will let you see my strength, the 30-level secret realm, it's just a trivial matter. My Xiaoxu has already reached level 9, and her attributes are beyond what you can imagine. For Kexin's sake, stay here. He wants to fully show his strength and let Qin Feng know how powerful he is. Yeah, Qin Feng, you can stay here, it's just a matter of raising your level. This time it's a brand new secret realm, rich in experience and equipment. Lin Kexin really thought about Qin Feng. He was also unwilling to let Qin Feng leave like this. My heart is still full of regrets, why such a perfect man like Qin Feng is actually just an ordinary job. Okay, then I'll stay. After all, my level is actually a bit low. What Qin Feng said just now was all nonsense, and he had no intention of leaving at all. Incidentally glanced at Xiao Yu's dragon. Attributes are indeed okay. Snowstorm Dragon, Infant Stage. Level 9. Attributes, Strength, 1070, Physical Strength, 1040, Spirit, 910, Agility, 930. Talent, Water Dragon Body, Water Resistance plus 20%, Ice Resistance plus 20%, All Attack Immunity 10%. Skills, Fearful Bite, Ice Wind Dragon Roar, Torrential Rain Twin Pillars. Trick, Snowstorm. Introduction, low-level fairy beasts, orthodox dragons, have strong vitality, are good at water attribute attacks, and are more keen on melee combat. When they grow up, they can reach a size of about 80 meters. They could have become high-level fairy beasts because the incubators lack blood energy, growth is limited. Low-level fairy beasts, this attribute is also good. Of course, there is no way to compare with his Xiaobai. Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Yu again, the attributes were not bad, the four-dimensional attributes all exceeded 200 points. And with the skills of the Dragon Master, the combat power is also very impressive. Kexin, haven't the people from your guild arrived yet? Seeing that Qin Feng was willing to stay, Xiao Yu couldn't wait to enter the secret realm. However, the required number of people in this secret realm is at least 10 people to enter in a team. And now, including Qin Feng, there are only 3 of them. Lin Kexin said, they are almost here, they are looking for people who practiced in Jiraishi Gobi. She is also more anxious now. It's not completely hidden here, if people from other guilds discover this secret place, it would be too bad. However, sometimes the more fearful things are, the more likely they are to happen. Outside the valley, a team of 10 people was heading towards the valley. It seems to be preparing to cross the valley and go deeper. Master, I saw a new secret realm, but there seems to be someone next to it. Assassin Zheng Hong, who was investigating in front of him, came back with a very excited tone. A new secret realm? Are you telling the truth? Really, there are 3 people beside me and a dragon. Do we really want to go there? Zheng Hong seemed a little hesitant. After all, creatures like dragons are powerful endorsements. Dragon. Li Yuan's expression was shocked, and he was a little dazed for a while. Could it be Xiao Yu? The guy who turned down his offer. Humph, whoever he is, let's go and have a look. If there is a chance, just grab this secret realm. Li Yuan's expression was a bit gloomy. After the news about Xiao Yu Yalong broke out, he was frequently scolded by his father. Some people even ridiculed him, saying that he did not have the ability to recognize people and failed to recruit Xiao Yu. Moreover, Black Rock Guild's subsequent solicitation of Xiao Yu was also rejected. Thinking of these things, Li Yuan's mood is not beautiful. He really wanted to see what capital madness Xiao Yu had in the end. He, Li Yuan, is a hidden professional berserker of level 30 and 3rd rank, and the team members he leads are all powerful people. I don't believe it anymore, isn't it just a dragon master? What's so great about it? So what if there are dragons? He doesn't believe in this evil. Chapter 38. What is this voice? Kxin, is that someone from your guild? Xiao Yu heard the sound of horseshoes, looked into the distance, and sure enough someone had arrived. However, he didn't know whether these people belonged to the Blood Fang Guild. They are members of the Black Rock Guild. Lin Kexin looked at the team in front of him, his expression suddenly changed. The feared thing still happened. Although this place is remote, some people will come to level up. It's fine if it's just an ordinary casual team. However, it was people from the Black Rock Guild who came. In this way, I am afraid that it will not be kind, and conflicts may arise. Lin Kexin glanced at Xiao Yu, but she wasn't particularly nervous. After all, Xiao Yu's dragon is still there, and he is definitely not afraid of it in terms of combat power. Hey? I said who it was. It turned out to be the eldest lady of the Blood Fang Guild. After Li Yuan arrived, he carefully looked at the team in front of him. Xiao Yu, a dragon master, also brought a powerful dragon with him. One is Lin Kexin, the eldest lady of the Blood Fang Guild. There was another one. Qin Feng was directly ignored by him. Humph, Li Yuan, we discovered this secret realm first, what do you want to do? Although Li Yuan's team was approaching menacingly, Lin Kexin was not afraid. The Black Rock Guild and the Blood Fang Guild are both B-level guilds with similar strengths. She didn't believe that Li Yuan dared to do anything. Humph, so what if you found out first? Li Yuan sneered and said, as long as you can grab it, it belongs to me. Even if you have a dragon, it's just a baby dragon. Really think that this young master will be afraid? The team behind Li Yuan also burst out laughing upon hearing this. That's right, he's just a lucky poor kid who really thinks he'll be fine with a dragon. How dare you refuse the invitation of our Black Rock Guild, do you really treat yourself like a green onion? If you want me to say, they should give them a little color. If you are a man, stand up, don't always hide behind women. Rampant voices and laughter echoed in the valley. Xiao Yu's face suddenly became ugly. Black Rock Guild, Li Yuan. But he didn't forget that when the school was recruiting, the Black Rock Guild's terms were like selling one's body. After he had a dragon, the conditions offered by the Black Rock Guild were much better. But he didn't think about it at all, so he refused directly. So, are you planning to rob this secret realm? Xiao Yu pressed the unhappiness in his heart, and said in a deep voice. Even if the opponent has a team of 10 people, he is not afraid. His Xiaoxu is strong enough to crush these people. If he was not worried about causing unnecessary trouble to Lin Kexin, he would have done it long ago. Li Yuan said disdainfully, "Steal? You really look down on me too much. This secret realm was originally discovered by us, so we organized a team. Please get out of the way now, otherwise. It's just the two of you, with a useless knight, but something will happen." Lin Kexin heard the words, and said angrily, "Li Yuan, you have to think clearly, is your Heian really going to start a war with our Blood Fang Guild?" "War?" Li Yuan smiled triumphantly and said, "No, no, what does it have to do with your blood teeth? Or, Xiao Yu has already joined your Blood Teeth Guild." Lin Kexin fell into silence, and began to think in her heart. Xiao Yu did not join the Blood Fang Association. She was optimistic about Xiao Yu's potential and wanted to draw Xiao Yu into the Blood Fang Guild. This was also her father's order. However, it happened that Qin Feng appeared, leaving an indelible impression on her heart. Sometimes she feels like she is possessed by a demon, and when she sees Qin Feng, she can't help but be moved. This feeling became more and more intense. Perhaps, this time is a good opportunity. With the help of the pressure from the Black Rock Guild, let Xiao Yu join Blood Fang. This way I don't have to level up with Xiao Yu anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Kexin secretly glanced at Qin Feng next to him. But he found that there was no fear at all on his face. Some are just indifferent and calm, appearing extremely elegant. This kind of temperament is not comparable to Xiao Yu at all. Thinking of this, Lin Kexin has made up his mind that this must be done. "Li Yuan, since you insist on doing this, let's see the real chapter." Lin Kexin showed a slight smile, and said, "Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense with them, just do it directly." "Do it." Xiao Yu was shocked when he heard this. Lin Kexin's smile was as warm as the sun. "Thankfully, she is thinking of me." With this idea in his mind, he chose to start a war with the Black Rock Guild for his sake. He definitely didn't want to see him being so insulted by the members of the Black Rock Guild. For a moment, his heart was even more moved. "Okay, I'll let Xiaoyu teach them a good lesson now. Xiaoyu, let them know how powerful you are." Encouraged by Lin Kexin, Xiao Yu became chilly and directly directed the dragon to charge up. He still has self-knowledge and didn't go up by himself. The worst opponents are all professionals at level 30, and their attributes are not comparable to him now. Although he has 1/10 of Xiaoyu's attribute bonus, his current attribute is very strong. However, the occupation level has not yet been raised, and compared with these third-tier professionals, it is still not enough. But Xiaoyu is different, with powerful attributes and skills, it can be absolutely crushed. Only a tier 4 professional can pose a threat to Xiaoyu. So there is no panic at all. "Humph, so what about the dragon? Give it all to me." Li Yuan was disdainful in his mouth, but alert in his heart. A small team instantly entered a fighting state. Chapter 39. Roar. With snowflake-like wings, between the wings of the snowstorm dragon, countless frosts are brought up. Icewind dragon roars. The shocking dragon chant sounded, and the dragon's body was 10 meters long, setting off a terrifying impact. Directly kill Li Yuan and the others. However, Li Yuan is the eldest master of the Black Rock Guild after all, so he is not an idiot. If you dare to challenge the dragon, you have the corresponding confidence. Li Yuan said in a deep voice, "Knight's defensive posture, go up against the shield. Soldier, guard the back row. Mage, concentrate on attacking. Archers, aim and shoot into the dragon's eyes." The priest turns on protection and recovery, and blesses the front row. "Assassin, just sneak over to me and kill Xiao Yu first." Li Yuan's tactics are very clear, the worst in his team are all level 30 professionals. Among them, there are also third-order and second-order ones, and it will not be a wave of seconds. As long as the assassin can kill Xiao Yu, then the dragon will be self-defeating. After the owner dies, the pet will automatically return to the pet space. And if the pet dies, it is really dead, but there is no chance of resurrection. It is difficult to kill this dragon now, but killing Xiao Yu, a tier 1 professional, shouldn't be a big problem. This Li Yuan, there is something. Seeing this series of tactics, Qin Feng was also a little impressed. Capture the thief first and capture the king first. He really deserves to be the heir of the great guild, and he really is not an idle generation. The purpose is very clear. As long as Xiao Yu is killed, Lin Kexin will naturally not be able to defend this secret realm by himself. When the time comes to seize this secret realm, it is impossible for the Blood Fang Guild to start a war with the Black Rock Guild because of this matter. It is able to attack Xiao Yu's future rookie. Although it can be revived after death, its attributes and levels will be greatly reduced. If Xiao Yu is killed, it will be a bit difficult. It can be seen from this that Li Yuan's purpose is very clear. This is to kill all, Xiao Yu is going to die, and the secret realm has to be taken. Admire, admire. Moreover, the team led by Li Yuan was a little flustered when they first faced the dragon. Now they are quickly entering the fighting state. Stabilized and the division of labor is clear, which shows that there are many battles and rich experience in peacetime. The opponent's assassin has already entered stealth and sneaked towards Xiao Yu. Qin Feng naturally saw through the opponent's invisibility at a glance. Just do not know, Xiao Yu has not found. Lin Kexin didn't expect that Li Yuan's team was so powerful that it held back Xiao Yu's dragon for a while. Xiao Yu, be careful of the opponent's assassin. She hastened to remind, and to bless Xiao Yu's status. It is impossible to let Xiao Yu die now, otherwise her efforts will be in vain. Humph, if you want to behead, do you have the ability? Xiao Yu's eyes were cold, and he could see the other party's purpose. But he is very confident in himself. Dragon Inspiration. Xiao Yu gave a deep drink, instantly buffing his own state, and at the same time improving Xiaoxu's state. Dragon Encouragement. Enhance the strength of yourself and the dragon in a short period of time, and increase all attributes by 30%. His attributes rose sharply in an instant, and he was not afraid of stealthy assassins at all. This is the strength of the Dragon Master. Cooperate with the giant dragon to form a stronger combat force. Shadow Spike. Assassin Zheng Hong held a silver dagger, with a cold light in his eyes. Quietly, he walked around to Xiao Yu's back, backstabbing and thrusting combos, using them with perfect proficiency. Humph, I want to sneak attack, dreaming. What? How is this possible? The dragon controlling staff in Xiao Yu's hand actually blocked the dagger that was secretly attacking. Instantly distanced himself from Zheng Hong. Damn, it's so difficult. Seeing that Zheng Hong missed his hand, Li Yuan couldn't help cursing angrily. However, the strength of the dragon in front of him has also been blessed by Xiao Yu, and its attributes have increased by a large margin. Their team is almost unable to hold on. Guardian of Soil and Rock. Li Yuan's face was ugly, he took out a dark yellow scroll, chanted a spell, and threw it out. Under a burst of yellow light, the defense of the entire team instantly increased by 30%. Hehe, this Li Yuan has a lot of cards. Qin Feng glanced at it and directly saw the properties of the scroll. Guardian of Soil and Rock, Advanced Scroll. After use, you can summon earth elements to enhance your defense, increase the defense of your teammates by 30%, last for 30 seconds, and use 1/2 of the times. As expected of the heir of the Great Guild, there is something. It's a pity that Li Yuan was unlucky, but the Snowflake Rainstorm Dragon is a giant dragon with water attributes. The effect of this earth attribute increase is extremely limited in front of it. This is why Xiao Yu will choose the reason for leveling in the Shiraishi Gobi. Miss, here we come. At this time, another team came from outside the valley. It was the member of the Blood Fang Guild summoned by Lin Kexin. Seeing the battle in the valley, he rushed over immediately. Damn it, it came so fast. Xiao Yu, this time you are lucky. Everyone, withdraw. Seeing that nothing could be done, Li Yuan made a decisive decision and chose to evacuate directly. The opponent's support has already arrived. If the fight continues, there will be a dead end. Xiao Yu, let Xiao come back. Seeing that Xiao Yu wanted to pursue him, Lin Kexin hurriedly stopped him. After all, Li Yuan is the young master of the Black Rock Guild. If he dies here, there will be a big problem. Chapter 40. It is good. Xiao, come back. Xiao Yu heard the words and knew the severity, so he summoned Xiao back. He hasn't grown up yet. If he kills Li Yuan now, it is bound to be fully retaliated by the Black Rock Guild. Even if the other party only lost one resurrection count. Not to mention the level and attributes of the loss, just the number of resurrections, which is extremely precious. And the Black Rock Guild is a B-level guild. Li Yuan's father, the president of the Black Rock Guild, is already a strong man who has reached the 6th level, and his strength is extremely powerful. With his current strength, it is impossible to resist. It's not interesting, it's over. However, the following things will not end so easily. Qin Feng shook his head and glanced at Xiao Yu, who was somewhat proud. Now, Xiao Yu is considered an enemy of the Black Rock Guild. Moreover, it has almost been bound to the chariot of the Blood Fang Guild. Lin Kexin's move is so calculating, it's really seconds. With the help of external pressure, Xiao Yu had to join the Blood Fang Association. Other than that, there is no other choice. As everyone knows, Lin Kexin did this because of his appearance. Miss, are you all right? People from the Blood Fang Guild rushed over, a team of 7. This time, the level is not very high, around level 20. The leader is still the soldier Lin Yat. After all, with Xiao Yu's dragon here, no senior professional is needed to enter the secret realm. It is better to lead these members and raise the level. Of course, among the team, those students who used to ridicule Xiao Yu were no longer seen. Lin Kexin shook his head and said, "It's okay, let's form a team first, and strive to fully explore this secret realm at once. I have already notified my father that he will send people to guard this secret realm. The value of a secret realm is quite high. Especially the new secret realm, not only has a lot of experience, but also can get a lot of equipment and skill books. This is a favorite of professionals. Whenever a secret realm appeared, it would be frantically snatched by the guild. Even if this is just a low-level secret realm, it is extremely precious. Low-level secret realms will continue to refresh monsters, which is a good way for the guild to train newcomers." Lin Ye nodded, and was taken aback when he saw Qin Feng next to him. "I have some doubts in my heart, why is this kid here? There is also this white horse, which is really lovely to look at." Suddenly thought of something. His eyes flicked back and forth between Qin Feng, Lin Kexin, and Xiao Yu. Hiss, could it be? Suddenly, an evil thought popped up in my heart. Lin Ye hurriedly shook his head to expel this thought. "Xiao Yu, you have offended Black Rock Guild to death this time, Li Yuan probably won't let it go." Lin Kexin immediately said, "For the sake of safety, you must have a certain force as your backer. I still say the same thing, I hope you can join Blood Fang. We are also a B-level guild. With you joining, it is only a matter of time before we surpass Black Rock. You consider it." Xiao Yu was a little moved when he heard the words. Because Lin Kexin was thinking about him from the beginning to the end, and was so worried about his safety. How could this not impress him? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu also nodded and said, "Kexin, I am willing to join the Blood Fang Guild. You agreed? Well, I sorted out this contract before, take a look." Lin Kexin was delighted in her heart. Seeing Xiao Yu's appearance, she was much more pleasing to the eye. The other team members who arrived just now couldn't help feeling envious when they saw this scene. When they signed the contract, it was the guild who made the request. And Xiao Yu here, it is completely reversed, all this is because of this giant dragon in front of him. It's really PG people off. Xiao Yu took a look, the treatment was better than he expected, and he signed directly without hesitation. Lin Kexin's favorability for the contract objects Xiao Yu +3, triggering 10 times favor return. The host gets Lin Kexin 30 favorability points. Lin Kexin's favorability towards you is +30, and the current favorability is 100 points. Lin Kexin turned her head again and said, Qin Feng, do you want to join the Blood Fang Guild too? I can prepare a special contract for you. Looking at the handsome and unrestrained Qin Feng, Lin Kexin's heart skipped a beat. Confident, sunny, domineering. The man in front of her was really a born perfect knight, making her eyes full of tenderness. A heart is full of the shadow of Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Isn't it? Is this feeling full? This makes Xiao Yu how to play ah. Qin Feng looked at Lin Kexin who was full of tenderness, and couldn't help shivering. It's a little exciting. Amen, Xiao Yu, I really didn't do it on purpose, deduct 1 Buddha forgive me. 3 seconds of silence for Xiao Yu in my heart. Qin Feng directly refused, I'm used to being lazy, and I have no intention of joining the guild. A force that has a relationship with the Son of Luck. Which will end well. The Black Rock Guild and Xiao Yu have become rivals, and sooner or later they will die. And the Blood Tooth Guild dared to recruit Xiao Yu, the fate might not be better than that. However, now that Lin Kexin's affection for him is already full, Xiao Yu has no chance at all. Qin Feng could no longer imagine what would happen in the future. Kxin, it's fine if Qin Feng doesn't want to, the guild is not short of such a knight. The top priority now is to explore this secret realm first. Originally, when Xiao Yu saw that Lin Kexin invited Qin Feng to join the guild, he was very upset. But Qin Feng actually refused, this kind of ignorance of good and evil was just in line with his wishes. Afraid that Lin Kexin would speak again, he hurriedly changed the subject. Being rejected by Qin Feng, a look of disappointment appeared on Lin Kexin's face. Chapter 41. The team was reformed. Xiao Yu became the captain of course. I've joined the Blood Fang Guild now, and the rewards for our secret realm this time should be handed over to the guild. However, there is still Qin Feng, so we will distribute according to the comprehensive contribution of the secret realm. Except for what you can use, turn it over to the guild. Do you have any opinions? Under normal circumstances, the items and equipment obtained by guild members from brushing secret realms need to be handed over to the guild. After turning in, you will get the guild contribution. Guild contributions can also be exchanged for other items in the guild. Now that he has enjoyed all kinds of high-quality treatment from the guild, he naturally needs to pay something. For scattered teams exploring secret realms, rewards are distributed according to the team's overall contribution. This is also the most common distribution method. The higher the contribution, the right to choose the loot first. We have no objection, except for Qin Feng's, ours will be handed over to the guild. Lin Ye and the rest of the team members naturally came here to fill up their numbers with experience. Naturally, he didn't have any objections, and he didn't think Qin Feng could get anything. In this case, it's not very good for Qin Feng. Lin Kexin was a little dissatisfied. According to this distribution, Qin Feng would get nothing at all. How could a 6th level knight get something? Now that her favorability for Qin Feng is full, she naturally considers Qin Feng in everything. Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a little sour in his heart, and said, Qin Feng, what's your opinion? It's okay, don't worry about me. I think this distribution system is pretty good. Qin Feng waved his hand, this distribution method is just right. He wished all the rewards were given to Xiao Yu. I took a look at Xiao Yu's information, there are equipment and skill books, which is not bad. It seems that the rewards of this secret realm are quite rich. Very well, then let's enter the secret realm. Xiao Yu heard the words and nodded with satisfaction. Secretly said that Qin Feng was quite sensible, and didn't mention any wishful thinking. Lin Kexin thought to himself, find a chance to get some equipment for Qin Feng, so that he can increase his strength and improve himself quickly. Magic Snowstorm Village. Minimum number of explorers, 10 people. Recommended level, level 30. Conditions for clearing the secret realm: find the root of the village's evil energy and relieve the village's crisis. Secret Realm Introduction. Fengxiu village is located in a frozen valley 300 years ago. An inexplicable demonic energy appeared in the valley. All the animals were demonized and became demon monsters. Fengxiu village fell into despair. Brave people! To save this world in despair. Qin Feng checked the introduction of this secret realm. It seems that it is not difficult. Just need to find and eliminate the source of the village's evil energy. With the flash of light in front of him, in Qin Feng's line of sight, a scene of fluttering snowflakes appeared. Falling on the blue pine and cypress, it looks so white and elegant. It's like a paradise. However, the fly in the ointment is that there is a black demonic energy permeating the world. This secret realm is so strange, it's actually a world of ice and snow. Yet, it's completely different from the Shiraishi Goba scene. It's normal, secret realms are all strange scenes hidden between heaven and earth. It is very likely that the time is too far back. Xiao Yu smiled and said, since there is a village in the reminder, why don't we go to that village to have a look first? Kxin, what do you think? Lin Kexin nodded and said, Xiao Yu, you are the captain, you can decide. Crunch, crunch. The branches on the snow ground creaked under the trample. Qin Feng was already riding on Xiao Bai's body. In this snow-white world, Qin Feng is like a prince who walked out of a fairy tale. People can't help but look away. Looking at the handsome and elegant Qin Feng, Lin Kexin felt dazzled for a while. She couldn't help but think in her heart, Qin Feng, so handsome. Qin Feng, can I ride with you? Lin Kexin asked, eyes full of longing. I don't know what I thought of, and a blush appeared on my face. Qin Feng responded with a smile on his face, riding together, of course no problem. Kexin, my Xiaoxu can also ride together, why don't we ride together? Xiao Yu could not sit still all of a sudden. How can Lin Kexin and Qin Feng ride together? Qin Feng is just an ordinary knight, a white horse, why? If possible, he even wanted to roar, I have a dragon, a dragon. Isn't it delicious to ride a dragon? No need, I will ride with Qin Feng. Xiao Yu, you can lead the way ahead with Xiaoxu. Lin Kexin did not hesitate, and directly rejected Xiao Yu. Came in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng stretched out a hand, took Lin Kexin firmly into his arms, and sat down on Xiao Bai's broad horseback. No, don't. Kexin, come back quickly, come back. Xiao Yu almost shouted out loud, only to feel heartbroken. He was stunned directly, not understanding how all this could become like this. Obviously he is the hidden profession, he is the dragon master of the dragon. Why? Could it be that being handsome can do whatever you want? He is a majestic dragon master, when will he be able to make his debut? Xiao Yu wanted to cry, but he couldn't save anything in the end, so he could only lead the dragon to open the way ahead. Others, on the other hand, remained silent. The boy looked at Qin Feng enviously, thinking in his heart that he would also find a white horse in the future. The girls looked at Lin Kexin enviously, riding in the snow, what a romantic thing. Chapter 42. Crunch, crunch. Xiao Bai took Qin Feng and Lin Kexin on board. Walking leisurely in the snow, walking gently. If you don't bring up a snowflake, you are like an elf in the ice and snow world. Treading snow without trace. Lin Kexin only thought of these 4 words. Qin Feng, where did you find your white horse? So elegant, so beautiful. Curiosity is a woman's nature, and Lin Kexin is no exception. Even, in her heart, she wanted to know more about Qin Feng. Can't wait to know more about Qin Feng. It's a pity that she can't see Xiao Bai's attributes with her detection skills. Qin Feng said leisurely, this is a gift from a relative of mine, it should be considered a relative. In other words, since he and Ji Union are together, Xiao Yu can be regarded as his relative. There is nothing wrong with that. Speaking of which, I miss Ji Union a little bit. When I came back, I was called out, and I didn't even have time to see her. Xiao Yu, how is your aunt doing recently? Xiao Yu heard the words, the pace of progress stagnated. He turned his head and said with a vicious gaze, "Humph, don't worry about my aunt's affairs. We have moved, and my aunt is doing well now. Don't even try to get close to my aunt in your life. Qin Feng, I warn you, don't try to play tricks." Looking at Lin Kexin leaning on Qin Feng's arms, Xiao Yu's mood became even worse. Grief, powerlessness, and a hint of grief. Kexin, his Kexin, just fell into Qin Feng's embrace. Xiao Yu couldn't help roaring in his heart, gnashing his teeth, wishing he could smash Qin Feng's face with a punch. This damn face-seeking world. Qin Feng is a BD, playboy, hateful scumbag. It is impossible for him to let Qin Feng get close to his aunt. Moreover, you have to work harder to improve your own strength. Let Lin Kexin understand that he is the target worth and trusting. He Xiao Yu, is the strong. As for Qin Feng, he was just a little boy. Moved. Hey, I haven't seen you for such a long time, I still miss her. Qin Feng shook his head and let out a sigh. Xiao Yu heard the words, snorted coldly, and became even more angry. But Qin Feng couldn't help it, he had to maintain his demeanor in front of Lin Kexin. Just as a demonized wild boar rushed out, he rushed up with the dragon control staff. Using the enhanced skill, he knocked the demonized wild boar to death. It was as if he regarded the demonized wild boar as the hateful Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the poor demonized wild boar. Magic Boar. Level 30, Level 1. Attributes, Strength, 321, Stamina, 355, Spirit, 210, Agility, 308. Skills, Brutal Charge, Fang Attack, Demonized Defense. Weakness, Demonized Wild Boar, Light Resistance -30%. Introduction. It was originally just an ordinary wild boar, but it was affected by the magic energy emitted by the three-headed dragon. After being demonized, it became extremely violent and began to attack humans crazily. Three-headed dragon. Qin Feng keenly perceived the information in it. It is estimated that the final boss of this secret realm is the three-headed dragon. He is not too worried, anyway, Xiao Yu is there. Xiao Yu, I am also doing this for your own good. Only by working hard to improve your strength can you have a bright future. You are the son of luck, and you have a more important task on your shoulders. Beauty only affects the speed of your growth. Let me bear all these sins for you. Thinking of this in Qin Feng's heart, he hugged Lin Kexin even closer. He didn't believe it, so exciting, Xiao Yu still not working hard? Appropriate incentives are quite necessary for the son of luck. Hey, Xiao Yu worked hard, our celestial weapon turned into a divine weapon. Lin Kexin naturally didn't know Qin Feng's thoughts, but felt that this embrace was so wide and warm. She couldn't help but want to indulge. Leaning tightly on Qin Feng's chest, feeling the tall and firm silhouette. In particular, the faint strange aura on Qin Feng's body was like an addictive poison. Although he was shy in his heart, his love was overflowing. Sweet, warm, and happy, slowly immersed in Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng, do you want to know Aunt Xiao Yu's address? I can tell you secretly. Lin Kexin whispered beside Qin Feng. Hey? Is it so good? Qin Feng lowered his head, almost touching Lin Kexin's beautiful face. Through the light gauze priest robe in his hand, he could feel the warmth from the softness. The school flower is in her arms, it would be a lie to say that she is not moved. Unfortunately, there are too many people. Qin Feng lowered his head and whispered into Lin Kexin's ear, I knew about it a long time ago, I just teased him. Kxin, are you hot? Hot. Lin Kexin felt the heat coming from his ears, and his eyes were confused for a while. After reacting, a blush quickly appeared on his face. Qin Feng, bad guy. How can you be so bad? But she just couldn't help wanting to like this kind of badness. In infinite leisure and happiness, a group of people came to the village ahead. Fengxiu village, a remote and quiet small village. An old priest was leading the villagers to pray for something. Chapter 43. Great God, bless us. Bless our Fengxiu village to survive this disaster. The old priest is kneeling at the temple where the gods are enshrined. Roar. Suddenly, a shocking dragon chant sounded in the sky. The villagers in front of the temple couldn't help but look up. I only felt that the sky was dim for a while, and a giant dragon spread its long wings and came over the village. This is, dragon. The old priest was also well informed, his pupils shrank sharply. There was a cry of shock. Grandpa priest, is this the kind of dragon that can eat people? A child asked ignorantly. Looking at the giant dragon in the sky, he hid behind his parents in fear. All the villagers felt very panicked. This small village is so full of disasters. In addition to those demonized animals, there are actually legendary dragons attacking them. Some children couldn't help crying. The priest wanted to say something, but found a group of people walking in from the entrance of the village. It was Qin Feng and his party who came. Seeing that there was no one in the village, Xiao Yu asked Xiao Yu to come in and check. Only then did I realize that it turned out that people gathered together. This was the scene just now. Looking at this scene, the old priest suddenly recovered from his shock. Everyone, our actions must have touched the gods and sent us a hero with a dragon. The hero has come to save us, let's go and meet him. The words of the old priest made all the villagers excited. Everyone ran forward. It seems that the villagers of Fengxiu village are still there, and they have come to welcome us. Xiao Yu also smiled when he heard the voice coming. With a proud smile, a welcome from the villagers awaits. According to the reminder from the secret realm, one of their goals is to relieve the crisis in Fengxiu village. Hero, you are finally here, please save our Fengxiu village. Yes, hero, there are monsters outside the village, please save us. Xiao Yu said proudly, everyone, don't worry, don't. Before he finished speaking, his raised hand stopped stiffly in the air. The smile on his face suddenly froze. All the villagers walked directly beside him. It was as if no one cared about him at all. Looking back, he ran directly to Qin Feng's side. The warm expression and respectful attitude seemed to be seeing the savior. Qin Feng, why? Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly lost focus. I only felt that my eyes were blurred for a while, and I almost fainted to the ground. What the hell is going on in this world, and why are these villagers turning a blind eye to him, a real hero? But he just flocks to Qin Feng. Damn it, don't even the villagers in the secret realm only look at their faces? It's not fair, it's not fair. Hero, I am the priest of Fengxiu village and the village head here, please save our Fengxiu village. Hero, save us. All the villagers came to Qin Feng. His face was full of enthusiasm, and he was extremely respectful. Qin Feng looked at the extremely respectful villagers in front of him, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. But he watched helplessly as they walked past Xiao Yu. It is estimated that Xiao Yu has already vomited blood depressed. Otherwise, first impressions matter. The villagers saw that Qin Feng was riding a white horse, so wanton and elegant. Even more majestic, just like the perfect knight in memory. Too noble. So cool. Many young people couldn't help but envy Lin Kexin in Qin Feng's arms. Only a real hero can lead such a ferry so leisurely in such a dangerous place. And several girls in the village have a good impression of Qin Feng. This is too in line with their perception of the hero image. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry, we are here this time to solve the problem in Fengxiu village, and we will do our best to protect everyone's safety. We are a warrior who owns a giant dragon. You don't have to be afraid of anything." As Qin Feng said, he handed the conversation to Xiao Yu. "Others are still very good, at least please satisfy Xiao Yu's vanity." Seeing this, Xiao Yu cheered up. Qin Feng secretly thought in his heart that he was quite self-aware and knew that he was incapable of solving this matter. All the resentment and grievance just now were swept away. This time, he must prove himself. "Don't worry, everyone. I am a dragon master. With dragons, I can definitely solve everyone's crisis." As he spoke, he was afraid that the villagers would not believe him. It deliberately let Xiao Yu land beside him. All right, my lord's subordinates can control giant dragons, our Fengxiu village must be saved." "Thank you, my lord." The village head priest looked at the dragon although he was a little scared. But when he thought that the crisis in the village would be resolved immediately, his heart was filled with respect. Facing Qin Feng, he even called out the address of an adult. Although he was frightened in the face of the dragon, he couldn't help but smile. For Qin Feng, he was obviously full of confidence. "No, I am the master of the dragon." "No, when did I become Qin Feng's subordinate?" The scene of villagers' reverence that Xiao Yu imagined did not come. Instead, he was regarded as Qin Feng's subordinate, and the depression and grievance in his heart reached the peak in an instant. Chapter 44. After receiving the guidance from the village head priest, the group began to clean up the demonized monsters around them. To explore this secret realm, two objectives must be accomplished. The first is to find the source of the magic energy. The second is to relieve the crisis in the village. What they are doing now is the second one, which is to relieve the crisis in the village. It is necessary to clean up all the demonized monsters around. Of course, this is exactly what Xiao Yu and others want to do. These monsters are all experience and equipment, so naturally they will not let them go. While eliminating monsters, look for the source of the magic energy. A two-pronged approach is more efficient. "Qin Feng, look quickly, the flowers over there are really beautiful, let's go and have a look." "Okay, Xiao Bai, go over there." Hearing Qin Feng's order, Xiao Bai naturally had no objection. Carrying the two of them, they walked towards a cluster of flowers next to them. Lin Kexin enjoyed Qin Feng's warm embrace, feeling extremely sweet. In this ice and snow world, completely relax. Qin Feng naturally enjoys the blessings of being equal to everyone, with the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms. The refreshing fragrance lingered around him. Holding the exquisite Lin Kexin in his arms, he is not hypocritical or modest at all. I don't even know what the average is. Everyone can only express envy and hatred for this scene. They came to explore the secret place, and Qin Feng and Lin Kexin came here for an outing. It's a pity, I only wish I didn't have Qin Feng's handsomeness and charm. I can't envy this kind of happiness. Among them, Xiao Yu was the most indignant. "Damn, hate. Qin Feng, BD, what's so good about it? Thinking of me, Xiao Yu, a majestic dragon master, with a fairy beast in hand, I can't compare to him." Xiao Yu felt aggrieved, angry, and dissatisfied. All turned into ferocious motivation and vented on these demonized monsters. Obviously, it is the career of dragon master and mage. But he chose to fight like a warrior with a staff. The offensive is fierce, the attack is heavy, and blood is seen every time. With the blessing of a high degree of luck, critical strikes continue to appear during the attack. Snowflake Storm Dragon seemed to know the pain in the heart of its master, so it only dared to open the way ahead. Leave some less threatening demonized monsters to the master to vent. Ding dong! Ding dong! Under Xiao Yu's sweeping all the way, a lot of equipment fell out. His high luck was brought into full play. Almost every 4 or 5 monsters can always drop a piece of equipment. This super high explosion rate shocked everyone in the team. Lin Ye even sighed in his heart, Xiao Yu is really a lucky star, and invited him to join the Blood Fang Guild. Be on the right track. He knew that although the explosion rate of the secret realm was extremely high, it was not that scary. All of this is probably because of Xiao Yu's reasons. Several of their combat professions also tried to kill monsters, but they had no such effect at all. In the end, simply fighting the problem, all to Xiao Yu to solve. They only need to be responsible for picking up the drops. And the collectors in the team are even more grateful to Xiao Yu. The corpses of the demonized monsters were continuously collected. The collection technique was continuously cast, and the light of the skill enveloped the corpse of the demonized monster, and the materials could be collected in an instant. Demonized crystal nuclei, animal fangs, and a lot of fur. Magic crystal nucleus, a low-level material, the crystal nucleus produced by monsters infected with magic energy, can be used for refining medicine, forging, and enchanting, and has a wide range of uses. Magic fangs, low-level materials, collected from the fangs of demonized wild boars, can be used to forge weapons. Magic fur, low-level material, collected from the fur of demonized snow wolves, which can be used to forge armor. Watching his proficiency in collecting techniques continue to rise. The collector simply regarded Xiao Yu as his parents. So cool. I really don't know what's so good about this Qin Feng. It actually makes the eldest lady fascinated. Hey, poor Xiao Yu. Those of us nearby can understand Xiao Yu's affection for Miss. Xiao Yu is a dragon master with a dragon, and his future is limitless. The people in the team were all discussing in whispers. Although Qin Feng is handsome and excellent. But this world, after all, is a world that depends on strength. They didn't understand why Lin Kexin fell in love with an ordinary knight like Qin Feng. The 2 girls in the team have a different opinion. If it were me, I would choose Qin Feng too. Xiao Yu is a dragon master, the future is boundless, it is too far away for us. But Qin Feng is different. He is handsome, charming, and romantic. He is just an ordinary job, not too different from us. This is what pleases girls the most. The 2 girls looked at Qin Feng's embrace with envy on their faces. Which girl is not pregnant? Just like men like beautiful women, women also like handsome guys, this is human nature. With Xiao Yu's quick and efficient killing of monsters, the group of people was extremely relaxed. Unconsciously, the sky has completely darkened. All the way through the pine forest and snow, there were traces of battles raging. Gilu. Lin Kexin only felt a pang of hunger in his stomach, and smiled shyly. I'm so happy today, I don't feel hungry until now. Qin Feng noticed something, and shouted towards Xiao Yu, it's getting late, stop first, and continue tomorrow, everyone is hungry. Okay, let's find a place to rest. Xiao Yu stopped fighting, only to feel a burst of exhaustion hit him, and he was also hungry. Chapter 45. I found a relatively safe place and set up camp. Their current location is still a bit far from the village. Going back and forth takes a lot of time and isn't very cost-effective. Those who are used to upgrading in the wild have prepared tents. There is also enough food. I'm starving to death, get me something to eat. The collectors in the team worked for a long time before they collected all the demonized monster materials on the ground. He ran over with a look of urgency. In order to pack materials, he threw all the food in the backpack to other people. I was so excited to collect all the time that I didn't care about eating at all. Now that I come back to my senses, I almost feel dizzy and can't get up. Take it, forget it if you starve to death. Lin Ye shook his head, smiled and threw a bag of dry food over. Fortunately, this time it was equipped with a collector, otherwise it would have looked at so many items. They are estimated to be heartbroken to death. If it was collected manually, it would really kill them. Lin Ye would rather fight monsters than collect things by hand. Hey, hey! What kind of smell is this? It smells so good. The collector was eating, and suddenly a scent wafted from the side. Turned his head and saw that it was Xiao Yu who was grilling meat. Xiao Yu picked up a bunch of dead pine leaves, and built a bonfire under a thick cedar. I still have a cedar chicken that I don't know where I caught it. It has been processed and put on the fire to roast. Crackling, cracking. The pine branches were burning, and there was a crisp crackling sound. The roast chicken on the fire is sizzling, and there is a scent of cedar and meat. I'll go, Xiao Yu, do you still know this? The collector leaned over after smelling the scent, and the others also felt that the dry food in their mouths was tasteless. Also followed by the past. Xiao Yu smiled and said, I'm not from a rich and noble family. My family just cooks food. It's easy to make some food. As he said, he turned it over, and the golden chicken was grilled. The top is obviously already smeared with seasoning. It emits a stomach-smelling gurgling aroma. The collector couldn't help drooling. Hey, we didn't bring a cook in our team this time, and you are not much worse than those junior chefs. Unfortunately, the meat of those demonized monsters can't be eaten, otherwise I'll go and collect more now. The collector is obviously a foodie, looking at Xiao Yu's roast chicken eagerly. Xiao Yu smiled and pointed to the side, I have caught more, and everyone will have a share later. Yes, Xiao Yu, you are so kind. It's fighting again, and it's getting food again, thank you for your hard work. That's right, it's not like some people are here for an outing. KXIN. Xiao Yu pretended to glance in front of him inadvertently, that warm and harmonious scene. I couldn't help the dull pain in my heart. Qin Feng was setting up a tent for Lin Kexin, and the two seemed extremely close. Qin Feng, how hateful, I will expose your true colors sooner or later. I must take Kexin back. Xiao Yu had a smile on his face, but he was shouting in his heart. In his opinion, it must be Qin Feng's flattering words, coupled with that pretty face, that deceived Lin Kexin. He must double his strength to make Lin Kexin change his mind. Sooner or later, she will know, this world. Strength is the most important thing, and handsomeness cannot be eaten as a meal. Now, it is his first step to defeat Qin Feng, cooking. Hey? Hey? No, what kind of fragrance is this, why is it even more fragrant? The collector smelled the smell and found that it was not the roast chicken in front, so he turned his head to look. What the hell? Is Qin Feng human? God, who will punish this guy? He was directly stunned by Qin Feng's actions, his jaw almost dropped in fright. There are real people who do this kind of thing. Qin Feng, let's go get something to eat too. Lin Kexin smelled the smell of grilled chicken and felt a little greedy. Okay, let's go, I have prepared some food. After Qin Feng set up the tent, he actually took out several steaming dishes from the backpack space. A blanket was laid on the ground, and under the swaying firelight, it was full of a different atmosphere. Wow, Qin Feng, you actually prepared food. Not to mention other people, even Lin Kexin didn't expect it. Qin Feng said that what he prepared to eat was actually prepared dishes. Kexin, don't stand still, it won't taste good when it gets cold. It is good. Smelling the tangy fragrance, Lin Kexin felt that the gluttons in his stomach were aroused. A pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water, looked at Qin Feng gently. Seeing that other people looked over, Qin Feng also smiled and said, everyone, come and eat together, I brought quite a lot of food. Haha. Lin Ye and his group were all shocked by Qin Feng's coquettish manipulation. It's simply inappropriate. Who is a professional who uses the space in his backpack to store vegetables? When people go to the field to level up, they store combat supplies, and the food is at most a space to store some dry food. At most, bring some daily necessities. The 50 backpack spaces have to be used carefully, otherwise it is very likely that there will be insufficient space. They have never seen anyone like Qin Feng who uses the backpack space to store vegetables. It's just outrageous. Although he secretly scolded Qin Feng for being a bad person, he still couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and leaned over. Only Xiao Yu was still in place, like a statue frozen in the wind and snow. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, come here too, just let me taste your handicraft." Chapter 46. Xiao Yu. Hey? Who is calling me? Where am I? Xiao Yu only felt that his vision was blurred and his expression was in a trance. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, he suddenly came back to his senses. Pain. It hurts so much. His culinary art project had just begun, but it was already over. Qin Feng is simply unreasonable, isn't this cheating? Looking at a group of people sitting together, he just felt that the world was so cold, and so was his heart. Damn it! Xiao Yu looked at Qin Feng viciously, so he would not pass by. Even if he died of starvation, he would not take a bite of Qin Feng's food. I still want to try his craft, go dreaming. It's just that my heart is still bitter, and I don't know why everything has become like this. Obviously, the person standing beside Lin Kexin should be him. But in the next second, Xiao Yu's persistence was thrown out of the blue. Lin Kexin also smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, come here quickly, you are the only one missing." "Ah, good, here I come." When Xiao Yu heard Lin Kexin's invitation, he immediately burst into joy. What persistence is, that's not a problem. They sat around and looked at Qin Feng proudly, humming. That look seemed to say, "So what if you Qin Feng has food? Didn't Kexin invite me over?" What does this mean? It shows that he still has a place in Lin Kexin's heart. I, Xiao Yu, am no worse than you Qin Feng. Xiao Yu's current appearance is like a rooster full of fighting spirit, so Qin Feng can't bear to hit him anymore. Forget it, we can't go too far, if Xiao Yu is really hit and broken, it will be bad. Qin Feng shook his head, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xiao Yu thought it was Qin Feng who was secretly sad, and he was even more proud. After eating the vegetables, I wish I could treat them as Qin Feng. It smells so good. After a delicious meal, the whole group fell asleep with a good mood. The next day. Still a constant battle. The monsters near the village have almost been cleaned up. Now it's time to find out the source of the demon energy. According to the guidance of the old priest, it may be related to the river before the village. Because the black air appeared in the river, the animals that drank the water were all demonized. However, the village relies on well water for life, and this situation has not yet occurred. Xiao Yu in a good mood is full of fighting spirit. "Xiao Yu, there is a boss ahead." The assassin who explored the terrain came back, looking a little excited. "Boss." Xiao Yu heard the words and said happily, "Leave it to me. Maybe today I can find out the root of the devilish energy." Bringing the snowflake rainstorm dragon all the way to push across. Surrounded by demonic animals, there are apes, wild boars, and goats. Finally saw the so-called boss. In the middle of a group of demon sheep, it looks more majestic and domineering. There is a pitch-black demonic energy on his body, and a pair of horns on his head burn with a pitch-black flame. This goat looks like something. Qin Feng saw the attributes of that boss with a true eye. Magic Flame Goat Leader. Level 30, Tier 3 Gold Boss. Attributes, Strength, 630, Physical Strength, 580, Spirit, 450, Agility, 540. Talent, Leading the Flock. Skills, Brutal Charge, Crack Impact, Stones and Ground Spikes, Earth Magic below Tier 3. Weaknesses, Dual Line Monsters of Darkness and Earth, Water Resistance -20%, Light Resistance -20%. Introduction, actively absorb the magic energy emitted by the three-headed dragon, and evolve from an ordinary goat leader to a magic flame goat leader, with tremendous power. Good guy, this is still actively absorbing magic energy to evolve. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, the creatures in this world also have powerful instincts, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. For these animals, as long as they can get great power, there is nothing wrong with being a monster. In fact, people are the same. Many people do the same thing for the sake of strength. Looking at the huge ram's horn, it still carried a pitch-black flame. Qin Feng was a little moved. If this could be turned into a weapon, it would be cool. Everyone, be careful, this boss is a third-tier gold boss at level 30. We'd better clean up the ordinary monsters around first. The assassin is preparing to attract monsters. Xiao Yu also saw the basic information of boss, his expression looked a little dignified. Because of the whole goat herd, there are more than 30 goats. Beside the leader of the magic flame goat, there are several second-level blue elites. The strength is not bad either. If they rushed up in a swarm, even his dragons couldn't stop them all. Xiao Yu remained cautious and took the team members to clean up the monsters next to them. The snowstorm dragon was also concealed by him, so it didn't attract the attention of the boss. Lin Kexin still rode with Qin Feng, and also joined the battle, using skills to bless everyone. The most leisurely and comfortable one is still Qin Feng. After several rounds of fighting, there are only 10 demonized goats left, but they have been discovered by the leader of the magic flame goat. Baa baa baa. The leader of the demon flame goat made an angry voice, it was just a time to eat grass, why were all the younger brothers killed? Tang 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 tang. The leader of the magic flame goat had already noticed something was wrong, and rushed over with the rest of the goats. Xiao Yu was holding the winning ticket and said, it's too late to find out now. Chapter 47. Xiao, come on, kill it for me. Kexin, stay a little further behind, don't get too close. Let's clean up these mobs first. Xiao Yu spoke again and again, and told Lin Kexin to back off, fearing that she would be hurt. With a roar, the snowflake storm dragon spread its huge snow-white wings, and faced the leader of the demon flame goat. It is a dragon family belonging to both magic and melee systems. While spitting out frost, the body is also an excellent fighting weapon. The tough and sharp dragon wings, and the chilling cold light of ice and snow shone on the dragon claws. The dragon tail swept across, with a huge impact. Looking at the giant dragon in front of him and feeling the coercion of the dragon, the leader of the demon flame goat hesitated. But I saw a group of younger brothers began to die one after another. It couldn't bear it any longer, and directly chose to rush up. Brutal collision. After being demonized, it is no longer the ordinary goat it used to be. Now there is a powerful dark force, and even the dragons are not so afraid. Whirlwind cross kill. As a dragon clan, how could the snowflake storm dragon tolerate the provocation of such a lowly creature? Immediately set off a stormy response. At the same time as the water magic is cast, it spread its wings and circled continuously, with a huge impact force, and the dragon claws were extremely sharp, tearing at the leader of the demon flame goat, causing huge damage. Mainly, after the day of spawning monsters in the secret realm, the snowstorm dragon has grown to level 10. Learned new skills. The strength has increased a lot. And with Xiao Yu's efforts, all the ordinary goats rushing over were wiped out. In the end, only the leader of the demon flame goat was left, still struggling. Xiao Yu is really fierce. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing at the scene in front of him. Xiao Yu is obviously a dragon master, but he played like a dragon blood warrior abruptly. Both arms turned into dragons, with frosty dragon scales. He turned around and joined the battle with the leader of the magic flame goat. Powerful. Too strong. When everyone saw Xiao Yu's performance, their faces showed incomparable shock. He really deserves to be a hidden professional dragon master. This kind of combat power is so terrifying. Even Lin Yat, a tier 2 fighter, can only sigh, Xiao Yu's current strength far surpasses him. He was more like a warrior than he was. Xiao Yu only felt hearty for a while, and actually got a reminder. During the battle, his physical potential was stimulated, and his strength and stamina increased by 2 points at the same time. Qin Feng, who was watching Xiao Yu's fierce battle, heard the sound of the system at the same time. Contract object Xiao Yu stimulates his potential during the battle, his strength increases by 2 points, and his physical strength increases by 2 points. Trigger 10 times attribute return, host strength increased by 20 points, physical strength increased by 20 points. Xiao Yu can but also inspired the fighting potential. Xiao Yu, grown up. Qin Feng took a look at the attributes he had added, and he was very happy. There was a kind smile in his eyes, as if watching the children he raised grow up. Really did not waste his efforts so hard to motivate Xiao Yu. In this world, there are other ways for professionals to increase attributes besides leveling up. Wear equipment, use potions, dishes that increase attributes, and treasures that increase attributes. Besides, living occupations and strengthening occupations can also increase attributes by tempering skills. Forging can increase strength, collecting can increase agility, refining medicine can increase spirit, and logging can increase physical strength. Different professionals have their own characteristics and advantages. There are even blacksmiths who are stronger than fighters. Any profession has the hope of becoming a strong person. Qin Feng can only lament about this. He really deserves to be the son of luck, that is, he is strong. Boss exploded, a lot of equipment. Under Xiao Yu's efforts, the leader of the magic flame goat finally received the lunchbox. Seeing the items falling all over the floor, everyone was very excited. Some silver equipment, and a piece of gold equipment, but unfortunately they are all level 30, and they can't use them now. Xiao Yu didn't want it either. Lin Ye picked it up and handed it over to the guild at that time. Qin Feng didn't contribute at all, and was directly ignored by everyone tacitly. But he didn't care, there were dozens of pieces of equipment piled up at home. You have to find a chance to deal with it. After the collector finished collecting the materials excitedly, a group of people started to move along the river. After more than an hour, in front of Qin Tian, a strange and sinister place appeared. Shrouded in black clouds and smog, there are chaotic rocks and weeds, and shrubs are all over the place. The weird branches that stretched out seemed to be demons who chose to eat people. In the middle of nowhere, it seemed extremely evil. Hiss! What? There was a faint sound of spitting around. Lin Kexin looked sideways, and was so frightened that he screamed. I don't know when there are many emerald green poisonous snakes around. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water and the eerie wind, people can't help feeling timid. Snakes, a lot of snakes, ah! The girls in the team turned pale from being frightened, and quickly backed away. Don't panic, I'm here, Xiao. Roar! Xiao Yu gave a deep drink, and the snowflake rainstorm dragon suddenly made a dragon roar. The release of Longwei deters the approaching poisonous snakes. Feeling the majesty of the dragon, all the poisonous snakes became frightened. This is the oppression from the life level. Ho 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 ho! At this time, there were 3 screams from the mountain stream ahead, and the poisonous snake seemed to be blessed and moved forward again. Chapter 48. Ho 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 ho! The sky-shattering roar, like a dragon but not a dragon, is extremely weird. In the mountain stream, the black clouds and mist became extremely restless, as if there was a great evil in it. A terrifying demonic energy erupted, and it actually resisted the dragon's power of the snowflake rainstorm dragon. All the vipers and the pythons that emerged from the torrent began to advance again. This is... When Xiao Yu heard the voice coming from the mountain stream, his pupils contracted and he was shocked. This voice seems to be the voice of a dragon. In the voice, there was obviously a taste of a dragon. But it doesn't look like it, but it is full of more evil feelings. Could it be that the final boss of this secret realm is actually a dragon? How come, this is too scary. Xiao Yu, what should I do next? Everyone seemed to be in a panic, looking at Xiao Yu, showing help-seeking eyes. If there is a dragon, then Xiao Yu is their only hope now. Xiao Yu cheered up and said in a deep voice, now there is no retreat, let's continue to explore. With Xiaoxia here, I believe we should be able to handle it. Roar! Snowstorm Dragon seems to be very dissatisfied with the existence in the mountain stream. Make a loud noise and show your presence. He launched a powerful counterattack against the poisonous snakes and giant pythons who dared to offend him. Unscrupulously cast water magic. The water vapor in this mountain stream is sufficient, which increases the power of its skills a lot. Qin Feng, let's back off a bit, these snakes are coming. Lin Kexin looked extremely scared when he saw the green poisonous snake and the black python. Although they are professionals, women are naturally afraid of snakes. Especially in this environment. Hundreds of thousands of snakes crawled towards him, the dense feeling was enough to make people frightened. If another patient with intensive phobia was replaced, he would probably be scared to death directly. When Xiao Yu heard Lin Kexin's voice, he shouted, Kexin, don't be afraid, I will protect you, I. Only. Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, he saw a scene of horror. Xiao Bai seemed very dissatisfied with the approach of these dirty poisonous snakes. Defile its white body. He snorted lightly. All the poisonous snakes and giant pythons that were heading towards Xiao Bai all retreated crazily at this moment. It seemed to feel an extremely terrifying crisis. At an extremely fast speed, he fled in the opposite direction, submerged into the stream and mountains, and disappeared. How is this possible? Xiao Yu couldn't help but rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Qin Feng, this is... Lin Kexin also showed a shocked expression, staring at Qin Feng in a daze. Crazy! Xiao Bai, you will really find trouble for me. Qin Feng was stared at by so many pairs of eyes at once, so he had to put on an innocent expression. No, why are you all looking at me? This has nothing to do with Xiao Bai, it must be Xiao Yu's Longwei who drove these snakes away. As he spoke, he pointed to the roaring snowflake storm dragon. Perhaps Qin Feng's expression was too deceptive. The blank expression on his face made everyone believe it at once. When Xiao Yu heard the words, he also reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. He just said, how could Qin Feng have such abilities? It must be his Xiaoxu's credit. The others also came to their senses and directly agreed with this statement. After all, the strength of the snowstorm dragon is obvious to all. The dragon clan must have a natural pressure on snakes. Xiao Yu took the opportunity to express his heart and said, Kexin, you don't have to be afraid, with me here, I will definitely not let the poisonous snake approach you. Didn't the comparison come out all at once? He is so useful, but Qin Feng is useless at all, not even able to protect him. Would Lin Kexin still like such a man? Well. Lin Kexin was still at a loss. Is this really the case? Xiao Yu got a response, he was uplifted, and said, let's go, now all the snakes have been driven away by Xiaoxu, let's go directly into the mountain stream to have a look. He is also very curious, what is in it, is there really a dragon? Lin Kexin still felt that the situation just now was strange, so she quietly raised her head, and looked at Qin Feng as if asking questions. A moment of intertwined eyes. That confused look like a young deer made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. Qin Feng, Qin Feng lowered his head, and ruthlessly ravaged Lin Kexin's defenseless little mouth. Taste the seductive beauty. Lin Kexin was caught off guard, never expecting that Qin Feng would be so bold. Now there are others. However, the person who made this action was Qin Feng. The sweetness in her heart made her sink. Especially the excitement that came from the bottom of her heart made her want to stop. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look Qin Feng directly in the eyes. Fortunately, Xiao Bai has always been in the back position, and no one will notice. As the team advanced, they came to the end of the mountain stream. Finally reached. This is... Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, followed by shock and silence. In the mountain stream, a bronze halo flickered in the air, and ancient runes emerged. Constructed a series of bronze chains, layer upon layer, entangled with a terrifying creature. Ho 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 ho! The three-headed dragon has a body more than 10 meters long, and 3 elephant-sized dragon heads. Seeing Xiao Yu and others who came to fight, their eyes were full of fierce light, and they roared loudly. Chapter 49. Google. This boss, me, can we really deal with it? It's so scary, so powerful, I can't even see the other party's attributes. Xiao Yu, can you see the attributes? Horror, shock, horror. Looking at the shocking scene in front of them, a group of people were stunned for a moment. A three-headed dragon, with its tail bound by countless bronze chains, is imprisoned in a mountain stream. The whole body is covered with ink-colored scales, and jet-black demonic energy is spewing out from the 3 dragon heads, constantly eroding the chains built by the bronze halo. Seeing a stranger enter, he roared excitedly. Constantly struggling, as if about to soar into the sky and pull up the entire mountain stream. I don't know if it's an illusion. Everyone felt that the entire mountain stream was shaking. Ho 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 ho! The dragon's head, which was about the size of an elephant, was so ferocious that it could swallow a person alive in one gulp. What? The few people who were close were backed away by a large distance in fright. Ding 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 ding! Fortunately, the binding force of the bronze chain is strong enough to prevent the three-headed dragon from getting out. It's just that the huge body and flood dragon's head came before everyone. Roar! Seeing this, the snowflake storm dragon let out a huge dragon roar without commanding at all. The constant circling seems to be very annoying to these three-headed dragons. Treat the opponent as an evenly matched opponent. Xiao Yu looked dignified, and said, my probing skills can see part of the information. This monster is called the three-headed dragon, and it is a third-order dark gold monster of level 30. Looking at the current situation, it seems that someone has imprisoned him in this mountain stream. The source of the village's demon energy should be this boss. The three-headed demon dragon was close in front of him, and Xiao Yu was on guard. The snowstorm dragon is always ready to strike. When everyone heard the words, they also understood, and they breathed a sigh of relief. If it's just level 30 third-tier dark gold, they can still deal with it. After all, there is Xiao Yu's dragon, which is extremely powerful. A level 10 fairy beast has no problem dealing with a level 30 dark gold. Unless you encounter a fairy beast with a higher level than it, then there is nothing to do. Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, get ready to fight. The three-headed dragon is imprisoned by bronze chains, so we can attack from a distance. There is no need to fight it in close quarters, so it will be difficult for it to attack us. Now that we're here, there's nothing more to say. No matter what, we must kill this boss today. Let's go. Although it is said to be on, but only Xiao Yu and Long are the main force, and everyone else can only play soy sauce. After being attacked, the three-headed dragon raised its head to the sky and roared angrily, spraying out dark devilish energy. It contains highly toxic toxins. The powerful physical body is constantly struggling under the shackles of the bronze chains, trying to escape. Three-headed demonic flood dragon. With a hint of doubt, Qin Feng used the Eye of Reality to check the attributes of the three-headed dragon. Other people's probing techniques will not work. But his is different, he can see through all the other party's information at a glance. Three-headed dragon. Level 30, Tier 3 Dark Gold Boss. Attributes, Strength, 1350, Physical Strength, 1245, Spirit, 982, Agility, 1152. Talent, Half Dragon Body, Magic Control. Skills, Devil Chi Corrosion, poisonous incineration, dark assault, dark breath, bloodthirsty recovery. Weaknesses: dark dragons, light resistance -30%, fire resistance -20%. Introduction: it was originally a poisonous dragon, which was eroded by the aura of the ancient demon king, resulting in extremely terrifying mutations. Suo also lost his strength and was gradually corroded by the dark demon energy, and the three-headed dragon was about to escape. The chi of the ancient demon monarch erodes. Immortal artifact binding flood dragon. Qin Feng noticed these messages keenly and fell into deep thought. This three-headed dragon is not the focus of his attention now. With this kind of strength, even if he is out of trouble, Xiao Yu can handle it. The point is, this guy probably isn't the last boss either. What is the ancient demon king, the powerhouse of the demon clan? Who imprisoned the three-headed dragon? It's hard not to think of all this. When Qin Feng was thinking, Xiao Yu had firmly gained the upper hand. Cooperating with the snowflake rain dragon, it continuously attacked the three-headed dragon whose movement was restricted. Extremely lucky, causing a lot of crit damage and weak point damage. Taking advantage of the gap time, Xiao Yu also looked back. Seeing Lin Kexan's eyes looking into the distance, a surge of motivation rose in his heart. Seeing Qin Feng's blank eyes made me even more secretly happy. Humph, Qin Feng, it doesn't matter if you are handsome. I, Xiao Yu, am the most powerful one. I must let you know that without strength, you have no qualifications to be worthy of Kexan. Xiao Yu's arrogance rose in an instant, and his arrogance was revealed. He only felt that this was the result he should have. Xiao Yu, be careful. Suddenly, Lin Kexan's voice came, with a hint of anxiety. Xiao Yu was even more complacent when he heard the words, showing a slight smile, wanting to respond. But I heard Xiaoxu's roar and other people's voices in my ears. Xiao Yu, be careful, get out of the way. What? Xiao Yu finally found out what was wrong, turned around suddenly, and saw a scene of horror. The three-headed demon dragon wreaked havoc, trying desperately to break free, tearing its tail apart. Blood sprayed, the tail broke, and the three-headed dragon suddenly escaped and attacked Xiao Yu. Chapter 50. Ho 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 ho! Finally breaking free from the shackles, the three-headed demon flood roared into the sky. The broken tail began to recover quickly under the wrap of magic energy. A streak of dark devilish energy lashed fiercely at the rope that restrained it. Crackling! Jiao was knocked into the air, fell several times, and landed on the ground behind Xiao Yu. The three-headed demon Jiao got out of trouble, and Xiao Yu was selected as the first target. Amidst the howling sound, darkness erupted. Xiao Yu suddenly turned his head, and when he realized it, he saw three ferocious dragon heads charging towards him. Those sharp teeth, ferocious face, accompanied by a stench. At this moment, Xiao Yu also panicked. If he was bitten by the three-headed dragon, it is estimated that the three heads would have to dismember him alive. With his small body, he couldn't bear it at all. Roar! Fortunately, the snowflake storm dragon responded in a timely manner and intercepted the three-headed demon dragon dangerously. One dragon and one flood created a terrifying battle between beasts. Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to dodge, and was naturally shocked by the aftermath of this battle. I just felt like my body was hit by a car with full power and was knocked out. It kept rolling, and finally stopped under the obstruction of a stone. Dazed, the whole person was almost dizzy from the impact of the aftermath. After the three-headed dragon was out of trouble, it became even more terrifying. Xiao Yu reluctantly got up, his mouth could not help overflowing with blood. There was a trace of fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiaoxu's timely rescue this time, he would be finished. Suddenly, his hand seemed to touch something. Hey? What is this? Xiao Yu touched something in a daze, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This is exactly the strange binding rope that the three-headed demon dragon broke free from its restraint just now. Is this the thing that trapped the three-headed dragon just now? In Xiao Yu's hand, there was a bronze-like chain with a dragon pattern on it. It's just that it has become a little dark, as if it has been eroded by demonic energy. And part of it broke. Xiao Yu directly check up the properties of this piece of equipment. Bound Jiaozhuo. Equipment grade, dark gold. Requirements for use, 200 spirit, dragon hidden profession. Attributes, spirit plus 100, agility plus 80. Additional attributes, none. Skill, flood binding, activate the flood binding cable, which can temporarily bind the enemy, and double the imprisonment time for flood dragon and sub-dragon. Introduction. The immortal weapon in ancient times was extremely powerful and capable of both offense and defense. It was damaged in a battle 3,000 years ago and was finally used to imprison the three-headed dragon. Now it has been damaged and has become a piece of dark gold equipment. Binding Jiaozhuo, what a powerful piece of equipment. The treasure that imprisoned the three-headed dragon just now fell into his hands. Xiao Yu was almost dizzy and could not believe it. This piece of equipment is just right for me to use. He directly put on the binding rope, and a chain appeared around his waist. There is no level limit for the usage requirements of binding Jiaozhuo. This is an extremely rare piece of good equipment. But this usage requirement is not low, just one hidden profession of dragon type will restrict many people. Putting on the Jiao cable, Xiao Yu looked at the battle situation ahead. Everyone retreated. In the current battle, only the snowflake rainstorm dragon could fight against the three-headed dragon. Fortunately, the three-headed dragon was seriously injured, its tail was broken, and it was in poor condition. His Xiaoxia firmly gained the upper hand. Three-headed demon flood dragon, let you taste my strength this time. Bind the Jiaozhuo, go. Xiao Yu immediately urged the skill of binding Jiaozhuo. The Jiaozhuo split into several bronze chains in an instant, and rushed towards the three-headed demon Jiao. Ho 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 ho! Seeing this scene, the three-headed dragon became even more violent. How could it be willing to be restrained again just after breaking free? It's a pity that facing the binding rope, he can only be bound. Xiao Yu took the dragon and began to attack the three-headed Jiao crazily. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu actually has such a skill. Seeing this, Lin Kexin also breathed a sigh of relief. Somewhat surprised, Xiao Yu was able to restrain the three-headed dragon for a short time. Yet, I didn't expect Xiao Yu to have such good luck. In Qin Feng's voice, there was joy and meaning. He was always paying attention to Xiao Yu just now, and naturally saw the other party obtain the treasure. Contract object Xiao Yu obtains the dark gold equipment binding Jiaozhuo, which triggers 28 times the return of items, and the host obtains the fairy weapon Fulong Suo. Immortal artifact, that's great, thank you Xiao Yu. When Qin Feng heard the system's voice, his heart burst into joy. It's another celestial artifact, so beautiful. Looking at Xiao Yu who was fighting hard in front, Qin Feng still had some expectations. The three-headed demonic flood dragon will definitely explode something. Xiao Yu, come on, kill him quickly. Xiao Yu naturally didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking, but he also thought the same way, that is, to kill the three-headed dragon as soon as possible. SHHH. The three-headed dragon was restrained and struggled constantly, and the three heads of the dragon sprayed out magic mist. And Xiao Yu and Snowflake Storm Dragon, it is specifically to pick the wound under the black hand. Just staring at the bruised and battered dragon's tail, it was all weak point damage. Ho 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 ho! The three-headed demon flood dragon was in agony, and ran away completely. After struggling for more than a minute, it finally broke free. Poor, now the whole body is torn apart, and the body is covered with frost. Snowstorm. The three-headed dragon wanted to resist, but was hit by Snowflake Storm Dragon's ultimate skill. Chapter 51. Xiao Yu is so strong, a dragon at the level of a fairy beast is too scary. Is this the power of a dragon master? If only I could have a fairy beast pet. Brother, don't dream, it's already good for us to have a blue elite level pet. When everyone saw Xiao Yu's performance, they were astonished. The envy in his eyes couldn't be hidden at all. Fighting against a level 30 dark gold boss alone can only be described as terrifying. The key is that Xiao Yu is only a professional who is less than 20th level. The professional level is only the first level. They have no doubt that Xiao Yu's future growth will definitely make everyone look up to him. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Yu, who was fighting hard, and nodded in satisfaction. Snowflake Storm Dragon's unique move is very powerful, and the three-headed dragon is also at the end of its strength. This wave is stable. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt happy for a while. A pair of big hands hugged Lin Kexin's slim and smooth body even tighter. The feeling of warm and fragrant nephrite really makes people happy. Just 2 words, comfortable. Qin Feng. Lin Kexin nestled comfortably in Qin Feng's arms, her delicate voice was full of emotion. The sweetness and happiness in my heart are even softer and more beautiful. However, Lin Kexin was still a little worried. Qin Feng is just an ordinary knight after all, how can she help Qin Feng? Xiao Yu looked at such a powerful battle. Lin Kexin was very worried that Qin Feng would be hit, and murmured in his heart, Qin Feng, I will definitely help you. A pair of silky little hands held Qin Feng's big warm hand even tighter. Qin Feng didn't know what Lin Kexin was thinking, he only hoped that Xiao Yu could be as strong as possible. There was still a little time before the battle ended, and he checked the returned fairy artifact. Fulong So. Equipment grade, fairy artifact. Requirements, 400 spirit, 300 agility, dragon hidden class. Attributes, the 4 basic attributes increase by 10%. Additional attributes, 10% reduction in physical attacks received, 10% increase in darkness resistance. Skill, Fulong's Might, passive damage to dragons increased by 10%. Dragon Binding, passive hitting the target has a 20% chance to cause a 20-second binding effect, reducing the agility of the attacked target by 50%. Sleeping Dragon Ascension, active with the help of the power in Fulong Suo, a powerful shield is formed to protect the user, which can reduce a lot of damage, and the duration depends on the user's ability. Fulong's Edge, active with the power of Fulong Suo, imprison all targets within 20 meters. The duration depends on the user's ability and the ability of the imprisoned target. The effect on dragons is doubled. Introduction, the chains that once imprisoned countless dragons have powerful power. If they can swallow enough blood and souls of dragons, they can also evolve towards artifacts. As expected of a fairy weapon, it's really strong. It was another very powerful fairy weapon, and Qin Feng was extremely happy in his heart. Among other things, this is simply a team battle weapon. Not only can the attack have a binding effect, but it also has both offense and defense. Too strong. The 4 basic attributes increased by 10%, the effect may not be obvious in the early stage, but in the later stage, it is simply invincible. And there are opportunities for evolution. Maybe we can find some dragons in the future and let Fulong Suo evolve into a divine weapon. This thought flashed across Qin Feng's mind. Looking at the 3-headed dragon in front of him, he shook his head, if Fulong Suo came out. It is completely imprisoned directly, so it is so troublesome to use it. However, now is Xiao Yu's battlefield, he will not do this. Ho 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 ho! Accompanied by a shrill roar, the 3-headed dragon finally fell to the ground unwillingly. The body like a hill fell heavily to the ground. Finally dead. After solving the 3-headed dragon, Xiao Yu also relaxed, with an excited smile on his face. Explosion, explosion! After the 3-headed dragon died, it dropped items all over the place. 2 pieces of dark gold equipment and 2 pieces of gold equipment, the explosion rate is quite high. Dragon Shield, dark gold equipment, requirements, level 33rd tier knight profession, unidentified, unusable. Golden Flood Sword, dark gold equipment, requirements, level 30, Tier 3 warrior, unidentified, unusable. Dark Wand, gold equipment, requirements, level 30, Tier 3 mage profession, unidentified, unusable. Magic Dragon Ring, gold equipment, requirement, level 30, 3rd tier hidden occupation, unidentified, unusable. There were also some silver equipment and bronze equipment, all of which were collected by Lin Ye and others. These equipment are not used now. Xiao Yu did not ask for it, and Lin Ye was ready to hand it all over to the guild. In exchange for contributions, what equipment he needs to use at that time can be exchanged. Lin Ye looked at Xiao Yu full of appreciation. This guy, get on the road. You know, some people are not like this. When they see good equipment, they want to take it for themselves. Especially for those wild groups and casual professionals, this kind of thing often happens. Professionals in the Great Guild have a strict system, and such things rarely happen. This skill book, what a powerful skill. Xiao Yu, who was picking up the drop, looked at the skill book in his hand and sighed. Dimensional Dungeon, advanced skill, can be used in any state, ignores the combat state, teleports to a designated location within a kilometer. Needless to say, the value of this skill is simply an excellent life-saving skill. Xiao Yu was quite moved. I will take this skill, do you have any opinions? Lin Ye and others directly stated that they have no opinion at all. Just kidding, Xiao Yu has always been contributing, how could they have any opinions? Xiao Yu showed a satisfied smile and directly learned the skills. As for Qin Feng's opinion, sorry, it doesn't matter at all. He is a soy sauce BD, it would be good if he can gain experience. Chapter 52. Kexin, this three-headed dragon should be the final boss. In this way, this secret realm is completely explored. Let's go back to. Xiao Yu looked excited and looked at Lin Kexin expectantly. After the exploration of the secret realm was over, they went back. In this way, Kexin will not be with Qin Feng, an annoying guy. Is it over so soon? Lin Kexin murmured, feeling that time passed too quickly. The thought of leaving Qin Feng's warm embrace. There was an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Qin Feng heard the voice from the system, looked at Xiao Yu and nodded with satisfaction. There was an old father-like gratification on his face. Great, Xiao Yu really grew up. Contract object Xiao Yu has acquired the skill Dimensional Escape, which will return 100 times the God level skill, Space Teleportation. 100 times 100 times. Qin Feng was so happy in his heart. He actually obtained a God level skill, and the name is powerful at first glance. Can't wait to check the effect of the skill. Spatial Teleportation, God level skill, used in any state, regardless of combat state, regardless of distance, can be directly teleported to the location of the teleportation anchor point after use. Skill effect, you can set a space teleportation anchor point anywhere, the teleportation anchor point can be changed freely, the number of teleportation anchor points, 0/10. Skill tips, space teleportation requires strong mental strength, and a strong physical body to resist space oppression. The longer the teleportation distance, the higher the strength requirements. Isn't this just any portal? This is too cool. Qin Feng was immediately shocked, this skill is too powerful. Teleportation points can be placed anywhere. For example, if he sets a teleportation point in the Tower of Death, he can use the skill in Tianyuan City. It can also be teleported directly to the Tower of Death. And in this way, there only needs to be a teleportation point in Tianyuan City. Wouldn't it be possible to come back and teleport at any time? Powerful. Too strong. Moreover, it can ignore the combat state and directly activate it at any time. In the future, if there is any irresistible and powerful enemy, he will send it away directly. Thinking of the enemy's stupefied look when they saw him disappear, Qin Feng's heart felt dark. Xiao Yu, you are really strong, you have grown up. Hey, come on, grow up faster. Qin Feng took Xiao Bai back, came to Xiao Yu, and patted his shoulder seriously. I have already thought about it in my heart, how to spur Xiao Yu again. Qin Feng, you are self-aware. You'd better leave Kexen, and never show up again. You have to know that you are just an ordinary profession, and there is a huge gap between you and Kexen. You are not worthy of her in terms of status, background, and strength. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Xiao Yu thought he had surrendered on his own initiative, so he whispered in Qin Feng's ear. Seeing his own strength, he was finally ashamed of himself. Knowing the gap between the two sides, it is better to be able to exit wisely. Looking at the soft and beautiful Lin Kexen in front of him, Xiao Yu's heart was filled with love. He finally proved himself. This refreshing feeling is like drinking a large glass of iced sour plum soup on a hot summer day. It is simply from the inside out, the whole body is comfortable. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded with a smile, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely not pester Kexen, but if you don't hurry up to improve, then you won't be sure." Yes. He didn't take the initiative to pester, but if Lin Kexen sent it to his door, that didn't count. Humph. You don't have to worry about this. I'm already level 20 now. After the Tianyuan College entrance examination, I will go to upgrade my professional level. At that time, no one can stop me. When Xiao Yu heard the words, he raised his head proudly. There is no doubt about his strength. As for other opponents, there is no need to worry at all. Xiao Yu is very confident. As long as there is no obstacle like Qin Feng, he is not afraid of anyone. He has already signed up for Tianyuan College, and he is bound to enter with the first grade. With theoretical knowledge, he fears no one. As for the combat power assessment, he also couldn't think of any opponents. Hey, this is probably the strong one. All my peers can only look up at my back. The strong are always alone. In Xiao Yu's heart, there is quite a feeling of being too cold at a high place. At this moment, he felt that his realm had been sublimated again. Okay, that's it, we must maintain this enthusiasm. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, this is what he wanted. You are a cow, he is a horse, Qin Feng Qingju becomes a BMW. Chapter 53. At this moment, a voice broke the dialogue between Xiao Yu and Qin Feng. Haven't we already completed the mission? Why haven't we sent it yet? When Xiao Yu heard Lin Yi's voice, he also came back to his senses. Yes, he has already killed the three-headed dragon. The source of the magic energy has been found out. The monsters around Fengxiu village have all been eradicated. Why do they still stay in this secret realm? Normally, they should have been teleported back to the Shiraishi Gobi. Xiao Yu's expression became a little dignified, and he didn't quite know what was going on. Lin Kexen suddenly exclaimed, then, over there, the corpse of the three-headed dragon is a fraud. Amid the sudden change, she hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly in panic. Qin Feng only felt soft for a while, as if he was trapped in a ball of warm cotton. Fraud? Everyone was attracted by these words and looked at the corpse of the three-headed dragon. In the eyes of everyone, the corpse that has been collected. Only the demonized flesh and blood remained, which looked extremely ugly. If this demonized flesh and blood can also be used as ingredients, the collector probably won't let it go. Now, this group of participating flesh and blood has undergone abnormal changes. I saw a burst of devilish energy rising from the sky and earth, covering the corpses of the three-headed dragon. The dark devilish energy is extremely terrifying. With a boundless ancient atmosphere, it seems to corrupt everything in this world. The flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon was reawakened by this devilish energy. Scary and eerie scene. It horrified everyone present. Damn, how did it become like this? Xiao Yu didn't know what happened, so he hurriedly used his detection skills to check. It's a pity that, except for a dark demonic energy, there is no information to be found. The three-headed dragon is going to be resurrected. This devilish energy, could it be the so-called spirit of an ancient demon king? Qin Feng was a little puzzled, and used his true eyes to look over. Information that Xiao Yu could not see, he obtained it at a glance. The three-headed dragon that is being revived. Introduction. After the death of the three-headed demon dragon, there was an extremely strong resentment, which finally aroused the aura of the ancient demon king in this mountain stream. With the help of the power of the aura of the demon king, he wanted to be resurrected. After the resurrection, the strength of the fairy beast might be restored. Really want to be resurrected. So what is the spirit of the ancient demon king? Is it really so powerful? After the resurrection, the three-headed dragon can actually restore the strength of the fairy beast. This is a bit difficult. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. For him, fairy beasts are completely manageable. Even if the three-headed dragon is resurrected and becomes a fairy beast, there was no threat to him either. If any Fulongsuo goes out, no matter what kind of monster you are, you have to lie down obediently for me. But the problem is, if he makes a move, won't he be exposed? According to the current strength of Xiao Yu and others, it must be difficult to deal with a level 30 fairy beast. If he doesn't make a move, it will be difficult. Qin Feng couldn't help but have a thought in his heart, am I going to be exposed? No, we must find a way to stop it. Seeing the strange changes in the flesh and blood of the demon flood dragon, Qin Feng said in a deep voice, don't be dazed, hurry up and do it, you won't really wait for this thing to change, will you? Xiao Yu, let your dragon freeze with dragon flames. Mage, throw your skills up with all your strength. Kexan, you also throw the healing skills up, and then give Xiao Yu a blessing. Qin Feng spoke in a deep voice, his domineering tone made people subconsciously trust him. The sharp aura exuding from his body made people stare sideways. Xiao Yu subconsciously let the snowflake storm dragon attack. The others also followed Qin Feng's words and began to use skills to attack. After a while, Xiao Yu came back to his senses and was stunned. Why should I listen to him? He subconsciously wanted to refute, but seeing the scene in front of him, the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them. He could only start to attack the changing flesh and blood with depression. Ho 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 ho! It seems that the attack of Xiao Yu and others played a role, and there was a burst of muffled humming and roaring in the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon. The terrifying dark demonic energy began to stir. The pitch-black flesh and blood became even deeper. The three-headed dragon was finally fully revived in front of everyone's shocking sight. Vicious, tyrannical, vicious, violent. The terrifying power shook the entire mountain stream, and there were countless black snows floating in the sky. That ferocious appearance scared the crowd and they couldn't help but retreat. What a powerful momentum! This time, it's difficult. Xiao Yu's face was serious, and the appearance of the three-headed dragon was reflected in his line of sight. The scales of the whole body have been completely collected, and there is no trace of eyeballs in the black eye sockets. It is full of flesh and blood, and even the bones of the whole body have been collected. If it wasn't for the support of the demonic energy, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see the original appearance. On the foreheads of the three heads, there is also a different pattern. It is a strange white mark, which is particularly conspicuous on the pitch-black flesh and blood. Chapter 54. After the resurrection, the three-headed dragon seems to have a special resentment towards Xiao Yu. Rushed directly towards Xiao Yu. The snowflake storm dragon didn't want to see its master get hurt, so it immediately stood in front of the three-headed dragon. Only, this time the situation has changed. After the resurrection of the three-headed dragon, its strength also increased significantly. The snowflake storm dragon was at a disadvantage for a while, and everyone who watched was extremely anxious. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and directly used the Eye of Reality to check the opponent's attributes. Three-headed dragon. Level 19, Fairy Beast. Attributes, Strength, 2115, Physical Strength, 1984, Spirit, 1520, Agility, 1636. Talent, Demonic Energy Control, Dragon Bloodthirsty. Skills, Flesh Corrosion, Dark Assault, Dark Breath, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Ghostly Wailing. Trick, Devil's Destruction. Weaknesses, in the half-flesh, half-demon state, light resistance -100%, a strong impact will cause the body to collapse. Introduction, after the three-headed demon dragon was beheaded, the resentment lingered and aroused the spirit of the ancient demon king, condensed the flesh and blood, and became a fairy beast after rebirth, but because the scales, bones, horns, eyes and other important parts of the body were all destroyed after death, stripped, and was hit during the rebirth process. Although he became a fairy beast, his strength improvement was limited. Is it just a level 19 fairy beast? Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after reading it. In this case, Xiao Yu should be able to handle it. Roar! The snowflake rainstorm dragon let out an angry roar, and seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Xiao Yu, hold on! Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt a little anxious in his heart, but he could only forcefully stabilize his mind. The current situation is critical, and it has somewhat exceeded his expectations. Using probing skills, only a little bit of information can be obtained. Three-headed dragon. Grade : Attributes : Skill : With his current detection skills, he couldn't detect the attributes of the three-headed dragon at all. Seeing this kind of power, I'm afraid it will be even more terrifying than before. Even Xiao couldn't stop it, she might have evolved into a fairy beast. But when he thought of his teammates and Lin Kexin behind him, he felt a sense of responsibility. If he couldn't stop it, Lin Kexin would definitely die. No, this cannot be allowed to happen. Xiao Yu shouted in his heart, looking at the eyes of the three-headed dragon, full of appraisal. This time, he must win. Be careful, everyone, lean back as much as possible, I will deal with it. Dragon Inspiration. Xiao Yu directly used the enhanced skills to increase the attributes of himself and the dragon by 30%. With the huge attribute blessing, the snowflake storm dragon finally managed to contend against the three-headed dragon. But it is also under enormous pressure. Qin Feng saw Xiao Yu as if a small universe erupted, so he killed him. It's really a fierce man. He knew that at such a critical moment, he could always trust the child of luck. He even thought in his heart that even if he didn't ask everyone to stop it just now, let the three-headed demon Jiao fully restore its strength, perhaps Xiao Yu can also deal with it. As everyone knows, Xiao Yu is now also facing tremendous pressure. If it weren't for bringing a lot of recovery potions, I'm afraid it would have been a little bit unbearable. The damage caused is quite limited, less than half of what it was before. Only the main force of the snowflake rainstorm dragon can cause relatively high damage to the three-headed dragon. Damn it, what should I do now? I can't hold it anymore. The room leak happened to be raining overnight, and at the moment when Xiao Yu was anxious, the three-headed dragon suddenly changed the target of the attack. In its eyes, Xiao Yu was difficult to deal with, so he devoured other people first. Dark Assault. The dark aura surged from the three-headed dragon's body, and with the help of the power of the devil's aura, it moved forward a long distance in an instant. With a strong agility, Xiao Yu and Snowstorm Dragon will be left behind. The next target is Lin Kexin. Ah! Qin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Kexin was extremely flustered and frightened. The ferocious and ugly three-headed dragon seemed to devour her in one bite. I have never encountered such a crisis situation before, and I fell into the chaos for a while. Subconsciously called out Qin Feng's name. In her heart, she had already regarded Qin Feng as her protector. Kexin, no! Ah! Seeing Lin Kexin's helpless cry and panicked expression, Xiao Yu was extremely anxious. Even if Lin Kexin called out for the first time, it wasn't him. However, the three-headed dragon was already beyond his attack range, and even Xiao couldn't catch up to it for a while. Seeing the furious and ferocious three-headed dragon rushing towards Lin Kexin. No, no! Xiao Yu screamed in his heart, he must not let Lin Kexin get hurt. A priest who is hit by this kind of attack has only one ending, and that is death. Suddenly, Xiao Yu felt the blood in his body boil for a while. A stream of information swirls through my mind. Chapter 55. Xiao. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted, and a burst of black light burst out from his body. Black rays of light bloomed between the brows, and a blue summoning formation emerged from under his feet. This time the call was different from the previous ones. A stream of extreme blue and snowflakes converged, forming a very strange scene. The blue light shrouded Xiao Yu. In the light, Xiao Yu's eyes were cold. I saw that the snowstorm dragon in the sky had disappeared, but an ice-blue dragon-shaped light and shadow emerged from the summoning formation. Fusion into the body of Xiao Yu. In the weird and stunning scene, the dragon control staff in Xiao Yu's hand also began to tremble violently. Lifted up by Xiao Yu, the icy breath circulated on the staff of controlling the dragon, which was extremely miraculous. This is... The small universe really exploded. Qin Feng was standing beside Lin Kexin, ready to attack secretly. But after seeing this scene, he was also stunned for a moment. Xiao Yu's dragon-shaped phantom continued to linger around him, bursting out with terrifying power, and a pair of wings of light grew from behind. Quick! Very fast! Hearing the sound of rumbling, Xiao Yu's hands turned into dragon claws. Instantly intercepted in front of the three-headed dragon, and recklessly fought with the three-headed dragon who was about to attack Lin Kexin more than a dozen times. Roar! Xiao Yu roared like a dragon, waved the dragon-controlling staff in his hand, and 3 water dragons appeared instantly. He threw out the Jiao rope again, and bronze chains appeared one after another. Block the three-headed dragon layer by layer. Bang bang bang! Xiao Yu shot with all his strength, all states were blessed, the air waves burst, and water dragons flew horizontally. Under the impact of huge energy, the three-headed dragon was severely injured in an instant, and the pitch-black flesh and blood flew horizontally. 2 huge holes exploded on his body, and he suffered huge damage at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yu's alienated body appeared half-dragon, terrifying like ghosts and gods. Ho 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 ho! The three-headed demon Jiao was directly stunned by Xiao Yu's outburst. It doesn't understand why the human being in front of him burst out with such a strong force all of a sudden. Especially the faint coercion on his body made him feel palpitations instinctively. But even so, the three-headed dragon was still extremely violent. Even under severe injuries, he still launched a counterattack. Dark teeth made of flesh and blood bit Xiao Yu's shoulder, and tightly entangled Xiao Yu, so that he could not move. Xiao Yu, come on! Xiao Yu, hold on, you can do it. Whether we live or die depends entirely on you. The members of the team couldn't help shouting. Originally they were already desperate, but Xiao Yu's sudden outburst gave everyone a burst of hope. Unexpectedly, he counterattacked strongly, directly pressing down on the three-headed dragon. Rain dragon cries! Xiao Yu shouted heavily, and under the entanglement of the three-headed dragon, the dragon-shaped phantom on his body instantly glowed with blue light. Snowflakes flew, and the temperature began to drop suddenly. Even the body of the three-headed dragon began to freeze inch by inch. Even if you are a fairy beast, you still can't beat me now. I will absolutely not allow you to hurt Kexin. Xiao Yu's voice was cold, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his strength had already been pushed to the extreme. At the critical moment just now, he realized a skill and used it. This skill is called Dragon Control Fusion. Dragon Fusion, a fairy-level skill that allows the Dragon Master to have the ability to fuse with a pet. After the Dragon Master and the pet are combined, they can use all the skills of the pet and themselves. Skill effect: after the combination, the attribute is the sum of the Dragon Master and the pet. Skill tips: after cancelling the fusion, the pet will fall into a deep sleep and cannot be combined again in a short time. Xiao Yu looked at his own skills, and felt the wonderful feeling of being integrated with Snowflake Rainstorm Dragon. This wonderful feeling of power surge shocked his mind. After the fit, Xiao Yu's attributes increased to a terrifying level. In addition, Xiao Yu also used the dragon to inspire, and the attributes increased by 30% on this basis. Such attributes make Xiao Yu feel horrible. Completely possesses the strength of the tough fairy beast. Xiao Yu's current state is very strong. Even the three-headed dragon that became a fairy beast was suppressed. It seems that it is only a matter of time before we win. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help marveling secretly, he really deserves to be the son of luck. This is simply a cheating life. In desperation, there is always life. Contract object: Xiao Yu obtained the fairy level skill Dragon Fusion, and returned 88 times the exclusive magic skill, Emperor Dragon Transformation. Coming! Hearing the sound of the system, Qin Feng was overjoyed, and checked the skills he had just acquired. Emperor Dragon Transformation, exclusive magical skill. After use, it can change into the form of Emperor Dragon God of the same level. Chapter 56. Hey! Gone! Looking at the skill introduction, Qin Feng was a little confused. It is completely impossible to see how strong this skill is. However, since it is the magical skill returned, it must be stronger than Xiao Yu's. It's not a problem for Xiao Yu to beat immortal beasts, so how can he single out divine beasts? Well, look for a chance to transform in the future and try. Qin Feng looked forward. Xiao Yu's battle was drawing to a close. The three-headed dragon's body was built with devilish energy and flesh and blood, and it couldn't withstand the impact of too strong energy. Under Xiao Yu's continuous onslaught, he was beaten to pieces. Accompanied by a roar, it finally disappeared into the world unwillingly. It's a pity that nothing was revealed this time. After all, the reborn three-headed dragon has only a lump of flesh and blood. After losing the dark energy, even the flesh and blood turned into a lump of mud. Hey, I'm finally saved. Xiao Yu, really strong, we are saved. Xiao Yu, you are my hero. Seeing the disappearance of the three-headed dragon, Xiao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kexin, no. Bracing up his exhausted spirit, he wanted to express his heart to Lin Kexin. However, after turning his head, he received a critical hit of 10,000 points. The scene he saw almost gnawed his back molars. Lin Kexin snuggled into Qin Feng's arms with a shy face. He just felt that a heart suddenly broke into glass shards. Kxin! Xiao Yu was shouting and roaring in his heart, his eyes darkened, and he almost fainted. After the fit, he also endured tremendous physical and mental pressure. After all, with his current physical strength, it is still too reluctant to fuse the fairy beast Snowflake Storm Dragon. Xiao Yu, thank you. If it wasn't for you this time, we would all be wiped out in this secret realm. Lin Kexin noticed Xiao Yu's gaze, stepped forward 2 steps, with gratitude on his face. She really did speak from her heart. Xiao Yu's contribution is obvious to all. However, her heart has been completely captured by Qin Feng, and she can no longer tolerate other people. When Xiao Yu heard this, hope rose in his eyes, and he said, Kexin, Xiao Yu, you are a good person, but me, we are not suitable. Lin Kexin's whispered words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Good guy, nice guy. Be careful. Xiao Yu looked miserable, just about to say something. But suddenly found that where the three-headed demon dragon disappeared, a black demonic energy suddenly spread. In the mountain stream, a huge rock collapsed, revealing a cave. Are there any other mutations? Qin Feng was a little surprised by this scene. This secret realm is full of twists and turns, and there are still shocking changes up to now. Although Xiao Yu was mentally exhausted, he still held on and did not lift the fit. The cave in front was originally blocked by boulders and snow, and no one could find it. It should be the impact just now, and the spread of magic energy, which caused this place to be revealed. This place feels so old. Everyone be careful, I will open the way ahead. The task has not been completed yet, and it is still in the secret realm, so it can only continue to explore. The cave seemed a bit deep and quiet, and the surrounding stone walls all emitted a faint silver light. It seems that they have experienced unimaginable battles. After walking a certain distance, the scene suddenly opened up. In front of me is a square about the size of 3 or 4 football fields. There are also many flowers and plants blooming in this square. It's a pity that the traces of cutting with knives and axes all around made everything extremely dilapidated. It is full of traces of battle, huge cracks, as tall as a dozen people. From this, it can be seen how strong the two sides in this battle are. What a terrifying battle trace! Is it dangerous inside? Qin Feng looked inside, and there were some wooden and stone furniture. It's just been destroyed. At the end of this place, there is a deeper cave of ice. It faintly exudes blue light and exudes a cold breath. Carefully walking past the traces of the battle, a group of people slowly moved inside. These skeletons are terrifying. I don't know if the materials can be collected. Everyone became more and more frightened as they walked, and there were huge monster corpses all around. It has already become a dense bone, as if returning to that ancient era. There are tall dinosaur-like skeletons, giant tiger heads, 3-headed dog-like creatures, and some small body skeletons that seem to be human. It's just that most of them were smashed, cut in half, crushed by fighting spirit, and corroded by magic. Some of the bones were all black, and there seemed to be residual demonic energy inside. With fear and excitement, the collector threw out a collection skill directly at a skeleton that looked complete. The bones here have already been destroyed in the war, and after too long, they have become useless. Pity, just got a hint. The collector was a little disappointed, as expected, there is no such cheap thing in the world. It was a bit regretful to keep up with the team. Chapter 57. Enter the frontmost ice cave. Unexpectedly, there was no biting chill, but a warmth full of life. Beside the stone wall, some flowers and plants grew. Lin Kexin was a little surprised and said, "This place is so magical, are there any gods in it?" She could even see that the glorious stone wall was like a water blue mirror. Can reflect her shadow. Qin Feng was also a little curious about what was hidden inside. The Eye of Truth. After using the skill, not surprisingly, I got some information here. Elf Cave. Introduction. Many years ago, there was a great battle between the elves and the demons. Both the elders of the elves and the original demon died in this battle. The cave here was formed by the last life of the elders of the elves. There seems to be something in it. It turns out that this place has something to do with the elves. While Qin Feng was thinking, the team gradually approached the innermost part. There was a sound of splashing water. The warm breath made people feel a sense of comfort. A burst of light struck, and everyone's eyes lit up, and there was a deep blue cold pool in front of them. It is deep and calm, it looks cold, but it is actually very warm. Be careful, there seems to be someone in the pool. While Xiao Yu was concentrating, he was a little dazed when he saw the figure in the pool. Qin Feng also found out. The person in the pool was not a human being, but an elf. With pointed ears, has a beautiful face, and graceful curves. A slender body, exquisite and graceful, proud curves, and a dashing and heroic posture. Like a ripe rose with thorns. The body floats on the water pool, exuding a deadly breath, and there are 5 pairs of 10 dark blue wings growing on the back. It has exquisite patterns on it. It's actually an elf, such a beautiful elf. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, this is probably the so-called elf elder. Yu Yao, Night Elf. Introduction. The great elder of the elf race, with great strength, died in the battle between the elves and the demon race many years ago. With the last strength, he formed the secret realm here, leaving only the last remnant soul left. The water breath of the holy spring in the world, the remnant soul will be revived. There are still remnants of souls that will be revived. Wait, the holy spring water in the world of elves seems a little familiar. Qin Feng was obviously taken aback when he saw this message. Seeing Yao, the elf elder in the pool, suddenly opened his eyes. You are human. Looking at the human team in front of her, Yao frowned slightly. She left this place with her last strength, and the remnant soul was still unwilling to disperse. I just want to wait for the day when I can wait for the tribe to come to rescue. Just now, she actually sensed the breath of the water from the holy spring in the world of elves, and she revived her remnant soul. She thought that the elves had finally found this place, and she finally had hope of returning home. However, after seeing the person in front of him clearly, only disappointment remained in his heart. Elves. After Xiao Yu was slightly stunned, he said with a smile, "Hi, my name is Xiao Yu, we accidentally discovered this secret realm, come here, do you need any help?" Xiao Yu dared to do this entirely because of the elves he knew in books. The race of elves is peace-loving, pure, and beautiful. Every elf, regardless of gender, has an extremely beautiful appearance. It can be said that elves are one of the most beautiful races in the world. I hate war very much, but I don't mind maintaining peace through war. Love the environment very much. However, in the human world, there are almost no elves. Many elves live in forests far away from cities, or in secret places that no one has found. Therefore, Xiao Yu judged that this elf should not take the initiative to hurt them. Weird humans. Dragon Master. Yao glanced at Xiao Yu lightly, with a hint of surprise. She can naturally see through Xiao Yu's current state. It can be protected by the Dragon Clan, and it also has such a strange skill that it can fit with the Dragon Clan. The potential of this human being is not bad. It's a pity that the person in front of him doesn't have the aura she sensed just now. Instead, she felt a little disgusted. The water of the holy spring in the world of elves, what is it? Behind, yes, it's him. Yao looked behind Xiao Yu, other people were very ordinary and couldn't catch her eyes. However, when she saw Qin Feng, Yao locked her eyes on him. Although the equipment he was wearing was very ordinary, the aura exuding from his body was completely different. Sharp and chic. His appearance is even more handsome, with a unique charm on his body. Such an appearance, even among the elves, is considered extremely good-looking. Moreover, the white horse he was riding on did not have a simple origin, it actually had a dragon power on it. That kind of breath carries the flavor of the 5 elements and the sacred. The elves are the most sensitive to the elements of each department. His body has the breath of water from the holy spring. But, how is this possible? Chapter 58. Yao looked at Qin Feng closely, and while she was deeply impressed by him, doubts arose in her heart. The knight in front of him is undoubtedly a human race. But the aura of the water from the holy spring of the world of elves on his body cannot be fooled at all. This is completely unexpected to her. Because the holy spring water in the elf world can only be used by the elf queen. Moreover, the world of elves has been trapped in a seal since ancient times. How could it be obtained by this human being? Yao was puzzled, and fixed her eyes on Qin Feng, as if she wanted to see through the human knight in front of her. Xiao Yu found that the eyes of the elves in front of him were not on his body, but stared deeply behind him. Can't help but have some doubts. What is she looking at? Following Yao's gaze, she found that her gaze was completely on Qin Feng's body. Yao's crisp voice suddenly sounded, "Human knight, what's your name?" "Hey? Me?" Qin Feng was obviously taken aback when he heard this. "I looked around and found that everyone's eyes were looking at me." Yao's gaze also completely stayed on him. "My name is Qin Feng." He didn't know what the great elder of the elves wanted to do. Why do you pay attention to yourself among so many people? Logically speaking, Xiao Yu is the son of luck. Yu nodded when she heard the words, and said, Qin Feng? Have you ever taken the water from the holy spring in the world of elves? I can clearly sense that you have the breath of holy spring water. I am Yu, the great elder of the elves, don't try to deceive me. As soon as Yu's words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. His eyes began to size up Qin Feng, wanting to explore. The water of the holy spring in the world of elves is extremely powerful when you hear it. How could Qin Feng, an ordinary knight, take this kind of treasure? This is what Yu, the great elder of the elf clan, said, and there must be no falsehood. FK? What I'm taking is not pure water from the holy spring, but the refined blood of the holy dragon. Can you feel this? Qin Feng also had to sigh, he really deserved to be the great elder of the elves. Even the remnant soul is equally powerful. That, I just got it by accident. Qin Feng was perfunctory casually, since the other party doesn't know how to read minds anyway. Accidentally got it. Yu smiled softly and didn't care about this answer. Instead, he spoke up on his own. Humans, do you know? We elves have always loved peace, protected the environment, and cherished nature. However, in ancient times, the demon race caused disasters to the world, and the whole world was caught in the flames of war. Among us elves, there is a disagreement on whether to take action to stop the demons. I am Yu, the elder of the elves. The elves headed by me are the main battle faction. They decided to go out of the world of elves and start a war with the demons. In this battlefield, I fought to the death with the original demon lord of the demon race. The battle lasted for 99 and 81 days. The flames of the world were burned, and the battlefield was burned to a piece of scorched earth. Blood flowed into rivers, and corpses became mountains. In the end, I and the demon lord died together. Now there is only a wisp of remnant soul left. Later, the heaven and the earth changed, and the tears of the heavens extinguished the flames of war, and buried all the corpses of the elves and demons in the war, and buried all the magical weapons. Speaking of this, Yu sighed for a while, and the melancholy eyes seemed to recall the war a long time ago. Demons, elves, fight. Everyone was delighted and shocked when they heard it. Xiao Yu couldn't help but said, Elder Yu, since you have left a remnant soul, if there is any wish that has not been fulfilled, we can help you. I do have unfulfilled wishes. Yu nodded and said, Qin Feng, human knight, would you help me fulfill a wish? In return, I can give you some rewards. What's the situation? As soon as Yu's words came out, it wasn't just other people. Even Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. He also didn't expect that the great elder of the elves would ask him to help him. This is unreasonable. Xiao Yu, the son of luck, was not favored. Qin Feng couldn't help but said, Elder Yu, what do you mean, you want me to help you fulfill your wish? Yes. Yu admitted without hesitation, I can feel that you have great potential, and only you who have taken the water from the holy spring in the world of elves can fulfill my wish. Besides, you are indeed very attractive. The elves are all pursuing perfection, and their yearning for beauty surpasses any race in this world. In modern terms, it's all heavy color control. For beautiful and beautiful things, there is a pursuit beyond ordinary people. No, what's the reason for that? Xiao Yu heard this, the whole person was at a loss. Why, is it because Qin Feng is handsome? Qin Feng is an ordinary knight, what great potential does he have? He hides his professional dragon master, his potential is not big enough? Tired, really tired. Destroy this face-seeking world. Chapter 59. I'll go, isn't Qin Feng about to prosper now? Yes, this is the great elder of the elves, can you give me something good? Maybe there will be something like a fairy artifact. Oh my god, Being handsome has such a big advantage. Is it too late for me to have plastic surgery now? I really don't know what the holy water in the world of elves is. Others in the team started talking in low voices. The eyes looking at Qin Feng are full of envy. I can't wait to replace it, and immediately go to help Yu Yao fulfill her wish. Lin Kexin looked at Qin Feng with admiration, and said softly, Qin Feng, please agree. She knew that Qin Feng was so outstanding, he was destined to be extraordinary. Looking at the handsome Qin Feng, so tall and mighty. The love and sweetness in my heart are constantly increasing. Qin Feng is really entangled now, this elder Yu Yao chose him. Isn't Xiao Yu the son of luck? I was planning to wait for the delicious food to be returned, but now I have chosen it directly. Qin Feng was a little confused and said, Elder Yu Yao, what is your wish? You say it first, and I will see if I have the ability to help you fulfill it. Let's listen to it first, and then we can talk about the situation. I believe you should know that there are two types of elves in this world. Yu Yao didn't express her wish when she heard the words, but said, when the mages of your human race break through to the 7th level, they will sign a contract with the elemental elves. Only after obtaining the approval of the elemental spirits can one truly become a 7th order mage. This is almost the only way for mages of all races to become mages. After becoming a magician, you can use the power of the elemental spirits to cast stronger forbidden spell level magic. Under Yu Yao's explanation, everyone gradually understood. In this world, elves are divided into two types. One is an elf condensed by the purest energy between heaven and earth. Such as light elves, ice elves, water elves, fire elves, and so on. These elves are elemental elves, and if the energy in the world is immortal, they will almost never die. And their elves are different, belonging to the second type of elves. The elves of the elves, conceived in the holy spring of the elves world, have the elemental abilities of some elemental elves. They are powerful in combat and have an extremely long lifespan. The strength is distinguished by the number of wings. Yu Yao is a night elf with 5 pairs of 10 wings. She is extremely powerful, only inferior to the elf queen. That's why a large number of elves followed when they left the elf world. After explaining this, Yu Yao sighed, I led several elves from the elves branches to leave the elves world and fight against the demons. I don't regret it. However, at the same time as I was fighting the demons, the world of elves also underwent tremendous changes. The inner barrier was actually opened, and us elves outside were also isolated from the seal. Finally die with the demons. Yu Yao said in a low voice, the seal of the elves, unless the world of elves encounters an irresistible catastrophe, it will never be opened. Once the enchantment is opened, the inside and outside are isolated, and there is only one way to enter the world of elves. It is necessary to take the water from the holy spring in the world of elves. Yu Yao said in a deep voice, Qin Feng, you have great potential and you have taken the water from the holy spring. You are my only hope. I hope you can help me go back to the world of elves in the future and find out what happened in the world of elves. If there is a huge crisis in the elf world, I hope you can save our elves. In return, I will help you change your job to become a hidden job, my previous job, Elven Dragon Knight. After listening to Yu Yao's words, Qin Feng fell into silence. There is no rejection, and there is no way to refuse. With his current status, he was just an ordinary knight, and he couldn't refuse a hidden profession. What's more, it's a dragon-type hidden profession exclusive to the elves, the Elf Dragon Knight. Although, he wanted Xiao Yu to get all of this. Hey, he is handsome, but he has so many troubles, very annoying. Qin Feng thought for a while, he really needed a hidden job on the surface, and said, Elder Yu Yao, I am willing to accept your request, and will try my best to fulfill your wish in the future. The elves are extremely powerful. Naturally, there are many professions, elf priest, elf mage, elf archer, elf knight, and so on. Any profession that has a relationship with elves is incomparably powerful. Although there are very few elves in this world, they are not without them. Qin Feng even wondered if these elves were all descendants of those elves that Yu brought out from the world of elves. Qin Feng, Elven Dragon Knight, hidden profession. Xiao Yu muttered to himself, only to feel that the world was spinning for a while. What he was most proud of before, and also his biggest advantage, was that he was a hidden professional dragon master. Now hearing that Qin Feng can change his job to a hidden job, his mentality immediately exploded. Chapter 60. Qin Feng, why? Xiao Yu stared at Qin Feng closely, feeling that God was so unfair. Qin Feng didn't do anything, yet such a great opportunity came to his door. Change job to become a hidden job, Elf Dragon Knight. Originally, Qin Feng was just handsome, and he still had the confidence to snatch Lin Kexin back from him. After all, he is a hidden profession, and he also has immortal beasts and dragon pets, so his potential goes without saying. However, if Qin Feng changed jobs, then he is not weaker than him at all. For a moment, Xiao Yu regretted extremely in his heart, why did he let Qin Feng enter the secret realm together? A scumbag like Qin Feng actually has this kind of opportunity. The laws of heaven are not fair, when will a good man like him be able to stand out? The mentality of others also exploded. Hidden profession, Elf Dragon Knight, Qin Feng is really lucky. To become a hidden profession, there are many other ways besides the awakening of the initial profession. For example, use the hidden job transfer scroll, get some inheritance from the strong, or comprehend it yourself, etc. However, each of these paths requires great opportunity. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng instantly became the envy of everyone. Qin Feng, I will now use my last strength to help you change your job to become an Elven Dragon Knight. The hidden class will replace your original Knight class. Yuyeo's eyes became serious, and she was ready to help Qin Feng change jobs. What the hell? Want to replace my original Knight profession? And many more. Qin Feng admitted that at this moment, he really panicked. If others don't know, how can he not know? He is a god-level professional, a 5-element Holy Dragon Knight. If this was replaced by this Elf Dragon Knight, wouldn't it be a blood loss? At this moment, the voice of the system came from my mind. Please rest assured the host, the 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight will not be replaced by any profession. If the job transfer is successful, the Elven Dragon Knight will automatically become the second job. However, after changing to the second hidden occupation, the experience required for leveling up will increase. It won't be replaced, that's good, that's good. Starting a second job, I'm so happy. Hearing the sound of the system, Qin Feng was relieved. As for upgrading experience, it is not difficult. Seeing everyone looking at him, he smiled awkwardly. What, Elder Yuyeo, come here. I wasn't ready just now. Yuyeo nodded, and began to change jobs for Qin Feng with her last strength. Dark elemental elves condensed in the sky and the earth, I use the contract of the night elves to summon your deepest light. Professional change Elf Dragon Knight. Yuyeo chanted an ancient spell, and a deep black light emerged from the deep pool. A large swath of dark elements flew around, covering Qin Feng's body. Strong, Yuyeo really deserves to be the great elder of the elves, night elves, really strong. The dark elemental energy poured into Qin Feng's body, and he almost groaned out of comfort. The cool and comfortable feeling is irresistible. Rumble. With a bang, it attracted boundless dark elements and completely surrounded Qin Feng. There is a black light shining on his body, which is very strange and miraculous. Such a scene lasted for 3 minutes. Finally injecting all the dark elemental energy into Qin Feng's body, the deep pool water has become clear. This human knight has great potential. Yuyeo couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It actually completely absorbed all the energy of the dark elements left by her. She originally thought that this knight could only absorb part of it. However, it was better this way, Qin Feng might also get some other benefits. Under Yu Yao's gaze, all the dark elements in Qin Feng's body finally disappeared. Qin Feng also returned to normal and got a hint. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the dark elements of the Night Elves and changed your job to a hidden job, Elven Dragon Knight. Successful transfer, the 4 basic attributes will be increased by 100, the resistance of the dark system will be increased by 30%, the resistance of the lightning system will be increased by 20%, and the total damage immunity will be 10%. Successful job transfer, automatic comprehension of skills, body of life, light of elves, harmony of all spirits, revival of all things, seal of 7 stars, wind and thunder, elegy of elves. Successful job transfer, automatic comprehension of the ultimate skill, Zhishan Chenjin. Congratulations, you have absorbed the dark elemental energy of the Night Elves, and the 4 basic attributes have increased by 50. Congratulations, you have absorbed the dark elemental energy of the Night Elves, and your experience has risen to level 20. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to level 20. As a God-level hidden professional 5-element Sacred Dragon Knight, you will automatically comprehend professional skills, two-handed proficiency, holy impact. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 20, you can go to the temple to accept the assessment. Amazing! Such a powerful dark elemental energy. After Qin Feng successfully changed jobs, he was filled with amazement. After he got this energy, he not only changed his job to become an Elf Dragon Knight, but also gained a lot of benefits. Chapter 61. At the same time as the attributes increased, the level was finally raised to level 20. You know, even the previous experience of brushing the secret realm, plus the return of Xiao Yu's experience, could not raise his level to level 20. As the level increases, he also comprehends the professional skills of the 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. In the future, you can also go to the temple to accept the assessment and improve your professional level. This wave is simply beautiful. It's a pity that the Elf Dragon Knight can only be regarded as a top hidden profession. If it is to let Xiao Yu return, wouldn't it be another god-level occupation? Thinking more greedily in Qin Feng's heart, he could only sigh. Xiao Yu didn't have this chance. As everyone knows, Xiao Yu's heart is full of grievances now. Humph, so what if you changed your job to a hidden job? Dragon Knight, you still don't have a dragon. My Xiaoyu is a fairy beast dragon, not something a hidden profession can compare to. Xiao Yu felt helpless, he had no choice but to comfort himself like this. Qin Feng, your potential is even greater than I imagined. It seems that my choice is not wrong. Just when Qin Feng was about to check his skills, Yu Yao's voice sounded much weaker than before. Hearing this, Qin Feng also had seriousness on his face, and said, Elder Yu Yao, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish, but I don't know where the world of elves you mentioned is. Among the places I know, there is no such related place at all. Yu Yao held up a smile and said, you can rest assured about this, the route to the world of elves will automatically appear in your mind after you reach the 8th level. If the elf world is really in crisis, you don't have the strength of the 8th level, and you can't save anything if you go. Is that so? I see. Qin Feng was taken aback when he heard the words, there was still such an operation. Indeed, if the entire elf group is facing a crisis, he does not have great strength. To go is to die in vain. This kind of place can only be explored with strong strength. Seeing what Qin Feng wanted to say, Yu Yao waved her hand to stop her and said, I don't have much time, I still have something for you. Something rose up in the pool that had become clear. It was a set of equipment, and an egg exuding a cold breath. A set of equipment, beautiful in the style of elves, but with a domineering thunder and lightning pattern. In addition, there is also an aura of dark magic energy. Gorgeous, beautiful, domineering, weird. It consists of 6 parts, weapons, armor, helmet, arm guards, leg guards, and combat boots. The long spear flashing with dark lightning and the mighty and gorgeous armor make people love it very much. Simply gorgeous and powerful. There is also that egg, which is accompanied by a strong icy breath. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Even the clear water in the pool showed signs of starting to freeze. Obviously it was not a simple thing. This equipment and eggs left everyone dumbfounded. Why are there still equipment and pet eggs? No, it's not enough to just hide the profession, there are so many rewards. God, I want it so much, I want it so much. The envy and jealousy in the eyes of the other team members almost overflowed. I wish I could replace Qin Feng and take these things away. Xiao Yu had a heart attack all of a sudden, looking at the items on the pool, his eyes were straight. This is, the dragon egg. Google. He looked at the egg exuding a cold aura in disbelief, and felt the dragon's power above it. Dragon masters are always extra sensitive about things related to dragons. Is there a mistake, my god? Xiao Yu almost cried, originally thought that Qin Feng just changed his job to hide his job. I also have the snowstorm dragon, and I still have such a big advantage. But I didn't expect that this elf elder was so proud. Not only for hidden occupations, but also equipment and dragon eggs. This is too outrageous, who professional is so proud? Since the wind is born, he Shenjiu. Pain. It hurts so much. At this moment, Xiao Yu had to admit that he was really jealous and going crazy. At the beginning, he changed his job to become a dragon master. How much ridicule has been received. In order to obtain the dragon, he went through hardships and risked his life and broke into the forest of magical beasts. It was not easy to find the dragon egg left by his father. But what about Qin Feng now? The hidden job was delivered directly to the door, and the great elder of the elf clan wanted Qin Feng, and it was difficult for anyone to come. Along with it, he also sent equipment and dragon eggs. This kind of life is just like cheating. A thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Yu's mind, could it be that Qin Feng is God's own son? He was so unwilling, so unwilling. Yu Yao didn't care what other people thought, so she took advantage of the last moment and said, Qin Feng, this set of equipment is the top-level fairy weapon I used back then, Dark Water TNC. This set of equipment was damaged during the battle between me and the original Demon King, and I put it here later. After a long time, this set of equipment absorbed the magic energy of this ancient battlefield, combined with the life energy of the elves, and evolved into a set of growth fairy. Although the attribute is relatively low now, if it grows up, it may even become an artifact. I will leave this set of night equipment to you. Chapter 62. Top Immortal Artifact, Growing Immortal Artifact. Before Qin Feng could speak, the others had already exclaimed. There are more shocks today than in the previous 20 years. Fairy suit. When they didn't even have a gold set, Qin Feng already had a fairy set delivered to their door. People are more than people, so mad. Growing Immortal Artifact. Qin Feng looked at a set of night equipment floating in front of his eyes, and almost fell to the ground. Pain. It hurts so much. It would be great if it was given to Xiao Yu, wouldn't it be possible to return a set of growth artifacts to him? It's really a waste of money for him. Thank you, Great Elder Yu Yao, I will definitely cultivate this set of equipment well. But there was no other way, Qin Feng could only reluctantly accept it under the envious eyes of everyone. Seeing this scene, Lin Kexan's beautiful eyes were full of smiles. Seeing Qin Feng get such good equipment, she was happier than getting good equipment herself. Before that, he was thinking about how to help Qin Feng. Find some powerful skills or equipment to help Qin Feng increase his strength. But now, there is no need at all, Qin Feng obtained such a great opportunity by himself. Yu Yao nodded and continued, there is still this dragon egg. It was my pet once, the sacred beast Holy Snow Ice Dragon. And now it's handed over to you too. In Yu Yao's eyes, there is a trace of reluctance, relief, and gratitude, which is very complicated. But it turned out that 3,000 years ago, in the battle between the elves and the demons, Yu Yao, the great elder of the elves, and the original demon king died together. Even her guardian dragon was seriously injured and dying. Because I can't bear the dissipation of the master's soul. Exhausting the root dragon power, using the dragon curse crystal taboo to protect Yu Yao's last strength. Let a trace of remnant soul be preserved at the last moment. It is hoped that its owner will be rescued from the world of elves one day. The holy snow and ice dragon also lost all its power and became a dragon egg. Protected by the holy snow and ice dragon, Yu Yao's body is stored here intact. The remnant soul also fell into a deep sleep. It's a pity that after the elf world opened its seal, it hasn't appeared in the world for 3,000 years. The great changes in the world did not break the seal of the elf world. It seems that the entire elf world has disappeared into the dust of history and has become forgotten by the world. Time has the ability to kill everything. As the power of Shensui Binglong gradually began to dissipate, Yu Yao's remnant soul also began to be unable to hold on. And just at this time, the appearance of Qin Feng gave Yu Yao her last glimmer of hope. That's why she changed Qin Feng's job to a hidden job at any cost. And gave Qin Feng everything he had. Along with it, this dragon egg of the holy snow ice dragon. Yu Yao's voice gradually became ethereal, and she said, Qin Feng, I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. After losing all my strength, my remnant soul will soon dissipate. For a long time, I don't know the situation of the demons. But they must not be willing to be lonely, you human race, you have to be careful. You guys, go out. After Yu Yao handed over everything to Qin Feng, she didn't give them the right to refuse. With a wave of his hand, everyone was teleported to the mountain stream outside. As the water in the cold pool gradually condensed, her body dissipated inch by inch. At the beginning, I led the crowd to leave the world of elves to stop the demons. Maybe I did something wrong. If I still stay in the world of elves, maybe nothing will happen. Unfortunately, nothing if. I am no longer worthy of going back, so let my ashes sleep in this battlefield forever. Farewell, my beloved race. Farewell, my comrades. Farewell, the world of elves. With a final sigh, everything in the cold cave fell into silence. Rumble. With a bang, the ice and snow dissipated, like a funeral of ice and snow. Outside the mountain stream, everyone was a little dizzy. Everything that happened was really too bizarre and dreamlike. No one expected that such a secret place would hide so many accidents. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feng actually became the biggest harvester of this secret realm. Not only has he changed his job to become a hidden job, Elven Dragon Knight. He even obtained a set of fairy equipment from the elf great elder Yu Yao. And the most important thing is a dragon egg of a divine beast. It can be said that Qin Feng really flew on a branch and turned into a phoenix. Qin Feng, congratulations, you will be a hidden profession from now on. Dragon Knight, I'm really envious. If we become prosperous in the future, don't forget the time we fought side by side. Qin Feng, the beast-level dragon eggs, let's open our eyes too. At this moment, Qin Feng has great potential, so Xiao Yu doesn't have to be weak. Everyone's mentality has also changed, with envy in their eyes and longing in their voices. Xiao Yu looked at this scene with mixed feelings in his heart. Chapter 63. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. Just now I was saying that even if Qin Feng changed his job to Dragon Knight, he would not have a dragon. But now, he felt a sharp pain on his face. He backhanded and got a beast-level dragon egg. Even more advanced than his fairy beast Snowflake Storm Dragon. This sudden sense of gap made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It wouldn't matter if it was someone else, but this person happened to be Qin Feng. Lin Kexin also said excitedly, Qin Feng, can you show us that dragon egg? I haven't seen a dragon egg at the level of a beast. Well then, let's take a look. It shouldn't be as good as you imagined. Qin Feng looked a little weird, but he still took out the dragon egg of the holy snow ice dragon. Ah! How could this be? It will. Hey, what a pity, Qin Feng, sorry. After everyone saw it, they were stunned for a moment, and then they made a sound of regret. In the midst of regret, but also with a trace of rejoicing. The emotions in my heart can be described as complicated and repeated. Dragon egg of the holy snow ice dragon. Current status, unable to hatch. Introduction, it was originally a sacred beast, a holy snow ice dragon, an ice-type dragon bred in the ice peak of the North Mountain in the world of elves, and was accepted as a mount by Yu, the great elder of the elf clan. 3,000 years ago, in order to protect Yu's remnant soul, the original dragon power was exhausted, resulting in the inability to hatch now. Unless it is replenished with huge ice and snow energy, it will gradually die out as time goes by. You have also seen that it cannot be hatched and needs energy replenishment. Qin Feng spread his hands, with a helpless expression on his face. A dragon that cannot be hatched is useless to him. Really, it is better to give Xiao Yu and return him a usable one. A dragon egg that cannot be hatched. After Xiao Yu saw the attributes of the dragon egg, his heart was instantly ecstatic. If it can't hatch, then Qin Feng will have no beasts and no dragons. In this case, his advantage is still there. Qin Feng saw Xiao Yu's expression in his eyes, and sighed, Xiao Yu, I will also hide my profession in the future, but you have to work hard, don't be surpassed by me. Want to surpass me? Xiao Yu stabilized his mind and was unwilling to show his flaws in front of Qin Feng. He snorted arrogantly and coldly, this is impossible, let's talk about it when you can hatch your dragon. He has already decided that he will work harder to improve himself in the future. Qin Feng had to be completely left behind. Qin Feng still wants to surpass him, it's just a dream. The thought of being surpassed by Qin Feng is simply the most unacceptable thing for him. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, then you have to work hard, I am very optimistic about you. That's right. A child of luck should have such drive. Of course, how is this? Xiao Yu hadn't finished speaking yet, a sudden burst of shock resounded throughout the world. As if there was an earthquake, he was almost unable to stand still. Rumble. Ha 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 ha, Yu, you didn't expect that this seed is still alive. In the mountain stream, there was a shocking explosion, countless rocks collapsed, and a terrifying scene appeared. A large piece of demonic energy flew out, forming a twisted and blurred face. White and arrogant hair, ferocious and terrifying face. This is... Xiao Yu's complexion suddenly changed, only to feel a strange feeling. Facing this devilish face, his first reaction was not fear, but a little excited. What the hell? Who is this guy who suddenly appeared? The Eye of Truth. Qin Feng was a little puzzled, so without further ado, let's look at the other party's attributes first. Remnant Soul of Primordial Demon Monarch. Introduction. The Primordial Demon Lord was a strong man of the ancient demon race, possessed extremely pure demon flesh and blood, and his strength was beyond ordinary. He died in the battle between the demon race and the elf race 3,000 years ago. A wisp of remnant soul revived after sensing that Yu's remnant soul had completely disappeared, ready to be reborn. Is this the original demon lord? Qin Feng was a little surprised, this guy didn't die, he was really insidious, he was not easy to provoke. I also want to be reborn. The demonic energy fluttered wildly, and the remnant soul of the original Demon King showed a killing and frantic posture. Ha 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 ha! Boy, good, what a perfect body! As a gift for awakening this Demon King, let me use your body to fight in this world again. After seeing Xiao Yu, the remnant soul of the original Demon King revealed a fierce light in his eyes. There is greed and excitement in the eyes, and the devilish energy rises from his body. It seems to have seen an excellent object to seize. 3,000 years, 3,000 years, ha 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 ha. No one can stop my resurrection this time, the elves are destined to be destroyed. After seeing Lin Kexin, the original demon became even more frantic, with lustful greed in his eyes. Okay, okay, what a beautiful girl. After the demon lord is resurrected, he can be my cauldron. The magic mist was lingering, the magic power was stirring, and the original demon lord laughed wildly. Chapter 64. Don't even think about it. Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stood in front of Lin Kexin. Boy, accept your fate, the dark aura on your body is destined to become my reborn body. As the primordial demon lord roared wildly, the demon energy on his body raged violently. With a terrifying power, he flew directly towards Xiao Yu, to devour his soul and occupy his body. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was very anxious in his heart, and hurriedly used his skills to block it. It has not exited the combined state yet, and its strength is indeed not weak. However, when the skills hit the magic energy, they were completely blocked by the black magic energy. There is absolutely no way to stop the Demon King's remnant soul. Boy, your strength is too weak, don't struggle anymore. Be obedient and accept your fate. Mad Devil Purgatory. While the Demon King's remnant soul drank heavily, the grey remnant soul with dark devilish energy rushed directly into Xiao Yu's body. Pain. Painful. Xiao Yu fell to the ground in an instant, his whole body was in great pain. It seemed to be torn apart inch by inch. What is more terrifying than physical pain is spiritual pain. Only when his soul was eroded, a burst of deep and incomparably dark light suddenly appeared from Xiao Yu's body. The black and somewhat reddish light instantly illuminated the entire mountain stream. Circle, circle, circle. This time, there were also constant screams. But the object turned into the remnant soul of the original Demon King. As if he had encountered something extremely terrifying, he broke free from Lian Yu's body. The purgatory-like scene disappeared, and the magic energy became extremely dim. Instead, Xiao Yu was enveloped by the black-red light that erupted from his body. Tsitsizi. The black and red light seemed to come from the endless karmic fire, constantly burning the remnant soul of the original Demon King. Xiao Yu endured the pain on his body and looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Surprised look, I can't even understand the slightest bit. Lin Kexin was a little worried. Xiao Yu, are you okay? The remnant soul of the original demon uttered a mournful wail, and was almost burned to death in an instant. No, no, how is it possible? Ah, I'm not willing. You are. Reverse. The remnant soul of the original demon lord could not resist after all. A final cry was uttered. Like a fire burning the sky, it disappeared into the world with a shrill scream. As the remnant soul 050 dissipated, the demon energy spread, and something seemed to be aroused. Between the heaven and the earth, a pure white scene was restored. White snowflakes are floating in the sky and the earth. Finally, is it over? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu whispered in his mouth. The huge load brought by the combination is like the damage caused by the residual speed of the original Demon King. Finally couldn't hold on any longer, the fit was automatically released, and passed out in a coma. However, after Xiao Yu fell into a coma, the entire secret realm also collapsed. A desolate and frenzied ancient battlefield appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! The appearance of the ancient battlefield shakes the entire Shiraishi Gobi. Qin Feng and the others looked at the scene in front of them, unable to regain their senses for a long time. It seems that Yu Yao's remnant soul and Demon Lord's remnant soul dissipated at the same time, revealing this ancient battlefield. Xiao Yu is still in a coma. Qin Feng, what shall we do now? Xiao Yu's current situation, nothing will happen. In Lin Kexin's heart, she had completely regarded Qin Feng as a target she could rely on. The current situation has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. I thought it was just a simple copy. Unexpectedly, such a big change would be caused. Qin Feng is favored by Yu, the great elder of the elves, and has a great opportunity. And Xiao Yu was beyond everyone's expectations, being chosen by this ancient demon king. However, even such a terrifying monster was killed by him in an inexplicable way. Xiao Yu is only now in a coma. Lin Kexin tried to use his skills to restore Xiao Yu's state. But it's almost useless. For a moment, everyone regarded Qin Feng as the backbone. Tianyuan City. It was already evening, and the evening sun was still hanging in the sky. Boom! A loud sound beamed from the direction of the Shiraishi Gobi. The entire Tianyuan City was shaken. If you look from above, you can vaguely see a huge and desolate battlefield. Above the battlefield, a terrifying demonic energy was rising. It seemed that the setting sun in the sky was completely covered up. From a distance, it looks like the beautiful sky is blocked by a black curtain. The people of Tianyuan City couldn't help raising their heads and looking in the direction of the Shiraishi Gobi. This is such a terrifying magic energy. Yeming Fei, head of the Tianyuan Knights, was also alarmed. It was the strong man who stopped the sulfur-red dragon before. Yan Menzuo came over in an instant, and said in a deep voice, Ming Fei, the ABF mutation occurred in the Shiraishi Gobi. Are we going to explore immediately? She is the head of the Tianyuan City Mage Group, a 7th-level wind magician, and one of the guardians of Tianyuan City. Yeming Fei said in a deep voice, the commotion caused this time is too great, and the inexplicable dissipated demonic energy just now is the only one I have ever seen in my life. It is definitely not caused by ordinary demons. Looking at the direction of the mutation, Yeming Fei's expression became extremely serious. Meng Zhu, you should immediately inform that the whole city of Tianyuan City is under martial law. I'll go over to investigate immediately, to find out the situation first. Yan Menzu nodded and said, I understand, you go alone, be careful. Yeming Fei smiled and said, don't worry, even if you make an 8th-level shot, you won't be able to keep me. Come out. Red Shadow Night Dragon. A summoning circle, constructing a magic light wheel. A dragon chant sounded, and a red dragon flew out from the summoning array. The Red Shadow Night Dragon is a type of red dragon and belongs to the Orthodox Dragon clan. Belongs to the knight's favorite dragon. Mainly physical attack, good at close combat. Yeming Fei's Red Shadow Night Dragon is a dark gold level dragon, with the strength of level 70 and 7th level dark gold. It is huge and can reach more than 130 meters. But in battle, it is also very flexible, and it is the favorite target of dragon knights. I'll go there right away, and I'll leave Tianyuan City to you. Red Shadow, let's go. Yeming Fei made a dodge, mounted the Red Shadow Night Dragon and headed towards the direction of Shiraishi Gobi. Yan Menzuo looked at the figure going away, and murmured, the 7th-rank brilliant dragon knight is indeed qualified to say this. With the appearance of the ancient battlefield, every existence in Tianyuan City was alarmed. 7th tier mage, 7th tier dragon knight, 7th tier glorious warrior, 8th tier great mage. The guardian force of the entire Tianyuan City has been mobilized. After Yeming Fei, several teams also headed towards the Shiraishi Gobi. Even the major guilds and many mercenary groups are not far behind. This kind of change, while the risk is huge, is also accompanied by huge opportunities. Everyone wants to mingle. It wasn't just Tianyuan City that was affected. The demonic forces closely related to this battlefield also sensed this change at the same time. This aura is the aura of the Demon Lord. During the war with the elves in the past, the original Demon King fell and the source of life was lost. This time, we must find it back. In the northern continent, in the depths of the Demon Clan, there is a huge demon palace. On the 12 bronze candlesticks, a cold magic flame was burning out of thin air. The reliefs on the walls are engraved with patterns of ancient demon gods. In the main hall of the demon palace, there are 16 statues with different expressions, whether they are human beings or demons, it is unclear. In this magic palace, there is only one woman, sitting quietly. The slim figure is as smooth as moonlight. The purple-black gauze is full of seductive style. The woman frowned slightly, as if she didn't understand why the devil's aura suddenly appeared. However, now is not the time to study this. An order was passed on, and the forces of the demons began to operate. To find what she wants in the shortest possible time. Even, the dark sun of the demon race hidden among the human race was also mobilized. The battlefield in front of me is extremely terrifying, and it seems that there will be a huge crisis at any time. Qin Feng said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu is just overdrawn in strength, and he is under tremendous pressure both mentally and physically, so he should be in a deep sleep for a while. Lin Kexin's current skills cannot restore Xiao Yu. This ancient battlefield involves an ancient battle between elves and demons. While there is a huge crisis, it also contains great opportunities. However, these are not what we can participate in with our current strength. According to the current situation, someone from Tianyuan City must have come to investigate. This ancient battlefield is destined not to be contaminated by ordinary people. On this point, Qin Feng thought very clearly. This kind of movement will definitely arouse great attention, and the military's intervention is inevitable. Even the Blood Fang Guild that Lin Kexin belongs to probably has no right to comment. Lin Kexin is not a stupid person, so she naturally understood what Qin Feng said. But she couldn't decide these things, and had already told her father the news. Hey! This is... Not far from Xiao Yu's side, Qin Feng saw a grey jade pendant. The color of the jade pendant was almost integrated with the environment, and he almost missed it. This thing, did it explode after Xiao Yu killed the demon lord? It's still a magic weapon. Qin Feng was slightly surprised, and checked the attributes of this jade pendant with the eye of reality. Magic jade pendant. Equipment grade, magic weapon. Requirements for use, none. Efficacy, life induction, the jade pendant containing a trace of the source of life, can sense the source of life lost by the original demon. Introduction, the symbol of the noble status of the demon clan contains strange magic power. Another incomprehensible thing. Forget it, leave this to Xiao Yu. Qin Feng had no intention of taking this jade pendant, which should have been Xiao Yu's spoils of war. What is the source of life? Let Xiao Yu find it by himself, he is too lazy to go. Wouldn't it be nice to just eat and get it back? Qin Feng still feels a little heartbroken for Yu Yao's previous wave. Still, it's not bad at all. Now he is also hiding his profession on the surface. Even if you expose a little bit of strength, don't worry about what will happen. Verb, move. Thinking of this, he felt much better. Qin Feng said directly, let's take Xiao Yu back first, he is unconscious and cannot use the city scroll. This ancient battlefield, for a long time, is estimated to breed a lot of terrifying things, which we can't explore now. Okay, let's go back first. When the others heard Qin Feng's words, they also expressed their agreement. Although treasures have good chances, if they die because of these, it will not be wonderful. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from afar. This is, Dragon Yin. Who came so fast? Qin Feng was a little surprised, and looked into the distance, only to see a huge red dragon rushing towards him. Look in the eyes, there is such a little familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Hey? There are still people here. Red Shadow, get down. Yeming Fi's bright voice sounded, and everyone saw the red dragon land directly in front. The huge body and the extremely wide dragon wings are extremely shocking. Who are you? Why are you here? Yeming Fi's eyes were piercing, and he glanced over everyone present. However, when he saw the comatose Xiao Yu, he paused obviously. Lin Kexin was a little shocked and said, You are Yeming Fi? The leader of the Tianyuan Knights, Yeming Fi. She once saw Yaming Fei's photo on her father's mobile phone. Getting to know these high-level officials in Tianyuan City is also what they, the family guilds, must do. Hey? You are, Lin Tiany's daughter. Yaming Fei frowned, as if he recognized Lin Kexin. Lin Kexin nodded and said, "Yes, Captain Yat, you must have come here to investigate this ancient battlefield that suddenly appeared, right?" "Good." Yaming Fei's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "Since you are here, is it related to this matter? If you know something, tell me. This place will be taken over by the military immediately. You should know the seriousness of the problem." His serious demeanor and the powerful aura exuding from his body make people instinctively dare not resist. This. Lin Kexin hesitated for a moment, but still described what happened. Of course, Qin Feng is especially admired among them. Ancient battlefield between elves and demons. Inheritance of the great elder of the elf clan, the remnant soul of the demon lord of the demon clan. To be honest, Yaming Fei never thought that this matter would be so big. The big ones were almost beyond his imagination. Even, in the face of this kind of matter, he, a 7th-rank dragon knight, has no jurisdiction. At least an 8th-level professional can handle this matter. Qin Feng, Xiao Yu. Yaming Fei's eyes fell on Qin Feng's body, and after seeing the knight in front of him clearly, a hint of admiration appeared. Such a knight, no wonder he was favored by the elders of the elves. And Xiao Yu is equally terrifying, he can kill the remnant soul of the demon king, and he also has secrets on him. Yaming Fei looked at the unconscious Xiao Yu, and when he raised his hand, a sacred light appeared. The Knight's Prayer. This is an auxiliary skill for high-level knights. It has a strong effect and has the effect of healing and strengthening. Under Yaming Fei's healing, Xiao Yu's pale face instantly became rosy. His eyelids twitched, as if he would wake up immediately. Xiao Yu is going to wake up. After Yaming Fei's treatment, Xiao Yu immediately recovered. "This is me, where is it?" Waking up from a coma, Xiao Yu's eyes were still filled with confusion. It doesn't seem to be fully adapted yet. The physical load brought by the previous fusion and the mental pressure brought about by the invasion of the Demon King's remnant soul were both quite huge, and now his head is still dizzy. Seeing this, Lin Kexin hurriedly said, "Xiao Yu, it was Captain Yaming Fei who rescued you." "Leader Yat." When Xiao Yu heard Lin Kexin's voice, he was a little sober. Looking up at Yaming Fei, he said weakly, "Thank you, Captain Yat." "Need not." Yaming Fei's voice was faint, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. "It's just that in the darkness, no one can notice it." Chapter 65. This matter is too involved, let me take you back to Tianyuan City first. It should be necessary for you to explain in detail what happened. Yaming Fei's voice was deep and majestic, but with an unquestionable tone. What happened? Xiao Yu was still a little dazed, not knowing what the situation was. Fortunately, Lin Ye next to him explained in a low voice. Roar! The red shadow night dragon seemed to have discovered something was wrong, and issued an early warning dragon cry. Hey! This is... A monster has begun to recover, let's go. Red shadow. Yaming Fei had a sense at the same time, and looked at the battlefield in the distance. With a deep shout, the red shadow night dragon instantly set off a hurricane, sweeping everyone onto its broad back. The huge dragon wings vibrated and lifted into the air instantly. Yaming Fei didn't stay any longer, and left directly with Qin Feng and the others. And immediately send a message to notify Tianyuan City. In Tianyuan City, it entered a state of first-level combat readiness in an instant. The Tianyuan military mobilized forces and sent many professionals to the Shiraishi Gobi while on guard. Huge movement, extreme power, accompanied by the long chant of the dragon. Tianyuan City's defense forces began to mobilize. The Tianyuan knights, riding a unified griffin, lined up in the air. A mage who flies in the air with his own skills. There are also strong fighters, priests who serve as backup guardians, and so on. The armies from all directions assembled in a very short period of time. The residents of the Tianyuan Knights. Thank you for your help. After Yeming Fei brought Qin Feng and others back, he already knew all the information he wanted. However, this matter will be classified as S-level confidentiality, and I hope you will not mention it to anyone again. That battlefield will be strictly controlled by the military. Hearing such serious words, everyone nodded to express their understanding. At this time, it is the most unwise behavior to confront the military. Yeming Fei smiled and said, "The official business is over, let's talk about private matters. Qin Feng, Xiao Yu, are you interested in joining our Tianyuan military? Both of you are key figures in this matter. I can also tell you clearly that the impact of this matter will be great. Matters involving the demons and elves are definitely not trivial matters. If you join the military, I can promise to keep you safe." What Yeming Fei said was not a joke. Qin Feng, who inherited the profession of the great elder of the elven race, changed his profession to become an elven dragon knight. That's enough potential. What's more, the opponent still has a set of fairy artifacts, and if there is enough opportunity in the future, he can even descend the dragon to hatch. Such a talent, if absorbed into the knights. When he grows up in the future, Qin Feng's strength will definitely be stronger than him. And Xiao Yu, a hidden professional dragon master, also has the fairy beast Snowflake Storm Dragon, and his potential is equally huge. Even the remnant soul of the ancient demon king was wiped out because of him. Moreover, let Xiao Yu join the military, there are some other reasons. Xiao Yu was a little hesitant when he heard the words, if he had been earlier, he could have joined Wan. But now. He glanced at Lin Kexin, and said to Yeming Fei, "I'm sorry, Captain Ye, I have already joined the Blood Fang Guild, and there is no way I can join you. Of course, if the military needs me in anything, I will definitely help with all my strength." If he hadn't joined the Blood Fang Guild, he probably wouldn't refuse. But now, the contracts have been signed, which has a contractual effect. He cannot bear the price of breach of contract. Moreover, even for Lin Kexin, he didn't want to leave the Blood Fang Guild. "Oh, I understand now." Yeming Fei didn't force it, but just looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought for a while, and didn't directly refuse, but asked tentatively, "Commander Ye, I want to ask, does your military have such an organization?" "Hey? What kind of organization?" Yeming Fei was a little confused by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng said, "It's the kind with a mysterious background, powerful power, hidden identity, and the kind of immunity from murder in the city. For example, according to the name of our Tianlong kingdom, it should be called Tianlong Secret Agent." Yeming Fei's eyes became a little strange, and he said, "Are you serious?" "Hey? Are there really?" This time it was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised, he just followed the routine he knew. Generally speaking, there are always some awesome officials, such as Dragon Group, Lanja, Skyhawk, and so on. Unexpectedly, Tianlong Kingdom really had such an organization. Qin Feng suddenly became interested, and said, "Of course it is serious, does Captain Ye have a way?" You go back and wait for the news." Yeming Fei didn't say it clearly, but he didn't refuse either. 1. Seeing Yeming Fei's attitude, Qin Feng seems to be able to do it. If he can join the power of Tianlong official, he can be regarded as someone above. Anyway, now he is hiding his profession on the surface. And it's still an elf dragon knight, so don't worry if no one wants it. As for secretly, his strength is definitely beyond everyone's expectations. It's good to have a hidden job, otherwise, if you encounter a crisis in the future, you will explode with too much strength. There is no way to explain it. Everyone else was confused by Qin Feng's coquettish operation. What the hell are these two playing with? After Qin Feng and the group left, Yaming Fei fell into deep thought. Elves, the world of elves. The world of elves, one of the 8 legendary secret realms, no one can find its trace. I didn't expect it to appear in this form. Countless people have been searching for the 8 legendary secret realms. It is conceivable how much impact this matter will have in return. Yaming Fei's eyes were deep, and he murmured, Qin Feng, the person chosen by the elves, an interesting guy. He can fully imagine that Qin Feng is related to the clue that the spirit has not been released. It will definitely attract the attention of the upper echelon of Tianlong Kingdom. What's more interesting is that Qin Feng actually wanted to join the secret organization of Tianlong Kingdom. If not, he really wanted to absorb Qin Feng into the Tianyuan Knights. Thinking of Xiao Yu, Yaming Fei's eyes were full of revival. There is an indescribable emotion. It really looks like you, Ji Binglan. Yaming Fei shook his head, expelling the complicated thoughts in his mind. These things should be handed over to the higher UPS. Walking on the street in the evening, Lin Ye and others were still in a trance. I just feel that today's experience is so unreal. But looking at the teammates around him, I feel that everything today is true. By the way, Xiao Yu, this thing is the drop of that demon king, it is your spoils of war. Give you. As Qin Feng said, he threw the piece of jade pendant to Xiao Yu. He didn't want the system to judge it as his own, and it would be bad if he didn't return it by then. My booty. Xiao Yu was a little confused. After he was unconscious, did the demon lord drop anything? And Qin Feng actually kindly returned it to him? Glancing at the attributes of the jade pendant, Xiao Yu also couldn't figure out what kind of shit it was. Without attributes, it is just a function that can sense the source of life. He doesn't even know what the source of life is. However, at any rate, it fell from the demon lord, so it should be a treasure. It might be useful in the future, so Xiao Yu put the jade pendant on his waist. It's just that he didn't have a good look at Qin Feng. Contract object Xiao Yu gets the jade pendant of the devil, and returns 81 times the source of life of the anode. Anode source of life. Grade, God level. Efficacy, swallowing it into the body can greatly increase vitality and increase the physical attribute by 1000. With the gradual integration with the user, you will gradually comprehend various dark skills. Introduction. The anode source of life from the demons has the ability to breed all demons. Hint, after using it, you will have a chance to be discovered by powerful demons before fully fused. Physical attribute directly increased by 1000. After reading the attributes of this source of life, Qin Feng also clicked his tongue secretly. It is indeed a god-level item, and just one attribute is simply explosive. Don't sleep, you can still comprehend the dark skills later. Of course, there are also some disadvantages, that is, it is easy to be discovered by powerful demons. But harmless. After bidding farewell to Lin Kexin and others, Qin Feng also returned home directly. This time the harvest was not small, and he won another wave of huge promotions. Take stock of this harvest. First, Xiao Yu obtained the dark gold equipment binding Jiaozhuo, and returned the immortal artifact, Fulong Suo. Second, when exploring the secret realm, the god-level skill, space teleportation was returned. Third, Xiao Yu comprehended the skill and returned the exclusive magical skill, Emperor Dragon Transformation. Fourth, Yuyeo, the great elder of the elves, was transferred to a hidden profession, the Elf Dragon Knight. Fifth, absorbing the energy of the dark element, the 4 major attributes have increased by 50 points. Sixth, I got a set of growth fairy equipment presented by Yuyeo. Seventh, I got a dragon egg of the Holy Snow Ice Dragon presented by Yuyeo. 8th, the level has been raised to level 20, and he has comprehended the professional skills of the 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. 9th, I got the returned god level item, the source of life of the anode. Let's take stock of this. This wave, blood profit is worth it. Qin Feng immediately smiled, if he could make good use of these things. With his strength, he will immediately usher in a wave of huge promotions. Thanks Xiao Yu. Qin Feng sighed and said to himself, Xiao Yu, don't worry, I will definitely treat your little aunt well. Speaking of Ji Union, he also missed it a little. You have to find a chance to see her. AQ. Xiao Yu had already returned home, and told Ji Union about his experience of exploring the secret realm. Suddenly he sneezed and muttered to himself, could it be that someone is thinking about me? He has moved his family to Lanting district. This area is where some people with small capital, or some rookie potential professionals live. The environment is relatively good, compared to where they lived before, it is 100 times better. Xiao Yu, you mean, Qin Feng has changed his job to a hidden job? Or Dragon Knight? After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Ji Union couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Finally reacting, he hurriedly asked. Xiao Yu nodded and said, yes, Qin Feng doesn't know either. What kind of shit luck was it that he was able to change his job to become a hidden job, or a Dragon Knight? To be honest, he didn't care. But my heart is very jealous. The more so, the more unwilling Xiao Yu was in his heart. How could Qin Feng become a hidden profession so easily and so easily? He secretly made up his mind that he must work harder to improve himself and leave Qin Feng far behind. Auntie, you must never contact Qin Feng again. He is just a scumbag with a big heart and a big carrot, who specializes in deceiving girls' feelings. Lin Kexin, the beauty of our school, has been deceived by him, it's simply hateful. Xiao Yu was filled with righteous indignation, and when he thought of Lin Kexin, his heart ached. In particular, Qin Feng seems to have plans for his aunt. This is something he absolutely cannot promise. When Ji Union heard this, her pretty face looked a little unnatural. While I was very happy for Qin Feng, I also felt an unspeakable sense of loss. Qin Feng is now a hidden job, how can she experience it? Could it be that I can't see her anymore? Ji Union listened to Xiao Yu's thoughts, and became curious about Lin Kexin. Xiao Yu, what kind of person is Lin Kexin, the beauty of your school you mentioned? Isn't she beautiful? Xiao Yu seemed a little excited when he heard Ji Union's words. Let's start talking about how outstanding Lin Kexin is. She is beautiful, has a hidden job, has good academic performance, and is the eldest lady of the Blood Fang Guild. It is simply the representative of Bai Fume. When Ji Union heard this, her heart sank. Comparing myself with Lin Kexin, there is no advantage at all. See the excitement and happiness on Xiao Yu's face. Ji Union suddenly realized something, and said, Xiao Yu, do you like your classmate? Hey? I. Xiao Yu didn't expect that his aunt would say what was in his heart. It suddenly became a little cramped and tense. When Ji Union saw this, Xiao Yu didn't need to answer that. Xiao Yu must also like Lin Kexin. A thought suddenly appeared in Ji Union's mind, and said, Xiao Yu, you have also become a hidden profession now, and you have joined the Blood Fang Guild. In the future, Lin Kexin and Lin Kexin can be regarded as a guild. In the past, it was my aunt's lack of ability that dragged you down, but now that you have the ability, it's time to start a family. If you have someone you like, go for it boldly. She knew what was going on, and the idea came to her suddenly. If Xiao Yu can catch up with Lin Kexin, wouldn't everyone be happy? Ah! Auntie, I won't talk anymore, I can read a book. Tianyuan College's exam will be in 2 days, and I'm going to start preparing for it. Don't worry, Auntie, this time I will definitely give you a first prize. Xiao Yu blushed at what Ji Union said, and directly found an excuse to go back to the room to take pills. Chapter 66. Closing the door, he took a deep breath. Hand felt the accelerated heartbeat, Xiao Yu's face with a touch of firmness. I must take the first place, I must prove myself. Kexin, I will definitely prove myself. In the living room, Ji Yunyan had love in his eyes. Qin Feng, teach your daughter-in-law. AQ. Qin Feng, who was taking stock of the harvest, suddenly sneezed. It's not cold either, could it be that someone is thinking of me? Qin Feng was enjoying his happiness when he heard a sound from the system. Ji Yunyan's favorability towards the contract objects Xiao Yu +2, triggering 15 times favor return, the host gets Ji Vian 30 favorability points. Ji Yunyan's favorability towards you +30, the current favorability is 100 points. Ji Yunyan's favorability for you has reached the full value of 100 points, and it cannot be raised any further. I wipe? Even Yunyan's favorability is full. Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment, it seemed that Xiao Yu had exerted his strength. Also, I haven't seen Ji Yunyan for several days, so I should find some time to see it. People's favorability is full, so it's no wonder they don't want him. Let's get things done now. Set spatial anchor. Without further ado, Qin Feng first used the space teleportation skill to set up a space anchor in his own home. At that time, if you go out to level up or something, you can send it back at any time. The space anchor point is set successfully. Current number of anchor points, 1/10. I don't know, can this space anchor point be set to move? Qin Feng suddenly had an idea in his heart. Since it can be set, can it be set on a moving object? For example, a certain person, or a certain monster. The 280 skill itself has no restrictions, nor does it say that it cannot be set on moving targets. Qin Feng became interested, maybe you can try this, if you can succeed, it will be interesting. But there is no rush right now, he will look at other things first. One piece of celestial weapon Fulong Suo, the equipment is completely fine, and the doctor wears it. This kind of unconventional equipment is the same as rings, necklaces, and jade pendants. The equipment is directly hung on the waist, like a small golden pendant. As for the exclusive divine skill, Emperor Dragon Transformation. Or wait until later to transform and try again. Now at home, it is not very suitable for transformation. There are still a bunch of skills waiting for him to get familiar with. Changed to the second hidden profession, Elven Dragon Knight, but gained a lot of skills. If this can be integrated, the combat strength will definitely increase a lot. Body of Life, passive. The powerful spirit power activates the vitality of the holy spring water, allowing you to recover quickly in battle, and the recovery speed of physical strength increases by 100%. Elf Light, passive. The elves are the race closest to elemental life, and have a powerful elemental fit ability, reduction of magic damage received by 20%. Affinity to all souls, passive. The elves are naturally friendly to all spirits, which can greatly increase your charm, so that most creatures will not actively attack you, and the initial favorability of the elves will increase by 20 points. Elf Dragon Knight, this hidden class is not weak. Just these 3 passive skills are powerful enough. The increase in combat power is not small. There are still a few active skills left, and Qin Feng has been watching. Resurrection of all things, active. Use the power of elves to emit blessed light, covering a range of 20 meters around. Teammates within this range will receive 20% less damage and 20% more healing effects. The duration depends on the user's ability. It's actually a team-boosting skill. Not only can reduce the damage received, but also increase the healing effect. This is really like what a knight should do. 7-star seal, active. With the power of the elves, activate the wooden confinement to seal the selected target. The sealed target cannot use any magic skills. The special duration of the seal depends on the user's mental attributes. Good guy, Mage Nemesis. Qin Feng is somewhat satisfied with this skill. The elves are indeed the race closest to elemental life. Even the knights of the elves have a strong ability to resist magic. Not to mention, he is a hidden profession from the great elder of the elves. Elf's Elegy, active. Use the power of the elves to cast hope in despair. After using it, all attributes of friendly targets within 80 meters will increase by 20%. If the target is an elf, all attributes will increase by 100%. The duration depends on the use. It depends on the ability of the user, and if used for a long time, it will consume the source of life. Weaving Heaven God Forbidden, unique skill. Gather the surrounding gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, darkness, and other 7 elements to form the Weaving Heaven God Forbidden, which will cover at least 100 meters around, and the targets within the range will be forced to seal demons and be affected by 7. It is an elemental damage strike. If it is an elemental life, it will be destroyed. The duration and skill range depend on the user's ability. Of these last 2 skills, neither one is weak. An elf's elegy, the range of friendly targets is enhanced, and all attributes are increased. If it is an elf family, it will increase all attributes by 100%. Unfortunately, although the skill is good, if you use it for a long time, this will really thank you. The source of life can be different from ordinary injuries. In other words, it is equivalent to lifespan. General injuries can be recovered after being injured. If the lifespan is reduced, it is basically difficult to recover. Qin Feng has already decided that this skill cannot be used casually. Even if it is used, it can only be used for a short time. The last trick skill. It can really restrain most mages to death. At least 100 meters away, the demons are forced to be sealed, and they are damaged by 7 elements. If it is the kind of pure elemental life, or the life that depends on the elements to survive, it's even more finished. There is no way to resist this skill. Elf Dragon Knight is indeed a hidden profession. After watching it, Qin Feng was also very satisfied. It's just that there are relatively few attack skills, which should be able to be comprehended if the profession advances in the future. It can be seen that it should be a team-oriented profession. However, Yu, the great elder of the elves, can fight against the original Demon King, which shows that the potential of this profession is still great. Nothing to say, looking forward to future growth. By the way, there are also the professional skills of the 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. Proficient in both hands, Holy Impact. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also took a look at the professional skills he had learned after upgrading to level 20. Two-handed proficiency, passive as a god-level occupation. Simple rules cannot restrain you. You can use two-handed weapons with one hand, and realize dual-wielding weapons. When using weapons. 10%.1. Use a two-handed weapon with one hand, and dual-wield two-handed weapons. This skill is a bit fierce. Some rules still exist, such as the restrictions between occupations. He is a knight profession, so it is definitely impossible to use mage equipment. The same is true. As a knight, there are generally 3 options for holding weapons. One is pure defensive knights, who only use shields for defense, and they all hold shields with both hands. One is to use a one-handed weapon with a one-handed shield. One is the use of two-handed weapons, while pursuing the lethality of weapons, while giving up the defense brought by the shield. Each of these approaches has advantages and disadvantages. Defensive knights are very important to the team. When facing a powerful boss, you need a powerful shield warrior to act as the front row. Generally, the Grand Guild will specially train some shield fighters. This also leads to the scary high price of a good two-handed shield. The second type, knights with shields and weapons, is the standard of most knight orders. While having lethality, take into account the defense. Equipped with a mount of the same specification to form a powerful cavalry attack. Usually large-scale cavalry battles. The Tianyuan knights were established according to this specification. The third type of knight is biased towards the direction of fighters, pursuing high damage. Stimulate one's own potential through a lot of battles, which is generally liked by mercenary groups or some casual people. But Qin Feng's current skill is very different. Allows him to achieve one-handed use of two-handed weapons. In other words, he can use a two-handed sword with one hand, and is equipped with a shield. And the shield can also be a dual-wielding shield. Also, if he doesn't use a shield, he can hold two two-handed weapons. That lethality can be said to be an explosion. It's just that this is so simple. Qin Feng thought clearly and shook his head. Ordinary people want to master and use a weapon proficiently, and they need the Emperor's time to train. For example, shield knights need to know what actions can avoid damage and when to launch an impact. It's not enough to just throw skills mindlessly. He wants to use two-handed weapons proficiently, and he also needs training. What's more, if you want to use two-handed weapons, that is tantamount to two-handed mutual betting, and it is even more difficult to avoid mutual influence. It would be really funny if you accidentally hit yourself with a weapon. But it's not a big problem, find some time to train. Qin Feng looked at the second skill again. Holy Impact, active, use the shield to slam into the enemy, 100% knocks the target into the air, has a 50% chance to stun the target, the damage increase is 120%, and the attack comes with 500 holy damage, which can be used when holding a shield. Good skill. 100% knock-up effect, 50% stun effect. This is simply an abnormal skill. It's a pity that he doesn't have a good shield yet, and now he only has a ghost weapon, the Tianji Evil Dragon Sword. Even the set of equipment given by Elf Elder Yu didn't have a shield. Forget it, I'll look for a word shield when I have a chance. Qin Feng is not in a hurry, his goal now is to enter Tianyuan Academy first. At that time, maybe a suitable target can be contracted. It's a pity that the dragon eggs of the Holy Snow Ice Dragon can't hatch. Otherwise, he would have another dragon. But, when you think about the terrifying upgrade experience of the beast, it's simply outrageous. He is level 20, Xiao Bai is only level 10, it is simply too difficult. It is not a simple matter to replenish huge ice and snow energy. It is conceivable how much energy is needed to revive a divine beast. Qin Feng shook his head, it's better to let it go. Maybe there will be some chance in the future to hatch this holy snow ice dragon. Or, when he is stronger, he can go to some snow mountain secret places to see. Now, let's take a look at the set of fairy equipment that Yu gave. With expectant eyes, Qin Feng looked towards that set of fairy artifacts. On the table, it shows an extremely gorgeous light. Has the unique beauty of elves. But it has an aura of dark elements, and patterns of thunder and lightning. It looks very unique. The light and beautiful appearance fully meets the requirements of the elves for beauty. Very dazzling and beautiful. At a glance, you can see the attributes directly, and there is no need for identification. This saves a lot of appraisal fees. Speaking of which, he hasn't gone to the appraiser in Tianyuan City yet. Dark Thunder and Blazing Sky. Equipment grade, Immortal Artifact Growth Set. Requirements for use, Elven Hidden Dragon Knight Profession. Set components, Dark Thunder Blazing Spear, Dark Thunder Blazing Armor, Dark Thunder Blazing Helmet, Dark Thunder Blazing Arm Guards, Dark Thunder Blazing Leggings, Dark Thunder Blazing War Boots. Set introduction, Yu, the Great Elder of the Elves, once beheaded a fairy beast Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, using the bones and crystal core of the fairy beast, paired with blazing dark iron, to create a high-level fairy weapon. Suit, Dark Water Sky Weaving, it was damaged in the Great War 3000 years ago, and was placed on the ancient battlefield by Yu, absorbing the magic energy in the battlefield and the vitality of the elves. Long, now it has become a growth fairy suit, Dark Thunder and Blazing Sky. Tsitsizi. On the body of the long spear, there was still a black thunder glow. It seems to be reminding Qin Feng of its existence. Good gun. Qin Feng directly held the Dark Thunder Blazing Spear with one hand. In the light of black thunder and lightning, it looks very sharp and powerful. Dark Thunder Blazing Spear. Equipment grade, Immortal Artifact, Growth Level, Level 10%. Equipment attributes, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Physical Strength plus 100. Additional attributes: critical hit rate increased by 5%, blood-sucking recovery increased by 5%, damage increased by 5%, attack with 500 lightning damage, attack with 500 dark damage. Harmful. Equipment skill: Dark Thunder Piercing, active urges the dark lightning to cause damage to the enemy, can gather a little penetration, and can also stab in a straight line. Dark Lightning Overwhelming, activate the dark thunder and lightning, causing a range attack on enemies within 20.95 meters in front of you. Boom! Qin Feng picked up the dark thunder blazing spear, and waved it lightly. The flickering thunder light sizzled in the air. One word: handsome. This is a two-handed spear, but it can be used very well if he holds it with one hand. It looks light, but actually has a heavy feeling, which is quite strange. I really like it. This is only a level 1 attribute, and it is not much worse than the Tianji Evil Dragon Sword. If the growth level is raised, the attributes are simply unimaginable. Continue to view other kit components. Dark Lightning Blazing Armor. Equipment Grade, Immortal Artifact, Growth Level, Level 1 0%. Equipment Attributes: Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Physical Strength plus 100. Additional attributes: Fire resistance increased by 5%, with 500 fire damage when attacking, and a 10% chance to slow down the opponent's agility when attacking. Equipment skill: Thunder Armor, passive when attacked, there is a 10% chance to increase stamina by 200 points, which lasts for 2 minutes and can be triggered continuously. Thunder Fire Sword Needle, passive when attacked, there is a 10% chance to trigger this skill. Send a burst of Thunder Fire Sword Needle to attack the enemy. Defensive Armor is also worthy of being a fairy weapon. This attribute also made Qin Feng quite satisfied. After wearing it, there is a unique sense of gorgeousness. There is no particularly heavy and bulky feeling, but very comfortable and light. Chapter 67. Dark Thunder Blazing Helmet. Equipment Grade, Immortal Artifact, Growth Level, Level 1 0%. Equipment Attributes: Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Physical Strength plus 100. Additional attributes: Lightning resistance increased by 5%, with 500 lightning damage when attacking, and a 10 chance of paralyzing the opponent when attacking. Equipment skill: Dark Lightning Corrosion, passive when attacking, there is a 10% chance to trigger dark attribute Lightning Corrosion, causing continuous physical and mental damage to the opponent. Hell Thunder Backlash, passive when attacked, there is a 10% chance to reflect 10% of the enemy's physical damage, and if it is magic damage, the rebound will be doubled. Cool, it can rebound damage. Qin Feng can even imagine that his strength will increase in the future. Just standing still and letting someone hit him can kill him. The combination of darkness and thunder is strong. Dark Thunder Blazing Armor. Equipment Grade, Immortal Artifact, Growth Level, Level 1 0%. Equipment Attributes: Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Physical Strength plus 100. Additional attributes: Soil resistance increased by 5%, with 500 soil damage when attacking, and a 10% chance to stun the opponent when attacking. Equipment skill: Dark Thunder Seal, passive when attacked, there is a 10 chance to summon a wall of earth to resist this damage. Dark Thunder Wings, active with the power of thunder and lightning, a pair of thunder wings are formed, which can fly in the low sky. I'm going. Flying skills. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a little pleasantly surprised. This arm guard actually has flying skills, which he did not expect. Although it is only a low-altitude flight, as long as it can be used well, this is a great advantage. Happy. It was just too much for him. Dark Thunder Blazing Leggings. Equipment Grade, Immortal Artifact, Growth Level, Level 1 0%. Equipment Attributes: Strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 100, physical strength plus 100. Additional attributes, metal resistance increased by 5%, and the attack comes with 500 gold damage. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to cause armor-piercing effect. Equipment skill, Blazing Sky Walk, passive in battle, there is a 10% chance to increase agility by 200 points, which can be triggered continuously. Golden Shuge, active release the mixed power of gold and thunder attributes, and let a burst of thunder and lightning attack 01 blows fall in the sky. Dark Thunder Blazing Boots. Equipment grade, Immortal Artifact, growth level, level 10%. Equipment attributes, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Physical Strength plus 100. Additional attribute, Water resistance increased by 5%, 500 water damage is attached to the attack, and there is a 10 chance of causing drowning effect when attacking. Equipment skill, Rising Dark Tide, passive in battle, there is a 10% chance to summon a large turbulent wave to attack the enemy. Like water without trace, passive you can walk freely on water or in water, and you can exert 100% of your strength when you enter the water. Hey! This skill is a little bit. Qin Feng was surprised by the last skill. It can walk freely on and in the water. The waters and seas of this world are still quite vast. After people enter the water, their actions will be greatly restricted. As the time in water prolongs, the attributes will continue to decline. But the emergence of this skill has solved a big problem. If you want to enter the sea in the future, it will come in handy. Qin Feng put on a set of equipment neatly, and a burst of dark thunder emerged. In a flash of brilliance, a complete suit was formed. Luxurious black brings a calm and heavy feeling. But the light and elegant pattern made him look very elegant. Cool. This set of equipment is gorgeous, mighty, and noble when worn on the body. It makes Qin Feng even more attractive. After a burst of light, the set attribute of this set of fairy equipment is also activated. Qin Feng immediately checked the attributes of the suit. Set attributes, the 4 basic attributes are increased by 200, which greatly improves the charm, increases the critical strike damage by 20%, and increases the attack damage by 20%. Suit skill, Thunderbolt Extermination, active burst out the dark thunder energy fused from various departments, covering a range of 100 meters in front of you, and carry out a devastating blow. Dark Lightning Possession, active you can use the dual elements of darkness and thunder to increase all attributes by 20%, and the duration is related to the elements stored in the suit. Storage, 10,000/10,000. Thunder Dragon Manta, active summon the immortal beast Thunder Dragon Manta to fight. Thunder Dragon Manta is a combination of thunder, water, and darkness. It has dragon blood and is extremely powerful. It can be summoned once a day. The attributes of this suit are absolutely amazing. Ultra-wide range Trick Strike. All attributes increased by 20%. It can also summon beasts of the same level to fight. What Qin Feng saw was that his eyes glowed, it was like a magic weapon. I really don't know how powerful the attributes of the artifact set should be. Such a pity. Right now, this set of equipment is still level 1, and it needs to be upgraded in the future, and experience needs to be absorbed. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also had a headache. Why are there more and more people who eat experience now? His profession, a god-level hidden profession, a top-level hidden profession, requires a lot of experience. And Xiaobai, the experience required by the beast is even more terrifying. Now there is another set of fairy equipment. It's over, if the holy snow ice dragon hatches again, the scene is too beautiful, I dare not think about it. Fortunately, he is powerful. Otherwise, you really have to worry about upgrading. Simply relying on the experience returned by Xiao Yu is not enough at all. Shook his head. After putting on the equipment, Qin Feng took out the source of life again. It exudes a strong vitality, holding it in the hand, there is an extremely masculine breath. But it is very contradictory, there is an extremely primitive devilish energy in it. How do you swallow this thing? Qin Feng looked at the fist-sized source of life, hesitant. The introduction mentioned above is to be swallowed into the body. But with such a big group, why not choke him to death? Picking up the source of life and putting it near his mouth, Qin Feng has not yet reacted. It was discovered that the source of life directly turned into a stream of light and entered his mouth. A warm current surged and spread to his limbs in an instant. It seems to be shrouded in the holy light, full of vitality and warmth. You have taken the anode source of life, and your physical strength has increased by 1000. You have taken the source of life of the anode, and comprehended the dark skill, Magic Tooth Hook Moon. Magic Tooth Hooking the Moon, active summons a powerful dark mist to cover 10 meters around itself. Targets outside the black mist, with detection skills below the god level, cannot see through the black mist. Dark element blades will condense in the black mist. Targets in the fog to strike. As your ability grows, you will gradually integrate the source of life of the anode and comprehend more skills. Note, you have already taken the source of life, and there is a possibility of being discovered by high-level demons. Take the source of life. The stamina attribute surges by 1000 points. Qin Feng's current stamina attribute has directly become the highest among all attributes. And also comprehend a dark skill, both support and attack. Really cool. It's clearly the source of life, but it comprehends dark skills. Qin Feng sighed a little, this thing is really amazing. He couldn't wait to open his professional mark. View your current properties. Name, Qin Feng. Level, 20. First job, 5 elements Holy Dragon Knight. Second occupation, Elf Dragon Knight. Professional level, First Order Trainee Knight. Basic attributes, Strength, 1890, Stamina, 2890, Spirit, 1870, Agility, 1870. Hidden attribute, Luck, 3, Charm, 28. Gift of Resurrection, 3/3. Backpack Space, 50. Talent Skills, Blood Boiling, A level, True Eye, SSS level, Absolute Defense, SSS level. The first professional skills, 5-element Dragon Claw, 5-element Dragon Scale, 5-element Dragon Body, 5-element Burst Slash, 5-element Swift Blade Slash, 5-direction Star Array, 2-handed Proficiency, Holy Impact. Second professional skills, Body of Life, Light of Elves, Affinity with all spirits, Recovery of all things, 7-star Seal, Elegy of Elves. Other skills, Space Teleportation, Magic Tooth Hooking the Moon. Exclusive magical skills, Holy Dragon's Wrath, Dragon Emperor's Domineering, Emperor Dragon Transformation. Unique skill, Weaving 10 Gods Forbidden. Equipment, Dark Thunder Blazing Spear, Dark Thunder Blazing Armor, Dark Thunder Blazing Helmet, Dark Thunder Blazing Arm Guards, Dark Thunder Blazing Leggings, Dark Thunder Blazing War Boots, Dark Shadow Phantom. Pet, 5 elements Little White Dragon, Xiaobai. Resistance, Gold Resistance 25%, Wood Resistance 20%, Water Resistance 45%, Fire Resistance 25%, Earth Resistance 25%, Light Resistance 20%, Dark Resistance 70%, 30% resistance to death, and 25% resistance to lightning. This attribute is simply abnormal. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. If this attribute is released, no one else would believe that this is a level 21st tier professional. And he hasn't equipped the Tianji Evil Dragon Sword yet. If this ghost weapon longsword is equipped again, the attribute will increase a little bit. However, it is enough to use the Dark Thunder Blazing Spear first. Otherwise, it is a bit difficult to use a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, and it is not easy to use. I also have to say that the Og suit is powerful. A single piece can increase the 4 basic attributes by 100 points. 6 pieces of equipment, plus the attributes of the set, is an attribute of 800 points. Moreover, this set of fairy equipment requires the elf hidden dragon knight profession to equip it. And only he can use it. Even if someone else took it, it would be useless. After tidying up the harvest this time, Qin Feng took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Qin Feng came to Yinjian district, which is the largest market trading center in Tianyuan city. There are numerous auction houses, a large number of living and strengthening occupations. Many professionals will come here to replenish and sell items. Qin Feng came here just to get rid of the equipment he fought earlier. The direction he was headed to was the appraisal shop in the Silver Sword district. Of course, in order not to attract too much attention, he didn't wear any equipment and changed into ordinary casual clothes. The identification shop in the Silver Sword district is at the end of Lingyan Street. Qin Feng just came to Lingyan Street. Just see the surrounding streets, or squat, or stand, or lean. Have. With many people. Seeing Qin Feng approaching, several people greeted him. Little brother, do you need to identify equipment? We are also appraisers, let us come. The appraisal fee only needs 70% of the appraisal shop. Come on, you're only at the elementary level of appraisal. If you come to me, brother, I'll be at the intermediate level soon. In addition to combat professions, there are all kinds of other professions in this world. Dancers, merchants, miners, gatherers, cooks, designers, blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists, bartenders, fortifiers, enchanters, appraisers, etc. It can be said that it includes all aspects of occupations. Life occupations, and enhanced occupations, although there is no danger of fighting. You don't need potions, you don't need equipment, as long as your skill proficiency increases, you can easily make money. However, it is quite difficult to improve the proficiency of skills. For example, a chef needs to constantly cook. If you want to make a breakthrough, you must make better dishes. This is why haute cuisine ingredients are very expensive. And the same goes for appraisers. If you want to improve your skill proficiency, you need a lot of appraisal equipment. The more equipment you identify and the higher the grade of equipment, you can always upgrade, almost fast. Moreover, there is no cost for appraisers to use appraisal techniques. No need for any props. Complete cost, no effort even required, no hard work at all. Compared to those blacksmiths sweating profusely by the stove. Those miners who dig in the mines, and the herbalists who look for herbs everywhere. It's much easier. As long as the equipment is identified, you can earn income. Fees are charged according to the grade of equipment. However, the disadvantage of this profession is also here. Because a piece of equipment can be identified according to its grade, the number of times it can be identified is limited. The more identification times, the greater the possibility of equipment damage. Generally speaking, for appraising equipment, they are found by relatively high-level appraisers. Although the appraiser has a lower awakening rate than other life-related occupations. But it is not without. Under the huge population base, the number of appraisers is also quite large. This has led to a situation where there are too many monks and too little porridge. The appraisers in the appraisal store are at least senior appraisers, and there are even fairy-level appraisers sitting in the town. So everyone appraises the equipment and goes to the appraisal shop. Even if the appraisal shop charges more expensive, but it is safe. Life and enhanced occupations are divided according to skill level. Divided from low to high, elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, fairy, god. For a life profession, if you can enter the master level, then you will not have to worry about food and clothing in this life. Sorry, I'm going to the appraiser. Qin Feng politely rejected these people and went directly to the appraisal shop. Welcome. Please select the partition to identify the equipment. The employees of the appraisal store warmly greeted Qin Feng, and every customer who entered may bring a certain amount of income. And most importantly, get skill proficiency all the way. This is something no appraiser wants to miss. Whiteboard equipment does not require identification. Therefore, the divisions in the appraisal store are divided into the following: Fine Iron District, Bronze District, Silver District, Golden District, and Dark Gold District. There are 5 areas in total. For equipment such as immortal artifacts and divine artifacts above Dark Gold, an appraiser of at least the immortal level is required. Qin Feng has not seen it here for the time being. However, this appraisal shop is officially owned by Tianyuan City. Qin Feng had no doubts at all, there must be an appraiser at the immortal level. It was also the first time for him to come here, and under the guidance of the staff, he came to the identification area of the Dark Gold equipment. Among the equipment that exploded from the Tower of Death before, there were a few pieces of Dark Gold equipment. After all, he killed the 10th floor. After clearing the front 9 floors, there are no more equipment that exploded. Now in his backpack, the worst is silver equipment. There are more than 10 pieces of gold equipment, and several pieces of dark gold equipment. Hello, I want to identify the equipment. Qin Feng came to the identification room of the dark gold equipment. In front of him was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Wearing a pair of old pedantic wide-brimmed glasses, and wearing a professional black and white robe issued by the Appraiser Guild. Seeing Qin Feng coming, he seemed a little happy. The young man is very good, he actually came to my dark gold area. Hey, old man, I have too few patrons. Chapter 68. Qin Feng glanced at the identity plate on the table. Guan Yu. Appraiser level, Master level. Authorization unit, Appraiser Association. Why not Guan Yu? Qin Feng looked at the appraiser again, and it was indeed not as brave as Guan Yi. Young man, what do you want to identify? Take out the equipment. Okay, please help me identify some of these equipment. Qin Feng nodded, and took out the equipment in his backpack. This, so much equipment. The appraiser Guan Yu originally thought that Qin Feng only had one piece of dark gold equipment and would be the best. However, Qin Feng's actions were beyond his expectation. Continuously take out equipment from the backpack. Just looked at him dumbfounded. Good guy, 7 pieces of dark gold equipment, 25 pieces of gold equipment, and 18 pieces of silver equipment. Most of them are high-level equipment. Guan Yu looked at the handsome young man in front of him in surprise. Such a big handwriting, but for a long time, he has not seen it once. Young man, you are really young and promising. Not simple, not simple. There are so many good things to get. Although he was curious, Guan Yu didn't ask. This is one of the rules of the appraiser, and you must not ask the relevant information of the guests. In order to protect the safety of the owner of the equipment, the relevant information of the guests cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, you are now authenticated. Afterwards, directly disclose other people's information. This is extremely dangerous, and there have been appraisers who have done this kind of thing. Colluding with some guilds secretly, using extremely dirty means to seize other people's equipment. Later, the Association of Appraisers established a professional code of appraisal for appraisers. Put an end to these behaviors completely. And it is recognized by the laws of Tianlong Kingdom, if there is an appraiser who violates it. He will be punished by law and will be held accountable by the Appraiser Association at the same time. This is why Qin Feng took out these equipments without any scruples. Okay, that's all for now, please help me identify it. Qin Feng placed the equipment on the table. 50 pieces of equipment, white, gold, and dark gold, exude dazzling light. Unfortunately, the space in the backpack is too small. When he left the Tower of Death, he had already emptied all the contents in his backpack. just to bring back a few more pieces of equipment. There is still a large amount of silver equipment that cannot be brought back, but can only be left in the Tower of Death. However, the real world is different from games. Items that explode will not disappear unless someone picks it up. But there is no restriction on the ownership of the item, and anyone can pick up the dropped item. Whoever picks it up belongs to him. There used to be a big guild who would farm a high-level boss. However, a high-level thief stealthily picked up several pieces of high-level equipment. This situation is not uncommon. Okay, please wait a moment. Guan Yu took a deep breath and began to concentrate on appraising the equipment on the table. The equipment is not bad, and his pressure is not repaid. He is currently appraising the dark gold equipment, but there is only an 80% success rate, and there is no guarantee of 100% success. When Qin Feng walked out of the appraisal shop, the equipment in his backpack had already been authenticated. Of course, he also gave a lot of appraisal fees. It is common for equipment that has been appraised to cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. If it is equipment such as fairy weapons and ghost weapons, I am afraid that they will cost hundreds of thousands to millions. Corpse Soul Battle Armor. Equipment Grade, Dark Gold. Equipment Requirements, 500 Strength, 500 Stamina, 45 Level 4th Tier Fighter. Equipment Attributes, Strength increased by 200, Stamina increased by 200. Additional Attributes, 10% resistance to Dark-type attacks, 200 damage from Dark-type attacks, 10% chance to trigger Soul Entanglement. Equipment Skill, Corpse Soul Bodyguard, active Protect yourself with Corpse Soul, which can reduce magic damage by 10%. Qin Feng took a look, and found that the attributes of the few dark gold equipment were not bad. After all, it is high-level dark gold equipment. Should be able to sell for a good price. Welcome. Do you have a ticket for the auction? Qin Feng came to the auction house, and was stopped by the staff as soon as he reached the door. Dragonheart Auction House. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Do you have an auction today?" He has no news about it. Just to prepare to sell those equipment. These high-level equipment can only be brought into full play when placed in the auction house. Dragonheart Auction House is located in the Dragonheart Street of Yinjian District. It is the #1 auction house in the Silver Sword District, and it is very famous. He wants to auction equipment, here is the best choice. Compared with ordinary auction houses or shops, it can sell at a higher price. The staff smiled and said, "Yes, if you want to participate in the auction, you need an admission ticket to enter." Understood. Qin Feng nodded and said, "I want to auction the equipment." Auction equipment. The smiles on the staff's faces became brighter when they heard this. "Sir, please follow me here for the auction equipment. We will have dedicated staff to connect with you. Our auction house keeps the customer's information absolutely confidential, and can give you the best service. In terms of auction funds, we will also give you the safest guarantee." Regarding the words of the staff, Qin Feng did not express anything. He secretly thought in his heart, it is worthy of being the #1 auction house in Tianyuan City, and the service is indeed outstanding. Almost all the people who come to the auction are like this. The big guild is okay, especially some mercenary groups, or casual professionals. Take extra care of your own safety and information. The auction house obviously also knew about it, and has always kept the information of the guests very confidential. Following the staff, Qin Feng came to a small room. Guests are invited inside, and there are special people in charge. Qin Feng walked into the room, and the decoration and layout inside were quite beautiful and elegant. Looks good. I don't know, what does this guest want to auction? A crisp voice attracted Qin Feng's attention. Take a look. What appeared in front of him was a face full of temptation. Proud figure, seductive plumpness, charming temperament. That trembling fullness is paired with a breathtaking face. People can see it in their eyes and itching in their hearts. Especially under the purple gauze, the moisture and plumpness hidden under the purple gauze make people want to find out. The woman in front of him is like a stunner in the world. Just by looking at it, one's blood will boil and the heart will be full of fire. Elegant and luxurious, charming, that kind of noble and mature temperament is displayed flawlessly. Surely a goblin. Qin Feng thought to himself, even though he was used to seeing beauties, he lost his mind for a moment. The woman opposite seemed to be used to such gazes. Gracefully pour out a cup of tea. It is obviously a classical and quiet scene, but it is extremely attractive. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and said, I don't know how to call it. The woman looked up, slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's temperament is so extraordinary, handsome, and mighty, with a special charm. It leaves a deep impression just by looking at it. Feng Yaqiang. Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this, and said, Miss Feng, I'm going to auction off these equipment, take a look. Without hesitation, he directly took out the identified equipment from the backpack. Under classical and elegant lighting, exudes a dazzling light. A pile of dark gold and gold equipment, and a lot of silver. Rao Feng Yaqiang was used to seeing the big world, so she was a little surprised. So many dark gold and gold equipment. Sir, you are really generous. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Feng curiously. This man was a bit unexpected. He also became a little curious about Qin Feng's identity. Generally speaking, guild equipment would definitely not be put up for auction like this. Most of the guild's equipment is reserved for its own members. Unless the guild encounters any major crisis. Only then will the equipment be auctioned for emergency. As for the members of the mercenary group, it is possible. The mercenary group likes to explore in the wild, and they also receive tasks from the mercenary guild. You can also get a lot of equipment and materials. Apart from supplementing their own needs, most of the rest will be sold and exchanged for money for their own expenses. However, ordinary members of the mercenary group can't bring out so many good things. However, Qin Feng is very young, unlike the head of a mercenary regiment. As for unattended people, Feng Yaqiang hadn't thought about this issue at all. It is basically impossible for a casual person to come up with so much equipment. Sensing Feng Yaqiang's curious gaze, Qin Feng smiled lightly and said, These things are just trivial things to the expensive auction house. Miss Feng, give me an estimate. Feng Yaqiang smiled when she heard the words, and said, This is not a trivial matter. Mr. has a big heart. These equipments have excellent attributes and are bound to be welcomed by high-level professionals. It just so happens that there will be an auction later. If you want, sir, you can put these equipments in this auction for auction. Feng Yaqiang said confidently, it must be sold at a good price. Of course, our auction house also needs to charge a certain fee, this gentleman should know. That's naturally good. Qin Feng heard the words and said, As far as I know, the auction house needs to charge a 13% handling fee for auctions. That should be the case, right? Auction house auctions, the handling fee is quite high. Of course, there are many ways to trade, and it is not necessary to use an auction house. For example, the first one is private transaction, so that there is no middleman, and the transaction can be done directly. It's just that such a transaction has some risks. The world will never lack people who take risks for good equipment. The second category is the trading market. There is a special trading market in Tianyuan City. The trading market contains many things, such as equipment, materials, medicines, ingredients, pets and so on. To become a professional, you can apply to open a booth or shop in the trading market. For booths, only part of the management fee and booth fee need to be paid. You can apply for a booth according to the time you need. The shop is different, according to the geographical location and the size of the house, a lot of fees will be charged. Therefore, ordinary professionals would not choose the form of a shop. These transactions will be subject to a 2% transaction tax. But auction houses are different. According to the trading laws of Tianlong Kingdom, the auction house will charge a 13% handling fee for auctions. 10% of it has to be turned over to the state, and the auction house gets 3% of the fee. Feng Yaqiang smiled, did not answer, but asked, "What is your name, sir?" "Miangi's surname is Qin." "Mr. Qin, since your equipment is very good, we will give you some discounts. This is the VIP card of our Dragon Heart auction house." In Feng Yaqiang's fair and smooth hands, she handed out a blue card. VIP card. Qin Feng took the card and was able to check the information. Dragon Heart auction house VIP card. Grade, white item. VIP level, C level. Function, with this VIP card, you can enjoy many preferential services at Dragon Heart auction house, and only 12% handling fee is charged for auction items. It's actually able to reduce the handling fee. This VIP treatment is not bad. Qin Feng was a little surprised. Didn't he expect that he could get this kind of treatment just by auctioning off a little equipment? However, on second thought, if it was him, he would do the same. Auction houses need high-quality auction items in order to maintain better performance. And he can come up with so many good things this time. Who can be sure after that there won't be more? And after he got this VIP card, if there are equipment and things to be auctioned in the future, the first choice must be the Dragon Heart auction house. Feng Yaqiang's method is to win him over. This is because of his potential. Feng Yaqiang explained with a smile, the VIP cards of our Dragon Heart auction house are divided into 6 grades, S, A, B, C, D, and E. This C-level card is already the highest level I can give. The 10% that is handed over to the country is fixed, and 1% of it is our concession to VIP card holders. If there is a higher level card, that fee will be less. For S-level VIP cards, the auction house does not charge a handling fee at all. The auction house will also conduct free publicity for your auction items, or conduct special auctions. Ha, I understand, then I would like to thank Miss Feng. If there is an auction next time, I will come again. Hearing this, Qin Feng revealed a smile that I understand. People's attitudes are here. Regardless of whether the words are true or not, things, Wang Niuzhao, must be true. Taking advantage and saying something nice are all trivial things. What's more, what he was facing was a top-notch beauty full of temptation. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Feng Yaqiang's smile became even more alluring. "Mr. Qin, let's sign the contract now. 7 pieces of dark gold equipment, 25 pieces of gold equipment, and 18 pieces of silver equipment are to be auctioned by us. After the auction is over, you can come to collect the auction money at any time. We will give you an anonymous fund card, which you can withdraw from any bank in the world." Qin Feng was also very satisfied when he heard this. The service of the Dragon Heart auction house is really nothing to say. "Then thank you, Ms. Feng, today should be an auction, right? Then I'll come back tomorrow." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he was about to leave. Feng Yaqiang was a little surprised and said, "Mr. Qin, aren't you going to stay and participate in today's auction? Our lot today has something unexpected." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't participate." He didn't have much money in his pocket, and he couldn't take pictures even when he went there. Moreover, unless it is something of the fairy level, he will not look down on it. With this little time, it is better to have a good meal. Is that so? Then I won't keep Mr. Qin, I will host the auction later. Hearing this, Qin Feng was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect Miss Li to be an auctioneer." He could have imagined that Feng Yaqiang would stop at the auction house. That plump figure, coupled with a peerless and charming face. It is definitely a super killer weapon. Those who participated in the auction will have to obediently pay for it just by looking at it. I'm afraid that no one can withstand this temptation. Feng Yaqiang smiled slightly, neither denying nor admitting it. Someone sent Qin Feng out. Chapter 69. Qin Feng, an interesting person. After Qin Feng left, Feng Yaqian put a pair of pure white jade legs on the table. People can't help but want to spy on the scenery underneath. Just now she used the probing skills, but unexpectedly failed to obtain Qin Feng's attributes. Instead, I feel that if I continue to investigate, I will be noticed by the other party. This is simply unprecedented. With her strength, Qin Feng's attributes cannot be detected. There are only two possibilities. The first is that Qin Feng's strength has completely surpassed her. But this possibility is almost non-existent. The second is that Qin Feng has items or skills that can prevent detection. The possibility of this situation is extremely high. In any case, she had a slight interest in Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know all this. Saying goodbye to Feng Yaqian, he saw Lin Kexin as soon as he walked out of the auction house. Hey! Qin Feng, are you also here to participate in the auction? Seeing Qin Feng, Lin Kexin was a little surprised. It was only a short time without seeing each other, but she missed Qin Feng very much. Youthful and energetic, with a reassuring playfulness. Qin Feng was also a little surprised and said, I just came to take a look, are you ready to enter? Lin Kexin's eyebrows were curved, and with a happy smile, she said, there are dragon eggs in today's auction, my father asked me to come and have a look, and help Xiao Yu buy them if possible. Xiao Yu joined the Blood Fang Guild, and Lin Kexin's father, Lin Tianese, was also very happy. Naturally, it is necessary to find a way to enhance Xiao Yu's strength. Most of the strength of the Dragon Master comes from the dragon. If one more dragon can be obtained, the promotion of Xiao Yu is not insignificant. So, I heard that Dragon Heart Auction House has dragon eggs. Immediately let Lin Kexin bring Xiao Yu over. Moreover, Lin Tianese also wanted to match Lin Kexin. Xiao Yu, the Dragon Master, should be completely tied to the chariot of the Blood Fang Guild. Qin Feng, how can I meet you wherever I go? When Xiao Yu saw Qin Feng, he was also taken aback. I just feel that I'm afraid I didn't read the almanac when I went out today. No matter where you go, you can meet Qin Feng, an annoying guy. Xiao Yu was annoyed for a while, stepped forward 2 steps, and stood in front of Lin Kexin. I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Feng spread his hands, and said rather rascally. Humph. It's okay, just get out of the way. Don't delay our participation in the auction. Xiao Yu snorted coldly, and his dislike for Qin Feng rose to another level. Lin Kexin was a little dissatisfied, and said, Xiao 517U, you are not allowed to speak to Qin Feng like that. Qin Feng, you accompany me to the auction. If you want to join our Blood Fang Guild, I'll take a picture of that dragon egg and give it to you. Your dragon can't hatch, so find another dragon to use. Qin Feng only felt his arms sink into a burst of warmth, and it was Lin Kexin who shook his arms. She whispered in his ear coquettishly, with an obsessive smile on her face. Hey, I really can't do anything about you. It's fine to accompany you to participate in the auction, but the dragon egg is fine. Qin Feng smiled intimately at Lin Kexin, and agreed to her request. It is good. Lin Kexin's face was shy, a blush quickly appeared, and her smile became even sweeter. Knowing that Qin Feng didn't want to join the guild, she didn't want to force it at all. The soft and delicate body is tightly attached, and the exquisite figure is extraordinarily alluring under the white priest's robe. Qin Feng only felt the light fragrance emerge, which made him feel distracted for a while. It's over, the good qualities of the knight are all lost. With such a submissive beauty by his side, if he is not tempted, is he still a person? Qin Feng. Xiao Yu saw this scene, gritted his teeth. Seeing Lin Kexin and Qin Feng being so close, he was extremely jealous, with a hint of envy in his heart. It's so hateful. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's sudden appearance, today would be the sweet duo of him and Lin Kexin. It's obviously a movie of 3 people, but he still can't have a name. It hurts. It hurts. Obviously he is the one who should stand by Lin Kexin's side. Qin Feng, damn it. Unfortunately, now I can only crush the back molars. Following behind Qin Feng and Lin Kexin, he entered the auction house king. Qin Feng entered the auction field, and the one in front was the auction table. In front of the auction stage, there are many seats, and there are some VIP areas on the surrounding high stages. They are all small, private rooms. You can see everything outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. Lin Kexin's identity naturally has a VIP room. Entered the VIP room with Qin Feng. There are so many people who came to participate in the auction. Qin Feng looked down from the room, and the auction floor was already full of people. It was dark, a little noisy, and very spectacular. And the surrounding VIP rooms have a feeling of superiority. The condescending sense of overlooking, as well as the hidden sense of mystery, all greatly stimulate people's hearts. Xiao Yu alone, now has a mood swing, looking excitedly at the crowd outside. A sense of superiority that has never been felt arises spontaneously. In his heart, he longed for this feeling of being watched by thousands of people. Strength, strength. Xiao Yu suddenly realized in his heart that as long as he has strength, he can be worshipped and admired by others. As long as he has strength, he can conquer the heart of the person he likes. He can sit here now entirely because of Lin Kexin's identity. One day, I will also rely on my own strength to gain everyone's respect. That kind of reverence like a hero. His lover, his family, are cheering for him, cheering for his glory and glory. Thinking of this scene, Xiao Yu's heart became a little intoxicated. His heart is full of lofty ambitions, and he doesn't pay attention to Qin Feng. Lin Kexin looked at Qin Feng softly, and said, "There are many powerful people who came to participate in the auction today. The one over there is Feng Yang, the representative of the Feng family. Their family is in the real estate business, and they are the third most prosperous family in Tianyuan City. The one on the left is Wu Tian, the head of the Xilii mercenary group, and he is also an existence that should not be underestimated. Next to it is Yun Jinlong from the Yun family. Their family used to be the ruler of the A-level guild Tianyun Hui. Although it has since declined, their energy is still not small." After Lin Kexin's explanation, Qin Feng also got to know a lot of big forces. Even Xiao Yu listened seriously. These are the powerful nobles of Tianyuan City. Some families with a long history, some are guild bosses, and some are powerful mercenary groups. They are all important existences in Tianyuan City. Hey, isn't that one? Qin Feng saw the other side, which seemed to be the symbol of the Black Rock Guild. Lin Kexin also noticed it, and said, "The Black Rock Guild is also here, the person who came should be Ji Yuan. VIP rooms are invisible. Those people before were only seen by Lin Kexin when they first came in. So, now I don't know who is coming from the Black Rock Guild. However, there is a high probability that Li Yuan is right." Lin Kexin said, "Xiao Yu, you are now a member of the Blood Fang Guild, and you don't have to worry about Li Yuan's revenge in the future. There will be a guild to stop you. You must grow up as soon as possible. If you can enter the 7th level, then our Blood Fang Guild can become an A-level guild. The 7th step is a threshold. For the guild, if there are 6th level powerhouses in charge, they can be promoted to B-level guilds. If there are 7th level professionals, they can be promoted to A-level guilds. Guild level, divided into $ABC, D, 6 levels. S-level guilds belong to national level guilds. For example, Mage Guild, Knight Guild, Priest Guild, etc. This kind of guild is divided according to the affiliation of professionals, and it is an S-level guild. If it is formed by a family or an individual force, the highest level can only reach the A-level guild. Kexin, don't worry, I will definitely do my best to improve myself. It will definitely reach the 7th level in the shortest possible time. Xiao Yu is full of confidence in himself. I have never doubted whether I can break through the 7th step. Lin Kexin nodded, not hitting Xiao Yu's confidence. 7th order. Easier said than done. Her father broke through the 6th level for a long time, but unfortunately the requirements for breaking through the 7th level are too high. Even for many hidden professions, it is difficult to break through the 7th level. Xiao Yu has a dragon at the level of a fairy beast, and has a very strong strength. It is still very hopeful to break through the 7th order. This is also the reason why her abbot father is so optimistic about Xiao Yu. Even a large number of trade union resources can be tilted towards Xiao Yu. Right now, a figure appeared on the auction stage, instantly quieting down the entire auction house. Beautiful! Beautiful! The embroidered eyebrows are extremely soft and charming, and those seductive eyes are rippling with autumn water. Smooth skin without any blemishes. A small cherry mouth, so delicate and charming that people can see it and want to taste the taste of temptation. The person who appeared was exactly the Feng Yaqiang whom Qin Feng had seen before. Every move reveals an irresistible temptation. Welcome everyone to Dragon Heart Auction House. The purpose of everyone's coming is for today's auction, so I won't talk nonsense. Yaqiang hopes that everyone can go back with items they are satisfied with. The auction starts now. Not too much rendering, not too much description. It seems that she is standing on this auction field, which is the biggest temptation. She exudes a mature charm and is a natural stunner. It was difficult for the men present to escape this temptation. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly became straight and lang. Humph! The vixen! Lin Kexin snorted coquettishly, as if she was very dissatisfied with Feng Yaqiang's appearance. He glanced at Qin Feng with some fear, as if he was worried that he would be seduced by this vixen. What are you looking at? Qin Feng couldn't help but smile when he met that worried gaze. On Lin Kexin's small bridge of nose, he scraped lightly. No, I didn't see anything. Lin Kexin's flawless white face suddenly turned red, like a caught kitten. She shyly lowered her head and leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder. Knowing that Qin Feng didn't pay attention to Feng Yaqiang, but looked at her considerately, Lin Kexin was very happy. Sure enough, she was right. The movement of holding Qin Feng's arm became more intimate. Feeling the temperature from the education upload, Qin Feng felt a little hot in his heart. He could feel Lin Kexin's heartbeat speeding up. And that warm and greasy feeling. Look at one face. The shy Lin Kexin had an indescribably seductive feeling. I really want to take good care of her and love her a lot. At this time, the following auction has already started. Under the auspices of Feng Yaqiang, the atmosphere was quite hot. The auction of Dragon Heart Auction House is also very grand. After the items are classified by grade, they are divided into 4 different levels of auctions. It fully took care of some people with insufficient financial resources, and also gave more customers a sense of participation. The first auction is some silver equipment. Generally speaking, equipment that is lower than silver is not eligible for auction. The auction of silver equipment is equivalent to a warm-up. Let the atmosphere of the crowd below be fully mobilized. Of course, generally speaking, in the first round of auctions, those big forces look down on them. Only small guilds, small mercenary groups, or casual people will fight for it. Waited until the second round of golden equipment. It was only when the Grand Dukes began to make moves. You can never have too much gold gear. If a big force can equip all its members with gold equipment, that increase in strength can be described as quite huge. But this is difficult to achieve. Because equipment is wear and tear, long-term use of equipment will cause damage. Although it can be repaired, too many repairs will lead to complete damage to the equipment. After it is completely damaged, it can only be replaced with new equipment. Unless it is equipment of the level of fairy weapon and artifact. In order to exist for a long time, the spirituality in the equipment will absorb the energy from the outside world to supplement itself, so as to achieve the effect of self-healing. Even if the energy is enough, there will be advancement. Finally came the third round. It was more than 30 pieces of dark gold equipment, and all the big forces sold without hesitation, and they were all snatched up. Those small forces can only sigh in vain. And the fourth round is the grand finale of this auction. On the auction stage, 3 children appeared. They were all covered by a red cloth. Feng Yaqian raised her white sleeves slightly, showing a charming smile, and said, "I believe that when you come here, you are most concerned about the last 3 items. As for whether we can take these 3 treasures away, it depends on your financial resources. Next is the first one. Immortal Artifact, the Break of Purple Thunder." Fenjikai and Jiao lifted the red cloth on the first box with her hands. In an instant, a burst of purple light flew up from the long box. The entire auction house is reflected in a purple atmosphere. Tsitsizi. There was also a crackling sound of thunder and lightning, which made people even more curious. What kind of fairy weapon is this? Immortal artifact, is anyone willing to put it up for auction? Uncomfortable yuppie, seeing other people make money, I really gritted my back molars. If I have a fairy weapon, I will reach the pinnacle of my life from now on. The requirements are not high, as long as you can see the attributes of immortals. It's really hard to imagine what price this piece of equipment will sell for. There was an uproar in the audience. Even the people in the VIP room couldn't contain their inner excitement. Just waiting for Feng Yaqiang's auction. Feng Yaqiang smiled softly and said, "I believe everyone is curious about what the attributes of Lei's Hiju are. Now I will reveal it to everyone. Purple Thunder Break. Equipment Grade, Immortal Artifact. Requirements for use, Strength attribute greater than 700, Agility attribute greater than 600, Level 55th Tier Warrior Profession. Equipment attributes, Strength increased by 400, Agility increased by 300. Additional attribute, 500 lightning damage is attached to the attack, and there is an 8% chance of causing a 3-second paralysis effect when attacking. Equipment Skill. Equipment Skill. Equipment Introduction. A long time ago, a master-level blacksmith accidentally got a piece of thunder iron purple electricity stone, and came to Wanli Mountain with an idea, wanting to use the power of Wanli. He wanted to forge an immortal weapon, so as to break through to the realm of an immortal blacksmith. Although the forge was successful in the end, the blacksmith also died because he could not bear the power of 10,000 thunders. Chapter 70. Damn it! This equipment, this fairy weapon, is simply amazing. As far as this attribute is concerned, if I equip it, I will go straight to the sky. It's just you? It's better than the sun, and the dog is the real thing. Those who haven't reached the 5th level, save it, don't even think about farting. Why can't I see the skills? We need to see the skills. After seeing the attributes of this fairy artifact, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. Everyone knows how powerful the immortal artifact is. But after actually seeing it, it was still extremely shocking. If he could obtain such a piece of equipment, his own strength would at least be upgraded by a level. But now, I can't see the skills, which makes people crazy. Everyone, please stay calm. The rules of this auction house, in order to protect the interests of everyone, the skills of the equipment, it is inconvenient to announce. You don't want to be known by your opponents after you get this piece of equipment, right? Feng Yaqiang has rich experience, and she can calm down the emotions of everyone on the field with a few words. This situation is also what those forces that really want to compete for this piece of equipment want to see. Qin Feng, the powerful attribute of this fairy song. Lin Kexan's beautiful eyes radiated light, and she also made a delicate voice. The attributes of this fairy artifact are also very shocking. Although it was not the first time for her to see a fairy artifact, she couldn't help but admire it. Immortal artifact is truly worthy of being a treasure handed down from a long time ago. It is still quite difficult for our current blacksmiths to be able to forge immortal artifacts. No wonder, the blacksmith who cast this fairy weapon wants to become a fairy-level blacksmith so much. Lin Kexin also sighed after reading the introduction of the fairy device. Every profession has the possibility of success, but the road to success is often full of hardships. Qin Feng smiled and said, "This fairy artifact has really good attributes. I'm afraid it will be sold at a sky-high price." He is currently wearing a fairy suit, and he has no idea about this piece of equipment at all. Qin Feng used the eye of reality. I saw the equipment skills of this fairy weapon directly. A flash of thunder, active summons lightning to attach to the sword, tearing out 3 purple lightnings, attacking the 4 targets in front of him, with 300 points of lightning damage during the attack. Purple Thunder Sword, active when a single target attacks in close quarters, the power of Purple Thunder in the sword bursts out, causing terrifying lightning damage, and the attack has a paralyzing effect for 3 to 6 seconds. Both skills are pretty good. AoE skills that have multiple target attacks. There are also explosive skills for single target attacks, which also have a paralyzing effect. The attributes are good, but the equipment requirements are a bit high. It requires a level 50 5th order occupation. When he reaches level 50 and the 5th step, even if he doesn't know when he will go. Immortal artifact, really powerful equipment. This guy Qin Feng, Originally, Xiao Yu looked at the fairy artifact with longing in his eyes. He can't use this fairy weapon. But he also wants to have his own fairy artifact one day. However, after thinking of Qin Feng, he felt a dull pain in his heart. What kind of shit luck did Qin Feng get? Not only did he change his job to a hidden job, but he also got a set of fairy equipment. That's the whole set. Xiao Yu's heart ached, and he looked at Qin Feng with jealousy and dissatisfaction. In particular, seeing Lin Kexin leaning against Qin Feng's arms made her heart ache even more. His Kexin was captured by Qin Feng just like that. It hurts so much. However, he also has an advantage. He now has a dragon and has joined the Blood Fang Guild. Those who are close to the water first get the moon. He believes that as long as he works hard enough, he will win back Lin Kexin's heart one day. Now isn't that the proof? Lin Kexin brought him to the auction just to buy him a dragon egg. When he thought of harvesting a dragon again, his heart was full of fire. On the auction stage, Feng Yaqiang's seductive voice came, "This fairy artifact is the first important item in our auction, so I don't need to say more about its attributes. Base price, 100 million. Each increase cannot be less than 1 million. Everyone, come on." Feng Yaqiang's seductive voice fell on everyone's ears. It seems to be able to lure out the most terrifying desire in the heart of the heart. As soon as the offer came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Damn it, the starting price is 100 million. 100 million, I dare not even think about it. Immortal artifact, this is immortal artifact, don't stop me, I'm going to find immortal artifact. In the auction house, everyone was shocked by this price. But for the people in the VIP room, this seems to be a matter of course. There is no slightest disturbance. 200 million. 300 million. 350 million. In just a short while, all the major forces set prices one after another. While the professionals in the ordinary seats are still amazed, the price has soared to 1 billion. Various sounds of exclamation and envy resounded in the auction house. It's already reached 1 billion, because it's crazy. As expected of a big guild, a big power, such financial resources make people sigh. 10 billion, I can't earn so much in this life. Brother, pinch me, I seem to be dreaming. 1 billion and 30 million. 1 billion 60 million. 1 billion 1 billion. 1 billion is not the end of the price of this fairy artifact. There are also several forces that are raising prices with each other. The people below are all crazy. Looking at the VIP room, they only feel that it is nice to have money. This is great power. It's something they can't even imagine for so much money to change a piece of equipment. For ordinary professionals, a piece of gold equipment is extremely extravagant. However, there has never been a shortage of rich people in this world. For people in the VIP area, it is real to be able to exchange money for strength. In this world, without strength, no matter how much money you have, you cannot keep it. Some things, even money cannot buy. Similarly, showing one's own strength is also a way to attract members. Let everyone know that their own financial resources will attract more people to join. Feng Yaqiang said coquettishly, "It's the first time of 1.5 billion, is there anyone else who wants to bid?" The price came to 1.5 billion. It has almost reached the limit that some forces can bear. After all, to be responsible for the expenses of the trade union, family, and mercenary group, there must be corresponding funds. This is no simple matter. For example, a big family that controls tens of billions of assets. Maybe his available liquidity is only about 1 billion or 2 billion. Other fixed assets include dungeons, secret lands, minerals, herbal planting bases, and more. These are extremely valuable, but big forces will definitely not sell them. Even with strong asset support, there may not be so much liquidity. 1.5 billion times. 1.5 billion for the third time. 1.5 billion, deal. With a bang, Feng Yaqiang rang the small hammer in her hand, announcing that this fairy artifact had an owner. And this scene also attracted everyone's attention. They all began to look at the VIP room where the last bidder for this fairy artifact was located. It turns out to be Xiao Yu, the head of the Furious Axe Mercenary Corps. His occupation is a hidden professional Furious Axe warrior. After awakening, he worked alone and founded the Furious Axe Mercenary Corps. The current Furious Axe Mercenary Group is already a B-level mercenary group, and it has great potential. I didn't expect to come up with 1.5 billion funds. Xiao Yu's courage is not small. Xiao Yu is a level 65th tier Furious Axe warrior. With this fairy weapon, his strength has improved a lot. It's probably in preparation for promotion to the 6th level. Most of the rooms in the VIP area have dedicated ownership. Naturally, Lin Kexin could tell at a glance who the winner of this fairy artifact was. Qin Feng also nodded when he heard the words. This warrior immortal artifact, for a warrior of level 60 and 5th rank, the improvement is indeed not small. To a certain extent, the financial resources of some mercenary groups are even stronger than those of some grand guilds. The levels of the mercenary regiment are also divided into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Same level as the guild. Mercenary regiments of the same level are inferior to guilds in terms of numbers. But the mercenaries are all licking blood on the sword, and their strength is stronger than that of the members of the guild. The upgrade of the mercenary regiment is the responsibility of the mercenary guild. The mercenary guild is a large-scale joint organization in the world. Almost all countries have mercenaries. Compared with the popularity of the guild, it is even more extensive. Next, the second item to be auctioned is a dark gold dragon egg. Fenjikai and Jiao lifted the red cloth on the second box gently with her hand. A fiery red light spread in the auction house. Everyone felt a warm breath. It just spread out from that box. Feng Yaqiang was as delicate and beautiful as a flower, and began to introduce, this dragon egg is a dark gold level dragon egg, and it comes from the sulfur red dragon of the sulfur volcano. Dragon egg of sulfur red dragon. Grade, dark gold. Introduction. The dragon eggs of the sulfur red dragon from the sulfur volcano have absorbed enough flame energy to directly hatch the sulfur red dragon. I believe everyone has seen it. This dragon egg is intact and can be hatched directly. As for the strength of the sulfur red dragon, everyone here must be aware of it. If you can get the protection of the dragon, your strength will definitely increase significantly. Even if you don't have a profession related to dragons, you can still be raised as pets. The starting price for this dragon egg is 200 million. Feng Yaqiang's charming voice is conveyed in everyone's ears. This dragon egg of the sulfur red dragon appeared before people's eyes. That kind of allure even surpassed Feng Yaqiang, a stunner in this world. Dragon eggs, really dragon eggs? I know the sulfur red dragon, this is the giant dragon in the sulfur volcano. That's the orthodox dragon clan, and the sulfur volcano is extremely dangerous. Without the strength of the 5th level, entering is a dead end. Yet, who can get the dragon egg of the sulfur red dragon? I'm afraid it's not a trade for life. When Qin Feng saw the dragon egg, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. The dragon egg of the sulfur red dragon? Good guy, isn't this the giant dragon that came to Tianyuan City to find trouble? At that time, he was still wondering who was so courageous. Dare to go to the sulfur volcano to steal dragon eggs. I didn't expect to live now. Then saw it here. He thought that the guy who stole the dragon egg would have hatched directly. It was actually taken out for auction. It seems that it should be done by a casual person. If it is a guild member, or a member of a mercenary group, it is generally unlikely to do such a thing. Kexin, this dragon egg. Xiao Yu opened his mouth in a low voice. Obviously this dragon egg is a very good daughter-in-law. The hotness in those eyes couldn't be hidden. The dragon master said that he had no idea about dragon eggs, that was simply false. Although the dragon of the dark gold level is not as good as his fairy beast snowstorm dragon, it is also extremely powerful. As long as it can be cultivated, it will definitely be a day's help. I didn't see that even the dragon of Yaming Fei, the head of the Tianyuan Knights, was only of the dark gold level. Xiao Yu pays for himself. As long as there is one more dragon, his strength can be doubled. He is a hidden professional dragon master. Up to 5 dragons can be owned at the same time, and 5 dragons can be summoned to fight at the same time. In addition, he can have 1/10 of the attribute blessing of a dragon. That kind of improvement is not insignificant. Xiao Yu, don't worry, as long as there is a chance, I will take this dragon egg. Lin Kexin also understood what Xiao Yu meant, and he came here for this today. This is what her father Lin Tianese meant. And she had already asked, Qin Feng didn't mean to join the Tooth Association. This can only be photographed for Xiao Yu. After all, even though she liked Qin Feng very much, it was impossible for her to use the guild's 10 or 2 billion yuan to give it to him. If it was her own money, even if it was 10 billion. It doesn't matter even if it's all given to Qin Feng. Kexin, you are so kind. Received Lin Kexin's affirmative answer, Xiao Yu instantly became beaming. He also proudly showed Qin Feng a provocative look. See, this dragon egg is also mine. As for Qin Feng's dragon egg, although it is a divine dragon, it cannot hatch at all. With this comparison, he suddenly felt that he was still very happy. This Qin Feng is really whimsical, and wants to join the hidden force of the military. Just kidding, it's impossible to even think about it. Or his choice was wise, joining the Blood Fang Guild not only got a good growth environment. He also received full support from the Blood Fang Guild. Thinking about it, I feel that the future is infinitely beautiful. If Xiao Yu can really get this dragon egg, that would be great. Qin Feng thought of everything like this. In this case, he can eat another wave and return it. Although it is estimated that the dragon egg of the dark gold level cannot be returned to the divine beast, the immortal beast is still possible. But looking at the current posture, I am afraid it is a bit difficult. 1.45 billion. Lin Kexin quoted another price with a serious expression on his face. The competition for this dragon egg is even more intense than the fairy weapon just now. If a dragon of dark gold level is successfully cultivated, its value must be higher than that of an immortal weapon. Although it takes time to cultivate a dragon. Not just experience and rank. In addition to combat experience, you also need to devour high-level elemental items and energy, as well as various natural treasures. Swallowing treasures can also increase the growth rate of the dragon. It also requires a huge cost to raise a dragon. It doesn't mean that a simple upgrade with a dragon will do. This point, even Xiao Yu, a top student, doesn't know. After all, there are too few people who can get dragons, so this kind of experience will naturally not be passed on. 1.5 billion and 30 million. 1.5 billion and 80 million. 1.65 billion. Chapter 71. Compared with the fairy artifact just now, the dragon egg of the sulfur red dragon attracts everyone's attention even more. Many forces feel that the effect of this dragon is greater than that of an immortal weapon. In the fierce bidding, sparks almost appeared in the eyes. And those people in the auction field were dizzy for a while. I just feel that there are so many rich people in this world. Even those who come here are mostly people with small assets. No one with millions or tens of millions dared to come to the auction. But in the face of these real rich families, great guilds, and powerful forces, it is still not enough. This dragon egg will only fall into the hands of those truly powerful forces. I just don't know who will be the real owner of the dragon egg. 1.7 billion and 10 million. Lin Kexin reported another price, which was already close to the bottom price of 467 given by her father. The price Lin Tianese could afford was at most 2 billion. After all, Xiao Yu is only a member of the Blood Blade Guild. As long as he himself is the Dragon Master, or Lin Kexin is the Dragon Master, it is estimated that no matter how much it costs, the Tooth Association will also take this dragon egg. 1.75 billion. It seemed to be the same as Lin Kexin's. Immediately after she made an offer, there was another offer. It seems that you should be targeted by the Black Rock Guild. Qin Feng could understand that the person who made the latter offer was Li Yuan from the Black Rock Guild. Li Yuan is the young master of the Black Rock Guild. His father is the president of the Black Rock Guild, a sixth-order berserker, Li Tiangang. Li Yuan came to participate in the auction this time, originally just to take a look. But happened to meet Xiao Yu and Lin Kexin. Humph, Blood Fang Guild, don't think about this dragon egg. Xiao Yu, don't think that you can sit back and relax after joining the Blood Fang Guild. Li Yuan swaggered and sat on the sofa, with a fierce look in his eyes. Accompanied by two graceful beauties, they served tenderly. After hearing Li Yuan's constant quotations, his eyes became even more fiery. I can't wait to do my best to attract Li Yuan's attention. If he can enter Li's house, he will fly on a branch and become a phoenix. Li Yuan looked at the VIP room where the Blood Fang Guild belonged with a sneer. Just waiting for an inside quote. Xiao Yu is a dragon master. After joining the Blood Fang Guild, he will definitely be cultivated by the Blood Fang Guild. Last time, in the hands of Xiao Yu, suffered such a big loss. How can he bear it? And, according to his father's news, Shirai Shigobi appeared on the ancient battlefield. It has something to do with the Blood Fang Guild. Although the military has secretly blocked all clues. However, these powerful forces can still get some news. The recent Blood Fang Guild is in full swing. All this made Li Yuan regret and angry. Regret, if I brought more people with me, I might be able to snatch that secret realm from Xiao Yu's hands. At that time, he will be the one who enters the secret realm and triggers the battlefield. In this case, you may not be able to get much benefit. Angry, he was not only defeated by Xiao Yu. After returning home, he was severely scolded by his father. It is said that he is not mature enough to do things. Since he made a move, he failed to snatch this secret realm. Either you don't make a move, or you have to make a final decision. It must be fast, accurate, and ruthless, so that people can't react. This is his father's style of doing things. Li Yuan was suffocating in his heart, and no matter what he said now, he couldn't let the dragon egg fall into the hands of the Blood Fang Guild. If it fell into the hands of the Blood Fang Guild, it must be for Xiao Yu. Even if the Blood Fang Guild was determined to take a picture, it would still have to make the opponent bleed profusely. Even, not only the Black Rock Guild is bidding. Several high-level guilds are also bidding. The news that the Blood Fang Guild has recruited Xiao Yu must not be concealed. We all know that Xiao Yu is a dragon master, and there are dragons at the level of fairy beasts. If you add another dragon, it is bound to grow faster. This is something that many guilds do not want to see. Everyone can tolerate that you are a guild at the same level as ours. But if any party wants to be promoted, it will be attacked by all parties. Even the pressure from the Super Guild. Black Rock Guild, Li Yuan. Xiao Yu, today's dragon egg may not be able to compete, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Kexin's expression was not very good looking either. Facing the key attack from the Black Rock Guild, and the pressure from the major guilds is zero. She really wasn't sure if she could photograph the dragon egg. She tentatively tried to increase the price, but immediately followed suit. Kexin, it's okay, if it doesn't work, let it go. I'm not saying that this dragon is absolutely necessary. Now my Xiaoyu is enough. And as long as it can be cultivated, my Xiaoyu can be promoted to a high-level fairy beast. A dragon of the dark gold level is not necessary for me. Xiao Yu felt a little depressed. He was stopped by Li Yuan, which caused him to lose the chance to get the dragon egg. Also, as he said, it doesn't have to be. Besides, seeing Lin Kexin's unhappy appearance made him feel uncomfortable. Hastily opened the mouth to comfort. Express yourself with understanding and thoughtfulness. It's good that you can understand. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lin Kexin's face softened a little. After all, Xiao Yu joined the Blood Fang Guild, so she still needs to make a statement. She has tried her best, but there is nothing she can do if she can't take pictures. 1.8 billion and 10 million. Prices are still slowly increasing. Qin Feng frowned, and whispered something to Lin Kexin. Qin Feng. When Lin Kexin heard this, she showed some surprise in her eyes. It seemed a bit bad that way, but she liked it. Immediately followed and quoted a price of 3.9, 1.9 billion. That tone of non-compromise, it seems that he will not give up until he takes pictures of this dragon egg. Humph, if you still dare to add, then let you bleed some more. Li Yuan became happy when he heard the voice of the price increase. A price was quoted without hesitation. 2 billion. In his opinion, the Blood Fang Guild is so determined, there must be room for an increase in the price. When Feng Yaqiang heard the price, the smile on her face did not diminish. To be honest, the price was higher than she expected. 2 billion for the first time. Anyone else raise the price? 2 billion for the second time. Anyone else raise the price? Feng Yaqiang's voice was full of temptation, and said, "This dragon egg is a dark gold dragon egg, do you really stop thinking about it?" Chapter 72. It's just that those who raised the price just now chose to remain silent. In this weird atmosphere, a bad feeling rose in Li Yuan's heart. He suddenly looked towards the direction of the wind where the VIP room of the Blood Fang Guild was located, expecting another price increase inside. However, there was only silence left. A smug smile appeared on Lin Kexin's face. Qin Feng, what you said is absolutely correct. Li Yuan's move can be said to be difficult to ride a tiger. Hey, 2 billion people took this dragon egg, and their guild doesn't have a dragon master. Lin Kexin smiled brightly, and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of admiration. According to Qin Feng's words, Ji Yuan was indeed fooled. A dragon is indeed powerful, but it also depends on the actual use value. If it is a dragon-type profession, if you get a dragon and have related skills blessings, you can exert greater power. If it is a non-dragon occupation, you can only keep dragons as pets. It's not that it's bad, but it doesn't have the bonus of the dragon class. Such as Dragon Master, Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Magician, Dragon Knight, these professions, after having a dragon, all have certain bonuses. Together, they can exert great strength. 01. Although Li Yuan is a hidden profession, he is only a berserker. There is no bonus. After spending such a large amount of money to photograph this dragon egg, one can imagine the pressure to bear. Blood Fang Guild, damn it! Li Yuan was completely angry in the room. He didn't expect that the resolute performance just now was actually a cover. And he fell into this trap. 2 billion, this fund is not a small amount for their Black Rock Guild. He could already imagine his father's expression after he went back. Unfortunately, Li Yuan's anger can't change anything. The voice of Feng Yaqiang's announcement has already sounded. 2 billion for the third time. Deal. Li Yuan has no choice. If he dares to say that he doesn't want it now, he probably won't even be able to go out of this auction house. I'm afraid his father will have to come to fetch the person himself. You can only recognize it by pinching your nose. Fortunately, since there is a dragon egg anyway, it doesn't mean that the loss is serious. The farce of the dragon egg auction was over, and Feng Yaqiang also began to auction the third item. The third item is an immortal material. Oolong Snake Gallbladder. Grade, Immortal. Efficacy, it can be used as medicinal materials to refine medicines, or as ingredients for cooking, or to feed pets. It has a greater effect on birds and pets and has a wide range of uses. Introduction, originated from the gallbladder of the oolong snake. The oolong snake is not a dragon, but a snake with the blood of a dragon. The evolved oolong snake has the strength of a fairy beast. There are still many functions of this oolong snake gallbladder. If it is used for refining medicine or cooking, it can increase poison attribute damage and resistance. Feeding pets has a high probability of increasing the corresponding attributes of pets. It is a rare treasure. This thing is still attractive to the major forces. A high price of 600 million was sold at the auction. Although it is not as good as the previous two items, it is still very good. After all, this oolong snake gallbladder is only a consumable, once used it is gone. Everyone, please wait a moment, this auction has temporarily added a batch of equipment. Just when everyone thought that the auction was over and they were about to leave, Feng Yaqiang's voice successfully kept everyone behind. There was no nonsense, she directly took out the 5,000 pieces of equipment entrusted by Qin Feng to be auctioned. Is there still so much equipment? The attributes of these equipment are so high, it is worthy of high-level equipment. Dragonheart Auction House is really powerful and can produce a lot of good equipment at any time. Not only the people in the auction house, but even the people in the VIP area were a little moved. Feng Yaqiang smiled and said, these 50 pieces of equipment will be auctioned off at once, with a reserve price of 10 million. Everyone, bid. Without a fairy artifact, it's not worth her exaggerating. And the way of the final auction is quite special. Direct one-time package auction. The professionals in the ordinary area also clicked their tongues slightly. But seeing so many equipment, there are a lot of gold and dark gold. This is not bad. In the end, after several rounds of competition, the people in the VIP area paid 180 million for all of them. Looking at the auction price, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. After deducting the 12% handling fee, he can still get more than 150 million yuan. And worry-free and convenient, he doesn't have to deal with it himself. However, it was also because of the good atmosphere today and Feng Yaqiang, the auctioneer. The price can only reach so much. At the end of the auction, Lin Kexin reluctantly bid farewell to Qin Feng. Xiao Yu can only go with the guild first. Although today's task was not completed, he saw Qin Feng and took the opportunity to trick the Black Rock Guild. Lin Kexin also felt very happy and fulfilled. Xiao Yu, well, the mood is also very beautiful. Although it was a pity that he didn't get the dragon egg, he couldn't see the annoying guy Qin Feng immediately. He can be with Kexin again. Get the money. Qin Feng muttered, he happened to be still here anyway, so he got the money first. Save another day and have to run again. This time, he didn't see Feng Yaqiang, he directly showed his VIP card. successfully received the auction money. Holding an unregistered card, Qin Feng also sighed, it's so easy to make money, and now we can be regarded as small assets. This is the way the world is. With strong strength, it is really easy to make money. However, this is just Qin Feng's illusion. For ordinary professionals, making money is not an easy task. You need to replenish potions, buy and change equipment, repair equipment to last longer, cultivate pets, and so on. All these expenses are not small. Going out to upgrade and take risks is accompanied by huge risks. 127. There are many professionals who die under the hands of Warcraft every year. Moreover, there are also threats from the demons, ghosts, and monsters, and wars often occur. Tianlong Kingdom is a superpower, and it dare not take it lightly. There are numerous armies stationed throughout the territory, especially within the borders of the country. Not only to guard against the offensive of foreign races, but also to guard against the invasion of other countries. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I saw Ji Union. Qin Feng thought about it, and was going to see Ji Union. Ding dong, ding dong. Come on, wait a moment. Ji Union heard the sound of the doorbell and put down the things in his hands. Ah! Qin Feng. As soon as she opened the door, she froze in place. The person in front of her was Qin Feng, whom she had been thinking about day and night. Seeing Ji Union's cute appearance, Qin Feng couldn't help but smiled, and said, "What's the matter? Are you scared? I was going to give you a surprise." The quiet and elegant Ji Union couldn't help but dazzle him for a while. There is still that pitiful regret in my heart. Even if he knew that Ji Union's affection for him had reached full value, he still couldn't help but want to care about her. The soft and beautiful Ji Union in front of him is so beautiful that people can't help but want to love him. Qin Feng, come in quickly, why don't you say anything? I'm not prepared for anything. Ji Union was a little flustered, but more of a surprise. Chapter 73. Although I haven't seen Qin Feng for a few days, it feels like a very long time has passed. Seeing Qin Feng again, the love in her heart has already begun to churn. Qin Feng said with a smile, "You don't need to prepare anything, I'll take everything with you. However, I can't do this." He walked into the house and raised the things in his hands. "It's some fruit, and some vegetables I just went to the market to buy." Looking at Qin Feng's serious expression, Ji Union suddenly smiled. "Humph, you know how to bully me, don't you?" Qin Feng spread his hands and said, "I can't help it, who told me that I can't cook? I can only ask for help, my good girlfriend. Also, I really want to eat your cooking." Ji Union only felt Qin Feng's voice coming from his ears. The hot air was breathing by her earlobe, and she couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation. Her delicate and beautiful face instantly turned red. On the small and delicate earlobe, there was a touch of pink blush. "Just, then, I'll reward you. Let you taste my cooking skills." After Ji Union finished speaking, she took the things in Qin Feng's hand, and hurriedly turned around. The elegance and tranquility have become a little messy. The warm and mature appearance made Qin Feng's heart flutter. Looking at Ji Union's leaving back, a feeling of happiness appeared in his heart. Which man can refuse such a gentle, beautiful, virtuous, and understanding woman? This was the first time he came to Ji Union's new residence after moving. When moving, Ji Union sent him the address. The environment here is much better. Moreover, the space of the house is also very good, and all kinds of configurations are relatively complete. Walking to the kitchen, Ji Union was busy. It's just a figure from the back, slim and tall. The slender willow waist is too full to hold. That kind of warm and elegant movement made him feel even more fond. "Qin Feng, why are you in here? Go out for a while." Ji Union noticed Qin Feng's arrival. There was still some shyness on the flushed face. "Union." Qin Feng stepped forward, stretched out his arms without hesitation, passed through the slender waist, and embraced Ji Yunyan into his arms. Graceful and graceful, exquisite and exquisite. With a faint charming fragrance. Let his heart rise afire. Yunyan, I'm sorry, I've neglected you for the past few days. Qin Feng said softly, but he hugged Ji Yunyan closer in his arms. Ji Yunyan's delicate body completely fell into his arms. Qin Feng. Bad guy, come to see me now. How could Ji Yunyan bear such sweet talk? Hearing Qin Feng's words, I was surrounded by that gentle and broad embrace. My heart trembled. Not even the slightest thought of resistance can be borne. He just let Qin Feng hug himself gently, indulging in this warmth. She could even feel Qin Feng's breath, lingering in her ears, falling on the tip of her heart. Ji Yunyan couldn't help but think of the joy of knowing that Qin Feng's job change became a hidden job. After knowing about Lin Kexan's loss. After waiting for so long, Qin Feng did not arrive. There was a burst of loss in her heart, a burst of worry and fear. In fact, she has always had an inferiority complex in her heart, because she is just an ordinary person. How can it match Qin Feng? In particular, Qin Feng is now a hidden profession. The gap between them is simply heaven and earth. As long as Qin Feng is willing, there will be many women who will try their best to get close to him. Thinking of these, Ji Yunyan's heart felt sore. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down along that pure white jade face. Qin Feng, you bad guy, I'm so scared, I'm afraid you don't want me anymore. You know what? I dare not take the initiative to find you. Fear of being rejected by you, fear that you already have someone else. Qin Feng, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. Ji Yunyan wrapped her hands around Qin Feng's neck, her pear-blossoming and rainy face looked particularly distressing. Finally saw Qin Feng today. Her heart gradually settled down. Qin Feng didn't forget her, didn't want her, and even took the initiative to come to see her. Ji Yunyan's heart was very happy, full of sweetness and love. The backlog of uneasiness and worry, at this moment, all turned into raging love. After lingering. Qin Feng, eat slowly, is it so delicious? Seeing that Qin Feng likes to eat the things he made so much, Ji Yunyan felt happy for a while. As the saying goes, if you want to tie a man's heart, you must first tie a man's stomach. From this point of view, it seems that there is a little bit of success. Well, who made the food you make so delicious? The taste is better than professional chefs in restaurants. Ji Yunyan is an ordinary person, but he can also cook delicious dishes. It's just that there will be no attribute bonuses like professional chefs. Qin Feng had no doubts that if Ji Yunyan could become a professional, he would most likely be a chef. It's still the kind of hidden profession. You know how to make me happy. My skills are no match for those restaurant chefs. Hearing Qin Feng's praise, Ji Yunyan showed a soft smile. Although he denied it with his mouth, he was intoxicated by the words in his heart. Delicious food, beauties, only a beautiful view, these 3 beauties are complete. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing in his heart, life is like this, what more can a husband ask for? Thinking of this, he asked curiously, Yunyan, why didn't you awaken successfully? Or did you not awaken your profession at all? I seem to be, can't wake up. Mentioning this, a hint of disappointment appeared on Chun Vian's face. She used to bring up Xiao Yu because she had to take on the responsibility of the whole family. So I never went to school at all. Just for Xiao Yu to go to school. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's grades have always been very good, and the school has relieved a lot of burden. So we can keep going. It's just that she has never been to school, nor experienced awakening, and she is just an ordinary person. If you want to awaken alone, you must go to the temple to find the help of the awakened priest. This also requires some considerable expense. After all, people will definitely not help for free. So until now, Ji Yunyan is also an ordinary person, and has never awakened to a profession. The older a person is, the more difficult it is to awaken a career. Between the ages of 18 and 20 is the prime time for career awakening. The unification of Tianlong Kingdom is to allow all high school students to awaken their profession at the age of 18. It is not to say that earlier careers cannot be awakened. It is people who are too young, whose mental and physical abilities are not mature enough, and their potential cannot be better utilized. Xiao Yu asked me about this before. He invited the priests in the guild to help me awaken my profession. But it failed. So I probably won't be able to awaken my profession. It's fine to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life. Ji Yunyan's indifferent words expressed the sad reality. She didn't feel that she couldn't awaken her profession, so she felt lost. After so many years of life, she has gotten used to living as an ordinary person. Xiao Yu is also doing well now, and she has no pressure. The only regret is that she is not a professional, and when facing Qin Feng, she still has a sense of inferiority in her heart. Qin Feng, according to Xiao Yu, you have become the hidden professional elf dragon Night King. Later. Ji Yunyan couldn't tell what was going to happen in the future. Will in the future, after Qin Feng becomes stronger, she will be abandoned? Fool, what are you thinking? In the future, we will still be together forever. I want to eat your cooking every day. Qin Feng couldn't tell what Ji Yunyan was thinking. For him, it doesn't matter whether an ordinary person is a professional or not. Even if it is a hidden profession, that is actually the case for him. He stretched out his hand and touched Ji Yunyan's smooth and tender cheek. Gently wipe away the inadvertent teardrops. Feng, you are so kind. If you like to eat, I will make it for you every day from now on. Ji Yunyan's misty eyes burst out with hopeful light. Her heart is full of the shadow of Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and said, okay, as long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. As for the inability to awaken the profession, there should still be a solution. In the future, if I have a chance, I will find you a hidden occupation scroll, or some kind of inheritance. It is not inevitable that the profession cannot be awakened. Hidden professional scrolls, the inheritance of the strong, and certain natural and earthly treasures can all solve this problem. Even some artifacts or items come with occupations. There is never a shortage of adventures in this world. Qin Feng is still confident in solving the problem of Ji Yunyan's awakening career. It is good. Ji Yunyan responded softly. She would not doubt Qin Feng's words at all. Moreover, she felt in her heart that since Qin Feng said so, he would definitely be able to do it. Feeling Qin Feng's concern and love for her, the love in my heart deepened. Qin Feng had a delicious meal. Thinking of one thing, set an attempt on Ji Yunyan. Unexpectedly, it was really successful. The space anchor point is set successfully. Current number of anchor points, 2/10. This skill is really good. It can actually be installed on a human body. Thoughtful skills. Qin Feng thought to himself, the next time he sees Ji Yunyan, he can be teleported directly. Yunyan, I'm leaving first, and I'll come back after the college entrance examination is over in 2 days. Also, remember to miss me. Qin Feng was superficial, and leaned over to kiss Ji Yunyan secretly. The shy Ji Yunyan was left behind and left the house. Ji Yunyan's pretty face couldn't help but twitched a little. Suddenly realized that Qin Feng was actually many years younger than her. It's just Qin Feng's performance that made her ignore Qin Feng's age, and even regarded him as someone to rely on. Now that Qin Feng mentioned the college entrance examination, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in her heart. She wondered if it was true, old cows eat tender grass. Thinking of the age gap between the two parties, her delicate red cheeks became very hot, as if they were on fire. After Qin Feng left, he found a corner directly. Spatial teleportation. Straight. Then use the space teleportation skill, and return to the previously set home. A white light flashed. Qin Feng was teleported directly to his home. There were no adverse reactions, and no other feelings. The location transmitted just now is not particularly far from home. At least it's still in Tianyuan City. If I teleport to another location, the longer the distance, the higher the requirement for physical strength. Qin Feng estimated that in order to achieve ultra-long distance transmission, his physical attributes should be barely able to hold on. Without thinking about anything, Qin Feng began to organize the things needed for the exam. The day after tomorrow is the time for Tianyuan Academy to start the assessment. The essay test should not be a big problem. Anyway, he is also a person who has gone through the college entrance examination, and he can master a lot of knowledge in this world. It's just about history, and it's going in a completely different direction from the previous world. I don't know if this will be tested. Tianyuan Academy, while focusing on actual combat, even theoretical knowledge is also very important. Otherwise, there would be no theoretical exams in this world of professionals. Practical exams are divided into occupations. The exam for combat professions is to download a dungeon. I just don't know how difficult it will be to get Li. He is not worried about this, after all, his current occupation is already a hidden occupation. Watching the night fall, Tianyuan City is shrouded in colorful lights. Qin Feng was in a daze. Tianyuan City in the dark night. It was not as peaceful as imagined. Under the colored street lamps, a quaint carriage slowly entered a teleportation array. Shiraishi District in Nanjing, Tenjin City. Shiraishi District, near the southern part of the Shiraishi Gobi, is the center of the Tianyuan City military garrison. There are Tianyuan Knights, Mage Corps, Warrior Corps, etc. stationed here. The quaint carriage stopped outside the station. A man in his 50s and 60s came down from the top, with a strong body. Wearing a mage's robe, the aura revealed on his body makes people feel like spring breeze. There are two guards standing beside him. This man is the mayor of Tianyuan City, Zhong Lilong. He has the strength of an 8th level great wizard, but his occupation is just an ordinary wind mage. Enter the station. The resident is still brightly lit. In a small fortress, a group of senior officials of the Tianyuan military are discussing something. Yeming Fei, head of the Tianyuan Knights, Yan Menzu, head of the mages, Guan Enzi, head of the warriors, and so on. The weakest are all 7 levels of existence. Mr. Zhong. Seeing Zhong Lilong come in, everyone stood up and said respectfully. Everyone respects Zhong Lilong, the mayor. The story of Zhong Lilong is too legendary and inspirational. He is just an ordinary wind mage, but he has become an 8th order great mage. It has done many things that hidden professions cannot do. The hardships and dedication involved are not enough for outsiders to understand. Don't be too restrained, just sit down. How's the current statistics going? Zhong Lilong sat calmly on the first seat and asked. Chapter 74. Yeming Fei handed the compiled materials to Zhong Lilong, and said, Mr. Zhong, here are the materials we collected. It contains all the information about the appearance of this ancient battlefield. Information about the elves, information about the demons, the degree of danger on the battlefield, and the follow-up disposal. Zhong Lilong took the documents and checked them carefully. There was an unpredictable light in those wind-like eyes. In the world of elves, the ancient demon lord. Zhong Lilong closed his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly said, that old fellow Mo Leshan hasn't come back yet. No. Yeming Fei said, the army commander just asked me to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the military region in Tianyuan City. He didn't say when he will come back, and we don't know. This old guy, he disappeared at a critical moment. Zhong Lilong shook his head and said, Ming Fei, you did the right thing, you blocked this ancient battlefield in the first place. According to the current detection situation, the danger level of this battlefield is extremely high. The danger level of S level is already comparable to some forbidden places. Ye Mingfei also said with a serious face, yes, fortunately, I met the triggerer of this ancient battlefield at the beginning, and I have enough information. Otherwise, the situation will be difficult to control. Qin Feng and Xiao Yu. Zhong Long repeated these two names twice. One is related to the great elder of the elven race, and inherited the hidden profession of the other party, the elven dragon knight. One and one were taken away by the ancient demon king, but instead killed the demon king's remnant soul. He is indeed the key person in this matter. Zhong Long pondered, what do you think about these two people, Mingfei? Ye Mingfei thought for a while, and said, Qin Feng inherited everything from the great elder of the elf clan, and is also related to the clues of the elf world, which needs to be paid attention to. Now that the demons are about to move, we need to find as many allies as possible. The elves and the demons are world enemies, and they are our natural allies. Qin Feng may become a bridge for us to establish diplomacy with the elves. I tried to invite Qin Feng to join the military, and his answer was very interesting. He wanted to join the one with a mysterious background, powerful power, hidden identity, and immunity from killing people in cities. When Zhong Long heard this, a strange look appeared on his face. Qin Feng. This kid's thinking is very active, it's interesting. What about your opinion? A trace of helplessness appeared on Ye Mingfei's face, and he said, I can't make up my mind about this. I originally wanted to wait for the army commander to come back, but in this situation, I may not be able to do anything in a short time. Zhong Long's 540 fingers tapped on the table with a crisp sound. Since he wants to, he can try it. As far as the elf is concerned, he has a value worth cultivating. I authorize you here, report it. Zhong Lilong's idea is very simple. Qin Feng has inherited everything from the great elder of the elf clan, and also know the path of the elf world. In this way, as long as Qin Feng reaches the 8th level, he can enter the world of elves. With the official status of Tianlong Kingdom, Qin Feng also represents the official status of Tianlong Kingdom. You can establish a good relationship with the elves first, and then Tianlong Kingdom will also form an alliance with the elves. This is very simple calculation. As for the other person, what about Xiao Yu? The hidden professional dragon master is guarded by a fairy dragon. Being able to destroy the remnant soul of the demon lord in an unknown way is even more mysterious than Qin Feng. Ye Mingfei heard the words, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes, and said, Xiao Yu has joined the Blood Fang Guild, and he is Ji Binglan's son. Ji Binglan. As soon as these words came out, the bodies of all the people sitting around were slightly shaken. It seems that this name has a strange magic power. On the man's face, there was complexity and nostalgia. On the woman's face, there was silence and regret. Ji Binglan, it turns out that so much time has passed. Seal up all the news, and the parties involved in this matter must also deal with it. As for the disposal plan of this ancient battlefield, it will be taken over by the military for the time being. Whether it is development or storage, we will wait for the notification from above. Zhong Long seemed to recall something, and his expression was a little complicated. After arranging some things, I left. Ye Mingfei was also silent for a while, before continuing, Ru Yun, you control the assassin group. Tell me about the information you have collected. Huaru Yun, the leader of the Tianyuan assassin group, is a 7th level shadow dancer. After the appearance of the ancient battlefield, the forces of the demons have already begun to mobilize. We have already swept out some of the demon spies lurking in Tianyuan city. This battlefield is related to the ancient demon king. I'm afraid the demons will not let it go. I suspect there will be bigger moves in the future. Ye Mingfei nodded when he heard the words, and said, the master of the demon clan, Moshi, has been sealed, and the demon clan has been looking for a way to unseal it. This time, they will definitely do something. Huaru Yun said, I understand this. Another thing, the situation between us and the Memiac Empire is getting, more and more tense. After the new leader of the Mamiak Empire came to power, he began to recruit a lot of troops. I'm afraid. Moreover, Fuji country has also taken refuge in Mamiyak, and recently discovered many spies from Fuji country. War never comes from outside. A cold light rose in Yaming Fi's eyes. The Mamiak Empire belongs to the superpower of the Western continent. Like Tianlong Kingdom, it belongs to the superpower of this world. Now that the alien race has become lurking, without external dangers, human ambitions will also begin to overflow. The whole world is like a big cake. But if there are more people eating, there will be less food in the mouth. There is always someone who wants to have a piece of the cake all to himself. Yaming Fi said firmly, there are some things that are not allowed to retreat. Ruyun, you know what to do. I see. A smile formed at the corner of Hua Ruyun's mouth. Just like the cold dew on the roses that bloom in the dark night, people can see it in their eyes and feel cold in their hearts. Being targeted by an assassin, there will be no peace. In Tianyuan City, a bloody storm is about to be set off again because of this. All the military generals had solemn faces on their faces. It is the mission of the soldiers to block all factors that threaten stability. A blink of an eye. It's the day of Tianyuan Academy's assessment. Qin Feng got up early in the morning. After packing up, he came to Liaoyu district through the teleportation array. The entire Tianyuan city is divided into 9 districts. Among them, the college area is the area where many universities and colleges are located. But Tianyuan College is quite special, occupying an area alone. The area where Tianyuan Academy is located was named Liaoyu district in memory of the founder of Tianyuan Academy. It covers a very large area, in the north of Tianyuan City. At 7 o'clock, Qin Feng had already arrived outside Tianyuan College. There are so many people today. He thought he came quite early, but he didn't expect that there were many people earlier than him. Outside Tianyuan College, a large crowd has gathered bustlingly. There are students who come to take the exam, parents who come to accompany, and some people who come to join in the fun. The entrance of the college was completely surrounded. However, Tianyuan Academy occupies a very large area, and there are many entrances into it. Students, please enter the venue in an orderly manner. Accompanying persons, please wait outside the academy. Quiet, quiet. At the gate of Tianyuan College, there are teams of security personnel guarding. After approaching the 30-meter wide gate, there is a wider world. Qin Feng entered the academy, followed the flow of people, and came to a huge square. There is a huge loudspeaker on it, and it is actually blessed with the ability to enhance sound effects. Quiet. Standing on the stage was a female teacher with long silver hair and wearing the teacher's uniform of Tianyuan College. The crisp voice instantly suppressed the noisy noise. All eyes were attracted by the teacher's voice. Wow, this teacher is really beautiful. Are all the teachers of Tianyuan Academy of such high quality? I don't know if this teacher has a boyfriend. I have an idea. Your thoughts? The teacher has 100 ways to make you regret it. The students in the audience have all become professionals. After seeing the face of the female teacher on the stage, they all became excited. I couldn't help but be shocked by the teacher's beauty. The female teacher on the stage did not expect that what she said just now had the opposite effect. Quiet. After tidying up the voice, this time she used the skill of spiritual suggestion. She didn't believe it anymore, she couldn't cure a group of little guys. Although, being praised is a very happy thing for her. Hey? Is this a mind intervention skill? It's really rare. Qin Feng learned from textbooks that mage professions are divided into different professions according to their own elements, such as wind mage, gold mage, fire mage, and so on. Except for elemental professional mages such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. There are other, non-elemental class mages. For example, mages of the space system, mages of the necromancy system, and mages of mind manipulation. The teacher on the stage is a rare mind-manipulating mage. Rely on super strong mental strength to display skills and realize inner hints to people. Even more terrifying, it can strike and destroy a person's spirit. Make people directly become mentally disordered lunatics, or brain dead. Qin Feng opened the professional imprint and took a look at his status. Mind hint: under the influence of this skill, your mental activity will decrease, and you will involuntarily quiet down. If you are in the middle of a battle, your fighting spirit will be greatly reduced. This skill is interesting. Qin Feng used the Eye of Reality to check the teacher's ability. Anya Su. Character level, level 60. Character occupation, Psychic Dominator. Professional level, Tier 6 Red Robe Mage. Character attributes: Strength, 2154, Physical Strength, 1958, Spirit, 12548, Agility, 2541. Character skills: 6th level and below Mind Domination skills, 3rd level and below Elemental Magic skills, Spiritual Mentor, Mind Domination, Mind Suggestion, Spiritual Inspiration, Human Body Manipulation, Mind Reading, Consciousness Diffusion, Mental Restraint, Anti-Consciousness Manipulation. Hidden attributes: Initial luck value 7 points, Charisma value 14 points. Point 1. Hint: the current target gap is too large, and there is currently no contract position, so it is impossible to contract. This teacher actually has the strength of the 6th level. Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Is a random teacher from Tianyuan Academy so fierce? It can be seen that this mind master is an extreme profession. With such a high mental attribute, the impact of skills is extremely strong. Even if the teacher only used part of his power. For these first-order students who hardly exceed level 20, they are also unable to resist. Among the crowd, almost everyone is affected by this skill. Only a few people noticed that the teacher on the stage had displayed his skills. Except for Qin Feng, there are a few people who were not affected. At the edge, a boy with silver-white hair frowned slightly. Spiritual intervention skills: are all the teachers in this academy so powerful? It seems that I have to be more careful. Maybe, what I want is really in this academy. He couldn't help being more cautious. He wrapped the blue and white magic robe around his body a little tighter. The other side. A young man with scarlet eyes, with an indifferent expression on his face. It looks very cold. Psychic skills? It seems that I am right. Tianyuan College. Leaving the imperial capital and coming here, I hope you won't let me down. There was a light of expectation in his eyes. Among the crowd, a cute and innocent girl blinked at the stage. The big hazy eyes looked very innocent. Not affected at all. And Xiao Yu, who was relatively far away from Qin Feng, also withstood this skill, and looked at the female teacher on the stage with amazed eyes. Anya, the female teacher on the stage, seemed very satisfied with the quiet scene now. This was the first lesson she taught the students. Everyone is a student who came to take the college entrance examination, so I believe you know something about Tianyuan College. The vast majority of you are this year's awakening students, and some of you are re-examinees who failed the exam last year. Tianyuan Academy, I am very happy that you can come to sign up. However, according to this year's rules, as in previous years, the number of admission places for Tianyuan College is limited. I hope that those of you who didn't pass the exam will not be discouraged. As long as you work hard to improve your career, you can achieve your own achievements no matter where you are. The students in the audience whispered when they heard these words. But the sound is also very small. Qin Feng only heard the words of some people around him. Some are cheering themselves up. Some are pessimistic, thinking that they will not pass the exam, and what school they plan to go to later. After all, there are a total of 187 university schools and colleges of different grades in Qingyuan City. Even if you can't get into Tianyuan College, there are still other schools to choose from. Enrollment is also very simple. Just take the assessment results of Tianyuan College and go to other schools to enroll. Because the test scores of Tianyuan College are recognized by all schools. There are also some who don't want to read. Those who live professionally just want to find something to do. As a combat profession, I think that if I can't do it, I will join the mercenary group. In this era, everyone needs to be clearer about their plans. At this time, Suanya's tone became a little more serious, and she continued, there are more than 1.63 million awakened candidates who applied for the exam this year. Hearing this number, there was some commotion in the crowd for a while. Even Qin Feng was a little shocked, there are really too many people applying for Tianyuan College. According to the enrollment requirements, Tianyuan College will enroll 100,000 students this year, of which 3,000 students have passed the school recruitment, and the remaining places will be selected among you. Suanya smiled, and lifted the spiritual influence that she had used before. The students didn't notice it either, they just became noisy all of a sudden. However, amidst the noise, it was extremely depressing. However, the base of all the students was shocked. Chapter 75. What? This is too strict, I feel like I won't pass the exam. Tianyuan College is really famous for its strictness, even scarier than Tianlong Imperial University. That's for sure. Tianlong Imperial Capital University is an aristocratic college. The people in it may not have the strength, but they must have money and background. I must be admitted to Tianyuan Academy. Suanya's words were like a needle stuck in the ball. Discourages a lot of people. More than 1.63 million people applied for the exam. But the number of places that can be admitted is less than 100,000. This terrifying elimination rate made the students in the square feel panic. Some people who didn't have self-confidence in the first place lost their spirits and thought that they would not pass the exam. It's almost like a deflated balloon. There are also some people who have confidence in themselves and keep cheering themselves up. For this, Qin Feng smiled slightly. After the college entrance examination, this is not a big problem. That's called the real thousands of troops crossing the single plank bridge. This kind of pressure from the students was exactly what Suanya wanted. If even in this situation, it is impossible to maintain a calm and good attitude, then naturally there is no need to enroll in Tianyuan College. Okay, next is the exam time. Take the registration form when you signed up, and take the theoretical written test in the central square of the college. The exam time starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. It will last 7 hours. The specific rules are clearly written on your registration form. If you haven't seen it yet, I suggest you read it. Now, please enter in an orderly manner. Seeing the teacher on the stage leave, the students below all began to complain. 7 hours of written exams, is this trying to starve us to death? No, I have to go and order breakfast first. Brother, are you crazy? You know how far the central square is from here, and have breakfast. Forget it, I feel that I must not pass the exam, so don't waste time. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, but Qin Feng had a lot of fun. Next to him, there is a candidate from last year. Anxiety is spreading. The written test of Tianyuan College is simply beyond human ability. After you see the topic, you will know how hot your studies are. The fresh graduates around were sweating on their foreheads, and said, "Is it really as difficult as you said?" "No, how do you know, you passed the exam?" The re-examinee was quite confident, and said, "That's right, I passed the exam last year, and I was in the top 10 of Minjiu High School. As a result, I couldn't even get into Huawei College. I come this year, so I must pass the exam." Someone wondered, "Your level and strength should not be bad, why do you still insist on being admitted to Tianyuan College?" The re-examinee shook his head and said, you don't understand. Tianyuan College has all kinds of knowledge and skills for you to learn. Massive skill books, various predecessors' experience, and a comprehensive teaching system. It can be said that if you can graduate from Tianyuan Academy, your future can also reach the 5th level. In short, you will know when you pass the exam. These words shocked the people around. I haven't experienced the polishing of society, and I don't understand how valuable it is to enroll in Tianyuan College. Many people only signed up because of Tianyuan College's great reputation. My God, you didn't pass the exam with such good grades before, what should I do now? A top student from a small city is scratching his head anxiously. However, you don't need to be discouraged. Tianyuan College's assessment is divided into 2 parts. The first is the theoretical written test, and the second is professional practice. Admission is a comprehensive consideration. If you are good enough in one aspect, it is not impossible. After the re-examinee finished speaking, he ran towards the central square with ease. The students around also hurriedly followed. In fact, there are 3.4 billion people in the entire Tianlong Kingdom. There are more than 1 million people who want to apply for Tianyuan College. However, most people have self-knowledge, and instead of trying that illusory opportunity, it is better to apply for other schools. Most of the people who come here from all over the country are extremely outstanding students. Only those who have a little confidence in themselves dare to come to Tianyuan Academy. However, among these excellent students, only 100,000 people can be admitted, which shows how difficult it is. Qin Feng came to the central square, followed the instructions on the registration form, and found his own seat. Said to be the central square. But this square is huge and boundless, with hundreds of thousands of people, it is not too crowded. A total of more than 1 million people, the written test lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the professional combat assessment will begin. The entire central square was unexpectedly arranged with a large formation. Cloud and rain weather array. Introduction. By manipulating the surrounding meteorological elements, we can eliminate or weaken the rain, scorching sun, and storm that may have existed, and change the environment within the range of the formation to the most suitable environment. It requires several formation masters to match the grid system elemental mages can only arrange. This formation is quite interesting. Because there is no shelter in the square, only densely packed tables and chairs. That's why such a large formation was set up to control the surrounding weather. Qin Feng immediately thought that if this formation was applied to war, it would be equally terrifying. You can transform the surrounding environment into what you want. That means that certain single elements can be gathered to form a suitable battlefield. For example, in an environment full of fire elements, the power of a fire mage's skills will increase accordingly. This formation is also applicable in war. It's not yet time for the exam, so Qin Feng took out the food he had prepared before and ate it. People gradually came from all around, and they all started chatting without saying a word. Qin Feng. Just after eating, Qin Feng suddenly heard Lin Kexan's voice. Looking up, Lin Kexan was waving at him on the 2 rows of seats not far away. When Lin Kexan saw Qin Feng, his heart was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, among so many people, he could also meet Qin Feng. She and Qin Feng are indeed a match made in heaven. Damn it, Qin Feng is really haunted. How can I meet him here? And next to him, Xiao Yu was looking at Qin Feng with a displeased face. But when he changed his mind, Xiao Yu had another idea in his mind, this time it happened to hit Qin Feng. The theory test is completely his strong point. Qin Feng smiled and said, "What a coincidence, you are here too." He didn't expect that Lin Kexan and Xiao Yu would also meet here. What? Suddenly, a person came to the position next to Xiao Yu. It was a young man with a little scarlet eyes and an indifferent expression on his face. It looks very cold. The temperament on that body makes people can't help but want to pay attention. Is it so cold and arrogant? Qin Feng took a look at the other party, and felt that the other party seemed to be a bit complicated. Directly used the eye of reality to check the other party's information. Jiwushuan. Character level, level 20. Character occupation, Dragon Blood Warrior. Professional level, Tier 2 Bronze Warrior. Character attributes, Strength, 454, Stamina, 345, Spirit, 125, Agility, 241. Character skills, Dragon Blood Battle Spirit, Angry Dragon Beheading, Empty Step, Shock Step, Armor Piercing Gun, Dragon Blood Counterflow. Hidden attribute, initial luck value is 9 points, charisma value is 12 points. Jiwushuan. Qin Feng thought for a while, as if he had never heard of this name before. But people are so good at listening, they are actually second-tier professionals. Instead, it hides professional Dragon Blood Warriors. Xiao Yu also followed Qin Feng's gaze and discovered the existence of Jiwushuan. Coincidentally, Jiwushuan also happened to look at him. The moment the eyes of the two sides intersected, there was a feeling in both. Master. Strong enemy. Xiao Yu's eyes became serious. The aura of this guy in front of him was almost the same as his. That is, the breath of the dragon. This person is also a hidden profession of the dragon family. Jiwushuan took a deep look at Xiao Yu with her scarlet eyes, and then sat quietly in her seat. Xiao Yu secretly said in his heart that the people who came to Tianyuan College were indeed Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. So soon, he met his opponent. It seems that I am afraid that I will not be lonely in the future. Lin Kexin was lying on the table, looking sideways at Qin Feng, all her thoughts were on him. I thought to myself, if only I could sit beside Qin Feng. I don't know what I thought of, and a blush appeared on my face. My heart is like a thumping deer. The palm of the hand holding the pen was a little sweaty. Qin Feng just remembered the name Jiwushuan, so he stopped paying attention. After all, the opponent's lucky value didn't even reach 10, which was not within his contract goal. After entering the school, he walked all the way, looking for targets worthy of the contract. Such a pity. After searching for a long time, I only saw a person with a lucky value of 11 at the highest, and he couldn't meet his requirements at all. Don't be in a hurry, just find me slowly. Student, here is your test paper. Qin Feng lowered his head in thought, when suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. It was the invigilator who came, or someone he knew well, Suanya, who he saw outside before. The appearance of Suanya made the eyes of the students all around focus on her. After all, the temptation of a beautiful teacher is still great. So much. Even though Qin Feng had prepared himself before, he was surprised by this question. On the table, there were 15 rolls of paper, probably with hundreds of questions, and he was in a bit of pain looking at them. No wonder it lasts 7 hours. So many people may not finish it in 7 hours. After distributing the rolls, Suanya said, "You should all know the rules of the exam, it's best not to cheat, the teachers here are all high-level professionals. Congratulations if you don't get caught. If you get caught, you face a nationwide ban. Now you can look at the test paper first." Qin Feng flipped through the test paper while listening to Suanya's voice. It's all subconscious actions. Check the difficulty of the test paper first, and analyze which questions need to be given up. After reading the test paper, many people exclaimed and wailed. Did you make a mistake? The first question is so difficult. What kind of monster is the white plum blossom snake? I don't seem to have the slightest impression. Oh my god, which pervert is the one who created this question? Right? Why is there still content about chefs and blacksmiths? Qin Feng looked back to the first question. White plum snake, because there are plum blossoms on the scales, the whole body is white, and its toxicity is quite terrible. Question 1. What are the initial symptoms after being infected with the white plum blossom snake venom? Question 2. What are the stages of the onset of white plum blossom snake venom? Question 3. What are the specific stages of snake venom attack? Question 4. How many specific detoxification methods are there for snake venom? After reading the title, Qin Feng frowned. The difficulty of this question lies in the special degree of the white plum blossom snake. The venom of the white plum blossom snake cannot be treated with ordinary antidote at all. Even high-level professionals will die if they are not rescued in time after being poisoned. It is a very special monster. This topic was not difficult for him, and he quickly remembered the information about the white plum blossom snake. Sitting at the front, there were several invigilators, and Xiao was one of them. After 5 minutes, Xiao said, "Let me repeat here, the exam time is 7 hours, if you need to go to the bathroom in the middle, you must report first, and a teacher will take you there. But I believe that you will not waste this time. I would like to emphasize the issue of cheating. Besides our examiner, there are more than 10,000 teachers patrolling the examination room. It is best for everyone to dispel the idea of muddling through. Tianyuan College can almost be said to be the symbol college of Tianlong Kingdom. The faculty is extremely powerful. It can be seen just from the fact that Xiao, the teacher, has a 6th level strength. It is not a problem at all to transfer a group of teachers to invigilate the exam." After Xiao finished emphasizing, another middle-aged male teacher stood up and continued, "I believe you have all read the first question. Let me explain it now, students pay attention." The teacher's words made the students in the examination room a little confused. How good is this teacher? When the male teacher spoke, he also used the technique of voice amplification. White plum snake, because there are plum blossoms on the scales, the whole body is snow white, and the toxicity is quite terrible. What are the initial symptoms after poisoning? It is divided into several stages. What are the specific characteristics of the stages? What? How many specific detoxification methods are there? First question, after being infected with the white plum blossom snake venom, you will have a strong sense of excitement, accompanied by severe hallucinations. Second question, the poison of the white plum blossom snake can be divided into 3 stages. Third question, the first stage, the normal stage, 1 hour after poisoning, there will be a strong sense of excitement, accompanied by strong hallucinations, and 1 hour later, it will recover and, like ordinary people, snake venom enters the incubation period. The second stage, muscle atrophy stage, 1 month after the poisoning, the snake venom begins to attack, the human muscles will gradually start to shrink, the body will become stiff, and accompanied by severe spasms. Symptom. The third stage, the stage of life exhaustion, the poisoned person's whole body muscles will disappear, and finally the whole body muscles will be exhausted, and he can't even breathe until he dies. For specific detoxification method, the first stage after poisoning, Solution 1, use the fruit of the blue light tree mixed with the rhizome of the purple shadow flower to boil and take it to detoxify the snake. Solution 2. The second stage after poisoning, Solution 1, use geranium water and blood coral to grind it into powder and take it directly. Taking it continuously for more than a week can detoxify the snake. Solution 2. The third stage after poisoning, there is no cure. Looking at the invigilator who is familiar with the road, the candidates in the examination room all opened their mouths. What I heard was a burst of dizziness. Many people who knew the white plum blossom snake were a little dumbfounded. After different stage features, different detoxification methods. Moreover, there are many detoxification methods corresponding to each poisoning stage, not just one. If it is written like this, these 7 hours are not enough. The male invigilator seemed to be very happy to see the expressions of the students, and said again, "These are simple questions, I believe everyone can solve them. 7 hours is more than enough." These words attracted a group of students' hearts. Where is the simplicity? Do you have any misunderstanding of simplicity? Plenty of time, are you a devil? Crazy, crazy, how could I write this? A group of students almost collapsed. Looking at the test paper, I just feel that this is a bottomless abyss. Chapter 76. Actually, the theoretical assessment rules of Tianyuan Academy are relatively generous. 1 point per question. For example, for the first question, it doesn't matter if you can't answer some of them. The teacher who corrects the paper will give you points according to the questions you answered. The first 3 questions of the first question are fixed answers. And the fourth question of the first question, how many specific detoxification methods are there? According to each poisoning stage, it is divided into different solutions. Moreover, there is more than one way to detoxify. As long as one can be answered, points will be given, and if one more type is answered, one more point will be added. The more you answer, the more points you get. If you can't answer the previous few questions, you can answer a variety of detoxification methods. That would also make up for lost points. After all, the male teacher was considered a good person, and told the candidates the answer to the first question. Okay, all that needs to be said has been said. One last thing, the first place in the Tianyuan Academy assessment this time will get a ghost weapon. It's a reward from the school to everyone. Now, the exam begins. With the ringing of the bell on the bell tower in the central square, the exam officially began. The first reaction of all candidates is not to discuss the rewards of the exam, but to quickly write down the answers that the teacher said just now. It is impossible for one person to be fully proficient in everything. So you need to use your strengths flexibly. To make up for where you might lose points. There are ghost weapon rewards. This is a bit interesting. Qin Feng is different from others, he is more concerned about rewards. I just don't know what kind of ghost weapon it is. Looking in Xiao Yu's direction, Qin Feng had a smile in his eyes. Xiao Yu 760, you have to work hard, you must take the first place in the exam. There is a reward, which must be taken by Xiao Yu, so that he can get the greatest benefit. Then I threw out the thoughts in my mind and looked at the test paper. Tianyuan College is really a place that focuses on practice. After reading the test paper, Qin Feng also had to sigh with emotion that this method is not rigid. Pay more attention to practical application and mastery. Many of the questions on these roles are content that a professional must master. If you don't even know a lot of basic knowledge, going out to explore, practice and upgrade will only cost your life in vain. There are many types of questions on the test paper. Multiple choice questions, true or false questions, answer questions, etc. In the process of doing the questions, many people become scratching their heads, as if desperately trying to remember whether they have done similar types of questions. When encountering a question with multiple answers, if you know it, write the answers you know desperately. Qin Feng has been working on the questions, and there are some things he doesn't know. The coverage of the topic is too wide. Involves mages, warriors, knights, archers, priests, summoners, chef cooking, medical care, equipment production, refining medicine collection. Covers almost all professional disciplines. Subdivided further, each discipline includes combat skills, tactical psychology, spell casting skills, production skills, and so on. It also includes weapon science, equipment science, warcraft science, history, and other content. No matter how big or small, every aspect. Qin Feng couldn't help wondering whether the content of this test paper included all the subjects in this world. This is also the uniqueness of Tianyuan Academy. The teaching tenet of Tianyuan College is to treat all students equally. Professionals, regardless of combat occupation or life occupation. As long as you pass the examination, you can enter Tianyuan College. The wide range of test papers means that everyone has the opportunity, even in life occupations. Xiao Yu looked at the questions on the test paper with confidence in his eyes. Although these questions are difficult, they are not difficult for me. There is everything, and I happen to have learned everything. This time, I must try to get third. Xiao Yu only felt that he was in a good mood. The hard work he had put in before finally paid off today. Xiao Yu, Swiba. As for that guy Qin Feng, he still knows to some extent that although Qin Feng's grades are usually good, they can't compare with him at all. This time, Qin Feng was attacked by the bandit Wolf. Xiao Yu's heart surged with a sense of war, and he wrote like a spirit, writing quickly. Qin Feng didn't care about the surrounding situation at all, and just chose the questions he knew to do. No, just skip it. He never worried about entering Tianyuan Academy. The written test is only part of it, followed by combat practice. As for Ji Wushuan on the other side, she also had an indifferent face, unable to see the slightest expression. It seems that they are not bothered by the difficulty of these questions at all. Perhaps for him, these questions are not difficult at all. When concentrating on one thing, time always flies by. The bell of the bell tower rang again, and the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Feng answered the questions in a jumpy manner, finishing more than half of the questions. Stretched and ready to hand in the paper. But he saw that someone had already left his seat and put the test paper in front of the invigilator. Ji Wushuan. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Is this guy so fierce? Not only is it powerful in battle, but also its theoretical knowledge is so good? Or is it the same as him, doing it by dancing? Not only Qin Feng, but all the candidates around were shocked by him. Damn it, what's the origin of this guy? He handed in the papers so long in advance, and he finished them all. It's outrageous, I've only done half of it. Quiet. The invigilator above, the middle-aged male teacher, looked at Ji Wushuan and said, "Are you sure you want to hand in the paper?" Yes. Ji Wushuan nodded, and didn't care about other people's eyes. The expression looked a little cold. The male teacher was not annoyed, but just smiled and said, Ji Wushuan, the #1 genius of Tianlong Emperor Capital, a member of the Ji family, is indeed capable. Although he said that the test paper was simple, it was not simple at all. I flipped through it, and it was really done, not the kind that was perfunctory. Qinyi uncle, you talk too much. Ji Wushuan seems to dislike others mentioning his identity. Upon hearing this, the male teacher shook his head and checked the paper without saying anything. Put it in a sealed bag. You can go now, you are about to get the actual combat assessment 3 days later. Before he finished speaking, a hint of surprise appeared in the male teacher's eyes. Ji Wushuan was a little puzzled, but when she looked back, she found that Xiao Yu was also walking up with the test paper. This guy. There was a trace of concern in his indifferent eyes. Obviously, Xiao Yu aroused his interest. Do you want to hand in the exam too? Xiao Yu glanced at Ji Wushuan, then looked at the male teacher, and said politely, yes, I want to hand in the paper. He could also feel Ji Wushuan's gaze. He really regarded Ji Wushuan as an opponent. Seeing that the teacher had no objection, Xiao Yu put the paper on the table. Looking back at Lin Kexin, seeing the surprise in her eyes, I felt happy for a while. Looking at Qin Feng again, I feel even happier. After saying thank you to the teacher, Xiao Yu left the examination room and waited for Lin Kexin outside. The male teacher picked up the test paper and murmured, Xiao Yu. It looks like you have met your opponent. He looked at Ji Wushuan and said. Xiao Yu. Ji Wushuan read aloud twice silently, did not answer the male teacher's words at all, and left the examination room. Tianyuan No. 3 Middle School, Xiao Yu. He has also finished everything, and it seems that there is still more to write. Suanya picked up Xiao Yu's rolled paper and looked at it, with a hint of surprise on her face. Looking in the direction of Xiao Yu's departure, I was a little stunned. I remembered, Xiao Yu, the dragon master who got the immortal beast dragon. Before Xiao Yu got the dragon, there was a lot of rumors. Xiao Yu is said to be a super academic bully. Seeing it now, it seems to be worthy of the name. Before the school also discussed whether to directly recruit Xiao Yu into Tianyuan College. But by then the time for school recruitment has passed. And some people think that since they have the strength, it is better to be admitted to Tianyuan College. Now Xiao Yu really took part in the examination of Tianyuan College, and appeared in such an excellent way. This can't help but make Xiao feel good. This student is not easy. It is always easier for a teacher to have a good impression of a student who is a top student. Xiao's favorability towards contract partner Xiao Yu plus 5 points. Trigger 10 times favor return, the host will get 50 favor points from Xiao. Xiao's favorability towards you plus 50, the current favorability is 50 points. Qin Feng was still watching the play with relish, when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Hey? Does this generate favorability? He was surprised. Xiao Yu is really popular. But this is not surprising, after all, Xiao Yu is a top student, but also a hidden job. Coupled with this action of handing in the paper in advance, it is difficult not to attract the teacher's attention. He's been through it before. The teacher's preference for high-achieving students is not comparable to ordinary people. No, he had to add a little more pressure to Xiao Yu. Now Xiao Yu is still not working hard enough. The main reason is that among the test takers this time, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the water is too deep. Even Xiao Yu, who is a super academic master, was not the first to hand in the paper. That Ji Wushuan, who didn't know why, was so violently messed up. Qin Feng also didn't hear what the teacher above said, otherwise he would have known the information about Ji Wushuan. After tidying up the rolls of paper, Qin Feng turned his head and looked in Lin Kexan's direction. But found that Lin Kexan was looking at him. Curved eyebrows, slim and beautiful figure. Those crystal clear eyes, small and delicate lips. People can't help but want to taste the tempting taste. Lin Kexan didn't expect Qin Feng to turn his head suddenly, his cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly there was a feeling in my heart that I was caught peeping. She saw Qin Feng's lips moving, and could read those lips. Quickly do the questions, I'll wait for you outside, let's go have a big meal. Lin Kexan was taken aback, and a burst of sweetness rose in her heart. Does this count as Qin Feng's first date with her? And it was Qin Feng who took the initiative to invite her, so she felt even happier. At this point, Lin Kexan hurriedly brought the test paper. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked around the examination room. All the candidates were hard at work, and some were even sweating profusely. That face! Looking anxious, it was more difficult than fighting. Seeing this, Qin Feng directly chose, stood up, and handed in the paper. This act attracted the attention of many students. Damn it, is this guy finished too? Crazy, why are they so fast? Broken mind. The students around me felt that their mentality had collapsed. Why are there so many perverts in their examination room? It's really outrageous. Originally, I just recovered from the shock of Ji Wushuan and Xiao Yu. Already tortured, he was dying to see Qin Feng again. The mentality exploded instantly. Some people just thought of the idea of doing the question, but they were messed up like this, and their minds became muddled. Looking back, what the hell, how did you solve this problem? Speaking of which, Qin Feng was considered kind. Did not use the set of previous exams. In the past, the lore skills that were necessary for the college entrance examination were once circulated in the examination room. The sound of turning over the test paper must be loud enough that everyone in the test room can hear it. The action must be fast, so that they doubt their lives. Halfway through the problem, I slapped my thigh and shouted, it turned out to be the original problem. After writing the question, it is too simple to shout. Put the pen down heavily, and then start to drink water wantonly, the sound of 5.5 should be louder. In the last 30 minutes, I started to shake my legs. Look at the people who are writing hard, let out a long sigh, hand in the paper and leave. It is not necessary to go to a good university, but the 13 must be in place. After thinking about it, it is better to be more restrained. Qin Feng also did not use this set of must-kill skills. Otherwise, all the candidates in the examination room like him might be wiped out. The action of Qin Feng handing in the paper also caught the attention of the invigilator above. Xiao Yu looked at Qin Feng who was walking up, and felt a strange feeling in her heart. It's a different feeling. She has never had such a feeling in all these years. But she didn't think too much about it. After all, Qin Feng was really handsome, and he was so attractive. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Student, do you want to hand in the test in advance?" "Yes." Qin Feng directly put the rolled paper on the table, and smiled at Xiao Yu. I have to say that Xiao Yu's looks are really pretty. He still has the unique temperament of being a teacher, so it's hard not to make people look sideways. Before Xiao Yu could say anything more, Qin Feng turned around and left the examination room. "Why are you walking so fast?" Xiao Yu murmured softly, feeling a little bit lost in her heart. After reading Qin Feng's roll paper, nearly 1/3 of the questions are still empty. Hey, he is quite handsome, how can he do such a sensational thing? Qin Feng. Xiao Yu shook her head, sealed the roll of paper, looked at the place where Qin Feng left, and became a little dazed. I read it silently twice in my heart, and remembered the name in my heart. Chapter 77. After all, there are only a few people who hand in the papers in advance. After all, no one knows how to joke about their own future. Many candidates are still struggling with their pens. It's just that there is only a little time left, and some students can't finish writing at all. Qin Feng walked out of the examination room and saw Xiao Yu standing beside a stone fountain. "Yo, Xiao Yu, are you still waiting?" "Humph, Qin Feng, did you hand in the paper so early?" Xiao Yu was a little surprised when he saw Qin Feng. How could he hand in the paper so early? But on second thought, it must be Qin Feng's grandstanding. I feel very disdainful towards Qin Feng's showy behavior. He is capable, completely finished, rolls of film. Qin Feng, surely you haven't finished yet. If you hand in the paper so early and fail the exam, you will regret it. Wrong. If Qin Feng didn't get into Tianyuan College, he should be even happier. This means that he will never see this annoying guy Qin Feng again. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Qin Feng with a trace of pity and joy. If you can't pass the exam, it doesn't exist. Qin Feng lazily said, "Why are you still waiting here? You can't be waiting for Kexin." "Xiao Yu, go back. I've already made an appointment with Kexin, we will have dinner together later." "Qin Feng, you." Xiao Yu looked at Qin Feng's provocative eyes with a proud look. I can't wait to smash his little boy face with a punch. What he was most worried about still happened. After Qin Feng changed his profession and became a hidden profession, he would definitely have thoughts about Lin Kexin. Before he was a hidden profession, Qin Feng was just an ordinary profession, the gap between them was too big. It can also hold Qin Feng down. But now, everyone is hiding their jobs, but Qin Feng is still handsome. All of a sudden his advantage was gone. Except for the dragon, his grades are a little better, and it seems that he can't compare with Qin Feng anywhere. No, I absolutely cannot let Kexin fall into Qin Feng's trap. Xiao Yu thought so in his heart, and immediately said, "Qin Feng, don't think that if you change jobs and become a hidden job, you will have the capital to pursue Kexin. You are not worthy of Kexin in terms of grades or strength. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Let's compare. Who can win the first place in Tianyuan College's double subjects this time? Whoever fails, will leave Kexin forever." 01 He is confident in his heart, has this strength, and won the first place in both subjects. As for Qin Feng, if he handed in the papers so early, he must have failed the theory test. As for the actual combat assessment, although Qin Feng has become a hidden profession. But in such a short time, it is impossible to fully grasp and display the corresponding strength. On the other hand, he now has the strength to single out immortal beasts. The snowstorm dragon has awakened, and he can use his fusion skills at any time. He didn't believe that Tianyuan Academy's assessment was so perverted. Could there still be immortal beasts? No matter how you calculate it, he is sure to win. Challenge. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Yu, are you stupid in reading? Why should I accept your challenge? Accept your challenge, I may lose. But if you don't accept it, I will definitely not lose. Kexin is not the same as mine. Xiao Yu, you'd better accept your fate, Kexin is destined to be mine. Challenge, something for kids. There was no mercy in what Qin Feng said. Like a sharp needle, pierced into Xiao Yu's heart. That contemptuous attitude and disdainful tone made Xiao Yu cry in his heart. It was as if he saw Qin Feng laughing triumphantly and hugging his favorite Kxin. Qin Feng, I will definitely defeat you, I will definitely. I will never let Kexin fall into your clutches. Xiao Yu has already regarded Qin Feng as an object that must be defeated. He must thoroughly prove himself and improve himself faster. Make yourself a strong person, let Qin Feng recognize the gap between them. Let his beloved Kexin recognize Qin Feng's true face. As everyone knows, this is what Qin Feng wanted. The more Xiao Yu broke out, the more he improved himself, the happier he was. This kind of youth is just the time to be impulsive for love, and it is not too simple to exert pressure. How do you feel? I'm getting worse and worse. Qin Feng suddenly felt that he seemed to have thrown away the knight's honor and honesty. Now it has become extremely greedy and shameless. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, a voice rang in the ears of the two of them. Qin Feng turned his head to look, and a little girl appeared in front of his eyes. A cute and innocent girl blinked at the two of them, seeming to be curious about what they were doing. The big hazy eyes looked very innocent. The young figure is like a budding flower bud. Young and astringent, yet tender and graceful. If she grows up in the future, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. Xiao Yu seemed a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there was such a little girl who also handed in the test in advance. Looking really young, he even wondered, is the girl in front of her really 18 years old? Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, the little girl looked towards him. Hey? I seem to remember you, is your name Xiao Yu? You are a hidden professional dragon master, do you have a dragon? May I take a look? The little girl seemed innocent and curious, and her crisp voice was very direct. Xiao Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, You know me. He didn't remember at all that he knew such a cute little girl. The little girl nodded and said, Yes, I have seen your photos and information in father's study. Can I see your dragon? Xiao Yu does not know who the little girl's father is. And, in the school, will pets be allowed to be summoned? Xiao Yu hesitated and said, Now we are in Tianyuan Academy, is it not good for me to summon the dragon? If it's in the wild, it's nothing. Anyway, there is nothing to look at. He is still very happy to satisfy a little girl's curiosity. This one? Simple. Different illusory barrier. The little girl smiled slightly, took out a staff, chanted a spell, and cast a skill. However, nothing happened at the scene. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, and said, Little girl, what are you? This is a space enchantment. Qin Feng keenly sensed a wave of space power. After he mastered the space teleportation skill, his body became more sensitive to space power. Hey? This big brother actually knows. It's Qin Feng's big brother. Big brother is so handsome, really good looking, even better than in the photo. The little girl looked at Qin Feng and was surprised that someone knew it was space magic. But looking at Qin Feng's handsome appearance, she recognized him immediately. Qin Feng was also taken aback, this is interesting, even he knows this little girl. The eye of truth. Look at the other party's information first. If the lucky value is extremely high, wouldn't it be to find a target that can be contracted? Zhongwen Wen. Character level, level 20. Character occupation, Space Mage. Professional level, First Order Trainee Mage. Character attributes, Strength, 112, Physical Strength, 134, Spirit, 384, Agility, 98. Character skills, First Order Space Skills, Different Illusory Enchantment, Space Invisibility, Small Broken Air Blade, Space Solidification, Space Phantom. Hidden Attribute, Initial Luck value is 11 points, Charisma value is 13 points. Space Mage is really a rare profession. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. After seeing so many people, it was the first time he saw the profession of Space Mage. If it can grow up, it will definitely have a bright future. Anything that can be related to things like space and time is very powerful. He was becoming more and more curious about the background of this little girl. Actually know him and Xiao Yu at the same time. What's so great about being handsome, but it can't be eaten as a meal? When Xiao Yu heard the little girl's praise of Qin Feng, he felt very upset. There was even a sense of frustration in my heart. It seemed that as long as he was in the same place with Qin Feng, he would never feel bad. It feels like Qin Feng has been stealing all the limelight. I feel like I've been living in the shadow of Qin Feng. Xiao Yu didn't want to be compared by Qin Feng. He said, "Little sister, don't you want to see the dragon? I'll summon it to show you now." Yet, the little girl was pure-minded, and said as if showing off, "I have cast the space barrier, which is a space visual barrier. People outside can't see inside, but people inside can see outside. So you can call with confidence, don't worry." So smart. Xiao Yu didn't know that the little girl in front of her was a space mage. I just think that this skill is very effective. Without hesitation, he directly summoned the snowflake storm dragon. Roar! It seems that after staying in the pet space for too long, the snowstorm dragon that came out seemed a little more excited. The silence before made it very uncomfortable for its power to be silent. After circling twice in the air, it landed next to Xiao Yu. That huge faucet wanted to dawdle and have fun by Xiao Yu's side. "Xiao, don't make trouble." Xiao Yu smiled and patted the dragon's head, saying, "Little sister, this is my dragon. Wow, what a big one, it's completely different from those dragons I saw in the book. Its dragon scales are like pieces of snowflakes and raindrops, flying up as if it was raining and snowing." The little girl spread her arms wide open, as if she was gesticulating. "How big is this dragon's body?" After being praised by the little girl, Xiao Yu became very happy in his heart. He even glanced at Qin Feng proudly. Zhongwen Wen's favorability towards contract partner Xiao Yu plus 6 points. Trigger 12 times favor return, the host gets Zhong Tuanchuan's 72 favor points. Zhongwen Wen's favorability towards you is plus 72, and the current favorability is 82 points. Dojaj. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Yu's proud eyes and smiled directly. "Our charm is high, the basic favorability is high, plus the favorability returned, what do you compare it to? Little sister, who is your father?" Qin Feng's voice instantly attracted the little girl's attention. The little girl looked at Qin Feng and felt that this big brother was even more handsome. That handsome and unrestrained temperament made her like it very much. "My name is Zhongwen Wen, and my father is the mayor of Tianyuan City." Delicate. The voice is like a cute elf in the forest, untouched by the dust of the world. After answering Qin Feng's question, he seemed very happy, looking forward to getting a reward. Although her father confessed and did not allow her identity to be revealed, she trusted Qin Feng in her heart. "What? Your father is the mayor of Tianyuan City?" Hearing Zhongwen Wen's words, Qin Feng and Xiao Yu were a little stunned. I didn't expect that this little girl had such a big background. Yes, what's the problem? Zhong Wenwen blinked her lovely eyes, not understanding why they were so surprised. She is well protected and curious about the outside world. Many things are very simple. Like a carefree elf. Boom boom boom. The bell of the bell tower came from a distance, and I glanced at the time, and the exam was over. Wenwen, you should revoke this space illusion first. Okay, I'm cancelling now. Zhong Wenwen didn't hesitate when she heard Qin Feng's voice. This skill is directly cancelled. In fact, even if Qin Feng didn't say anything, she would cancel it. Displaying spatial skills puts a lot of mental pressure on her. The stronger the space skill, the more demanding the spirit. Xiao Yu also took the snowflake storm dragon back into the pet space, looked into the distance, and waited for Lin Kexin to come out. Qin Feng. Lin Kexin ran over with great difficulty, and waved to Qin Feng from a distance. Xiao Yu rushed up to meet him and said, Kexin. Seeing Xiao Yu, Lin Kexin was surprised and said, Xiao Yu, you haven't gone back yet. Well, Qin Feng and I want to go out with 503, you should go back. After finishing speaking, he walked towards Qin Feng's side. Hugging Qin Feng's arm, her face was flushed, very pretty. Qin Feng, where shall we go for dinner? Her heart is sweet, this is her first official date with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, big brother, are you going out for dinner? Can you take me with you too? Zhong Wenwen's crisp voice sounded, attracting Lin Kexin's attention. What a cute little girl! Qin Feng, who is this little girl? Lin Kexin didn't understand who this little girl was. Qin Feng whispered in Lin Kexin's ear, her name is Zhong Wenwen, and she is the mayor's daughter. Why? The mayor's daughter? There was obvious surprise in Lin Kexin's eyes. She had heard that the mayor had a daughter, but had never seen it in any social occasion. Qin Feng responded with a smile, of course, then Wenwen can go too. It is good. Zhong Wenwen got Qin Feng's consent and smiled sweetly. Following Lin Kexin's example, she stepped forward and took Qin Feng's arm. Hey! How do you let me walk? Qin Feng's left arm is held by Lin Kexin, and his right arm is held by Zhong Wenwen. It's a bit like being carried away by two beauties. Only then did Zhong Wenwen realize that they were a little too intimate. The little face flushed, and shyly let go of Qin Feng's arm. But still tightly leaning on Qin Feng's side. Come on, let's eat. Oh, Xiao Yu, we're going to eat, you go back by yourself. Before leaving, Qin Feng looked at Xiao Yu with a sluggish face, and didn't forget to give him a whip. Looking at the back of Qin Feng taking Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen away, Xiao Yu just felt that the whole world had collapsed. My heart was cracking, and it was broken into several halves. No, no, no. Qin Feng, Why? Xiao Yu is brilliant, and he is a hidden profession, as well as a fairy beast dragon. But why is life and death in front of Qin Feng? Not only Lin Kexin, but even the little sister Zhong Wenwen was taken away by Qin Feng. We've only known each other for a few minutes. Is Qin Feng's charm really that great? Xiao Yu couldn't help touching his face, is it really that bad? This classmate, Isn't this Xiao Yu's classmate? What's wrong with you? You look very sad. Xiao Yu had a look of grief and indignation, wanting to cry without tears, when he suddenly heard a voice coming from his ear. At first glance, it turned out to be the female teacher who invigilated the exam just now. Teacher, I suddenly remembered that there is a question I can't do. I can't do it, it's too difficult. Suanya looked at Xiao Yu with a sad face, and also admired Xiao Yu's studious attitude very much. I can't help but feel a little good in my heart. Chapter 78. Suanya's favorability towards contract partner Xiao Yu plus 10 points. Triggering 12 times favor return, the host gets 120 favor points from Xiao. Xiao's favorability towards you plus 50, the current favorability is 100 points. Xiao's favorability towards you has been raised to the full value of 100 points, and it cannot be raised any further. Qin Feng, who was on the road with Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen, suddenly froze. The prompt sound of this system directly confused him. Xiao Yu, this is doing what? No, Xiao's favorability actually increased again. Qin Feng couldn't figure out how to do it. Forget it, never mind. Talking and laughing with Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen again. A little windy today. On the left is the youthful and elegant Lin Kexin, holding his arm affectionately. On the right is the little beauty Zhong Wenwen, closely following him. The three of them walked together and attracted a lot of attention. Many men stopped and turned their heads, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. He can't wait to replace Qin Feng and become the target of the two beauties. Just being a beautiful woman is enough to make people envious. But Qin Feng still has one big and one small. Crazy. How can I not make other men envious and jealous? Qin Feng naturally noticed the gazes around him, but he completely ignored them. This feeling of being envied by others is wonderful. Lin Kexin snuggled up to Qin Feng, feeling only a sense of happiness in her heart. Sweet, clinging to Qin Feng tightly. There is a delicate blush on the face, which is too beautiful to behold. Zhong Wenwen looked curiously at the crowds and buildings around her. She seldom came out, this time her father asked her to study at Tianyuan Academy, and she felt that everything outside was very novel. Especially, following the big brother Qin Feng, I feel very happy and happy. Qin Feng brought two beauties to a restaurant. Green Leprechaun Restaurant. A luxury restaurant in Lixiang District, Tianyuan City. Dim lights, combined with strange colors that are not dazzling. The atmosphere in the restaurant is very comfortable. Green lace wallpaper with various green plants hanging on the walls. It makes people feel like they are in the wild nature. There are also very docile mud squirrels and goblins who have been trained to become waiters. Actually carrying dishes to the guests in the back and forth. Wow, what a cute dirt squirrel! Zhong Wenwen saw a snow-white soil squirrel passing by, and couldn't help hugging it. With a small hand, he stroked the snow-white hair of Pai Shi squirrel. The squirrel did not resist, and behaved very docilely. Lin Kexin also likes this squirrel very much. Most soil squirrels are grey and brown. White ones are indeed quite rare. Qin Feng consulted Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen for their opinions, and the food was served quickly. Caviar of black sturgeon, steamed clam shellfish, fresh soup of white-horned puffer fish, crab legs of dragon king crab, 2 fruit salads, raw green grass petals, and 3 treehorn steaks. The restaurant also gave a triple grape wine, which was reddish purple and looked like fruit juice. Come on, Kexin, try this soup first. While serving the soup, Qin Feng explained, this white-horned puffer fish is a level 2 monster above level 20. The meat quality is more delicious than other puffer fish. It is a rare ingredient with a very good taste. Nice. Okay, I'll try it. Lin Kexin had a gentle smile on his face, and his heart was full of happiness. As long as it is given by Qin Feng, she is willing to drink it. Even if it is poison, I am afraid that I will drink it willingly. Qin Feng, big brother, I want it too. Seeing this, Zhong Wenwen opened the mouth of the temple. Like a child begging for candy, afraid of being left out by Qin Feng. On this point, Qin Feng is naturally in the rain and dew. The three of them had a pleasant meal. Qin Feng's witty remarks made Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen laugh a lot. The blush and shyness on her face added to her charm. There were quite a few diners in the restaurant, and there were other voices as well. Qin Feng suddenly heard someone talking about dragons. It was the table on his left-hand side, which seemed to be a couple. Jiaping, do you really have a dragon? Then can you become Zhan in the future? Susan, the girl at the next table, was a little excited. Dragons always attract people's interest. Certainly. Xiao Jiaping was very proud and excited, and seemed to enjoy the adoring eyes of his girlfriend. My father has promised me that as long as I can enter Tianyuan Academy, he will prepare a dragon egg of an armored dragon for me. Hey, but I have already been recommended by our school. Wow, you are amazing. But, what kind of dragon is the armored dragon? It sounds like the kind that runs on the ground, isn't it the kind that can fly? Although Susan was very excited, there was some doubt in her tone. Xiao Jiaping shook his head, and said with a smile, the giant dragons that people often talk about refer to dragons with orthodox bloodlines. That kind of dragon is very difficult to obtain. In our entire heavenly dragon kingdom, people with this kind of dragon may not be able to find them. 100. Almost all those who can be protected by the orthodox dragon clan have become famous top masters. For example, Captain Ye of our Tianyuan City Knights has a giant dragon. He is a 7th rank dragon knight. Susan covered her mouth in surprise, and said, is that so? I thought they were all giant dragons flying in the sky. But, it is said that there are dragoons in Tianyuan City, are they also the ones that run on the ground? Xiao Jiaping nodded upon hearing this. His father worked in the Tianyuan official and knew something about this. There are many knights, all of which are sub-dragons, ground dragons, or flying dragons of the sub-dragon family. Not an orthodox dragon clan. If there are really so many orthodox giant dragons, even the heavenly dragon kingdom will rule the world. So that's the case, Jiaping, you really know a lot. After listening to Xiao Jiaping's explanation, Susan finally understood. When you get the dragon egg and hatch it, you must take me to ride it. I've never ridden a dragon. Xiao Jiaping said happily, of course, I will take you with me when the time comes, and everyone will be envious. Hearing this, Qin Feng also retracted his ears. He also thought that someone got the dragon again. It turned out that this has been going on for a long time, and it was a new long. Qin Feng, big brother, do you want this dragon egg too? Zhong Wenwen tilted her head, and said cutely, if you want, I'll go back and find my father to give you some. Recently Uncle Ye said that he wanted to get some dragon cavalry, and he got a lot of dragon eggs from somewhere. Most of them are dragon eggs of blue elites. If you want, I will give you a few. I remember, Qin Feng big brother's occupation is a dragon knight, right? Zhong Wenwen's voice was very clear, but what she said could shock others. Those who don't know will probably think, what kind of family is this? Dragon Egg said to give it away, so he gave it away. Qin Feng felt warm when he heard this, and smiled, Wenwen, I don't need it. Although this kind of earthworm is very powerful in cultivation, it is not suitable for pets. For ordinary professionals, it is a very good choice. However, generally capable people would not choose this kind of pet. It's not that he doesn't have divine beasts, it's just that others don't know. And there is still a dragon egg of the holy snow ice dragon that has not hatched yet. This kind of dragon egg that walks on the ground is useless to him. Zhong Wenwen also laughed and said, what Qin Feng big brother said seems to be the same as what my father said. By the way, Kexan, Wenwen, do you have any contracted pets? Speaking of this, Qin Feng suddenly thought of this question. Lin Kexan shook his head and said, not yet, I'm a priest, and I only have auxiliary abilities. I want to find an attacking or guardian pet, so that I can cooperate better. But it's too bad, and I don't really want it. At least a gold level is required. There are very few gold level pets on the market now, and they are taken away almost as soon as they appear. In the Blood Fang Guild, there are still some gold level pet eggs. But they are all ugly, and she doesn't like them even more. And I've been busy upgrading recently, and preparing for exams. It has been put on hold. In this way, I'll accompany you to the pet market some other day when I'm free, to see if there's anything suitable. Money. Or if I meet a suitable one in the future, I will bring it back to you. Qin Feng also expressed his understanding. Girls like to use beautiful and powerful pets in real life. If there is a suitable one in the future, he doesn't mind getting one for Lin Kexin. Qin Feng, big brother, remember to find me one too. Wenwen doesn't have a contract pet yet. My father said that he would not prepare for me, and let me find a suitable pet by myself. Zhong Wenwen's crisp voice also sounded. When she mentioned this, she felt a little aggrieved. She is a space mage herself, and it is really difficult to find a suitable pet. No idea at all. Hearing this, Qin Feng also smiled and agreed. I have to say that the innocent and lovely Zhong Wenwen is very likable and soft. Of course he is no exception. Lin Kexin looked at Zhong Wenwen, who was sticking to Qin Feng, and felt happiness and pride in her heart. As expected of someone she likes, such an excellent Qin Feng can always attract girls' attention. Leaning softly on Qin Feng's side, her eyes are full of warm tenderness. Chapter 79. 3 days later. The actual combat assessment was also held in the central square. The entire square has changed its appearance, and it is a huge magic light gate. On a high platform, there are many seats, which are the seats of school leaders and big figures from outside. This time, the people who came to the examination room were very quiet. On the same occasion, it is indeed a completely different reaction. On the high platform, the teacher who told the rules was still Xiao Yu. Serious and beautiful appearance, full of teacher's temperament. Xiao Yu said seriously, starting today, Tianyuan College's actual combat assessment, if there are students who lost points in the previous theoretical assessment, they need to work hard during the actual combat assessment. If the professional combat assessment is your strong point, then congratulations, your comprehensive score may also be pulled up, and you will be successfully admitted by the academy. The students all became relatively quiet. There is no need for her to use skills to achieve the effect she wants. Next, let's introduce the actual combat assessment rules. Qin Feng was in the crowd, and he could hear it very clearly. Tianyuan College's professional combat assessment is also very detailed. Combat occupations, life occupations, and enhanced occupations are all different. Combat occupation, there is a special dungeon assessment. It is the huge magic light gates on the square. The dungeon is divided into 5 levels of difficulty: easy level, normal level, difficult level 927, nightmare level, and abyss level. There are 5 levels of difficulty, which can be assessed by a single person or in a team. The number of team members shall not exceed 10. The scoring of the assessment will be automatically scored according to the overall performance after clearing the copy. There are mainly the following aspects: combat skills, judgment ability, cooperation degree, customs clearance time, dungeon difficulty, professional ability. A total of 6 aspects, a comprehensive score. The customs clearance time is up to 1 hour. If you can't pass the customs within 1 hour, the default is the customs clearance failure. In battle, potions and items can be used. It can almost be said that there are no restrictions. As long as it is the means you can use it. Of course, if you rely on props, such as magic skill scrolls, and use them extensively to clear the dungeon, it will also affect the score. After hearing these rules, the combat professionals reacted differently. Some are eager to try and gear up. Some were nervous and fearful. Others find people to form a team and discuss cooperation. Qin Feng took a look, and the surrounding crowd became a little noisy. But he didn't move. Instead, the candidates for the team have already been prepared. They are Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen. 2 people. Lin Kexin is a hidden professional wood spirit priest, who can recover and assist. Zhong Wenwen is a space mage, who can also assist and limit abilities. It is definitely unrealistic for them to clear the dungeon by themselves. Anyway, he didn't intend to take the first place, so he took them directly to the dungeon assessment and it was over. Xiao Yu originally invited Lin Kexin. It's just that Lin Kexin rejected it, saying that he wanted to be with Qin Feng. Amidst Xiao Yu's resentment, he made up his mind to go all out to challenge the highest difficulty. This is just the assessment of combat professions. Living occupations and strengthening occupations are different according to their respective occupations. The method of assessment is also different. For example, chefs are testing their ability to cook ingredients, and they can be distinguished from cooking skills. A pharmacist refines medicine. Blacksmith is forging. The flexible and changeable assessment methods are also one of the characteristics of Tianyuan College. It's not just about cultivating combat professions, the diversified training methods allow more people to get better development. After Suanya finished speaking, she paused and said, "Now you can go to your respective assessment points according to the indicated area above you." Qin Feng looked up and saw a sign with a halo floating in the sky above. It seems to be fixed with some skills. Living area, reinforcement area, battle. The battle assessment area is on the central square. After the candidates in the 4 weeks finished reading, they all began to separate and leave. Candidates for combat professions stayed on the square. Candidates for the combat profession can start to form a team, and after forming a team, go to Area A for assessment. Candidates who challenge alone, please go to Area B for assessment. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the teachers of Tian, Abec, Yuan College. Students form teams. Most of the students are assessed in the form of teams. Only a small number of candidates who are quite confident in their own strength will choose to take the assessment alone. Therefore, the area in Area A of the square is much larger than Area B. Boom boom boom. The bell of the clock tower rang, and the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning, announcing the official start of the assessment. Qin Feng, what difficulty dungeon should we choose? If it's just the 3 of us, why don't we choose an ordinary one? Lin Kexin consulted Qin Feng's opinion. After all, there is only Qin Feng as the main battle class. She is a support, and Zhong Wenwen doesn't look like she is very powerful. If you choose an advanced copy, you may not be able to pass the level smoothly. As for the danger, it is impossible to exist. Because the purpose of Tianyuan Academy's assessment is to select students. Not for murdering students. No one will use the precious number of resurrections here. The assessment of the dungeon, the monsters in it, are all projections. Zhong Wenwen blinked her big eyes with a lovely expression on her face, and said, "Qin Feng big brother, you are a dragon knight, why don't you choose a nightmarish dungeon? Wenwen can also help, and won't be a burden to Qin Feng big brother." As he spoke, he waved his small fist, looking very expectant. Under her father's training, she also experienced a lot of battles, and felt that her fighting skills were not weak at all. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it so much, how about we choose the abyss-level dungeon?" "Hey? Qin Feng! Qin Feng big brother!" As soon as these words came out, Zhong Wenwen and Lin Kexin looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng would be so crazy. Choose an abyss-level copy. Qin Feng smiled, and shared his suit skills while forming a team. Wow! Qin Feng big brother can actually summon fairy beasts. Zhong Wenwen covered her small mouth in surprise, her eyes widened, and she looked very cute in surprise. "I can't help but want to hold it in my arms and take care of it." "Qin Feng, are these the skills of the set of equipment given by Great Elder Yu Yao?" Lin Kexin knew Qin Feng's equipment. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng could directly equip this immortal weapon set. And the set skills are so powerful that they can summon immortal beasts. In this way, the abyss-level dungeon can be played casually. Even if there are fairy beasts, it is not impossible to deal with them. Thinking of this, the 2 women were full of confidence in Qin Feng and completely followed Qin Feng's choice. Now that the assessment has started, some teams have already chosen to enter the dungeon. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and led Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen to a light gate. What difficulty do you want to choose? The invigilator in charge outside the light gate asked. Looking at Qin Feng's team, there were only 3 people, and raised his eyebrows. Chapter 80. When Qin Feng brought Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen forward, it caused quite a stir in an instant. Qin Feng's handsome face, and Lin Kexin's and Zhong Wenwen's beautiful faces, immediately became the focus. The candidates next to him were all shocked. No, what's the background of this buddy, dash? I'm not mistaken, this is Tianyuan Academy's assessment, is there still such a game? Is this the young master of the rich and noble family, who brought his younger sister for an outing? Jealous, I want to join his team too. One big and one small, 2 beauties. Lin Kexin's youthful vitality, Zhong Yunyan's lively and lovely. They all snuggled up to Qin Feng's side, appearing extremely obedient. For a while, Qin Feng became the object of envy and envy of most boys. There are quite a few boys who secretly despise Qin Feng's behavior. She wished she could immediately replace Qin Feng and become the target surrounded by 2 beauties. The girls fell in love with Qin Feng after seeing Qin Feng's handsomeness and might. I want to join Qin Feng's team and stand by his side. The main reason is that Qin Feng is fully armed and equipped today. The appearance of the fairy equipment suit is naturally irrelevant. Mighty and domineering, but also with a light and agile beauty, the patterns on it are extremely dazzling. This was the result of Qin Feng actively restraining the light of his equipment. If it is to release the light of equipment, I am afraid that the whole examination room will be shocked. Facing the teacher's question, Qin Feng said, Teacher, we are going to challenge the difficulty of the abyss level. Abyss level? The teacher's eyes changed, and he looked at Qin Feng again. But he found that the student in front of him, he actually looked down upon the minister. Since the establishment of Tianyuan College, very few have been able to clear the abyss level dungeon. Are you sure you want to choose the abyss level difficulty? And yes, in the case of 3 people. As a teacher of Tianyuan Academy, he naturally knows the clearance rate of the abyss level copy. This difficulty. Since the establishment of Tianyuan Academy, those who can pass the difficulty of the abyss can be counted with 2 hands. Those people have undoubtedly received the key training of Tianyuan College. Later, they all became powerhouses of at least the 8th rank. This is an impossible task for ordinary people. The abyss is the real abyss. The teacher looked deeply, and said, Young man, do you know? Even a team of 10 people can't break through half of the abyss dungeons. The abyss, the real abyss, is almost impossible to pass through. If you fail, it is almost impossible to enter Tianyuan Academy. Your actions now. There was surprise, puzzlement, and some appreciation in the teacher's eyes. He didn't understand how Qin Feng would clear the dungeon with an assistant priest, a space mage. Is it stupid, ignorant, blind, or does he really have this strength? Teacher, thank you for your reminder, but we still want to try. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng said, We choose the abyss level dungeon. There was a wave of courage and confidence in him. Ha ha ha, very good, then let me see your skills. The teacher was also infected by Qin Feng's confident gesture and laughed. He really wanted to see where Qin Feng's self-confidence came from. Choose difficulty, abyss level. The light of the light gate instantly lit up, it was the darkest color of the abyss. This scene instantly caused a bigger commotion. This is the abyss. How is it possible? Is he crazy? He chose the difficulty of the abyss. Hee hee, was it so exciting at the beginning? The light that lit up on the light door exploded directly. A projection appeared in the sky, which was exactly the scene where Qin Feng and others entered the dungeon. The difficulty of the abyss level, as long as someone challenges it, it will be seen by everyone in the school. Those who succeed will be included in the history of Tianyuan College. That's Qin Feng, Kexin. Damn it, the difficulty of the abyss, How dare he? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that Qin Feng would be so crazy that he chose the difficulty of the abyss. Even if Qin Feng is a hidden profession, Dragon Knight. But he doesn't have a dragon, so he can't show much strength now. If you choose the difficulty of the abyss, isn't that courting death? Qin Feng, I will not lose to you. Xiao Yu looked at the scene in the picture and made up his mind that he would also choose the difficulty of the abyss. Must surpass Qin Feng. Abyss difficulty, interesting, who is he? Ji Wushuan's scarlet eyes flashed with surprise. Even if he is a dragon blood warrior, his combat consciousness is extremely bloody. But I never thought about the difficulty of challenging the abyss dungeon. Xiao Yu, a copy of the existence of a challenge to the abyss, is really interesting. Tianyuan Academy made his blood start to boil. In the crowd, a man in a white and blue robe also had surprise in his eyes. But shaking his head, he didn't intend to show off. Quietly mingling in other people's teams, as long as you can enter Tianyuan Academy. On the high platform of the college, Qin Feng challenged the dungeon of the abyss level, which was naturally known by all the teachers and leaders. Looking at the people in the picture, they were a little surprised. Yes, it's Qin Feng. Anya became a little excited when she saw the figure in the picture. She didn't know why, but she kept recalling Qin Feng's name inadvertently in her heart. And that smiling face that I've only seen once. In the past 3 days, she has thought about it countless times. Now I finally saw Qin Feng, but I didn't expect it to be such a scene. He actually challenged the copy of the abyss level, and brought 2 girls with him. Anya didn't know what was wrong, and couldn't help feeling worried for Qin Feng. But after seeing the appearance of the 2 girls, I felt jealous again. She should be the one who is by Qin Feng's side. This clear and weird emotion spread in her heart. The heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Am I in love with him? Anya is a spiritual master, and she is very sure that she will not be affected. But Qin Feng still haunts her heart and dreams, and never forgets her. Obviously, the 2 sides only met once. This can only explain one problem: she fell in love with each other. And it was love at first sight. Although it is unbelievable, she can feel her heart and really longs to be with Qin Feng. The kind of depression brought about by trying to improve yourself all the time. In order to prove herself, she has always worked hard, never found a boyfriend, or even had the idea of falling in love. But now, it seems that the flood has breached the embankment. All turned into feelings for Qin Feng. Anya wasn't sure, she still wanted to meet Qin Feng to confirm. Silently pay attention to Qin Feng's performance in the dungeon. Hey? Isn't that Qin Feng? And Wen. Sitting on the high platform, dressed as a knight, whoever it is Ye Mingfei. He recognized Qin Feng at a glance. He was not particularly surprised that Qin Feng dared to challenge the difficulty of the abyss. Others do not know, he still knows. Qin Feng is a hidden professional elf dragon knight, and also inherited a set of fairy equipment from the elder elf. That strength is definitely not that bad. I was just a little surprised. How could Zhong Wenwen and Qin Feng be together? Could it be that the team just met and became teammates? Ye Mingfei was also a little confused. Forget it, let's take a look first, just as he also wants to see Qin Feng's strength. The other school leaders and teachers also looked at everything in the copy of the abyss curiously. Looking forward to the performance of Qin Feng's team. Is this a dungeon of the abyss? There seems to be nothing unusual. Zhong Wenwen looked around curiously, but found nothing. Not even a single monster. In the entire copy of the abyss, the ground presents a quiet green color, which looks very natural. However, the cold breath in the air seemed to be full of danger. Qin Feng smiled and said, "No matter what it has, let me clear the way. Come out, Manta Brontosaurus." Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly used the skills attached to the immortal weapon set. The dark thunder and blazing suit on his body instantly flickered with dark thunder and lightning light. In front of Qin Feng, a dozen or so ultimate magic circles appeared and began to rotate continuously. A terrifying aura emanated from it. With a hissing sound, with a strange splendor, a strange creature appeared from the summoning array. The Brontosaurus manta ray looks very strange. The body is diamond-shaped, flattened, wider than long. A broad and flat head, wide and flat snout. There are two prominent cephalic fins differentiated from the pectoral fins in front of the head, located on both sides of the head. Like two dragon horns, it exudes thunder and lightning. The pectoral fins are long and thick like wings, with dark blue and black lightning patterns on them. It also has a small dorsal fin and a slender, whip-like tail with venomous spines. Relying on his own strength, a wave of water rippled and floated in the air. Qin Feng, big brother, is this manta ray the Brontosaurus? It looks so strange. Is it still a fairy beast? Zhong Wenwen looked curiously at the strange creature in front of her. She had never seen a monster like this before. It seems that he wants to touch the smooth blue skin with his hands. But looking at the flickering blue-black lightning above, I was a little scared. Even Lin Kexan looked at the thunder dragon manta ray curiously. Tianyuan City is far away from the ocean, this guy is very similar to those creatures in the ocean. Qin Feng nodded and said, it's the Brontosaurus manta ray. The manta ray is a creature that lives in the sea, also known as the devilfish. This manta ray has some dragon blood, so it can become a fairy beast. Looking at the Brontosaurus manta ray with a width of more than 10 meters in front of him, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This shape is not bad to see. I just don't know, as a fairy beast, what kind of strength is it? The Eye of Truth. Let's look at the properties first. Brontosaurus manta ray, growth stage. Level, class, beast. Attributes, strength, 5000, physical strength, 5000, spirit, 5600, dexterity, 5000. Talent, dark water thunder body, thunder dragon bloodline. Skills, King Ming thunder, King Lei explosion, thunder from the sky, spinning thunderstorm, dark sky strike, thunder dragon storm, sea spirit. Trick, great waves, dark water and thunder. Introduction, a high-level fairy beast with 3 attributes of thunder, water and darkness. It has the blood of the dragon and is extremely powerful. It has entered the growth stage at level 20, and its attributes have been greatly improved. The summoning time lasts for 1 hour. This attribute is strong. Qin Feng didn't expect that the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray was so powerful. With this attribute, Xiao can catch up with his Xiaobai. However, his Xiaobai is only at level 10, and when he enters the growth stage at level 20, his attributes will be greatly improved. At that time, it will not be comparable to immortal beasts. Qin Feng didn't know how much sensation his act of summoning the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray caused.